Hashtag C2156 Hell Black Magic Flame. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. This kind of pursuit not only made the 5 emperors of the Mingzhu tremble, but also greatly boosted their morale. On the overwhelming battlefield, warriors from the outland continent were all shocked when they saw Chu Yan chasing and killing a Mingzhu emperor with a sword, and their blood boiled with excitement. All of a sudden, the offensive on the outland continent became more vigorous, and the Hades army began to gradually weaken. Above 10,000 zhang high in the sky, Emperor Nanming didn't just run away blindly, he also knew that if he didn't fight back, the end could be imagined. So, after some thought, Emperor Nanming gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind to slow down the speed. At the same time, in the palm of his left hand, a black spirit pattern slowly emerged, and he held it in the palm of his hand, emitting a powerful breath. After half a breath, Chu Yan's white tiger battle spirit chased him up, attacking with one palm and one sword at the same time. Blood overwhelming Xie Jiao. Seeing the 2 attacks coming from behind, the scalp of Emperor Nanming's whole body exploded. Without even thinking about it, he raised his hand and threw the black spirit pattern in his hand directly. Boom, boom. In an instant, a large black flood surged out of the spirit pattern, pulling up huge waves. In that small spirit pattern, there seems to be endless sea water hidden, forming a tsunami force, rolling towards the back. Under such a terrifying power of the water, the sword light and palm prints that Chu Yan and the white tiger battle spirit attacked were instantly swallowed by the black flood and disappeared without a trace. This hell black magic flame. Almost at the moment when the black flood appeared, the temperature between the sky and the earth increased crazily, and the large void instantly melted. Chu Yan's eyes were slightly wrinkled, his figure stopped, and the pupils of the unicorn flickered. With a glance, he immediately recognized the origin of the black tide. As the saying goes, extremes must be reversed. The spirit of the fire element, after being raised to a certain limit, will change its shape and change its quality, from cremation water to a special liquid. It looks like a flood, but in fact, it is countless strange fires. After reaching the limit, it forms a liquid flame. The power is more than 100 times more than ordinary flames. As an alchemy teacher, Chu Yan certainly recognized it. On this kind of alchemy list, ranked 4th, Hell Black Magic Flame. It turns out that this Emperor Nanming is also an alchemist. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, facing the torrential flood, but remained motionless, without a trace of nervousness. This hell black demon flame is ranked 4th in the list of pill fires in Wuhun world. It is one of the top 10 different fires, and it is extremely precious. If ordinary alchemists can obtain this kind of alchemy fire, even if they lie down and do nothing, they can be promoted to the rank of golden alchemist. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, die. Emperor Nanming also stopped, standing at the end of the black magic flames all over the sky, looking at Chu Yan, laughing wildly. Among the 10 strange fires, there are only 3 or 4 that can be used to attack, and among them, the hell black demon flame is the most powerful one. Not to mention ordinary warriors, even the spiritual power of heaven and earth can turn into nothingness. A large area of tide surged, covering the sky and covering the earth, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan was surrounded by magic flames in all directions, and even if he wanted to escape, there was no way to escape. There is no way to go to the sky, no way to go to the earth, and you will fall into hell forever, and your soul will be destroyed. Emperor Nanming's face was full of smirks, although this time against Chu Yan, he even showed the strongest hole card. However, as long as Chu Yan can be killed, any cards are worth it. The black flames rushed for thousands of miles, covering the sky and covering the earth, but in the blink of an eye, Chu Yan's figure disappeared into the black flames that filled the sky. Ha ha ha. Seeing Chu Yan's figure being swallowed by the black magic flame, Emperor Nanming laughed wildly, and just about to say something, suddenly, the word resounded throughout the world. Destroy. With the resounding sound, a golden-red flame soared into the sky from the black flames all over the sky. Like a boundless black sea tide, a magic weapon broke out and scattered all the black flames around. Hell's black demon flame! How dare you act arrogantly in front of me? Among the boundless black flames, Chu Yan, whose robes were fluttering, strode out, surrounded by golden flames, like a god of fire from heaven and earth. With every step, the golden flame on Chu Yan's body will become more intense, condensing into water ripples, surging in all directions. Where the golden fire wave passed, a large black tide disappeared instantly. It was as if they encountered a nemesis, or encountered some powerful existence, and fled directly. In less than a moment, the black magic flame that had enveloped the world just now disappeared without a trace. You are. Emperor Nanming, who was at a high altitude, was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. He raised his finger to Chu Yan, and his fingers trembled slightly. Do you want to know? Chu Yan stared coldly, then spoke softly. The palm of the right hand was raised, and a group of 5 color flames burned slowly, like a group of heaven and earth spiritual fire, beating in the palm of Chu Yan. This is different from the one just now. With a glance, Emperor Nanming's expression changed instantly. Because the flame in Chu Yan's palm is completely different from the flame around him, no matter in color or breath. The flames enveloping Chu's body are golden red in color and gentle as water. It doesn't look like a blaze of fire, but it can burn and melt everything. However, the fire in his palm was colorful, and just looking at it would make one's heart ablaze and his whole body hot. This is impossible. Impossible. As a 7th-rank golden alchemist, Nantian Mingdi spent his whole life searching for and plundering high-level strange fires. He has collected no less than 100 kinds of different fires, among which the hell black demon flame is the strongest. No matter whether it is refining pills or fighting attacks, he has never encountered an opponent. But today, as soon as the golden fire on Chu Yan's body came out, the hell black demon flame retreated instantly. But now, the flame in Chu Yan's hand has changed its form, showing 2 completely different appearances. This has completely surpassed Emperor Nanming's understanding, and even surpassed the scope of any Danhua and heterogeneous fire. Emperor Nanming can be sure that there is absolutely no pill fire in the list of pill fires in the Wuhun world, which is the one in Chu Yan's hands. Could it be? Suddenly, Emperor Nanming stared blankly at Chu Yan's eyes, trembled fiercely, seemed to think of something, and let out a startled voice. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, his body swayed suddenly, and he almost couldn't stand still. He took half a step back with his right foot to barely support his trembling body. However, looking at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, they were all horrified and unbelievable. God! Emperor Nanming, whose entire soul was trembling, stammered, unable to utter a single word. However, at this moment, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, a wicked smile appeared, and he swung his right hand fiercely. Call. In an instant, a 5-color flame, like a ray of light, swept towards Emperor Nanming from far to near. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2157 Next one. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. As the flames of 5 colors passed by, a vacuum was burned out of the void, and even the forests in the mountains below began to burn. Call. The flames flew through the air in a single volume, like a gust of wind blowing through fine sand, gushing over Emperor Nanming's body. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Emperor Nanming's body, with one hand pointing forward and a look of horror on his face, turned into ashes in an instant, and was blown by the strong wind, swaying the entire sky. And the place where Emperor Nanming stood just now was empty. The Emperor Nanming of the 8 emperors of the Ming clan is lost. Above the 10,000 zhang high sky, there is nothing but the strange and trembling 5-color flames, which slowly dissipate. At this moment, including the Xuanhuan sage emperor, everyone stood there in a daze, as if they had been petrified. If ordinary warriors, or even Emperor Baiming, were burned to ashes by Chu Yan's strange fire, no one would be so surprised. Because Emperor Nanming himself is a golden alchemist, a strong Ming clan who cultivates both alchemy and martial arts. Among the entire Ming clan, his ability to control fire might not even be comparable to that of the Xuanhuan sacred emperor. But now, Emperor Nanming, the strongest fire cultivator of the Ming clan, died under the power of fire. Next. Without waiting for everyone to react, in mid-air, Chu Yan with a calm face shifted his eyes sideways, turning his head to look in the distance at the same dull-faced Emperor Dongming. Hiss. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's gaze met Emperor Dongming's whole body trembled, and the corners of his eyes twitched violently twice. Escape. Almost without thinking, Emperor Dongming turned around and left. Behind him, the ancient abyss demon roared and charged straight up. Swish. 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 Chu Yan, the battle spirit of the white tiger, and the king of the ancient demons of the abyss, 3 figures, 2 black and 1 white, were like 3 lightning bolts across the sky, and slashed straight at the Emperor Dongming, who was rushing towards the sky. Originally by the 8 emperors of the Mingzhu. Chu Yan, who didn't pay attention at all, killed 2 great emperors one after another. Let the original 8 emperors of the Mingzhu directly become the 6th emperors of the Mingzhu. If Emperor Dongming still doesn't understand that the current Chu Yan is simply not something he can match, then he is not worthy of the position of emperor. You must know that among the hundreds of millions of people in the Ming clan, if you want to climb to the position of emperor under 1 person and above 10,000 people, you must not only rely on strong cultivation and strength, but also, more importantly, the way of survival. Otherwise, with hundreds of thousands of years of training, warriors who don't know how to survive may die 10,000 times, which is not many. At this time, Emperor Dongming was full of consciousness and fear, and he had to find a way, otherwise, he would die. Because behind him, not only Ling was Chu Yan alone, but also an ancient demon king of the abyss who had just tied with him, and another white tiger fighting spirit comparable to the strength of the great emperor. 3 against 1, there is no chance of winning at all. Therefore, at this time, Emperor Dongming's heart was broken, and he didn't even dare to turn his head. He fled all the way towards the sky, and his speed was getting faster and faster. Can you escape? Chu Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the Haoyan sword trembled slightly in his hand. Go. With one word of order, the Haoyan sword disappeared instantly, and in the void, only a little starlight flashed, and it disappeared instantly. Stop chasing, let's go. With the disappearance of the Haoyan sword, Chu Yan waved his hand, turned around and left with the white tiger battle soul and the ancient demon king. That way, it was like letting Emperor Dongming escape, and he didn't intend to hunt him down at all. However, not long after the 3 of Chu Yan walked out, a cold light suddenly lit up in the sky 100 miles away behind them. That cold light, like a shining star in the sky, is fleeting. Immediately afterwards, a pot of blood flowers bloomed in the endless sky, extremely coquettish, like a flower of death, blooming. When Chu Yan, by who battle soul, and the king of ancient demons flew together in front of Emperor Shiming. 100 miles behind, a corpse fell from the sky, fell to the endless mountains below, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The strong man in the sky, with countless eyes, looked at the distant mountains with a look of shock. This is dead. But, how did the great Emperor Dongming die? Call out. Just when everyone was shocked and puzzled, a dazzling ray of light came through the sky in the distance. With a long sound of howling swords, like a startled rainbow, it fell into Chu Yan's outstretched right hand. The 6th order divine weapon, the Haoyan sword. Everyone looked at Chu Yan's right hand in unison. On the peerless magic weapon, a bewitching red color flowed gently along the direction of the blade. Tick. There was an extremely slight sound of blood dripping down, but in this dead and silent sky, such a small sound exploded in everyone's minds like a mountain at the same time. The dripping blood is like thunder, reverberating through the heavens. Thousands of miles of flying swords, killing people thousands of miles away, such divine weapons, such sword intent, completely collapsed everyone's understanding of sword cultivation. At this moment, all eyes were on Chu Yan, who was dressed in black. To be precise, it was concentrated on the long sword in his hand, as if the sword, in Chu Yan's hands, had life and was no longer a cold-killing tool. However, people like Xongshiwa Sage Emperor, Ling Xuantian, High Priestess and others were absolutely astonished. Because, they have never heard of that divine weapon that possesses the ability of the Haoyan sword. Flying sword kills. Even the powerful sword cultivators in the God realm recorded on the mainland millions of years ago do not seem to have such imperial skills. Now, after seeing it with their own eyes, their hearts were already filled with turbulent waves, and they couldn't believe it in a short time. Next, a cold voice sounded, and the long sword in Chu Yan's hand moved gently, pointing at the only one among the 4 emperors of the Ming clan who was still alive, Emperor Shiming. When the blade of the sword, which was shining with cold light, pointed at the burly Emperor Shiming, the face of this tall Emperor Shiming was full of horror. "You, don't come here." Watching helplessly, 3 of his clan, who were stronger than him in the great emperor realm, died in the hands of Chu Yan one after another. At this time, Emperor Shiming still had a trace of fighting spirit there. Even his legs trembled, and all the strength in his body seemed to be lost in an instant. Roar. With a loud beast roar, a huge lion's paw descended from the sky, and slapped heavily on the body of Emperor Shiming. With a bang, Emperor Shiming's body was blasted like a meteor, falling straight down towards a mountain below. The black marsh lion scorpion picked up a wave of violent air and chased it to the ground. Immediately afterwards, everyone could hear, in that mountain peak, there were roars of beasts that shook the sky, mixed with screams like killing pigs, echoing the entire sky. At the same time, Baihu, Suzaku Wuhun, king of ancient demons, and Chi-Chi rushed to the remaining 4 underworld emperors, and the battle broke out again. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2158 Non My family, its heart must be different. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The battle continued to escalate, and the battle became more and more intense. But compared to before, the balance of battle at high altitude has already begun to tilt, even sharply tilted. When Emperor Shiming finally fell under the hands of a pair of beasts in the black marsh lions and scorpions, he returned to the battlefield. There is no suspense in the next battle. Chu Yan took the king of ancient demons, the battle soul of the white tiger Suzaku, and the black swamp lion and scorpion, besieging and killing them one by one. The 4 witch emperors who had just surrendered to the Ming clan were originally weaker than the 4 emperors of the Ming clan, so they also fell into Chu Yan's hands in less than half an hour. When Chu Yan brought the ancient demon king and the others to stand in front of the Xongshiwa holy emperor again, he was the only one left among the top combat power of the entire Hades. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, there was no trace of extra anger on the face of the Xongshiwa Saint Emperor. It was as if the 8 Mingzhu emperors that Chu Yan had just killed had nothing to do with him at all. I've said it before, Chu Yan, you can't kill any Nadir clansman at all, it's just a waste of energy. The Xongshiwa Saint Emperor looked at Chu Yan with bloody red eyes full of jokes and casualness. Zongshiwachi. Of course Chu Yan knew what the Xongshiwa Saint Emperor was referring to. The biggest hole card of the Mingzhu is also the reason why the Mingzhu can sweep the outer continent this time. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, the Xongshiwa Sacred Emperor didn't care much about Chu Yan killing 8 Mingzhu emperors in a row. Even when the 8 great emperors themselves were lost, they all thought that they would be able to be resurrected from the blood pool in the near future. I also said that this time, everyone in the Hades is dying. Chu Yan looked at the Zhongxue Saint Emperor above the blood cloud, a smile appeared on his face, and said softly. Humph. Arrogant and ignorant boy. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the Zhongxue Saint Emperor snorted coldly, his face full of indifference. Do you think? If you kill a few of them, you are eligible to fight with me. What a joke. The Zhongxue Sacred Emperor said disdainfully. You don't even know how powerful the Saint Emperor realm is. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, prepare to die. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the blood cloud under the Zhongxue Saint Emperor began to tremble, and the violent bloody aura kept gushing out. Who lives and who dies, let's talk about strength. Chu Yan sneered, and the Haotian sword in his hand also began to tremble. Boom. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, above the sky, the figure of the Zhongxue Sacred Emperor charged down violently. With the momentum of swooping down, his whole body was swooped down with a palm from the sky. The palm print with a strong dead air hit Chu Yan's body, but it seemed to be slapped on a piece of light and shadow, passing directly through the body. When the light and shadow disappeared, Chu Yan himself, 1,000 steps away, looked at the Zhongxue Sage Emperor with a calm smile on his face. It's fast. The Zhongxue Saint Emperor looked at Chu Yan, nodded, and said. The palm fell, but the Zhongxue Saint Emperor turned his head, looked at the surrounding sky, swung his red long sleeve with his right hand suddenly. Immediately, above the sky in the distance, 8 rays of light flew over and directly submerged into his cuffs. A bunch of useless trash. Seeing the return of the 8 wisps of ghosts, the Zhongxue Holy Emperor cursed in a low voice, and the Holy Emperor's aura gushed out, wrapped in the 8 wisps of ghosts, and headed towards the main peak of the Mingzhu behind him. The soul returned to the blood pool of the sect, and was reborn by devouring blood. For all this, Chu Yan just watched quietly, and was not in a hurry to make a move. Because Chu Yan knew very well that this battle would be the most difficult one, since he practiced. His cultivation level is no more than the lower martial emperor Jiuxiao, but now, in front of him is a Saint Emperor realm powerhouse who has surpassed the peak of the upper martial emperor realm. Although it is only a low-level Saint Emperor, it is nothing among some powerful forces in the 10-direction starfield. However, in the outer continent, it is definitely a godlike existence. Martial Emperor Realm, Saint Emperor Realm, God Realm. The Divine Realm is the end of the road of martial arts cultivation, and there is nothing stronger. Although, it was also said that there is no end to martial arts, and there are other realms above the Divine Realm. However, in the Outland continent, in the 10-direction starfield, and even in the God Realm in the ancient times, no one has ever surpassed the God Realm, and there is no record about the God Realm. Boy, I will use your blood today to revive the lost members of my holy race. After the Zhongxue Emperor sent back the remnant soul of the 8 emperors, he turned to look at Chu Yan, his bloodshot eyes became more and more gloomy. But don't worry, before I kill you, I will let you enjoy it, and then you will regret it. How stupid it is to be an enemy of my holy clan, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head and said. People who are not of my race must have a different heart. You alien races are kind enough to allow you to survive in Outland Continent, but you are still thinking about taking Outland Continent as your own. Chu Yan's voice, like thunder rolling, resounded throughout the sky of the Mingzhu mountain range. So today, let me give you a funeral. With an indifferent smile on his face, Chu Yan was full of fighting spirit in his heart, not that he didn't know how powerful the Saint Emperor realm was. It is impossible for him, a low-rank martial emperor realm powerhouse, to fight against a powerhouse who is one world apart. However, Chu Yan has his own trump card. As Ouyang Nantian and the Qingjia giant said, the emperor's realm is the biggest watershed for Chu Yan. Compared with ordinary warriors, breaking through the Emperor's realm, the meaning and effect of Chu Yan's breakthrough into the Emperor's realm are much stronger. Therefore, when Chu Yan is about to break through, Ouyang Nantian will bring Chu Yan to an Aishan Dao, even if he gave the God-level spiritual source, which is the treasure of an Aishan Dao, he will help Chu Yan break through with all his strength. Chu Yan's breakthrough to the Imperial realm, under the dual effects of the spirit of chaos and the source of God-level spirit, can almost be said to be the most perfect breakthrough. Improving to the 9 heavens in one go, from the first heaven to the 9 heavens directly from the next martial emperor, and even broke the record of breaking through the emperor realm in the 10 directions starfield. But, more importantly, the improvement and benefits brought about by breaking through the emperor realm this time were far beyond Ouyang Nanshan's imagination. The White Tiger and Suzaku martial souls are just one of them. What a sharp-tongued kid, when you fall into the hands of this saint, I will let you know what life is better than death. Hearing Chu Yan's words, that Songshua Saint Emperor's face was full of gloomy air, and his mouth full of sharp yellow teeth rattled. At the same time, on the body of the Songshua Sage Emperor, a large amount of the might of the Sage Emperor turned into a sky full of blood, rushing in all directions. Among these majestic and surging blood energy, a powerful will mixed with it, spread continuously, and shrouded towards Chu Yan. Compared with those in the realm of Emperor Wu, those who are strong in the realm of the Holy Emperor, the improvement of the Emperor's prestige has completely transformed into the power of will. This kind of metamorphosis is also the strongest force for the strong in the Holy Emperor's realm to crush the powerful talents in the Emperor's realm. Boom, boom. The bloody cloud of will, like a red tide, rushed through the air, like a sea of clouds, sweeping towards Chu Yan. Remember in a second. #C2159 Heaven's Gate. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The attack of the Songshua Saint Emperor didn't stop there. Almost at the same time that the blood cloud of will rolls and covers down, the Songshua Emperor raised his right hand above the sky, and above the index finger, a little red light burst out, like a red sharp arrow, piercing Chu Yan. This is a joint attack. In the tumbling blood cloud, there is a huge will of the Holy Emperor. As long as it hits Chu Yan, it will definitely make his soul collapse. Then, with a finger of red light, it shot directly into Chu Yan's brow, turning his sea of consciousness into powder. In this way, the ants who dared to provoke the Holy Emperor were completely exterminated without any suspense. However, will the result really be as that Songshua Sage Emperor imagined? You want to suppress me with the will of the Holy Emperor? A joke. Seeing the red cloud of will sweeping towards him, Chu Yan sneered and didn't care at all. Perhaps, with Chu Yan's own martial arts will power alone, of course he can't compete with the Songshua Sage Emperor, but in Chu Yan's body, there is another terrifying existence, that is, the green armored giant. This terrifying powerhouse whose identity and origin are unknown, is an existence that even the Nantian God Emperor in the demigod realm fears. And the Qingjia giant, since staying in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, has almost zero tolerance for those who want to suppress Chu Yan with will. Therefore, when the cloud of blood swept towards Chu Yan with the powerful will of the Holy Emperor, Chu Yan's eyes instantly turned blue. Snort. There was a sound of drinking like thunder, and the 2 blue eyes shot out. Wherever they passed, the tumbling blood cloud collapsed instantly and disappeared without a trace. Break! Raising his hand was a wave of 10,000 fierce dragon strength, and the roaring golden dragon rushed out, exploding the bloody finger light coming from behind, turning it into energy that spread across the sky, rushing in all directions. What? The Songshua Sage Emperor above the sky attacked with 1 scroll and 1 finger, and was ready to turn around. Go directly back to Mingshan to temper the spirit of the 5 elements. However, before he could turn around, his Holy Emperor's will was shot into powder by 2 blue lights. Moreover, the sound of the word hum echoed between the heaven and the earth, which made his Holy Emperor's soul tremble, and his scalp went numb. What did you do? A look of astonishment finally appeared on the face of the Xuanhuan sacred emperor, as if the ant in front of him had instantly turned into a wolf. It's my turn. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth grinned lightly, and above his right hand, a cyan sky lotus phantom floated out. Hum. Buzz buzz. At the same time as the cyan sky lotus appeared, the auras of 5 colors, white, red, green, black, and gold, gushed out from Chu Yan's body at the same time. It turned into 5 mysterious streamers, pouring into the blue sky lotus in his palm. In an instant, the seemingly inconspicuous cyan sky lotus turned into a multicolored sky lotus. The lotus of the 5 elements takes shape instantly. Gathering the power of the 5 gods and beasts, based on the power of the blue sky lotus, the 5-color sky lotus rises slowly, and the majestic power rushes towards Tianxiao, attracting the 9 heavens outside the sky, blasting a thunderous sound like destroying the world. Go. After uttering one word, Chu Yan raised his hand and waved, and the 5-color Tianlian pulled out a long 5-color glow, and shot straight towards the Xuanhuan emperor above the sky. Although Chu Yan's current cultivation level has only just broken through the emperor's realm and reached the next level of Wudi Jiuchangshan. However, after breaking through the emperor realm, the huge changes brought to him were absolutely unimaginable by other warriors. Because Chu Yan is completely different from other warriors. There are 5 gods and beasts in his body, and they are the source of all Chu Yan's strength. Therefore, when Chu Yan's cultivation broke through the emperor's realm, part of the power of the 5 heavenly spirit beasts was finally controlled by him. And among them, the most powerful martial soul skill is the fusion of 5 elements. With the unicorn martial soul as the center, the power of the other 4 heavenly spirit beast martial souls is fused together, and the resulting power is enough to destroy the world. The Gate of Hades. Sensing the destructive aura released from the 5-colored lotus, the expression of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor instantly became serious. His hands flipped like flying, condensing a series of seals of the Holy Emperor, and majestic blood gushed out from between his hands. These blood energy twisted and condensed in front of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, turning into a huge blood-red door, which opened wide and opened directly. Inside the huge blood-colored gate, a large area of red light circulated, which looked extremely eerie and bloody, but it had no idea what it was leading to. Boom! The 5-color lotus streaked across the sky, and stopped suddenly in front of the huge blood-colored gate, as if being impacted by some force, it exploded directly. Following the explosion of the 5-color lotus, a violent wind surged across the sky and the earth, sweeping in all directions. Humph! Kill me! The eyes of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor looked at the tumbling wind of the 5 elements in the sky, sneered, and raised his hand to make a handprint. In an instant, a majestic force gushed out from the bloody gate, enveloping the 5 elements wind that filled the sky, and dragging them all into the bloody gate. The sky, which was still violent just now, became silent in an instant. The Gate of Hades. Chu Yan looked up at the tall blood-colored gate in the sky, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. It's not because the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor's move destroyed his 5 elements heavenly lotus, but because Chu Yan's consciousness swept over and found that this gate of heaven and darkness turned out to be a spiritual treasure. It is extremely rare for this Xuanhuan Saint Emperor to fuse martial arts and spirit treasures to such an extent. A mere sliver of 5-element fusion power dares to be arrogant in front of this saint. Seeing Chu Yan's face, the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor was full of satisfaction, and said, "My holy clan, passed down to the ancient times, do you think there is only one blood pool? I'm not afraid to tell you that this gate of the underworld is an imperial art created by a strong man from the underworld in the ancient times. After fusing different treasures, its power has been increased by more than 10 times. At its peak, even this world, they can all be devoured." The Xuanhuan Saint Emperor was full of complacency. Regarding this strange treasure, he still had one thing that he did not say. That is, in the gate of the underworld, there is still a trace of the soul of a strong man in the divine realm, which is so powerful that even among the strong men in the Holy Emperor realm, they are the most powerful existence. At the beginning, the Zongxue Sage Emperor became the master of the Ming clan. After obtaining this rare treasure and cultivation method in the ancient land of the Ming clan, he retreated for a full 1,000 years, before cultivating it to the state of minor success. His spiritual consciousness can barely communicate with the soul of the divine realm in the gate of the underworld, so he can perform this move. Different from the secret technique of devouring by the Hades, this martial artist involved in the gate of Hades not only devours the blood of the whole body, but even the soul of the gods, making the remnants of the gods in the gate of Hades continue to grow stronger. For millions of years, the gate of Hades has devoured countless strong men, and the gate of Hades has naturally become stronger and stronger. Nice one. The pupils of Chu Yan's unicorn flickered, peeping at the gate of the underworld. His eyes were fiery. Equals remember in a second. #C2160 Thank you. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The imposing Zongxue Saint Emperor stood in the air, with a proud expression on his face, as if he could control the world with just one hand. Your chi, blood and spirit can raise the gate of Hades by 1 point. After taking a look at Chu Yan, the Zongxue Saint Emperor flew over and landed on the blood-red gate of the underworld, and then took a handprint with his right hand. The handprint rushed into the gate of Hades, which immediately caused the gate of Hades to tremble violently. A large amount of blood gushed out, condensed into a huge bloody skull in front of the gate, and shot out suddenly. The blood-colored skull picked up the deadly aura, as fast as lightning, and completely enveloped Chu Yan in just a flash. Boy, die. The Zongxue Saint Emperor smiled coldly, watching Chu Yan being swallowed by the blood skull. The package was pulled, turned into a red light, and was involved in the gate of the underworld. Following Chu Yan's figure, he disappeared into the gate of the underworld, and the two gates suddenly closed. On the face of the Zongxue Holy Emperor, a cold smile appeared. To be swallowed by the gate of the underworld, even if it is a holy emperor, he will only end up with his body and soul destroyed, and there has never been an exception. The level of cultivation and the amount of true energy just mean how much time you can live in the gate of the underworld. A group of ants also want to fight with my holy clan. The Zongxue Saint Emperor's eyes moved sideways, looked around, and finally landed on Ling Xuantian and other bigwigs from the outer domain on the distant mountain peak, and snorted coldly. And a group of bigwigs from the outer domain, with ashes on their faces, looked at the gate of the underworld high in the sky, and their faces were full of horror. Could it be, Chu Yan is really lost? Not only Ling Xuantian, but also Lin Muxue and Yuer standing behind Jiuming were full of grief and heartbreak, and wanted to rush to the gate of the underworld in the sky to find Chu Yan. However, Jiuming and the 8 dragon warriors holding 3-pointed and 2-edged spears were loyal to their duties and firmly protected her in the middle, unable to move at all. Everyone in the audience, except for the little white bear who slapped the Hades warrior to death one by one in the distance, glanced back at the gate of Hades, grinned the bear's mouth, and let out a sinister grin, not paying attention at all. At this time, on the other side, Chu Yan, who was surrounded by blood-colored death in the sky, held the Haoyan sword, was in a different space, looked up at the blood clouds in the sky, with an evil smile on his face, and said, "I'm still thinking about how to collect the spirit treasure, but I didn't expect Song Shui to help me, hee." As soon as the voice fell, a large piece of 5-color Suzaku Emperor fire rushed out of Chu Yan's body, enveloping his whole body in an instant, burning all the blood clouds and death energy that rushed in like a tide of ferocious beasts into nothingness. And Chu Yan slowly closed his eyes, and the majestic Rakshasa true chi poured out like a tide, urging the Suzaku Emperor fire around him to quickly sweep around. In less than a blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered by the 5-color Emperor fire, and there was no trace of blood and death. Swish. The next moment, Chu Yan flashed his figure and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already reached the center of this blood cloud and dead energy world. On the top of a tall blood peak, there is a ghostly figure standing there. This ghost is the core existence that controls this world of blood cloud and death energy, the remnant soul of the powerful man in the divine realm who was lost in the ancient times of the Ming clan. Quack quack. Seeing Chu Yan approaching, the blood-colored ghost uttered horrified screams and tried to pounce. And Chu Yan's face was full of smears, one eye flashed blue, and the other eye flashed with five-colored unicorn. Swish! Swish! One blue and one colorful, two eyes shot out, piercing straight at the bloody ghost in front of you. Old bloody ghost, letting me enter the gate of the underworld will be the thing you regret the most. Chu Yan looked at the ghost figure in front of him, trembling all over, and the blood was constantly overflowing, and said in a cold voice. But at this time, in the sky of the Mingshan mountain outside, the Zhongxue Saint Emperor made a sudden move, and with just one punch, he rushed towards one of his own emperor-level powerhouses, blasting into a cloud of blood mist. At the same time, with a pull of both hands, the blood mist surged and flew towards the gate of the underworld in the sky. What a breath of flesh, and it can raise the gate of the underworld, hee hee. While speaking, the Zhongxue sacred emperor raised his hand and was about to open the gate of the underworld to devour this flesh and blood energy, but... The right hand froze in the air, the gate of netherworld in the distance did not respond at all, and the smile on the face of the Zhongxue sacred emperor froze instantly. Lost contact. How is it possible? A pair of blood-red pupils trembled suddenly, and the Zhongxue Saint Emperor swiftly formed seals with his hands, making several seals of the Saint Emperor's way, and shot towards the gate of the underworld. Hum. The blood-colored seal of the Holy Emperor collided with the gate of the underworld, and instantly disintegrated, as if it had hit a wall and collapsed directly. No, not good. Following the shock of the Zhongxue Saint Emperor's sea of consciousness, his face was distorted and almost deformed, and the astonishment in his eyes made him completely stunned. What happened? How could this gate of Hades suddenly lose control? Swish! A black figure suddenly pierced through the closed gate of Hades, strode across the sky, and just walked out. There was an indifferent smile on his face, and he walked calmly, just like strolling in a courtyard. Old bloody ghost, thank you for the gift. Chu Yan stopped, looked at the sky, pale as a petrified, the pale blood emperor, and said with a smile. Seeing Chu Yan's appearance, Zhongxue Sage Emperor's eyes almost flew out. His mouth was wide open, circled into an O shape, revealing his full back molars, and his face was full of the expression of seeing a ghost. Impossible. A sky-shattering roar exploded, and the violent power of the Holy Emperor rushed out from the body of the Zhongxue Holy Emperor, causing the vibrating part of the void to tremble. Looking at the Zhongxue Emperor, who was about to go crazy in the sky, Chu Yan shook his head and didn't bother to pay attention to him. If the Zhongxue Saint Emperor took advantage of his being involved in the gate of Hades just now, entered it, and fought with him, he might still be able to suppress him. However, the Zhongxue Saint Emperor simply thought that relying on the blood cloud death energy in the gate of the underworld would be enough to refine Chu Yan, so he ignored it. In the end, it was cheaper for Chu Yan. Relying on his relationship with the green-armored giant, and with the help of the fusion of the five elements, Chu Yan suppressed the remnant spirit in the gate of the underworld with just one move. After engraving the imprint of the soul, the remnant soul in the divine realm, in order not to be annihilated, completely became Chu Yan's slave. Therefore, the strongest treasure of the Ming clan changed its owner and became one of Chu Yan's spiritual treasures. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It took the Zhongxue Saint Emperor 10 breaths of time to react from his sluggishness, and it took a few more breaths to finally understand that the treasure he had pressed at the bottom of the box was taken away by Chu Yan. I have cultivated for a full 1,000 years before refining this treasure. How could you be so fast? The Xuanhuan Saint Emperor's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe how Chu Yan did it. 1,000 years. Hearing the words of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, Chu Yan grinned, shook his head directly, and replied with disdain. That can only mean that you are a pig. When the words landed, the Xuanhuan Sacred Emperor was startled, and then his whole face became so ferocious that it deformed instantly, and he roared angrily. Chu Yan, I want to eat your meat, drink your blood, and die for me. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the whole body of the Xuanhuan Sacred Emperor exploded in an instant, rushing towards Chu Yan. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2161 Is the seat injured? Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Following the rage of the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor, a large amount of bloody aura spread rapidly in the blood cloud rolling in the sky. Snort. Seeing the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor rushing in, Chu Yan snorted coldly, and a large amount of Rakshasa true chi surged out, condensing into a mountain-like figure behind him. In an instant, the evil spirit was like a sea tide, rushing to the heaven and earth, sweeping away in bursts. Saint Rakshasa, come out! Holding a pair of gold and silver forks, the holy Rakshasa himself, nearly 100 feet tall, is no longer just a phantom, blurred like before. At this time, no matter standing in front of him or in the distance, he could clearly see the complex golden spirit patterns all over his body on the body of Saint Rakshasa himself. One golden pupil and one silver pupil flickered at the same time, like a demon god standing between heaven and earth. Its domineering momentum spread loudly on the battlefield in the sky and the earth. Except for Ling Xuantian and other high-ranking martial emperor-level powerhouses, some people who were close were immediately retreated by this breath, and they were completely unbearable. Coercion. Sweeping the whole world. The warriors below the middle martial emperor realm trembled, their whole body trembled slightly, their legs were so weak that they almost wanted to kneel down directly. From the moment when Chu Yan suddenly entered the imperial realm, Rakshasa Wujiju officially stepped into the realm of great achievement. As for the holy Rakshasa himself, the large amount of yin and evil energy swallowed up in Soul Demon Purgatory and Abyss 4 Elephant Demon Market also underwent a quantitative change to a qualitative change at the moment when Chu Yan broke through the Emperor's realm. The holy Rakshasa himself at this time is not what it used to be. Snort. The 100-foot-high demon body stepped out with one step, and the entire mountain range trembled. The one-word magic sound was loud, like a thunderbolt shaking the sky, with a strong impact force of the soul, forming a ripple visible to the naked eye, and blasting towards the blue blood emperor rushing down from the sky. The blue blood holy emperor under the wrath. He didn't take any defenses, and was suddenly hit by the magic sound attack of Saint Rakshasa. Immediately, the impact of the demonic sound visible to the naked eye hit the body of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, burst out instantly, and spread in all directions like water ripples. Ah! A shrill scream sounded, and the face of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor instantly twisted into a ball, and a look of pain emerged. In the eyes, 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down, holding his head in his hands, screaming again and again, his whole face instantly turned pale. His soul was injured by the impact of the holy Rakshasa's magic sound just now. Perhaps, the physical strength of the realm of the Holy Emperor is 10 times that of Chu Yan. Perhaps, the cultivation base of the realm of the Saint Emperor is much stronger than Chu Yan. However, the soul of a warrior will never become stronger because of the improvement of his cultivation base and true energy. The soul is always the most vulnerable existence of a warrior, and it is also the most difficult forbidden area to cultivate. The only thing that can protect the sea of divine soul consciousness is the martial artist's own spiritual power. Obviously, the power of the divine consciousness of the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor is one of his weaknesses. As everyone knows, alchemy's spiritual power is far stronger than that of martial artists of the same rank. And Chu Yan, as a 9th-rank golden alchemist, the only thing that can compete with a strong person in the Holy Emperor realm is the power of spiritual consciousness. The Zhongshui Emperor would never have dreamed that Chu Yan was not only a genius who practiced martial arts, but also a genius who cultivated both alchemy and martial arts. A ninth-rank golden alchemist is almost the pinnacle of alchemy. And Chu Yan's spiritual power, after the enhancement of the unicorn martial soul, the enhancement of the green-armored giant, and the innate skills of the holy Rakshasa, is so powerful that it is far more than a warrior of the same level. Of course, if the Zhongshui sacred emperor could have thought earlier, or been more cautious, and guarded the sea of consciousness with the power of spiritual consciousness, Chu Yan would not easily break through the sea of consciousness. However, seeing the treasure at the bottom of the box, the gate of the underworld, was taken away by Chu Yan, the Zhongshui sage emperor, who completely lost his mind. How could he not be tricked? Hum. 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 Above the sky, the impact of the spreading magic sound continued to spread with ripples visible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, it was like a tidal wave. After the Zhongshui sacred emperor was overthrown, there were still some fighting Mingzhu people along the way, and the impact directly knocked people off their feet. All of a sudden, in the sky, like dumplings, a large number of strong Ming clan fell towards the ground. All kinds of battlefields that were originally fiercely fought, but also due to the sudden shock wave of the soul, stagnated for an instant, whether it was the human race or the Ming race, looking at the holy Rakshasa standing in the sky, like a tall demon god. His eyes were full of shock. The cloud of blood in the sky was violently tumbling, and streams of sinister, demonic, and deadly air continued to spread. Opening the sky sword art, sealing the sky. Just when everyone was full of astonishment, the Haoyan sword in Chu Yan's hand finally moved. Everyone saw only a flash of cold light, like a thunderbolt between heaven and earth. They saw it, but couldn't see it clearly. It was fleeting. And in the next breath, what everyone could see was that a long and deep groove was pulled out in the sky where the thunder and lightning passed just now, heading straight towards the Zhongshui sage emperor. Pooh! There was a muffled sound of the sword piercing into the flesh, and the struggling and twisting body of the Zhongshui sage emperor trembled violently, and stopped instantly. At this moment, everyone's eyes trembled violently, and they all looked at the Zhongshui holy emperor. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, a blood flower finally bloomed on the chest of the Zhongshui sage emperor, spraying out a blood mist. The sword marks on the bone can be seen deeply, dazzling. The lord of the Ming clan, a strong man in the Saint Emperor realm, the Zhongshui Saint Emperor, was injured. Even the Zhongshui sage emperor himself had his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, with a dazed expression on his face, and he slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. With a glance, there was a half-foot-long sword mark on his chest, black dirty blood, dripping with blood, and the pain finally spread to his wounded sea of consciousness. I was injured. The saint was actually injured. With an expression of disbelief on his face, the Zhongshui Saint Emperor stretched out his finger, wiped it across his chest and stretched it out in front of his eyes. The liquid on his fingertips was his own blood. Ha ha ha. How many years has it been? The saint was injured. Ha ha ha. The Zhongshui sage emperor, who had been stunned for a long time, finally came to his senses, but, to everyone's surprise, he turned his head up and laughed wildly. In the laughter, there was a trembling voice, and everyone was dumbfounded watching this scene. Not only the Zhongshui sacred emperor himself, but even all the bigwigs on the human side, as well as the hundreds of millions of powerhouses who fought on both sides, couldn't believe it. The Zhongshui Saint Emperor fought against Chu Yan, and the one who was injured turned out to be the Zhongshui of the Ming race in the Saint Emperor realm. Moreover, this is only the first time the two sides have played against each other. First, the sea of consciousness was breached, and the soul was injured. Then, even the defense of the body was broken. This Chu Yan's combat power is so terrifying. Swish! 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 Countless pairs of unbelievable eyes turned around in unison, all looking towards the other side of the sky, holding the Haoyan sword, and the black-robed figure with a calm face. Boom, boom. Above the sky, the tumbling blood cloud slowly descended, like a piece of sky, falling. A burst of strange sounds came from the tumbling blood cloud. Between the heaven and the earth, there seemed to be reverberating the horrific laughter of the Xie sage emperor, and the cold and bloody aura surged madly. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2162 Real Hell. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. In less than 10 breaths, the breath in the blood cloud above the sky became stronger and stronger. As the blood cloud descended faster and faster, and its height became lower and lower, a majestic aura of coercion descended from the sky, like a mountain, pressing down on everyone. In an instant, everyone's breath stagnated, including Chu Yan. Chu Yan raised his head, looked towards the sky, and frowned slightly. Unlike other people, Chu Yan felt a sense of danger in the falling blood cloud. Even if it was just now, there was no such aura in the battle against the Xie sacred emperor. What is in this cloud of blood? Not daring to be careless, Chu Yan stared closely at the blood cloud in the sky, and while his consciousness was locked, the corner of his eye swept across the Xie saint emperor high in the sky. At this time, the Xie saint emperor had recovered his calm, and the rage just now seemed to have completely disappeared after being hit by a shock wave and a sword from Chu Yan. Like everyone else, he just raised his head quietly, staring at the blood cloud in the sky, with a weird smile on his face. Such a scene was too weird, which made Chu Yan's vigilance a little heavier. Chu Yan turned his head and looked in all directions. It can be seen that no matter whether it is in the sky or on the ground, the war between the two clans just now has progressed until now, and it seems that the side of the outland continent has already occupied the upper peak. Originally, the number of warriors, with almost equal strength, between the two races, was obviously much less on the Ming clan side. This is because the warriors from the outland continent have adapted to the secret arts of the Ming clan and have found corresponding countermeasures. Therefore, as time goes by, in the battle between the two sides, it is only a matter of time before the outland continent side wins in an all-round way. This situation was originally a good thing. However, Chu Yan looked at the blood clouds that kept falling from the sky, and the Xie holy emperor. From the beginning to the end, he looked indifferent, and always felt that something was wrong. Everything seems to be going so well. You know, a few months ago, the strength of the Ming clan increased dramatically, sweeping across half of the continent forcefully. But now, the Mingzhu side seems to be worse than Chu Yan, and even worse than everyone expected. The blood cloud seed, that cold and dangerous aura, is getting heavier and heavier. This time, not only Chu Yan, but even Ling Xuantian and other bigwigs from the outer domain also felt it, and their expressions changed slightly. After a few more breaths, the fighters on both sides gradually sensed that something was wrong. They all raised their heads and looked at the blood clouds all over the sky, their faces full of vigilance. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the blood cloud suddenly shook, and two black shadows burst out from the depths of the blood cloud. These two black shadows were surrounded by a large cloud of blood, flying in two directions, one left and one right, and they flew nearly 100 miles before hovering in the sky. What is that? Everyone looked up at the sky, their faces full of astonishment, but they could clearly see that the blood cloud above the huge black shadow was dissipating. Boom! Boom! With two muffled sounds, it exploded directly, and a large amount of bloody aura surged out of the entire sky like a tide. Then, that's the altar. Including Chu Yan, everyone looked up at the sky, and their faces changed. I saw that two huge scarlet altars appeared in the place just surrounded by blood clouds, and at the same time, a huge scarlet altar also appeared in front of the Xie sage emperor. There are 3 identical red altars arranged in a triangular shape in the sky, covering almost half of the sky. Boom, boom. Almost at the moment when the 3 altars appeared, 3 black lightning bolts blasted out at the same time, instantly connecting the 3 altars together. A large triangular door was completely opened in the sky. Like a sea of blood, it was constantly tumbling in the sky, and the monstrous blood energy, with a strong ancient aura, swept across the world. Isn't this the blood pool? Looking at the 3 blood-colored altars in the sky and the sea of blood like a sky, the high priest's face was full of horror. The high priest of the outland continent, descended from the same line, has extensive knowledge, and in the blood inheritance, there are many secrets of the mainland. Swish! 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 Just when everyone heard the words and turned their heads to look at the high priest in astonishment, 2 tall figures rushed out of the sea of blood in the sky. Emotion Tian, Emoji Tian. How can it be possible for these 2 old ghosts of the Ming clan to still be alive? The 2 figures flew across the sky and landed firmly in front of the Zongxue sage emperor. When they turned around, the high priest's expression changed drastically when they swept towards the crowd with empty but gloomy eyes. His eyes were trembling, and the high priest, whose face was filled with disbelief, hurriedly opened his mouth and explained to the people around him, as well as Chu Yan. This Emotion Tian and Emoji Tian are well-known powerhouses in the ancient times of the Ming clan, and they are also 2 of the most powerful patriarchs in the history of the Ming clan. They are higher in seniority than the Zongxue sage emperor. Too many, according to records, have been lost as early as 1,000,000 years ago. How is it possible that they appear here now? The words of the high priest resounded in the sea of consciousness of the big brothers, causing a sudden gasp. Hiss! Hiss! They are the 3 masters of the Ming clan, and they are also the strongest of the Ming clan in ancient times. In fact, there is no need for the high priest to explain. Chu Yan has already discovered that the aura of the 2 strong men who just appeared is very similar to that of the Zongxue sage emperor just by scanning his divine sense. Huh! This breath seems to be different from other ancient Ming powerhouses. Chu Yan probed carefully, and soon found some problems. With a slight frown, the unicorn pupils opened instantly. Sure enough, under the 5-color pupils, it was very clear that the 2 newcomers carried a strong sense of death. Damn puppet! Chu Yan's pupils shrank, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Shame! In the beginning, it was a taboo in the world of martial arts, and anyone who practiced puppets privately would be punished. With the end of the ancient war of gods and demons, some strong men and sects, in order to improve the power of the sect, began to quietly refine the puppet. Since then, puppet has been gradually accepted by everyone, but there are still many shameful taboos. Just like that, most of the warriors who refine puppets use monsters to refine. However, it is a taboo to use this sect to damage the strong, and it will be shameless for everyone, and the reputation will be greatly reduced. Like the one in front of you, using the corpses of the ancestors of your own family to refine puppets is even more forbidden. In the endless history of the Wuhun world, it has never appeared before. The realm of the underworld, the yellow gate of heaven and earth, open. With a soft shout, the Zongxue Saint Emperor looked at the 2 puppets in front of his eyes, and when he raised his hand, 3 beams of blood shot out. In an instant, the 3 black altars were filled with blood, collided with the middle area, and exploded a huge crack in time and space, which slowly opened towards the left and right. In the opened gate of heaven and earth, majestic death energy continued to flow out, exactly the same as the situation when the gate of the underworld was revealed just now. It's the gate of the underworld again. Chu Yan was stunned. End of chapter. Remember in a second. Hashtag C2163 Terrorist Formation. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. This is a gate of Hades that is countless times bigger than the gate of Hades just now. The range it covers almost covers the entire Mingzhu mountain range, as well as all the battlefields of the war between the two clans. Chu Yan's gaze moved from the sky to the surroundings of the ground, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. Could it be that the Zongxue sacred emperor wants to use this huge gate of the underworld to attack the allied forces of the outland continent? This consciousness flashed by, Chu Yan's heart was pulled violently, he turned his head, and shouted at Ling Xuantian and the high priest who were on the distant mountain peak. Rewind. Everyone, exit this area immediately. Hearing Chu Yan's warning, Ling Xuantian and the high priestess were taken aback, then reacted instantly, and quickly ordered the coalition forces to retreat. Listen to my orders, quickly activate the Mingtian formation. Go. Seeing the continental allied forces from outland below, they quickly retreated, and the Zongxue sacred emperor also flew his handprints, and slapped the two puppets in front of him. Swish. Swish. Two Yin puppets, with bright eyes, turned into electricity, flew towards the two altars in the distance respectively, and the death energy in their whole bodies was connected with the altars, and they began to rotate to activate the great formation of the underworld. Quick! Retreat immediately. Exit the triangle area. Seeing that Zongxue Sage Emperor in the sky start to move, Ling Xuantian and the high priest's faces were full of anxiety, and they ordered the coalition warriors repeatedly. If the three Zongxue Sage Emperors were really allowed to successfully set up the great formation of the underworld, I am afraid that the loss of the outland continent today would be unimaginable. Boom, boom. Following the three of the Zongxue Sage Emperor, continuously urging the three altars, the blood in the large triangular area in the sky was tumbling crazily, with astonishing power. Humph. Damn Chu Yan, who stole the spirit treasure of the gate of the underworld, it's really troublesome to mobilize this big formation. The Zongxue Saint Emperor looked at Chu Yan, his teeth itching with hatred, and a small mistake allowed the other party to seize the opportunity to snatch his treasure, the gate of the underworld. This great array of Hades is originally centered on the strange treasure, Gate of Hades, if the Gate of Hades is still in his hands. Not only is it much faster to use, but it is also several times more powerful. Even if it is a strong person at the Saint Emperor level, if he is involved, his entire soul, energy, and blood will be swallowed up and lost in it. Originally, this was also the killing move prepared by the Zongxue Sage Emperor to deal with the coalition forces. It could have defeated most of the coalition forces in one fell swoop, but unexpectedly, because of a Chu Yan, things became troublesome. That kid, how could he refine the soul in the Gate of Hades in such a short time? How did he do it? He glared at Chu Yan again fiercely, and the Zongxue Saint Emperor looked aggrieved. Without the Gate of Hades, these two old Yin puppets can only activate the great formation of Hades once, and all the power accumulated in them will be consumed. At that time, if the coalition forces still have strength, they will not be able to depend on them. The coalition forces below are retreating extremely fast, and many warriors have already escaped from the range of the nether sky formation. But in the sky, the progress of the three Zongxue Sage Emperors urging the great formation of the underworld was only half completed. No matter how many there are, hurry up and mobilize the formation, we can't let them all escape. After making up his mind, the Zongxue Saint Emperor began to urge the formation with all his strength, and the rich Holy Emperor's true energy continuously poured into the Mingtian formation. After a few breaths, a large number of waves of blood surged out of the formation, sweeping towards the mountains below. The breath of death, like a torrent, began to roll towards the warriors of the outer land who had not yet escaped. Chu Yan, just wait, I will let you taste it right away, life is better than death. The air of death was surging all over the sky, and there was a sinister smile on the face of the Zongxue Holy Emperor. The great formation of nether sky has been completed, and nearly half of the continental allied forces of the outer regions below have been shrouded, and it is impossible to escape. Although the speed was a bit slower, swallowing so many warriors, was enough to change the situation of the battle. In the mountains below, a large number of warriors from the outland continent who hadn't escaped gathered together, watching with horror on their faces, as a large piece of blood-colored sea water in the sky rushed towards them. As long as the martial artist wrapped in these blood seas, the body will start to melt like a snowman. No matter whether it is to activate the body protection Gangyuan or the martial soul, they can't stop it in the slightest. It's such a terrifying netherworld formation. I didn't expect the netherworld to have such a terrifying whole card. On the mountain peak in the distance, the high priest and other big bosses looked at the scene in front of them with pale faces, full of anger and solemnity. Those warriors who did not have time to escape, I am afraid that in the end, a large number of them will be lost in the great formation of the underworld. In this way, the outland continent would not be able to continue the offensive. Not only is the strength greatly damaged, but the deterrence caused by the netherworld formation will definitely affect everyone's fighting spirit. But at this time, in the Mingzhu mountain range, a large group of besieged martial artists from the outer lands were completely panicked, and only a few strong ones could still maintain a trace of calmness. No. We have to find a way to get out. A strong demigod shouted loudly. This nether sky great formation surrounds all directions. As long as the blood-colored sea water touches it, all the true energy and defensive emperor skills will be invalidated. There is no way to rush. Another strong man replied with a bitter expression on his face. Staying here is death, rushing is death, fight. The demigod strongman gritted his teeth and said. Not bad. If you rush, there is still a chance. Damn, you're right, you can't wait to die here. Find a weak direction, let's shoot together and see if we can break a space. After some shouting, many strong men reached a consensus and were ready to try their best. But at this moment, the blood-colored water, which was less than 10 miles away from them, suddenly surged, and a huge wave nearly 100 feet high was thrown up. Call out! Call out! Call out! In the huge waves as high as a city wall, a large number of blood arrows suddenly shot out, shooting towards the crowd overwhelmingly. Ah! Ah! There was a sound of screams, and where the blood arrows passed, pieces of warriors were pierced through their bodies, black smoke was rising from their bodies, and they began to melt. The shrill screams were creepy. In less than a blink of an eye, those warriors who were shot turned into a pile of dead bones in front of others. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the demigod powerhouse immediately became angry. Obviously, their intentions had already been detected by the Xuanhuan sage emperor who was manipulating the great formation of the nether sky from high above the sky, and he started to deal with them in advance. Hurry up, don't hesitate any longer, go! Gritting his teeth fiercely, the strong demigod shouted loudly, and was about to break out of the encirclement with bloody arrows. However, before leaving, a wave of blood several feet high suddenly appeared 10,000 steps away, covering their position. Not good. Hurry up, blast it, the strong demigod roared anxiously with bloodshot eyes. Everyone, it's me. In the blood wave, a familiar figure flashed out. Master Chu Yan. The semi-Protoss powerhouse glanced at him, and his face was filled with ecstasy. The young man in a black robe in front of him, who was striding into the bloody waves, was Chu Yan. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2164 break. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The appearance of Chu Yan made everyone in the desperate situation see hope instantly. Although this great formation of the nether sky is powerful, the core treasure, the gate of the nether sky, is now in my hands, and I can open a way out. Chu Yan looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the faces of all the strong people in the mainland were full of surprise, and they dared to hesitate there, and hurried towards Chu Yan. All in. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, he turned around directly, and the blood wave just now rolled up and turned into a whirlpool of blood, appearing in front of everyone. The demigod powerhouse dashed into the vortex and disappeared immediately. In less than half a breath, when the strong demigod reappeared, he was already outside the range covered by the great formation of the underworld, and appeared on a mountain peak with no one in his face full of surprise. "Come out, come out. Really come out, ha ha ha." Feeling the true energy in his body and quickly returning to normal, the strong demigod couldn't help laughing out loud. In the great formation of Mingtian, all the strong men would hesitate after seeing this scene, and they all scrambled to rush towards the blood sea vortex. Like a spacetime teleportation array, as long as the mainland powerhouses who stepped into the bloody vortex reappeared, they would all be under that uninhabited mountain. In an instant, a large number of besieged warriors from the outer land continent turned the crisis into safety. "Haha, I didn't expect that Chu Yan could easily control the gate of the underworld, now it's all right." Seeing what Chu Yan did, Ling Xuantian, the high priest and others also looked ecstatic. Fortunately, Chu Yan snatched the gate of the underworld, otherwise, under the great formation of the underworld, I don't know how many powerful coalition forces will be lost. Under the huge loss, it will directly lead to the failure of the coalition forces' attack on the Hades. It failed this time, and it will be difficult if they want to compete with the Hades again. Call out! Call out! Call out! Within the range, covered by the great array of Hades, countless blood arrows are still spraying crazily, but for the mainland powerhouses who all gathered in front of Chu Yan's teleportation vortex, the effect is much worse. After all, this overwhelming blood was originally a range attack. If everyone scattered, the casualties would of course be heavy. But if everyone gathers together, the number of warriors that can be killed will drop significantly. The Xuanhuan sage emperor above the sky was always watching the situation below, and when he saw Chu Yan opening a way out in his nether sky formation, he became anxious. Without any hesitation, after withdrawing the blood arrow attack, the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor crazily activated the formation, picked up a more violent wave of blood, and shot straight down towards Chu Yan and the others. Seeing the torrential wave of blood falling down, Chu Yan's expression darkened immediately, and his figure soared into the sky. Suzaku War Soul followed behind Chu Yan, where the flames passed by, all the blood waves and dead energy could not get close at all. "Suzaku, burn it for me." With an order, Chu Yan and Suzaku fought with their hands together, one activating the pill fire and the other activating the Emperor fire, to attack the monstrous wave of blood that fell on the head and face. Call! Call! The five-color pill fire, the golden-red Emperor fire, slammed into the blood wave like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, above the sky, the sound of sizzling burning resounded throughout the world, and at the same time, a strong and pungent stench spread out. A large cloud of blood continues to melt. Chu Yan and Suzaku's war spirits did not stop, and kept burning towards the sky. "White Tiger Battle Spirit, sweep it for me." With a soft shout, a white light flashed behind him, the white tiger martial soul was majestic, and the wings on the back stood upright, raised high, and slapped down fiercely. Call! Call! The white tiger wings picked up a large swath of wind and frenzy, and dispersed all the smelly smoke from the burning. The dragon travels with the cloud, the tiger follows the wind. The gangster picked up by the white tiger battle spirit became more and more violent, and gradually turned into two huge tornadoes, sweeping towards the sky all the way. In less than 100 breaths, the blood clouds all over the sky continued to burn and disappeared, and under the violent wind, the figure of the Xuanhuan sacred emperor gradually appeared. In front of him was a blood-red altar and the great formation of the underworld. "Ancient demon, Black Marsh, come with me." Seeing the appearance of Xuanhuan sage emperor and Mingtian great formation, Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he shouted coldly. Following Chu Yan's order, including the white tiger Suzaku war soul, the king of ancient demons, Black Marsh Lion Scorpion, Chu Yan, and others, their powers exploded at the same time, blasting out a large number of powerful attacks, and instantly fused together. All kinds of attacks with all their strength were fused into a torrent of attacks, which slammed into the great formation of nether sky. Boom, boom. The sound of the air explosion was earth-shattering, the entire Ming-Tian formation trembled suddenly, and the three blood-colored altars trembled even more violently, making all kinds of ear-piercing creaking sounds. Continue. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, he stared closely at the three altars, and kept shooting. Immediately, attacks like a raging wave kept hitting the nether sky formation, that had begun to loosen like a violent storm. Pawn. Puffy. Finally, first one altar collapsed, then the second, and the third exploded at the same time. The three altars shattered, and the great formation of the underworld was torn apart like bubbles at the same time, and the blood-colored death energy that filled the sky quickly dissipated. In less than 10 breaths, the sea of blood-colored clouds that had just covered the sky and the sun disappeared without a trace. With the disappearance of the sea of blood clouds, the isolated sunlight in the sky was sprinkled again, and the space between the sky and the earth was instantly cleared. Puff. Including the Xuanhuan sacred emperor, there were 2 elders of the Ming clan who spat out a mouthful of dirty blood at the same time, and their faces turned pale in an instant. As the controller of the formation, the nether sky formation collapsed, and under the backlash of power, the true energy in their bodies was churned. Failed. The Xuanhuan emperor suppressed the blood in his body, his blood-red eyes flickering constantly. He knew very well that the original plan to severely injure the Continental Allied forces had completely failed. The Ming-Tian formation was not so fragile in the first place. Because of the loss of the core treasure, the gate of the underworld, the 3 altars of the underworld formation cannot fully function at all, and each is independent, responsible for a large formation area. Even with the 3 of them mobilizing all their strength and infusing the true energy in the formation, they only achieved less than 30% of the effect. If a large formation loses its core, no matter how powerful the formation is, its power will drop dramatically. But in the face of the coalition's dominance, the Xuanhuan sacred emperor could only mobilize a large formation, hoping to use this to improve the atmosphere of the battle. But in the end, what he didn't expect was that Chu Yan not only snatched the Gate of Hades, but also learned how to manipulate it. A passage was easily opened, and almost half of the trapped soldiers from the Continental Alliance escaped. In order to devour as many coalition fighters as possible, the Xuanhuan sacred emperor urged the netherworld formation time and time again, causing the 3 altars of the formation to overload, and tiny cracks had already formed. After that, Chu Yan's crazy attack caused the collapse of the 3 altars, and the formation also collapsed. Fetch water from a bamboo basket, all in vain. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2165 Holy Emperor Domain. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. With the disappearance of the nether sky formation, the sky was clear and sunny. Although there are still some remnants of the bloody death energy all over the sky, it can no longer cause any impact. On the top of the mountain, Ling Xuantian, the high priestess and other big bosses finally breathed a long sigh of relief, and gradually loosened their frowning brows. A great catastrophe finally passed safely. Although the great formation of Ming-Tian still caused a lot of casualties to the Continental Allied forces, the total loss was less than 20%, which was still within the tolerable range. According to the situation of the previous battle between the 2 sides, even if the war starts again, I believe that the coalition forces will still have the upper hand. In this way, the crusade against the Mingzhu can still proceed smoothly. On the other side, at this time all the warriors of the Ming clan also gathered together in a mountain range below the Xuanhuan sacred emperor. All the powerhouses of the Ming clan, with red eyes, glared at the coalition forces opposite, with gloomy expressions on their faces. In particular, some big bosses of the Mingzhu elders group were full of disappointment. They did not expect that the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor even moved out of the Ming Tian formation, but did not severely injure the mainland coalition forces. It's so strange, how could the Netherworld formation be breached so easily? Third Elder Ming, standing in front of the crowd, looked up at the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor who was adjusting his breath in the sky, with a puzzled expression on his face. Third Elder, according to the family history, the core of this great formation of the underworld is the Gate of the Underworld. An elder of the Ming clan in the formation hall carefully answered the three elders. What? The Gate of Hades. It was snatched by Chu Yan. The third elder's face suddenly changed when he heard the words, and he exclaimed, but he shut up quickly after he finished speaking, and looked up at the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor in the sky in horror, as if he was afraid that the other party would hear him. However, the third elder's heart was full of resentment. The Gate of the Underworld, such an important treasure, seems to be in the hands of the patriarch of the Ming clan, and it was snatched away by the enemy so easily. This patriarch is too. Not only the three elders, but also other Mingzhu bosses who heard what the elders of the formation hall said. They all glanced at the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor in the sky with resentment on their faces, and all of them dared not speak out. If the Gate of Hades hadn't been lost, the great formation of Hades just now had swallowed up all the coalition forces. In this way, all the enemies blocking the Saint race here will all become fertilizers for the prosperity of the Ming race. At that time, everyone like them will benefit, and maybe there will be a few more great emperors. You know, this is the coalition formed by countless powerful people from the outland continent. Normally, when they attack other sects in the mainland, they would come to slaughter them one by one. It would be like now, almost half of the elites in the mainland would gather here and send them to devour them. But now, everything is in vain. Third Elder, it's meaningless to say this now, the key is, next. Another leader of the Ming clan elders group spoke to the three elders, and at the same time pointed to the direction of the coalition forces that densely occupied a mountain range. That's right. The great formation of Hades doesn't have the core host of the Gate of the Underworld. The three clan elders may have exhausted their internal strength and can no longer mobilize the great formation. We can only rely on ourselves for the next battle. But the third elder raised his head, followed the elder's fingers, looked opposite, and suddenly the corners of his eyes twitched a few times. In the scuffle just now, the losses of both sides were not small, but the more it went on, the coalition side had a complete advantage, so now, the number of coalition forces is almost doubled out of the Mingzhu. Even a fool can see the disparity in power. If there is a war, the Hades will surely be defeated. The face of the third elder sank in an instant, and he looked up at the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor in the sky again, and shook his head. The Xuanhuan Sacred Emperor, after all, is the patriarch of the Ming clan. Even if he made a huge mistake, they cannot blame him. The three elders with livid faces looked at the powerful coalition lineup on the opposite side. After pondering for a long time, they turned around gently, looked at the elders of the Ming clan elders, and said in a low voice, "My Ming family has been passed down to the ancient times. After experiencing the battle between gods and demons, only our lineage survives." The words of the third elder made the complexions of all the Ming clan bosses sink at the same time. For millions of years, our Ming clan endured humiliation and finally managed to reproduce until now. It can be said that every member of the clan is extremely precious. Today, at the order of the patriarch, we went to war with the continental allied forces in Outland, but the result was unsatisfactory. If we continue to fight like this, maybe it is really possible for us, the Hades, to wipe out the whole clan. So, having said that, the third elder stopped, looked at all the members of the Mingzhu elders group with trembling eyes, and suddenly raised his voice. I decided to use the chief elder's reconsideration power, and the elders will vote to decide whether to retreat. 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 As soon as the words of the third elder fell to the ground, the faces of a group of elders of the Mingzhu clan all changed. If we retreat now, then Mingshan, and the Zhongshu sacred emperor. However, if they retreat now, the Ming clan still has at least 1 billion clansmen. If they are strong in the blood pool of the sect, they will definitely be a first-class force in any continent. If they want to dominate, there is no problem at all. Apart from the 10 directions starfield, hundreds of continents in the martial soul world would be good choices. Keep your vitality and make a comeback. Such thoughts flashed through the minds of every Mingzhu boss, and in an instant, the eyes of all Mingzhu elders lit up. Anyway, if the battle continues, the Hades may really be wiped out. Even if the coalition forces are barely defeated, their vitality will be severely damaged. At that time, those forces that are still on the sidelines from the outland continent will flock to them. Even if it is a colony of ants, it can still gnaw away all the bones left by the Mingzhu. Thinking of such a result, the eyes of all the big brothers of the Ming clan, looking at the third elder, gradually became like him, shining brightly. However, at this moment, above the sky, a deep voice suddenly exploded in the minds of all the elders of the Ming clan. Today, nothing can be done, the whole family retreats. This sudden sound made all the big bosses of the Ming clan tremble in unison, and they raised their heads at the same time to look at the sky. In the sky 10,000 feet high, the Zhongshu sage emperor, who had finished adjusting his breath, was looking down at all the Mingzhu people, and the order just now came from his mouth. Yes. Follow the patriarch's order. The third elder's face was filled with joy, and he quickly bowed to his orders. Obviously, the Zhongshu sage emperor heard what he said just now, and also agreed to his plan. In this way, the whole clan can retreat without him exercising the right of reconsideration of the elders. The blood domain of the underworld. The Zhongshu sacred emperor above the sky looked away and looked at the continental allied army on the opposite side. The power of the sacred emperor burst out again, and countless blood energy, like a tide, gathered again and turned into a bloody sea. Boom, boom. A large sea of blood clouds rushed towards the mountain range where the continental allied forces were located. Wherever it passes, no matter it is trees or rocks, as long as it is covered by the sea of blood clouds, all of them will be turned into dust. Not good. That's the domain of the Holy Emperor. The high priest's face changed, and he exclaimed loudly. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2166 Domain to Domain. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Zhongshu Saint Emperor, using his domain, swept towards the direction of the coalition forces. At this time, Chu Yan controlled the gate of the underworld, and had transferred all the trapped mainland warriors to a mountain near the rear of the coalition camp. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that the domain of the Zhongshu Saint Emperor had already begun. Swish. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he was already in front of the coalition forces. The Suzaku battle spirit behind him swayed a large piece of Suzaku Emperor fire, burning towards the sweeping domain. Rakshasa refining domain. Chu Yan yelled softly, black clouds rolled behind him, and the holy Rakshasa himself stepped out. The raging Rakshasa true chi, like a sea tide, mixed with Suzaku Emperor fire, spread out quickly. The power of the domain can only be opposed by another kind of domain power. Therefore, when Chu Yan used the Rakshasa domain, he also knew that at the current level of the Rakshasa Wuji Ju, he might not be an opponent of the Holy Emperor's domain. Therefore, the fusion of yin and yang attributes, and the addition of the fire attribute Suzaku Emperor fire, increase the aggressiveness of the Rakshasa domain. Snort. With a heavy hum, like a blast of thunder, with an incomparable killing intent, the Zhongshu sage emperor looked at Chu Yan, his bloodshot eyes flashing fiercely. Dongtian Netherland, open. With a soft drink, it swept like a tide just now, and swept straight towards the Holy Emperor's domain in the direction of Chu Yan and the coalition forces, turned around suddenly, and fell straight towards the mountains below. Boom, boom. Turning sharply, the Holy Emperor's domain crushed the void, and there were bursts of muffled thunder. Huh? What is this for? Chu Yan's face was stunned, and he looked at the Holy Emperor's domain, which was changing direction and rolled down to the Nadir camp, with a look of doubt on his face. However, within the blink of an eye, the Saint Emperor's domain suddenly stopped and began to expand rapidly. Boom! With a bang, it slammed into the Holy Emperor's domain in the void. Like an angry beast, it directly tore open a huge gap in the sky. All of a sudden, everyone looked up in astonishment, only to see that the originally calm sky seemed to have a huge crack in the sky. Swish! 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 Almost at the same time as the crack in the sky opened, a large black shadow in the mountains below, like a black tide, rushed towards the crack in the sky madly. The fastest people in front disappeared into the huge crack in the sky with just a flash. Not good. Brother, that's time-space teleportation. In the coalition camp, Situ Yang's anxious roar resounded through the sky. Time-space teleportation. Want to escape? Hearing Situ Yang's roar, Chu Yan shot out murderous intent in his eyes instantly, and raised his hand and punched out. Quick! Stop them, let's fight together. In the distance, the high priest roared anxiously, brandishing the wooden stick in his hand, and the power of talismans blasted towards the cracks in the sky. Not only Chu Yan and the high priest, Ling Xuantian and other powerhouses also reacted and made their moves together. Suddenly, the attack that covered the sky and the sun was like a torrent, blasting towards the time and space cracks. Space-time teleportation is a much more advanced teleportation method than void teleportation. Ordinary void teleportation, with the help of spirit patterns or altars, can realize void displacement, but time-space teleportation can only be performed by those who have the power of time and space. As long as you step into time and space, no matter how strong your combat power is, it is impossible to use the direction of destroying the void to force it out, and it is even more impossible to use the method of confining the world to make the teleportation invalid. Break it! A large torrent of attacks blasted towards the cracks in time and space overwhelmingly. Standing in front of him, the Zhongxue Sage Emperor had a dignified face, and his whole body was full of qi, which burst out to the extreme. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant, like a volcanic eruption, and the power to destroy the world rushed out. The power of the Holy Emperor's blood cloud was like a wave of beasts, colliding all the attacks together, biting and devouring them continuously, trying to block the joint blows of countless strong men. Old bloody ghost, run away if you can't beat it, is it so easy? Chu Yan sneered, and waved his hands, bringing out a multicolored glow, rushing into the air. As the rays of the sun passed by, it was like a waterfall. The light curtain opened, and the tall unicorn stepped out with big strides. The dragon's eyes were five-colored, and the aura was like a mirror. With just a sweep, one could see the huge crack in the sky not far away. Kirin Tianwei, strike. Kirin time and space, critical strike. During the two sharp shouts, the eyes of Chu Yan and Qilin shot out 5 lights at the same time, like 4 meteors from outside the sky, traveling through the sky and falling towards the mortal world. Swish! The body of the Qilin Wuhun disappeared without a trace in just a flash. Only at the position just now, a 5-color void ripples, like a 5-color flower blooming, slowly rippling towards the surrounding void. When he followed the afterimage of the unicorn martial soul and saw its animal body clearly, it was already in front of the huge crack in the sky. Boom! Boom! Almost the moment the unicorn martial spirit appeared, the 2 elders of the Ming clan were pierced by the 5-colored eyes, and their entire bodies burst open. This kind of physical explosion is completely different from martial arts bombardment. It was as if, in the bodies of the two elders of the Ming clan, a little special power suddenly appeared, and then continued to expand, from the inside to the outside, instantly bursting the flesh of the elders of the Ming clan. The power of time and space. The ultimate mystery of the Qilin Wuhun. Although, when Chu Yan broke through the emperor's realm, the power of time and space of the Qilin Wuhun finally awakened. But maybe, Chu Yan's current power is still too weak compared to Qilin's ultimate power. Therefore, whether it is space-time travel or time-space crit, in terms of distance and strength, it cannot reach a stronger level. Compared with the space-time rift of the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor, the space-time shuttle is 100 times worse in both distance and volume. But the space-time crit can only attack opponents who are not much different from Chu Yan's cultivation strength. Call. Call. The space-time wind blows away, and the blood mist formed by the bodies of the two elders of the Ming clan is instantly sucked into the space-time rift in front of them. However, what was involved in the time-space rift was not only the mist of flesh and blood transformed by the flesh of the elders of the Ming clan, but also the time-space power of the unicorn martial soul mixed in it. The space-time rift that devoured Qilin's space-time power trembled violently. The Xuanhuan Sage Emperor high above the sky, his expression changed instantly, he turned his head suddenly, and looked at the crack in time and space. This crack in time and space was formed by his Saint Emperor's domain, and it has the same origin as his original life. Therefore, when there was an abnormality in the space-time crack, he sensed it instantly. Master, High Priest, help me. Xuanhuan Saint Emperor's blood eyes looked over, and of course Chu Yan also noticed that the killing intent in those blood eyes was like a cold bayonet, staring at Chu Yan fiercely. Chu Yan is not so arrogant. He is very clear that the current Xuanhuan Emperor is on the verge of breaking out. With his own strength, it is definitely not wise to fight head-on with the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor. Good. Hearing Chu Yan's voice, Ling Xuantian and a group of other big shots rose into the sky together, blasting all kinds of imperial techniques and ultimate moves at the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor in the sky. As for Chu Yan, his hands didn't stop at all, and he continued to infuse his true energy, making the unicorn martial soul madly attack every strong Ming clan who rushed into the cracks in time and space. As before, as the blood mist transformed by the corpses exploded, was involved in the space-time cracks, the space-time power of the unicorn martial soul was also involved in a large amount at the same time. As a result, the tremors of the cracks in time and space became more and more intense. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2167 Deceive teachers and destroy ancestors. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chu Yan was attacking the space-time rift, while Ling Xuantian and other foreign powerhouses joined forces to attack the Xuanhuan Sacred Emperor. The powerful attacks all over the sky gathered together and merged into a torrent of attacks, overwhelming the sky and the earth. Even if the Xuanhuan Sacred Emperor saw it, his scalp would feel numb. After all, a joint attack of tens of thousands of strong men must not be underestimated. Chu Yan's attack is mainly aimed at the cracks in time and space. Because the unicorn martial soul possesses the power of time and space, colliding with the time and space rift of the Ming clan will naturally disturb the stability of the time and space rift. However, after all, there is a big gap in strength, so Chu Yan can only continue to attack. On the other side, the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor had a ferocious face. Watching the overwhelming torrent of attacks, he could only bite the bullet and carry it to death. Behind him is the space-time rift, through which a large number of Mingzhu people are evacuating. At this time, if he stepped aside, the attacks of the tens of thousands of top powerhouses in the outland continent would hit the cracks in time and space. At that time, whether it entered the space-time crack or not, I am afraid it will be lost. Blast me. On the body of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, the blood light rushed, and the clouds and waves were like tides. Under the roar, all the bloody true energy condensed into a huge blood cloud, and slammed towards the attacking torrent on the opposite side. Boom, boom. The two forces collided together, and a terrifying explosive energy spread wildly. Anyone swept by this force, whether it is a forest or a mountain peak, instantly collapses and explodes. In the Mingzhu Mountains, even from the middle of the mountains, a huge chasm-like crack was broken, turning into a wide canyon. Under the collision of these forces, the canyon exploded, forcibly dividing the Mingzhu mountain range into two, from one mountain range to two. It is enough to show how terrifying the power of the attack just now was. We can't let the Hades escape. Seeing the first wave of confrontation between the two sides. It was a tie. Chu Yan's eyes were like fire, and he roared sharply. 5 elements heavenly lotus. Without a trace of hesitation, behind Chu Yan, 5 mysterious lights flashed brightly, and a cyan sky lotus appeared in his hand, which quickly merged into a 5-element sky lotus, and blasted towards the crack in time and space not far away. Although apart from Qilan's power of time and space, other true energy and attribute power have almost zero influence on the cracks of time and space. However, the 5 elements heavenly lotus is Chu Yanji's most powerful attack before. Even if it can't shake the time-space rift, it can kill many Mingzhu people who are rushing into the time-space rift. Boom. 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 Suddenly, in the sky, 2 waves of fighting broke out in an instant. Outland bosses unite together to form a group with the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor, attacking with all kinds of killing moves and emperor techniques like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, the color of the world changed, and the storm surged. Standing in the distance, the warriors of the Continental Allied forces from outer regions watching the battle were all shocked when they saw the scene in the sky. They can't participate in this kind of boss-level battle, and their strength is not enough. If they dare to go up, I am afraid that a wave of vigor will damage them. Some of those whose cultivation level was below the Emperor's level were even swept away by the aftermath of the mighty wave that exploded in the sky, and were directly thrown to the ground, unable to stabilize their figure at all. Getting up from the ground, he flinched in horror and retreated 100 miles away before he managed to stabilize his figure. This battle at the pinnacle of the Outland continent, the influence of the remaining force of power and influence covered nearly 100 miles. However, none of the Outlander warriors present left, instead they all stared at the sky in astonishment. You know, for them, this kind of battle may only be seen once in a lifetime. Damn it! The Xuanhuan Sage Emperor, who was above the sky, found that the attack of the gangsters was getting stronger and stronger. With his own strength, against tens of thousands of powerhouses who are above the peak of the martial emperor realm, even if he is the supreme emperor, he cannot persist for too long. Sweeping fiercely across all the bosses in front of him, the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor's eyes finally fell on the 2 old Nadir clan elders beside him. Swallow it. With a soft shout, the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor raised his hand and waved, 2 bloody lights swayed out, rolling straight towards the 2 clan elders. Pooh! Pooh! 2 muffled sounds came, and under the devouring power urged by the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor, the bodies of the 2 Nadir elders exploded in an instant, turning into 2 streams of black-red blood, which were swept back into the body of the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor. In vivo. Boom. The Xuanhuan Sage Emperor, who had devoured the qi and blood of the 2 clan elders, exploded with a majestic force, and his cultivation level rose crazily. Ha ha ha, a very good feeling. The wild laughter of the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor resounded through the sky, and he felt the unprecedented powerful power in his body, as well as that trace of divine inspiration that had never been touched before. The current Xuanhuan Sage Emperor has finally reached the pinnacle of his life. Oh my God, he actually devoured the clan elder. It's really treason to deceive the master and destroy the ancestors like this. This guy is already crazy. Even devouring the ancestors of his own family, he is worse than wild beasts. Be careful, he's very powerful. The bigwigs from the outland continent on the opposite side were all shocked when they saw this scene. Although the Ming clan's secret technique of devouring qi and blood is no surprise, but it is a bit shocking to attack the ancestors of their own clan like this. At this moment, the Zhongxue Saint Emperor made a move. Hum. Hands separated, one front and one back, blasted two bloody palm prints at the same time, attacking the big bosses on the opposite side, and Chu Yan at the space-time rift. Immediately, whether it was the joint attack of the big bosses or Chu Yan's 5 elements heavenly lotus, they hit these two palm prints and were instantly smashed to pieces. So strong. Turning around to look at the Zhongxue Saint Emperor, Chu Yan's expression darkened instantly. At this time, the blood of the Zhongxue Saint Emperor was surging, and an aura that made Chu Yan feel heart palpitations continued to spread. What's more, the void within 100 steps around his body, under the impact of this breath, continuously cracked and could not be recovered at all. The Zhongxue Saint Emperor slowly turned his head, looked at Chu Yan, and said with a sneer, "Chu Yan, you are very good." Looking at Chu Yan, the original anger on the face of the Zhongxue Saint Emperor disappeared without a trace, replaced by a strange joke. "Without your 5-element aura, maybe I would never be able to peek into the divine realm. No matter how much energy and blood I swallowed, it would be useless." In fact, the Zhongxue Sage Emperor did not fight with all his strength in this battle from the beginning to the end. Almost half of his spiritual consciousness and true qi were allocated, and during the battle, he was constantly refining and comprehending the qi of the 5 elements. However, the consumption of true energy in the battle made him refine the energy of the 5 elements extremely slowly, and there was no gain at all. Only just now, he braved the world's taboo and devoured 2 elders of the clan. His true qi instantly recovered to its peak, and because of this, part of the 5 elements qi was finally refined by him. Hearing the words of the Zhongxue Saint Emperor, Chu Yan certainly understood what it meant. After all, he gave the Zhongxue Saint Emperor the energy of the 5 elements. Therefore, Chu Yan knows better than anyone else the effect of the qi of the 5 elements. "Chu Yan, this time, you have won, but when I break through to the divine realm, I believe we will meet again. At that time, whether it is the outland continent or your human race, you will die." As soon as the words landed, the Zhongxue Sage Emperor waved his hand, and a huge crack was torn open by him in the sky in front of him. With a flash, the figure of the Zhongxue Sage Emperor disappeared into the time-space rift in an instant. "Qingmu, just wait, the next time we meet, even your soul will be swallowed by me, haha." Wanton laughter resounded through the sky, and with the closing of the 2 space-time rifts, the Zhongxue Emperor and the Hades all disappeared. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2168 5 Soul Stones. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Looking at the place where the 2 space-time cracks disappeared, Chu Yan's face was as cold as ice, full of unwillingness. It's a pity that this time the alliance of hundreds of powerful sects in the mainland failed to wipe out the Mingzhu and let them escape. The strength of the Zhongxue Saint Emperor is too strong. In this outland continent, there is almost an existence at the top of the pyramid, and there is no strong man of equal strength to restrain him. It is really not a big problem for him to escape with all his body. Moreover, he also took away almost half of the Mingzhu people, by the way. As for where they went, because they used space-time teleportation, there is no way to find out, let alone hunt them down. Damn it, let them escape. The high priest and the others also gritted their teeth and shouted with unwillingness on their faces. You know, this time, the killings caused by the Ming clan on the outland continent have swept across most of the continent. The number of warriors slaughtered and killed by them alone is probably no less than 1 billion. For the outland continent, which is not a powerful one at all, it is almost a catastrophe. Damn Mingzhu, damn Zhongxue Sage Emperor, his strength is too strong. That's right. This time the Mingzhu launched an attack, and the power displayed is far beyond our imagination. That's right, on weekdays, I didn't even notice that the Ming clan hides such a powerful potential. The worst thing is the Wu clan, who were taken as the main target by the Ming clan, and almost the whole clan was wiped out. Fortunately, this time, with the presence of the high priest, we, the sects, are united to fight against it. I don't know where the Hades fled. I'm afraid they are no longer an outland continent. No matter where you escape, let all sects find them together, even if they are in other continents, find them. That's right. Before leaving, the Zongxue Holy Emperor seemed to say that when he breaks through to the divine realm, he will come back to take revenge. By the way, who is the Aoki he mentioned? The war is over. All the bigwigs from the outlands gathered together and started talking about it. Ling Xuantian, the high priest, and Jiang Yuchuan and other big shots gathered around Chu Yan. Chu Yan, what shall we do next? The high priest spoke and asked directly. Hearing the high priest's question, Ling Xuantian and the others all looked at Chu Yan with flickering eyes. Based on my estimation, this Mingzhu must have left the outland continent. Chu Yan said. That's right. If they still dare to stay in outland continent, with our many sects, it won't take long for him to dig out even if he's hiding deep underground. The people from the Ming clan escaped from a large clan. If so many clansmen want to cultivate, they must need resources. Therefore, it is impossible to stay behind closed doors. Naturally, it is impossible to stay in the outland continent. In my opinion, I should have fled to the Soul Sky continent, or the Dream Sky continent. These two continents are the closest to our outland continent, and they are also two-star continents. Ling Xuantian and the others discussed and planned to send a large number of warriors to these two continents to investigate the ruins of the Ming clan. No. However, before they finished speaking, Chu Yan shook his head directly, interrupting their discussion. They should have gone to the 10 directions starfield. Somewhere in the 9 starfields, they have already arranged retreat and hiding places. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and spoke in a deep voice. 10 directions starfield. This. The high priest, stunned, looked at Chu Yan in disbelief. Not only the high priest, but even Ling Xuantian and Jiang Yuchuan had expressions of disbelief. Because, in terms of strength, the power of the Hades might be considered strong in a 2-star continent like the outland continent. However, if you go to the 10 directions starfield, where there are countless great emperors and many holy emperors, they might not even be able to rank among the third-rate sects. The most important thing is that the 10 directions starfield is almost taboo for a 2-star continent like the outland continent. If the Ming clan really went to the 10 directions starfield, it would be troublesome to deal with them. Xingtian Pavilion is related to the Mingzhu. Of course Chu Yan saw the puzzled expressions on the faces of the big brothers, so he spoke. Holy Heaven Pavilion. This. The expressions of the 3 bosses all changed when they heard the word Xingtian Pavilion. Compared with the 10 directions starfield, the prestige of the Xingtian Pavilion frightened them even more. That is not an existence they can provoke at all. It can even be said that Xingtian Pavilion can destroy any sect among them with just a breath. Everyone, next, leave the matter of the Mingzhu to me. Since Chu Yan has been open and honest about the matters related to Xingtian Pavilion and the Mingzhu, naturally he has no plan to let the outland continent fight against Xingtian Pavilion, so Chu Yan continued. This netherworld mountain range must not be left behind, it must be destroyed. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the other bosses turned their heads, looked at the Mingzhu mountain range, and nodded at the same time. So, next, under the leadership of the High Priestess and Ling Xuantian, all the fighters of the Continental Alliance rushed to Mingshan, destroying everything they saw. Among them, the mainland wealth collected by the Ming clan is shared equally among hundreds of sects. As for the blood pool of the Mingzhu sect, a group of bigwigs let go of their spiritual senses and searched the Mingshan mountain inside and out, but they couldn't find it. Obviously, Zhong Xueqi was taken away by the Zongxue sage emperor and the others. This is not beyond Chu Yan's expectations. Such a treasure is related to the revitalization of the Mingzhu, and it is extremely important to the Mingzhu. Moreover, in order to restore this blood pool, the Ming clan has accumulated hundreds of thousands of years. How could it be easily discarded? Therefore, the final result is naturally not found. Boom, boom. One day later, with an earth-shattering bang, the entire Mingshan collapsed. In the dust and fog that filled the sky, Chu Yan took his mother Lin Muxue and all the bosses to leave the Ming mountain range and return to Lingyun Pavilion. Chu Yan was very considerate of his mother's mood, and flew all the way, and returned to the Jiuxiao mountain range in less than half a day. His father, Chu Jiang, and his elder brother, Chu Zhan, were already outside the mountain gate, eagerly waiting. Finally, on the edge of the sky, first a huge black spot appeared, followed by 9 sect disciples, like black clouds. Riding the black marsh lion and scorpion, Chu Yan was even more excited than Lin Muxue. On that night many years ago, in the study of the Chu family, Chu Yan once told his father that within 2 years, he would definitely bring his mother back. Although in the end, after more than 2 years, the family was finally reunited in. For the next 3 months, Chu Yan didn't go there, nor did he practice. He and Yue, with his family, spent happily in Lingyun Pavilion. Moreover, under the strong request of his parents, Chu Yan and Yue finally got married. For a moment, the entire Lingyun Pavilion, guests from all over the world came to congratulate, and there was joy under the beaming. In 3 months, Chu Yan not only reunited with his family, but also got married with Yue. His whole heart was wrapped in happiness. However, the time for joy is always short, and the time to set off for the 10 Directions starfield has finally arrived. Originally, Chu Yan planned to stay for a while longer. But news came from Tiankalu Erhuang that the Cloud Ghost City in the 10 Directions starfield was auctioning 5 soul stones. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2169 Gambling Street. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The 5 soul stone is a kind of natural and earthly treasure that Chu Yan entrusted Erhuang to find for him a long time ago. The news about the 5 soul stones was told to Chu Yan by Ouyang Nantian when he was at Nishandao Mountain Gate. The 5 soul stone is extremely rare, even in the 10 Directions starfield. It is an extremely precious existence, but because of its extremely special function, not many people can use it. 9 systems of martial arts, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, wind and thunder, and treasures of heaven, materials and earth that contain the spiritual power of 5 systems at the same time are extremely rare. The function of this 5 soul stone is similar to that of the soul stone, which is used to extract the energy of the 5 elements. However, after Chu Yan broke through the Emperor realm, the White Tiger and Suzaku among the 5 divine beast spirits broke through to the battle spirit. In this way, the chi of the 5 elements tempered by the soul stone before has no great effect on improving Chu Yan's cultivation. Therefore, after hearing the news about the 5 soul stone from Ouyang Nantian, Chu Yan directly entrusted Erhuang to use the news from the Tianqi building to help him find out the whereabouts of the 5 soul stone. Of course, Erhuang was very concerned about Chu Yan's matter, and it didn't take long before the news came. But it's a pity that Erhuang only knows that the 5 soul stones appeared in Yungue City, and other more accurate information is gone. If it is in the outland continent, Chu Yan doesn't have to worry at all. Because, among warriors with 5 elements of extreme strength are extremely rare. However, in the 10 Directions starfield, there are geniuses with 5 elements of extreme strength, and the effect of the 5 soul stones on them is as important as that of Chu Yan. Therefore, Chu Yan can only hurry up and rush to Yungue City as soon as possible. One day later, Chu Yan bid farewell to his family, master, and all the bigwigs in the outland continent. He didn't even bring little White Bear and Situ Yang with him, and set off for Yungue City alone. Fortunately, there is a map of the High Priest. I didn't expect that the 10 Directions starfield is so big. In just 1.5 days, Chu Yan passed through the outland continent and appeared outside the Star Boundary mountain range. In front of you is the 10 Directions starfield continent. This is the second time Chu Yan has come, but apart from the direction against the Divine Way. As for other places in the 10 Directions starfield, Chu Yan had no idea. Before leaving, the High Priest gave Chu Yan a map of the 10 Directions starfield. At this time, Chu Yan, who was floating above the sky, was carefully studying the map in front of him. On the map, each star continent has those powerful sect forces, those desperate and dangerous places, and the cities to which each force belongs, all marked very clearly. After a lot of effort, Chu Yan finally found the location of Yungue City in Xuanhuan. Right here. Chu Yan's eyes fixed on the annotation next to Yungue City, checking the records about Yungue City. Sage Emperor Yunlong, Saint Emperor 7 Ghosts. I didn't expect that in a city that is not too big or small, there are actually 2 strong men at the Saint Emperor level. Yungue City does not belong to any force, but a no-regret zone. It's not because Yungue City is special, but because Yungue City is a famous casino in Xuanhai. Whether it's spirit stones, inheritance maps, remnant treasures, waste pills, etc., as long as they are valuable, you can gamble here. In the eyes of many warriors from the Xuanhai region, this is a treasure city. As long as you are lucky, it is not a problem to get rich overnight. Of course, Chu Yan's purpose in going to Yungue City was not for gambling. Swish. In an instant, a flash of black lightning shot towards the direction of the Xuanhai territory. Along the way, Chu Yan casually looked at the surrounding scenery while practicing. Not to mention, the 10 Directions star field is indeed many times larger than the outland continent. Just for the mountain range below, Chu Yan flew for a full hour, which is probably at least 10 times higher than the 9 mountain ranges. After flying for nearly a day, he didn't even meet a city or a mountain gate. It wasn't until 3 days later that the shadow of a huge city appeared in Chu Yan's sight, like a dormant beast, entrenched at the junction of the plain and the mountains. On the tall city gate, Yungue City is written in 3 big characters. The golden characters are shining, carrying the strong prestige of a holy emperor. In front of the city gate, many warriors gathered and lined up, obviously waiting to enter the city. Huh. Great Emperor Realm, 2 more. While Chu Yan lowered his figure, his spiritual consciousness swept across the long queue of warriors in front of the city gate, and instantly found 2 strong men in the Great Emperor Realm. Unexpectedly, even the strong in the Great Emperor Realm would have to line up to enter the city. This must be in the outland continent. Not to mention entering a city, even the mountain gates of the top 10 sects will be greeted by elders outside. Falling behind the team, Chu Yan was just about to take a look at the rules of entering the city. Suddenly, a thunderbolt sounded above the sky. Boom, boom. In the sky, 5 blue flame phoenixes pulled a carriage and flew towards Yungue City from above the city gate at an astonishing speed. The blue flame phoenix, that is a demon beast in the Great Demon Emperor realm, turned into a slave beast. If it were placed on the outland continent, even the top 10 forces might not be able to support such a beast of the same rank. But now, in an ordinary city in the Xuanhai area, it turned out to be just a slave beast pulling a cart, which is too exaggerated. After being stunned for a moment, the team in front began to move. Chu Yan also reacted immediately, and hurried forward. Pay 10 divine crystals as the entry fee. The martial artist guarding the city gate is not weak. Looking at Chu Yan, he just swiped his consciousness and said, 10 divine crystals. Chu Yan was startled. A piece of divine crystal, which is equivalent to 100 million Emperor crystals, is the common currency of the 10 Directions star field. Chu Yan did not expect that the entrance fee alone would cost as much as 10 divine crystals. Fortunately, Chu Yan also has a lot of wealth. After taking out 10 divine crystals and paying the entrance fee, Chu Yan finally entered Yungue City. I don't know, go there to find the 5 soul stone. Looking at the wide street in front of him, Chu Yan smiled wryly and shook his head. Swish. 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 Just when Chu Yan was at a loss for what to do, suddenly, several figures around him rushed towards the street on the right. Chu Yan was startled, and looked back, only to see that almost half of the warriors who had just entered the city ran towards the street on the right. A tall archway stands tall, with 3 big characters, Gambling Street, written on it. Gambling Street. With a glance, Chu Yan's eyes lit up. This cloud ghost city is famous for gambling treasures, presumably even if there are any precious natural and earthly treasures, they should also appear in the Gambling Treasure Street. He directly raised his foot and followed those who were running towards Gambling Street. Chu Yan also went there. On the one hand, Chu Yan needs to replace all the Emperor crystals on his body with God crystals. At the same time, he can also earn more money while looking for the 5 soul stones. After all, when you first came to the 10 Directions starfield, there should be no shortage of places to spend money. How could it be possible for Chu Yan, who had the pupils of a unicorn, to gain nothing in a place like Gambling Street? End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2170 Good Spirit. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Entering Gambling Street, its prosperity is far beyond Chu Yan's imagination. On the side street where 4 rows of carriages run side by side, there are no less than 1,000 shops on both sides alone, among which there are endless people coming and going from Luoze. The more lively ones are directly setting up stalls on the street. Along the long street, you can't see the end at a glance, and the number of people hanging around these stalls is obviously much more than that in the shops. Therefore, the originally spacious streets were almost impenetrable. Take a look, the ancient Lingbao just unearthed, has never recognized the owner, it is full of spiritual power. My guest, this piece of psychic jade is at least a mid-level emperor-level spirit treasure. It only has 3 divine crystals. It's cheap. Xuanhuan Great God Pill, come and see, 1 breaks through, 2 Chongshan, necessary for cultivation. Dongwei Polar Region, the 3 major inheritance maps are all 7-star inheritance, and they are only sold for 1 day, so it's too fast. Imperial remnants sell at a low price. The rough stones that have just arrived have an 80% chance of opening, which is cheap. All kinds of cries, yells, pricing and bargaining, and disputes rang out, and it was extremely lively. Just now when I entered Gambling Street, I couldn't hear any sound at all, which meant that this Gambling Street was surrounded by powerful soundproof arrays. Facing the dazzling array of natural treasures and spiritual treasures, Chu Yan was a little dazed for a while. These sellers are very enthusiastic, and almost every passing martial artist will be warmly greeted at the booth. It seems that there are all kinds of powerful and rare treasures. However, Chu Yan doesn't think how many of the treasures on these stalls are genuine. Every time he comes to this kind of black market, Chu Yan will think of Fatty Situ. The first time Chu Yan and Fatty Situ met, he was selling fakes on this kind of black market. So, walking through the long Gambling Street, Chu Yan smiled lightly at those warm greetings. The footsteps did not stop at all. Chu Yan didn't plan to enter the shops on both sides, but you can look for it in the stall area. However, Chu Yan is not interested in those extraordinary treasures. His goals are only ancient relics and rough stones. Most of the immemorial remnants are broken ancient spirit treasures. Since it is broken, of course it is no longer a spirit treasure, and its greatest value is to be resmelted as a precious material. Of course, such an ancient remnant would not be so precious if it could appear on the stalls in this gambling treasure street. The only advantage is that there is more or less the aura of the ancient times on the remnants of the ancient times, and it is extremely difficult to fake it. As for the other kind of rough stone, there are even fewer fake ones. The common currency of the 10 directions starfield, the divine crystal, is basically wrapped in this kind of rough stone. When you split it with a knife, some can produce several divine crystals, while others are solid stones without anything. This process of opening stones is called gambling stones. There are many shops that sell rough stones, and there are even more stalls. This one seems to be okay. With a flash of light in his eyes, Chu Yan looked at a stall 10 steps ahead, his eyes brightened. There are about 50 pieces of rough stones on this rough stone booth. From the appearance, they are about 3 kinds of black, yellow, and white. This grade of rough stone is the lowest, the quantity is large, and the price is not high. Of course, the probability of getting a god crystal is also low. However, Chu Yan's unicorn pupil scanned and found that among the 50 primordial stones, 3 of them actually contained divine crystals. What price? Chu Yan stepped forward and asked. The stall owner is a short-sleeved middle-aged man with a big beard. When he saw Chu Yan asking, he immediately introduced with a smile. 5 million emperor crystals in black, 20 million emperor crystals in yellow, and 30 million emperor crystals in white. You can choose 5 of them for 1 god crystal. Okay, I want $5. Chu Yan flipped his hands over, took out a piece of divine crystal, and was about to pass it to Tan, when suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Boy, get out of the way, all the stones here are covered by me. As soon as he turned his head, a muscular young man in front of him, wearing an open-chested robe, showing a slap to protect his hard hair, directly pushed Chu Yan aside, and shouted loudly. Behind this muscular man, followed by 2 guards, their gazes were cold and stern, and their aura of cultivation was above the 5th heaven of the Middle Emperor Wudi. Obviously, this muscular man probably has some background. What are you looking at? Get lost. Seeing Chu Yan looking at him, the muscular man suddenly shouted arrogantly. I've already bought these 5 yuan, you can pack the rest. Buy things and line up. Chu Yan said with a calm face, looking at the muscular man. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the muscular man's face froze for a moment, and then he opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Q. This kid made me Q. Boy, I'm afraid this is your first time to gamble on Treasure Street. You don't even know me, Guolin. Don't say I'm bullying you. In Gambling Street, money is the rule. If you want these 5 rough stones, okay, let's see if you can afford it. The muscular man looked arrogant, raised his chin, looked at Chu Yan with his nostrils, and joked. Money is the rule. Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the muscular man with a frightened face. With a glance, there was a faint flash of light on the chest of the muscular man, and Chu Yan could feel that breath immediately. It is the kind of detection spirit pattern that Fatty Sita used back then, which can be used to detect the strength of the spirit treasure's breath. Obviously, this muscular man is carrying a huge treasure, and like Chu Yan, he also discovered that there is a heavy treasure on this booth. In the booth here, on top of the 50 rough stones, there is a trace of divine crystal aura, which is easy to be found by detectives. However, this method of fraud is also considered clever. If that's the case, then I'll let you. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, he shook his head, and said. Someone wants to die, how dare Chu Yan stop him? Humph. Kid, you're smart. Guolin snorted triumphantly, and without even looking at Chu Yan, he turned around and threw 10 pieces of divine crystals to the stall owner, saying. 10 divine crystals, I want all the 50 rough stones you have here. The stall owner who received the 10 pieces of divine crystals had a happy expression on his face, and hurriedly nodded and bowed. Good. Good. It's all yours. Immediately, the stall owner who swept away Xinjing turned around and left, disappearing on the spot extremely quickly. This fellow Taoist, you are so courageous. Seeing this, Chu Yan smiled slightly and praised. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yan's consciousness has been locked on the stall owner who left. Sure enough, after rushing out of Gambling Street, the aura of the stall owner suddenly changed, which was completely different from before. Even the appearance has changed. In this way, Chu Yan can almost conclude that the muscular man in front of him has been fooled. Waste rock. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the muscular man still looked contemptuous, saying, "It's ridiculous. I've made a move. Whenever I fail, I'll let you see my methods today." As soon as the words landed, the muscular man waved his hand and said to the two guards behind him, "Cut it for me." Yes. The two guards took the order, pulled out the Tongling Dao, walked to the stall, took a piece at random, and chopped it off with a swish of the saber. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2171 Rough Stone Kaibao. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Clang. The hand raised the knife and dropped it neatly. The moment the light of the knife fell, a rich aura of heaven and earth rushed out from the spirit stone that was broken in half. Third-grade spiritual source. The people around all exclaimed at the same time, looking at Xuanhuan with amazement. "Ha ha ha, did you see, kid?" Guolin looked at Chu Yan with a proud face and smiled triumphantly. A third-grade spiritual source. It's not bad, it can be worth 1 or 2 million emperor crystals. Chu Yan frowned, shrugged, and smiled slightly. 2 million spirit stones. A third-grade spiritual source is worth the price. Don't say that in the 10 Directions Starfield, even in the Outland continent, a third-rank spiritual source is not a precious thing, and sects above the second rate can produce it. 10 God crystals, including 50 rough stones, the price of 1 rough stone is 20 million emperor crystals, and 5 is equivalent to 1 God crystal. At this price, it seems to be a bit of a loss. A little. You figure it out, this is a 10-fold loss. It's better than not being able to open anything at all. That Guolin is still famous in Gambling Treasure Street. He seems to be very careful. The good things should be in other rough stones. More and more people gathered around, seeing the rough stone that Guolin just opened. All kinds of discussions arose. There is another piece. Chu Yan looked at Guolin with a smile on his face. Humph. Continue driving for me. Seeing Chu Yan's smiling face, Guolin looked unhappy, and directly shouted at the knife-wielding guard. Yes. The nodding guard. Turning his eyes, he looked at the next rough stone, swung his knife and chopped it off. As if to increase the chances, this time, what the guards with knives split open was a white rough stone. Among the 50 rough stones, there are only 5 rough stones of this color, the least in number, and the highest grade. The probability of getting a God crystal is of course also the highest. Click. With this knife, the dazzling golden light pierced the eyes of almost everyone present. Wow! God crystal! Oh my God, the God crystal has been opened, and I made a profit. This is only the second piece, and the God crystal has been opened. Guolin's sale and purchase have been paid off. It's just. The appearance of the divine crystal in the original stone made the whole scene boil instantly. Ha ha ha, didn't you just say that it was all waste rocks? Guolin was triumphant, his chin almost went up to the sky, he squinted at Chu Yan, and said mockingly. A pile of waste rocks, how can I get a harvest for every piece I opened? Let me tell you, don't think that you know how to detect, and just pretend to be coquettish. How can the kid's ability be compared with your low-level skills? As Guolin's sarcasm spread, the people gathered around suddenly understood something. Thousands of eyes looked at Chu Yan, and all of them showed a hint of laughter. This young man in black robe had never been seen on Gambling Street before, so he was obviously a newcomer. For a newcomer who has just stepped into Gambling Street, he dares to challenge a local snake like Guolin. He is really courageous. It was just the beginning, and the first 2 of the 50 rough stones were all drawn out, which is enough to show that Guolin's reputation on the Gambling Street is by no means a vain reputation. There are still 40 rough stones, which is definitely a big profit. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'm really lucky. Chu Yan clapped his hands and smiled lightly, but his eyes were on the guard with the knife. Of the 50 rough stones, only 3 have divine crystals. Among the other rough stones, they are all worthless things. Unexpectedly, this guard cut out a piece of divine crystal, with only 2 swords. This kind of luck is really nothing to say. Lucky. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the smile on Guolin's face stagnated, and he looked at Chu Yan with anger. I can rely on my real ability. When I have relied on luck, this kid is obviously still not convinced. Humph. Kid, don't you agree? Okay, let me continue. Guolin waved his hand and ordered again. Okay. The sword-wielding guard, with a smile on his face, didn't have the tension and pressure at the beginning, and just slashed at a black rough stone with a knife. Click. With a flash of the knife, an original stone was split in half. The third rough stone, waste rock. It's okay, keep driving. Guolin waved his hand with a face full of indifference, with confidence on his face. Click. 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 3 consecutive knives fell, and the 3 rough stones turned into 6 pieces. After rolling a few times on the ground, there was still nothing. Open 4 in a row and get nothing. Continue. Guolin waved his hand, still indifferent. So, next, the guard quickly swung his knife and slashed at the rough stones. The 8th block, waste rock. 11th block, waste rock. 20 pieces, waste rock. 27th yuan, waste rock. On Guolin's face, the smile froze completely, and his face began to turn slightly red. Click. With another blow, the 30th rough stone was broken, but it was still solid, and there was nothing. What? The corners of Guolin's eyes twitched violently twice, his face full of disbelief. How can this be? 28 rough stones were opened in a row, but there was nothing. This is absolutely impossible. It seems that he has run out of luck. Should he consider changing to another guard, or cut it himself? Chu Yan still had a faint smile on his face, and reminded him. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Guolin's face trembled. Suddenly, he raised his head directly, and glared at the guard with the knife. The bloodshot eyes in his eyes gleamed red, like a fierce beast that would choose someone to devour. Not only Guolin, but everyone who watched the excitement all around glared at the guard with the knife. 28 knives in a row, the knives failed. This is too bad luck. You know, basically all those who gamble on rough stones on Treasure Street have a 1/8, at least 1/10 chance of winning. Like this, it is really rare for 28 knives to fail. According to the jargon, it means that this person's ideas are memorized to the extreme, let alone open the treasure with his own hands. Even if he looks at the open stone, he will not let him approach. No, none of my business. Stared at by Guolin, the knife-wielding man trembled all over, and even the spirit knife in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. Trash, get out of here. Guolin's teeth were grinding, and a low growl came out of his throat, and he shouted fiercely. You come. Raising his finger to another guard, Guolin ordered with red eyes. Yes. The second guard, with a snow-white face, raised his foot and walked towards the remaining 20 rough stones. With a flip of his hand, the spirit knife flashed out. Boy, look, all the good things are in these rough stones. Guolin turned his head to look at Chu Yan, as if venting, but also roared loudly as if raising his breath. There was a clicking sound. The white-faced guard, obviously a strong swordsman, flashed the sword in his hand, and 20 sword lights neatly came out through the air. Suddenly, the remaining 20 rough stones were all cut open. The rich golden light flashed out again, and the golden light shone directly, almost making everyone's pupils shrink, and some couldn't open their eyes. Haha, I'll just say, huh. Seeing the burst of golden light, Guolin's face was full of ecstasy. Enduring the glare of the glare, he laughed wildly and stared at all the rough stones that were opened on the ground. However, with just a glance, the smile on his face froze in an instant, replaced by crazy twitches at the corners of his eyes. 1. A piece of divine crystal. Everyone in the audience, looking at the 40 pieces of rough stone in half, was dumbfounded. The entire scene of several thousand people froze in an instant. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2172 Fairy Bureau. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The last knife was extremely gorgeous, but the rough stone that was opened was extremely miserable. It took a total of 20 rough stones to produce one divine crystal. In other words, Guolin spent 10 god crystals, bought 50 rough stones, and got 2 god crystals, 1 third-grade spiritual source, and the rest were all waste stones. This, hiss. Guolin felt his whole body trembling, and he couldn't even speak clearly. In the end, his whole body trembled, he gasped and his eyes straightened. Lost 8 divine crystals. No, it should be said that he was cheated of 8 divine crystals. In the future, I was gambling on Stone Street, and I was a fool, but I was tricked by someone. Moreover, what is even more embarrassing is that the boy in black robe in front of him actually guessed correctly. Even the 2 divine crystals that resulted were not bad at all. Guolin looked at Chu Yan with a look of astonishment. How can this be? He was really caught by him, and everything was right. Following Guolin's gaze, the gazes of the thousands of people present looking at Chu Yan all changed. No one expected that this young man who came to gamble on Treasure Street for the first time would have such powerful means. Standing behind the crowd, a young man in tight leather armor, with a pair of strangely colored eyes, looked at Chu Yan through the crowd, flickering. Facing thousands of dull eyes, Chu Yan turned around and strode away. Gambling Street, it's long, why waste time here? Next, Chu Yan walked straight along Gambling Street, the unicorn's pupils flickered, and he kept making shots. In less than an hour, the divine crystals on his body increased by more than 30 yuan. Although the wealth is constantly increasing, but from the beginning to the end of Gambling Street, the whereabouts of the 5 soul stones have not been found at all. This fellow Taoist. Just when Chu Yan looked disappointed, a strange voice came from behind. Chu Yan stopped and turned his head to look, only to see a young man wearing a tight leather jacket, holding 2 round jade stones, constantly turning, looking at him with a smile on his face. Your Excellency. Chu Yan looked at the other party and asked in doubt. This fellow Daoist, Li Mingdao, is a disciple of the second disciple of the Fox Clan outer sect. I have something to do. I would like to ask my fellow Daoist to help me. I wonder if it is possible. Li Mingdao, who was wearing leather armor, looked sincere, but Chu Yangao took a look. Tell me. Chu Yan nodded and replied. I'm interested in a spirit treasure. Please help me to play the immortal game. As long as I win that spirit treasure, I'm willing to pay any price. Li Mingdao cupped his hands. Immortal game. Chu Yan was startled. Seeing Chu Yan's puzzled expression, Li Mingdao immediately reacted and quickly explained. It's my negligence. Fellow Taoists have just arrived in Yungue City, and some of the city's secrets may not be clear. This immortal game is a kind of private gambling event held by Tianwei Tower, which is located in the sub-building of Yungue City. There are all kinds of treasures. You just need to participate in the gambling game, and you can get big rewards based on your own ability. I just saw that fellow Daoist has powerful means, and he will definitely help me win this very game, so I rashly invite you. In fact, Li Mingdao had no choice but to participate in this very game. But I didn't expect that on the way to Tianwei Tower, I would meet Chu Yan, and my eyes lit up immediately. If he can get Chu Yan's help, maybe he won't lose too much in this immortal game. Standing there, Chu Yan kept looking at Li Mingdao while thinking about the immortal game. Tianwei Building. When I was on the street just now, I heard that it is a 10-direction star field, an extremely powerful chamber of commerce, and it is many times stronger than the Tianqi building in the outland continent. Moreover, this very game is a private meeting held by Tianwei Tower. Maybe the 5 soul stones will appear. It's not impossible to help you, but if I fancy any Lingbao, I hope brotherly Dao, I will help me get it. Chu Yan thought for a moment before answering. This. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Li Mingdao frowned and his eyes flickered. You know, the spirit treasures in this fairy game are all extremely precious. If Chu Yan takes a fancy to a divine weapon, should he also help him get it? The value of the artifact, even if he sold Li Mingdao, it would be impossible to afford it. Brotherly, the Lingbao I'm looking at is naturally paid for by me, I just need brotherly to help me in the fairy game, that's all. Of course Chu Yan understood what Li Mingdao meant, and explained with a light smile. Call. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Li Mingdao breathed a sigh of relief, a smile bloomed on his face, and he nodded quickly in agreement. That's no problem. My fox family can still talk in this sea area, and I will take care of it. Thinking that Chu Yan came to Yungue City for the first time, it was reasonable to put forward such a condition. For Li Mingdao, it was nothing more than a little effort, and it was not worth mentioning. It is also conceivable how many divine crystals this Chu Yan can have, and the spiritual treasures he can afford will not be high-level spiritual treasures, and naturally they will not cause too much trouble. From Li Mingdao's point of view, this condition is almost the same as no condition. Brother Dao, please follow me, by the way, I don't know your last name, fellow Daoist. The enthusiastic smile on Li Mingdao's face was obviously a familiar character. He greeted Chu Yan and went to the main street. My surname is Chu. Chu Yan replied while following Li Mingdao. Afterwards, Li Mingdao and Chu Yan chatted without slowing down. After walking through several streets, they came to the central area of the city and stopped in front of a huge palace. This palace has 3 floors of golden flower cornices, and a dozen kinds of strange beasts sit on the cornices, which looks mighty and domineering, majestic. The most important thing is that there are various beast powers gushing out from the dozen or so statues of alien beasts. They merge with each other, and there is an obvious increase. The bursts of power strike, giving people a sense of shock. As expected of Tianwei Building. Chu Yan raised his head and swept across, nodding slightly. Brother Chu, please follow me. Li Mingdao turned it over casually, and a magic talisman with golden patterns and white flowers shot out. The 8 guards of the palace saw it and immediately stepped aside to open the palace gate. Fox Clan Li Mingdao and this young master, please. A deacon standing in the palace gate hurried forward, with a respectful attitude, leading the way. Following the deacon of Tianwei Tower, the 2 of them walked all the way to the depths of the palace, and after a short walk, they arrived in front of a 9-story building. This Tianwei building, the main building of each branch, is a fake artifact. Li Mingdao knew that Chu Yan came to Yungue City for the first time, and he would explain to Chu Yan almost everything he encountered. Chu Yan glanced at the 9-story building, but nodded without expressing much expression. This made Li Mingdao somewhat surprised. After all, this pseudo-artifact is not very common in Tianhai territory, and I didn't expect Chu Yan to be completely unmoved. Hey, isn't this Li Mingdao? I thought you'd already run away. Just as Chu Yan and the two stepped into the Tianwei Tower, there was a piercing mocking sound, which rang in their ears. Humph. Who said you dare not come? Li Mingdao was also not good at class, so he directly yelled back. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2173 Priest Qin Xian. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. When Li Mingdao spoke against the other party, Chu Yan had already raised his eyes and looked towards the hall. In the huge hall, there were already quite a few people. Above the main seat, a bald man from the 7th heavenly layer, the superior martial emperor, had a faint smile on his face and a steady breath. The breath of the holy emperor is somewhat similar. Obviously, this bald man probably has a different identity. Around him, there is a woman and an old man, both of whom have extraordinary auras. The woman in a white dress was as cold as ice, and even the breath she exhaled was full of frost. She was obviously a strong person with a water attribute variation ice element. And that old man, dressed in Lei Wei, is extremely introverted. If it weren't for Chu Yan's unicorn pupils, he wouldn't even be able to see what attributes he cultivated. Among the 9 elements, the cultivation base of the lightning element is fierce and violent, and the most difficult to control, and this old man can actually restrain his thunder power to such an extent, which is enough to show that his cultivation base of the thunder element is extremely strong. Li Mingdao, it's really here. The woman in the white dress, after a few words of bickering with Li Mingdao, a smile appeared on her face, and said, I and the others thought that you had already run away, but it seems that you really underestimated you. Who is this young master? Could it be the treasure appraiser you invited? The woman in the white skirt is good-looking, and she still practices ice-type kung fu, but her personality is extremely outgoing, and she keeps talking non-stop. Hearing her words, the bald young man above the main seat, as well as the old Lei Fa, turned their heads and glanced at Chu Yan. However, he only took a glance, and then looked away with a face full of indifference. Stop talking nonsense, everyone is here, let's start. Li Mingdao kept his face dark, and he spoke directly without any politeness. Yo, I still have a temper, he. The woman in the white dress chuckled, her eyes flickered slightly, she also took a look at Chu Yan, but she looked at Li Mingdao and said. I'm just reminding you that there are more scammers than Lingbao in Yungue City, where gambling is dominated by treasures. Don't be fooled by, he. This word landed. The bald young man and the old man Lei Fa twisted their mouths together and smiled, and the corners of their eyes glanced at Chu Yan, the meaning was self-evident. Fart, Ching. Besides being cold-blooded, your snake clan is getting more and more smelly. Li Mingdao yelled directly at the woman in the white dress, Ching. This Ching was the main culprit who made him fall into the fairy game today. Originally, he gambled well in Tianwei Tower, but was tricked by Ching into participating in the fairy game after being ridiculed by Ching. Therefore, upon hearing Ching's words, Li Mingdao was also furious. If he hadn't participated in the Immortal Bureau, Li Mingdao wouldn't have to rush to find a treasure appraiser on Gambling Street. Okay. Don't quarrel, this time the fairy game will start now. The bald young man on the main seat spoke again, looked directly at Li Mingdao, and said. This time in the Immortal game, let's bet on the rough stone. One person chooses 3 pieces. Whoever has the highest value wins. Everyone has no problem with this rule. Chu Yan nodded after hearing the introduction. This rule is considered common in Yungue City. Okay. Ching nodded. Yes. Elder Lei Fa replied. I'm fine. Li Mingdao also nodded. The immortal game is about to start, and everyone nods. The rules are simple, so naturally they don't have any opinions. Okay, then go to the rough stone. The bald young man waved his hand, and a deacon behind him turned to fetch the rough stone. At the same time, a figure strode in from outside the hall door. "Haha, Master Hu, your old man is finally here." The bald young man on the main seat immediately stood up from the main seat when he saw it, and greeted him with a smile on his face. For a moment, several eyes in the hall all looked at the entrance of the hall. At a glance, not only the bald young man, but also Chen Qingqing, old Lei Fa, and Li Mingdao all changed their expressions. "Hu, Master Hu." "Tianwei Tower, Master Appreciation." "No way, Brother Long, you even invited Master Hu." There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of several people at the same time, watching the old man with long beard walking into the hall with a smile on his face. All of them frowned. "Brother Chu, this is troublesome." Li Mingdao's face was already dark, and he hurriedly transmitted his spiritual sense to Chu Yan. "Because of this Master Hu from Tianwei Tower." Chu Yan replied. "That's right. Master Hu is very famous in Yingui City. It is said that as long as he makes a move, he never misses it. I heard that his martial spirit is a kind of eye-like martial spirit. As long as it is not alive, it can see through it." The more Li Mingdao said, the darker his face became. He thought that if he invited Chu Yan, he might not lose too badly, but he didn't expect that Long Tianhun invited Master Hu. It was obvious that they wanted to dominate the immortal game and swallow everyone's god crystals. Damn it. Long Tianhun is really a waste of money, this Master Hu. It is said that the price is extremely high. Chen Qingqing also gritted her teeth, looked at the bald young man Long Tianhun, enthusiastically invited Master Hu to the main seat, and exchanged greetings with a smile all over her face, her teeth itching with hatred. Beside her, the old Lei Fa also had a dark face and remained silent. "The Immortal Bureau has already started, and now I want to quit. I am afraid it will be impossible. Fortunately, I am also prepared. Priest Chen, please come out." As the old man Lei Fa fell down, everyone turned their heads in unison and looked towards the back of the hall. I saw a young man wearing a talisman robe, with a cold face, striding into the hall. "Master Chen Xian." Both Li Mingdao and Chen Qingqing were stunned. Their expressions changed when they saw the young man in the talisman robe walking up to elder Lei Fa and standing still. "Priest." Chu Yan was startled. Unexpectedly, when she first came to the 10 Directions starfield, she met a priest who was the same as Mialian Unju. However, Mialian Unju has not yet become an apprentice, and can only use the power of a few talismans, and the Chen Xian in front of him is obviously a high priest who is the same as the abbot of the Great Temple. "You guys are asking for help, Chen Qingqing snorted softly. "Chen Qingqing, your snake clan is born with different pupils, and they are all pupil masters. If we bet against you, if we don't ask for help, we will definitely lose." "Ha ha ha." Long Tianhun said with a smile, but at the same time, his eyes looked at the priest Chen Xian beside the old man Lei Fa, and he cupped his hands again. "Chen Jisher, I didn't expect that you would also come to participate in the fairy game of my 9-monster clan. It's really a face." Hearing Long Tianhuan's words, the expression on Chen Xian's face did not change at all. He just replied lightly. "Take money to do things." Next, the eyes of several people fell on Chen Mingdao and Chu Yan. "Xia Chu Yan, I just arrived in Tianhai territory. I met Brother Chen on Gambling Street. I am fortunate to come to participate in the Immortal Bureau. Please take care of me." Without waiting for Chen Daoming, who looked like an iron pot, to speak, Chu Yan smiled lightly and introduced himself. "Huh." On the street. After hearing Chu Yan's introduction, several people looked at Chen Daoming at the same time, and they couldn't hide the suppressed laughter in their eyes. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C21747 Luminous Demon Eyes. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. To participate in the immortal game this time, Long Tianhun invited Master Hu from Tianwei Tower, Old Man Lei Fa invited a priest, and that Chen Qingqing, who is a strong snake clan, was born with different pupils and possessed a powerful destiny pupil technique. With such a lineup, Li Mingdao actually dragged a random person to help him identify treasures on the street. Isn't this a joke? For a moment, everyone in the hall looked at Chu Yan and Li Mingdao, all changed. Especially that Master Hu of the Tianwei building looked at Chu Yan as if he was looking at a beggar. In his opinion, what is his identity? That is the great appraiser of Tianwei Tower, in the entire Yungue city, who doesn't know. Now, he actually wants to bet against a scammer on the street in the fairy game. In this way, even if he wins, he will tarnish his reputation. Li Mingdao, are you sure you want this little brother to help you? Long Tianhun looked at Li Mingdao with a smile that was not a smile, and seemed to be asking Li Mingdao, but the meaning of looking down on Chu Yan in his tone couldn't be more obvious. At this time, Li Mingdao looked up at Master Hu was beside Long Tianhun, and Priest Qin Xian who was beside the old man Lei Yun. His eyes trembled suddenly, and hesitation appeared on his face. Brotherly, if you don't believe me, I can. With a calm smile on his face, Chu Yan looked at Li Mingdao. He just spoke, but Li Mingdao raised his hand to stop him. I am sure. In less than half a breath, Li Mingdao raised his head, looked at Long Tianhun, and nodded heavily. During this process, he never looked at Chu Yan from the beginning to the end. Okay. Since that's the case, I'll talk about some things first. Seeing Li Mingdao's attitude, Long Tianhun was stunned, a strange color flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at Chu Yan, looked up and down again, and then spoke. Brother Chu, I am Long Tianhun, the only grandson of Sacred Emperor Yunlong in Yungue City, and also the young city lord. So, if some people think of being in this place, cheating and taking advantage of others, I think you will definitely be unable to move an inch in Yunlong City, and will get into big trouble. What I mean, everyone here must understand. Long Tianhun said everyone, but his eyes were fixed on Chu Yan. The only grandson of Sacred Emperor Yunlong, the young city lord, this status is really impressive. Just the identity of the grandson of the Holy Emperor is definitely an existence that other warriors dare not provoke. Long bald, what do you want? With a hint of anger on his face, Li Mingdao yelled directly at Long Tianhun. The words in Long Tianhun's words were obviously aimed at Chu Yan. How could he not hear it? Chu Yan's eyes froze, but he turned to look at Li Mingdao, with a strange look on his face. With the identity of Long Tianhun, Li Mingdao dared to yell at him. I am afraid that Li Mingdao's status is definitely not as simple as a simple disciple of an outer sect. Looking at the old man Lei Fa, it might not be easy to invite a priest to help him identify treasures. And the other Chen Qingqing, after Master Hu and Qin Xian appeared, although her mouth was full of anger and blame, her face was actually calm and full of confidence. In the whole hall, there is really not a single person who participated in this fairy game. Okay. I've said everything I need to say. Next, Master Hu, please. Long Tianhun turned his head to look at Master Hu, and said politely. Rest assured. Master Hu nodded, stroking his long beard with his hands, his face full of confidence. Okay. Xuanhuan stone. Long Tianhun stopped talking nonsense, waved his big hand, and the deacon, who had been waiting for a long time, hurried forward and opened the jade talisman in his hand. Suddenly, a large piece of silver light flashed, and there were tens of thousands of silver rough stones, and the long table of nearly 100 meters was almost completely covered. Moreover, each rough stone is marked with a clear number. Silver step rough stone. As soon as tens of thousands of rough stones appeared, Chu Yan's eyes lit up. The color of the original stone is divided into 9 grades, from the worst black to the highest grade gold, and the first grade is better than the first grade. But now, the tens of thousands of rough stones here are all of silver grade, which is extremely valuable in itself. At least it is many times higher than the rough stones that Chu Yan saw on Gambling Street before. These numbers are the corresponding prices. You don't need to worry about the price, just choose the best 3, and you must be the best. Li Mingdao hurried to Chu Yan's side, and while introducing him, he repeatedly urged him. Good. Chu Yan nodded, not talking nonsense, and directly started looking at the rough stones. There are 10,000 silver-grade rough stones. Even if Chu Yan uses the unicorn pupil to look at them one by one, it will take a lot of time. Not only Chu Yan, but Master Hu, Qin Xian, and Chen Qingqing walked to the jade table at the same time as the 10,000 pieces of silver-grade rough stones appeared, and began to use their own methods to quickly investigate. The entire immortal hall fell silent in an instant. I saw Master Hu in Tianwei building, the emperor's breath gushing out from his body like a tide, covering tens of thousands of rough stones in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Master Hu's emperor consciousness was divided into thousands of paths, like a large golden net, shot out by electricity, locking about 1,000 rough stones at the same time, and started carefully. Good method, it really is master appreciating treasures. As soon as he makes a move, 90% of them are ruled out. Seeing this, Long Tianhun couldn't help but smile on his face, and at the same time he spoke softly. He looked at Chen Daoming and the others with a smug expression. The expression of satisfaction was beyond words. The karmic barriers are all demons, and the universe is cursed. On the other side, Qin Xian, who was standing beside the old man, Lei Fa, made seals with his hands and waved his hands. Boom! A burst of air exploded, and as his talisman was shot, a huge phantom appeared in the midair, covered with golden auspicious clouds. It was like a nothingness. With the appearance of the divine shadow, a pair of golden eyes suddenly lit up in the colorful and auspicious cloud, shooting out 2 beams of light, like a searchlight, and swept towards the 10,000 rough stones on the table one by one. Priest Chen's divine shadow and Dharma appearance, I'm afraid he has reached the stage of great accomplishment. The old man Lei Fa chuckled and nodded slightly, with the same indifferent smile on his face. In the hall at this time, there was the emperor's breath, the emperor's consciousness, and the divine shadow, and all kinds of powerful powers swept the entire hall. 7 luminaries demon eye, break it for me. Chen Qingqing, who was dressed in a white dress, had sharp changes in the pupils of her eyes, turning into 3 vertical pupils in an instant, with 3 kinds of pupil lights flashing. Her whole body was filled with true energy, and she raised her eyes to look at the rough stone on the jade table. 7 luminaries demon eyes is one of the 3 major pupil techniques of the snake clan, inherited by blood, and other people cannot practice it at all. It is said that one can peek into the laws of the heavens and accept one's own body to prove the holy realm of Tao through cultivation, which is extremely easy. What a 7 luminaries demon eye! Chu Yan raised his head, glanced at Chen Qingqing, slightly raised his mouth, and nodded slightly. Brother Chu. Seeing that Chu Yan stopped, Li Mingdao immediately became anxious. He wanted to remind him, but he was afraid of disturbing Chu Yan. Hey, in the method of peeking into the sky, the pupil technique is the weakest. Apart from the top 100 pupil techniques in the 10 directions, the only one that can be used is the legendary 1,000 pupils of the God realm, which is the most powerful. Long Tianhun looked at Chu Yan, chuckled, and said, "This little brother seems to have also cultivated. He doesn't know what kind of pupil technique, so it's normal to be a little surprised when he sees the 7 luminaries demon pupil of the snake clan." When this word fell to the ground, Li Mingdao immediately became angry again, and he was about to open his mouth to scold, but at this moment. Just $3. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, 3 rough stones flew towards Li Mingdao and landed in front of Li Mingdao. Huh! So fast. What are you doing? Messing around. Hee hee. Immediately, in the immortal hall, almost everyone's eyes fell on Chu Yan, all of them sneered. Equals remember in a second. Hashtag C2175 10 times. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the entire immortal game, within 10 breaths of time, Chu Yan had already chosen. Such a fast speed did not attract surprise, but full of ridicule and disdain. You know, there are 10,000 silver-grade rough stones here, even if masters like Master Hu and Jiuxiao used the supreme sky-peeping techniques, they only saw about 1/10 of them. And that Chu Yan, with his unknown pupil technique, can be 10 times faster than them. This is simply impossible. Therefore, the only possibility is that the kid he found on the street knew that he couldn't do it, so he chose a few pieces at random, hoping to rely on luck to fool him. There are a lot of people like this in the gambling street of Yungue City. And their fairy game is precisely to prevent people from being fooled, so they will take out 10,000 rough stones at a time to gamble. There is a 3 in 10,000 chance, even if you are a god, you don't want to rely on blindness to get lucky. This, so fast. Chu Yan, you. Li Mingdao's face changed abruptly, he almost jumped up in shock, and with a dodge, he came to the 3 rough stones and looked up. But with this glance, Li Mingdao's face instantly darkened. The 3 silver rank rough stones are smaller than the other, and the numbers marked on them are all 10s, not 100. In other words, these 3 rough stones are all worth 10s of god crystals, and none of them have a price tag of more than 100. The secret to betting on rough stones is that countless people in Yungue City have lost their homes and property in exchange for their blood and tears. Almost everyone who gambles on Treasure Street knows that the higher the grade of the original stone, the larger the volume, the higher the price, and the higher the probability of getting a high-grade Lingbao. Ha ha ha, Li Mingdao, I think you might as well choose 3 yuan. Seeing Li Mingdao's aggrieved face, Long Tianhun couldn't help laughing and said, "Shut up." Li Mingdao was full of anger, and when he heard Long Tianhun's words, he raised his head and cursed. Immediately, turning directly to look at Chu Yan, he asked softly, "Chu, brother Chu, you are sure to choose these 3 pieces?" According to the rules of the fairy game, as long as other people have not finished choosing, there is still a chance to exchange for other rough stones. Do you want to? No need. Without waiting for Li Mingdao to finish speaking, Chu Yan shook his head directly. This. Seeing that Chu Yan was so determined, Li Mingdao's face suddenly showed a hint of anxiety, and then said, "Brother Chu, I'm not worried about the 100 or so pieces of Emperor Crystal. You don't know. In this fairy game, we are not betting on the rough stones on the surface, but the few of us have already bet heavily on each other in private, so." "Brother Li, do you believe me?" Chu Yan asked with a slight smile. How could Chu Yan not understand Li Mingdao's worries and thoughts, and Chu Yan could also guess what he said about the private bet. "Of course I believe brother Chu." Li Mingdao was startled, then nodded, and answered very simply. You know, on Gambling Street, Li Mingdao followed Chu Yan all the way, but he observed him for a long time. At that time, Chu Yan shot like a god. As long as it was the rough stone or remnant treasure he chose, he almost never missed it. Otherwise, Li Mingdao would not have been able to directly invite Chu Yan to this fairy game. Okay, the condition of the shot I told you at the beginning, as long as you keep the contract. Chu Yan laughed. Conditions? That's no problem. Li Mingdao replied subconsciously. If that's the case, I'll want the one in the middle of the 3 rough stones later. It's no problem. Chu Yan raised his finger, pointing to the rough stone with a price tag of 77 in the middle of the 3 rough stones. Of course it's not a problem. As long as you win, you can give the items from these 3 rough stones to brother Chu. I'm just worried. If you lose, I'm afraid. The corners of Li Mingdao's eyes twitched twice, and the corners of his eyes glanced at the 3 rough stones in front of them, and replied indifferently. You know, the heavy bet he bet this time is probably worth much more than the 10,000 rough stones here combined. Li Mingdao might not even take a look at the 3 rough silver stepstones on weekdays. No, since we agreed on one thing, I will only take the middle one, and the other 2 will be yours. Chu Yan smiled lightly, somewhat surprised by Li Mingdao's generosity. While the 2 were discussing their agreement, suddenly, the 3 rough stones in front of them shone simultaneously. Swish! 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 The number marks on the original stone flashed at the same time, and behind the original 2 numbers, a number 0 suddenly lit up at the same time. What? Li Mingdao turned his head suddenly and looked at the 3 rough stones. He watched helplessly that the original price of tens of dollars on the 3 rough stones had directly increased by 10 times to several hundred. Long Bald, what are you doing? Staring fiercely at Long Tianwei, who was above the main seat, Li Mingdao roared directly. Hee, I'm sorry, the price of these 3 rough stones has been remarked in Tianwei building. There is only a slight change. There was a sneer on Long Tianhuan's face, with a shiny bald head. A little change. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Long Tianhuan, what kind of a dog? The fart is recalibrating the grades. You are so stupid that you did it on purpose. How could Li Mingdao not know that between the city lord's mansion and Tianwei building, people simply wear a pair of trousers? This Long Tianhuan is simply colluding with Tianwei building and deliberately finding fault. Li Mingdao, you have to figure it out, the fairy game is not over yet, everyone has the right to choose the 10,000 rough stones here, or give up. If you think the price is unreasonable, you can choose other ones. Long Tianhuan looked indifferent, shrugged his shoulders, and said. So, you want us to give up these 3 rough stones? Li Mingdao was stunned and realized instantly. Sudden increase in the price of rough stones. If Li Mingdao had doubts about Chu Yan's choice, he might be even more suspicious, because the price has increased tenfold. As for Chu Yan, if he chooses again, mistakes may occur. What a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, looking at Long Tianhuan, the corners of his mouth lightly lifted, and he smiled. This Long Tianhuan seems to have a good temper, without a hint of exaggeration like other young masters, but extremely shrewd. This person is by no means simple. No need, just these 3 rough stones, don't change them. Chu Yan turned his head and looked at Li Mingdao, with an affirmative tone. Okay. Isn't it Xinjing? I should be feeding the dog. Li Mingdao roared angrily. 10,000 yuan silver grade rough stone, the price marked on it is all in the unit of Xinjing. And this batch of rough stones were all provided by Tianwei building, so the god crystals paid for the gambling stones, of course, belonged to Tianwei building. Huh. The choice is made. Not far away, Master Hu of the Tianwei Tower let out a sigh of relief, and in front of him 3 rough stones the size of a millstone were neatly arranged. These $3. The gods and shadows in midair dissipated like a cloud of smoke. Priest Qin Xian turned over his handprints, his breath restrained. In front of him are 3 rough stones of different sizes, all of which seem to be of good quality, and one of them even has a strong aura overflowing. This kind of rough stone with windows has a great chance of opening a spirit treasure. I have chosen 2. With a wave of Chen Qingqing's hand, 3 rough stones flew from different positions and landed steadily in front of her. It seemed that she had made the choice long ago, but she waited until the end, probably to observe the situation of other candidates before making a decision. Okay. The fairy game is over, seal the stone. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the deacon who stood by the side urged the jade talisman in his hand, and on the jade table, tens of thousands of rough stones were all taken away like 10,000 tides returning to the sea. On the jade table, only the 12 rough stones in front of Li Mingdao, Long Tianhuan, Old Man Lai Fa, and Chen Qingqing remained. Who will draw the lottery first? Long Tianhun smiled lightly, glanced at the other three people, and asked, calmly. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2176 consecutive prizes. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Draw. In Yungue City, there are countless legendary deeds. As the saying goes, one knife is poor and one knife is rich. Each piece of rough stone may make you bankrupt, or it may make you rich in an instant. The original stone is conceived by the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and contains various possible treasures of heaven and earth. But the leather shell outside the original stone has the most powerful effect of isolating the consciousness, and it is also a kind of natural treasure. The way of heaven is permanent, and it is divided into yin and yang. The appearance of the original stone is definitely the perfect embodiment of the law of yin and yang, the law of mutual generation and restraint of heaven. The more powerful the spirit treasure, the more difficult it is to see through the raw stone shell wrapped around it. Therefore, no matter how strong the martial artist is, there is nothing he can do about the original stone. Only when the shell is finally broken, and the rays of light burst out, can he know what the spiritual treasure wrapped in it is. This process is called lottery drawing. Here, 230 divine crystals. With a big wave of Chen Qingqing's hand, a jade talisman flew out and threw it to the deacon standing beside him. This person was sent by Tianwei Building. The price of the silver-grade rough stone is extremely high, and the inventory of Tianwei Building is only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. This time, he directly brought 10,000 yuan here, which is considered a rare big deal. After paying the Xinjing, the three rough stones are considered Chen Qingqing's property, and the next step is to open the stone. The strange Jiuxiao magic pupils projected bursts of gloomy light, scanning back and forth on the three rough stones. Chen Qingqing seemed to be making the final confirmation, and at the same time decided to open which one first. Among the three pieces, some can be confirmed, some are not sure, and some are simply a matter of luck. You are the one. After a short breath, Chen Qingqing's gaze fell on the largest of the three rough stones in front of him. With a flip of his slender hand, a golden spirit dagger appeared, and he raised his hand to stab it. The golden soldier's light flew across the air, piercing straight on the rough stone that was as big as a stool. Clang. Spark splash. The shell outside the original stone is as thin as a film, and with the point as the center, countless fine cracks are split instantly, like a dense spider web. Hum. The next moment, on those cracks, dazzling rays of light projected out, making everyone's eyes brighten up. Brilliant. The gazes of several people in the hall all looked over, their faces full of anticipation. Click. The light and crispy shell finally exploded, revealing the spiritual treasure in the original stone. An extremely strong earth-type aura rushed out quickly, and under the faint golden light, a yellow spirit pattern the size of a palm appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Huh. This is the low-grade spirit treasure of the Emperor rank, the earth-transforming spirit pattern. Master Hu of Tianwei Building, as a treasure appraiser, recognized the golden spirit pattern at a glance. Earth transformation spirit pattern. The others were startled, apparently not understanding very well. Once this earth transformation spirit rune is used, it can generate land within a range of 10 miles, and the earth-type spiritual power bred in it is extremely strong. If you are an extremely powerful warrior of the earth element, it is definitely a treasure to fight in a place that lacks the spiritual power of the earth element. Master Hu smiled and explained softly. So that's the case, then, how much is the estimate? Chen Qingqing nodded, and with a wave of her hand, she called the golden spirit pattern into her hand, looked at Master Hu, and asked anxiously. The three rough stones she chose cost a total of 230 divine crystals. If you can't get them back, you will be at a loss. In addition, among them, they bet heavily in private, betting on who will open the Lingbao, and the value is higher. Therefore, putting aside the purpose of the open spirit treasure, what Qin Qingqing cares most about is the value of the earth-transforming spirit pattern. Tianwei Tower will sell a few pieces of this earth-transforming spirit pattern every month. If it is a low-grade emperor rank, the estimated price is 130 god crystals. It should not be wrong. Master Hu glanced at the spirit pattern in Qin Qingqing's hand again, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and said with great certainty, 130 divine crystals. A look of joy appeared on Qin Qingqing's face. Unexpectedly, this first piece was worth more than Beishanjing, which can be said to be quite good. After all, the price of this rough stone is only 50 divine crystals. Next piece. With the success of the first piece, Qin Qingqing's delicate face showed more confidence and strong expectations. Although, among the 3 rough stones, only the first one of her 7 luminaries' demon eye is the most certain, and the other 2 are only 50% sure at most. However, often the bigger surprises are only a few percent sure. This kind of uncertainty and anticipation made Qin Qingqing's breath become anxious, and even a blush rose on her small face. The feeling of rapid heartbeat and rushing blood is one of the reasons why countless people pursue gambling stones. Break! With a soft shout, Qin Qingqing stabbed straight at the second rough stone with the golden dagger in his hand. Click! Under the powerful force, the rough stone the size of a human head cracked instantly, and the leather shell kept falling. Z. A gust of extremely cold air rushed out from the rough stone, bringing with it a gust of wind that almost made the corner of the jade table cold. Amidst the bubbling cold air, a group of ice crystal-like air flow slowly rose from the pile of broken rough stones. 9. Frozen air. Master Hu glanced over, and his eyes lit up immediately. The ultimate treasure of water, the mutated ice-type spiritual source that can improve the cultivation of water for thousands of years, this is a good thing. After ordinary water warriors are refined, at least one level of cultivation can be improved. Hearing Master Hu's words, Qin Qingqing's spiritual eyes suddenly lit up, and her face was full of joy. It just so happened that she was practicing the water system, and she happened to be an ice-type warrior with a mutated water element. Unexpectedly, this could suddenly raise her cultivation to a higher level. This 9 freezing chi is worth at least 500 divine crystals. Master Hu confirmed after taking a few glances. At their level of cultivation, the price of 500 divine crystals for a rare treasure that can raise one cultivation level is definitely not high. And most importantly, after the lottery draw for this rough stone, the total price she has now offered has reached 630 yuan, which is 3 times more than her bid. The last piece. With a smile all over her face, Qin Qingqing turned around and slashed at the last and largest rough stone. Click! With one knife, the whole rough stone was instantly split into 2 halves, but, apart from the one knife, there was no other movement, nor any flash of precious light. Crap! Master Hu smiled lightly and shook his head. Qin Qingqing looked stunned, walked to the front of the rough stone that had been split in half, and was stunned for a few moments before reacting. Crap, crap! This rough stone priced at 100 emperor crystals was the most expensive among the 3 rough stones selected by Qin Qingqing, but unexpectedly, it was a solid stone with nothing. You know, this is not gambling on stones on the street, this is a fairy game. 3 rough stones and 1 waste stone, with such a result, it is extremely impossible to win the fairy game. Snort. Qin Qingqing, who had a displeased expression on her face, instantly darkened, snorted softly, turned around and walked aside. Although unlikely, she waited and hoped that everyone else would open the waste rock, so she could still win. Next, I'll come. The old man, Lai Fa, with a flushed face, looked at it for a long time, and couldn't wait any longer. He stood up and walked directly to the 3 rough stones that priest Qin Xian helped him choose. End of chapter. Equals remember in a second. Hashtag C2177 Z. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Obviously, Old Man Lei Fa is very confident in Priest Qin Xian's ability. After all, among the few people present, it is estimated that the help he hired paid the most. Because, Long Tianhun himself is the young city lord, and has a close relationship with Tianwei Tower. Therefore, please use the treasure appraiser of Tianwei Building, maybe the friendship is more important, and it should not cost any money. And Chen Qingqing possessed the 7 luminaries' magic eyes, and with her strong self-confidence, she didn't need help at all. And that Li Mingdao, who found it directly from the street, can spend a few divine crystals. Master Chen, open which one first? Standing in front of 3 rough stones of different sizes, Old Lei Fa asked softly with a smile on his face. The smallest. Priest Qin Xian had a cold expression on his face, and his speech was extremely simple, rarely exceeding 3 words. Hey, good. The old man Lei Fa nodded, raised his right palm lightly, and the thunder light like an electric snake coiled around his palm print, and his power suddenly increased. Break! After uttering one word, the thunder palm slashed heavily, and among the 3 rough stones, the smallest one blasted away the dust and mist. The rich golden light rushed out from the dust mist. Even if it was blocked by the dust mist, the rich golden light still hurt the eyes of several people. Whoa, a hairpin! Chen Qingqing's eyes glowed instantly, and she exclaimed directly, causing several people to look at the rough stone that was just opened at the same time. I saw that in a transparent crystal the size of a human head, clusters of golden silk threads like water plants were densely distributed in the crystal. If you look closely, it really looks like a large piece of hair. It's just that the color and texture of this hair is more like gold thread. Not bad. Not bad. The top-grade spirit stone of the gold system, the middle-grade hair, golden stone of the imperial rank. Master Hu of Tianwei Lu. He nodded again and again, his eyes brightened, and he continued. Such a large piece, even though it is a mid-grade imperial grade, the price will not be lower than 500 divine crystals. Hearing Master Hu's words, Elder Lei Fa immediately grinned. It's just that the price of this rough stone is originally 280 divine crystals. If the 2 are subtracted, the net profit difference is 220. Master Hu continued. 220 yuan is not bad. Elder Lei Fa didn't take it seriously. Because, among the 3 rough stones in front of him, the price was higher than the other, and basically none of them were less than 200 divine crystals. Compared with what Chen Qingqing chose before, 1 piece is basically equivalent to 3 yuan. However, the way of betting on stones is that the higher the price of the rough stone, the higher the probability of high-priced spirit treasures appearing. Therefore, Qin Xian, whom he entrusted, chose 3 high-priced divine crystals. Not only did Elder Lei Fa not say anything, he even agreed very much. After all, in today's Immortal Bureau, these rough stones are just tools, and they are nothing to them. The real bet is the bargaining chip agreed in private, and that is the real big head. Second block. The old man Lei Fa slapped his big hand, and the thunder light blasted violently, directly smashing the second rough stone, which was twice as large in size. Boom. With a loud bang, the rough stone with a price tag of 380 divine crystals was blown apart, like a huge mountain rock, exploded completely. Is it useless? Unlike the shell of the first rough stone that exploded just now, this piece of rough stone collapsed almost as a whole, and there was no brilliance overflowing, which made Elder Lei Fa's complexion sink instantly. However, before he could finish his words, a black bead was spinning in the shattered shell, like a bolt of black electricity, shooting into the void and disappearing in an instant. Come out for me. Break. The old man Lei Fa repaired so high and deep, the black light disappeared into the void, and he had already raised his palm and shot it out. With one palm, the entire void was completely shattered, and the black ball that had just disappeared into the void appeared instantly, and just about to flee again, it was caught by a thunder. Swish! There was no time for the black ball to flash for the second time, and the old man Lei Fa grabbed it abruptly. Looking down, old Lei Fa's face suddenly revealed a look of joy. Spacetime Z. The extremely rare spirit treasure of the spacetime system was opened from the original stone. At first, I was worried that this rough stone was a waste rock. Not only did the whole stone explode, but also there was no precious light spilling out. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a spacetime Z bead. Time-space spirit treasures basically don't have auras, so naturally they can't draw the lottery. However, such a harvest made old Lei Fa's original heart stop, and it instantly became a violent beating. Master Hu, look. Holding the spacetime Z bead in his hand, Elder Lei Fa turned his head, looked at Master Hu of Tianhuila, and asked softly. Spacetime spirit beads, extremely rare. Master Hu nodded, with a polite smile on his face, pondered for a while, and said. It's a pity that this bead is a little smaller. As the material of the time-space spirit formation, it may only support an altar, or a large formation below the 4th rank. Based on the transaction records of Tianwei Building, this time-space Z is estimated to have 800 divine crystals. Gently stroking his long beard, Master Hu directly gave an estimate, which actually reached 800 divine crystals. Compared with a rough stone with a price tag of 380 yuan, this price has doubled, which is definitely a big gain. If it is on the ordinary gambling street outside, the price of 400 Xinjing will definitely detonate the entire gambling street. Almost. Standing beside the old man Lei Fa, Xian had a cold expression from the beginning to the end, without any change in expression. Hearing Master Hu's valuation, he nodded slightly and said 3 words. Okay, last piece. Elder Lei Fa took the time and spaced Z away and turned to look at the last rough stone. This rough stone is priced at 400 yuan, and its size is the largest among the 3 rough stones. Theoretically speaking, this rough stone has the greatest chance of producing a heavy treasure. However, the old man Lei Fa also knew in his heart that Xian asked him to open this one last, because of some uncertain factors. After all, if you want to win the immortal game, you can't beat the crowd without gambling a little bit of luck. Break it. With a bang palm, the rough stone, which was about half the size of an ordinary table, was instantly killed, and fine spider cracks continued to spread. Extremely rich spiritual power rushed out from these cracks, instantly making the surrounding world's spiritual energy more than 10 times stronger. 6th grade spiritual source. The leather shell continued to peel off, revealing a large piece of spiritual stone inside. Everyone glanced at it, and their faces immediately became happy. 6 products? Standing beside the old man Lei Fa, Xian stared closely at the rough stone, and after seeing it clearly, a look of disappointment flashed across his face. Pity. Looking at his appearance, it seems that he has already seen that this is a spiritual source, and the grade is not low. Priest Chen, it's okay, the 6th rank is the 6th rank. Elder Lei Fa looked at Xian and smiled lightly, looking very casual. After all, the value of the 2 rough stones opened earlier has already reached the price difference of 800 divine crystals, which is fully double that of Chen Qingqing who opened the first stone. The value of the 6th grade spiritual source is known to everyone, and it is estimated to be worth 450 yuan. Master Hu of Tianwei Tower chuckled and announced. The price tag was 400 yuan, estimated at 450 yuan, only 50 yuan more. Obviously, Priest Xian wanted to bet on this high-quality spiritual source, but the result was not satisfactory. If it can be even higher by 1 level and reach the 7th rank, the price must be doubled at least. In that case, the price difference will reach more than 400. No problem. Hee. Elder Lei Fa collected the 3 spirit treasures, returned to his seat, first nodded gratefully to priest Qin Xian, and then sat lightly. Now, Chen Qingqing has been won for sure, leaving only Long Tianhun and Li Mingdao without drawing. From Li Mingdao's side, there was no threat at all. In this way, the only opponent of old Lei Fa was Long Tianhun. Okay. Next, Li Mingdao, please. Long Tianhun smiled jokingly, looked at Li Mingdao, and announced loudly. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2178 about to cry. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. However, before Long Tianhuan's proposal landed, Li Mingdao jumped up directly. Bah! Why should I be the first and you be the second? Li Mingdao didn't give Long Tianhun any face at all, and directly refused to open the stone before him. Theoretically speaking, in this kind of fairy game, the one who draws the lottery later has some psychological advantages, but in the end, it doesn't have much impact. After all, each person's 3 rough stones have already been selected, and it is impossible to change them. However, if you can know the results of other people in advance, you will also know when you open the stone, and you will win or lose with one blow. Hee, I'm afraid. Long Tianhun has a very good temper. He was not angry at Li Mingdao's words, but he sneered directly. Don't be afraid, anyway, these 3 pieces of yours are probably waste rocks. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Li Mingdao immediately jumped into a rage, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Fart, those 3 of yours are waste rocks. All the rough stones in your Long family are waste rocks. Long Tutu, don't think that if I bet on the 9 sacred fox tails, you will eat me, bah. Dreaming. There was obvious anger in Li Mingdao's roar. Huh. The 9 saints foxtail, that is the treasure of the fox family. This handwriting. Even Master Hu and the others who were watching the fun all changed their faces when they heard the 9 sage fox tales. The Fox clan in the 10 Directions starfield has various branches, and is distributed in the major star fields of the 10 Directions starfield. However, the ranks of the Fox clan are strict, and among the various clans, the ranking of the ranks depends entirely on the rank of the sacred objects of this line. Among the Fox clan, it is said that only those who have reached the god level can grow 9 fox tails, which will fall off automatically after being damaged. This kind of monster clan's natal treasure is said to be able to withstand 9 attacks by demigod powerhouses. In the 10 Directions starfield, it is the most coveted magic weapon for protection. But the Fox clan not only regards it as a sacred object, but also only gives it to the important descendants of the clan as a protective object, and it is impossible to wander outside. Even if something is lost or stolen, the Fox clan will also try their best to take it back. What's more, when a celestial fox order is heard, the Fox clan of the 9 regions will all hear the news and rush to help. This kind of power is enough to counteract any powerful faction in the 10 Directions starfield, so no one will dare to attack the core descendants of the Fox clan who are traveling outside. Therefore, it is impossible to estimate the number of divine crystals that a 9 sacred fox tail can be obtained from the descendants of the Wei clan in a legal way in such an immortal game. It was also because he could get this treasure right away, so Long Tianhun was in a good mood at this time, and he would not argue with Li Mingdao at all, but kept giving in. After all, it doesn't matter if someone loses a treasure and suffers a little loss. Okay, I'll come and I will come. Long Tianhun didn't argue with Li Mingdao, he glanced at Master Hu, and after the other party gave him an affirmative smile, Long Tianhun got up from the main seat and strode to the huge jade table. 3 rough stones, 2 large and 1 small, were priced at 90 divine crystals, 400 divine crystals, and 700 divine crystals. The last piece of 700 divine crystals was almost the highest priced among the previous rough stones. Break! Long Tianhun flipped his hands, and a handprint came out through the air, hitting the smallest rough stone. Boom! Suddenly, as if the rough stone with a price tag of 90 was ignited, a ball of flame rushed out from the inside, wrapped the entire rough stone, and began to burn violently. In the astonished eyes, the raw stone shell melted as quickly as ice and snow, and soon revealed the inner appearance. What a strong power of the fire element! Chen Qingqing, Elder Lei Fa, and the others all stared brightly at the same time. Snort! Only Li Mingdao stared at the melting rough stone with a malicious face and bloodshot eyes, cursing constantly in his heart. Of course he hoped that Long Tianhun wouldn't be able to release anything, and would simply waste the stone. However, the strong power of the fire element in front of him doomed his wish to be impossible to realize. In less than a breath, the entire leather shell disappeared, and a huge fiery red crystal appeared on the jade table. Break it again! Without waiting for other people to react, Long Tianhun flipped his hand, made 2 handprints again, and blasted towards the 2 rough stones beside him. What? He wants to open 3 rough stones at once. Li Mingdao's expression changed, and he stared at Long Tianhun in astonishment. Not only Li Mingdao, but also the old man Lei Fa and others, especially the priest Chen Xian, their complexions sank at the same time. Such a bold approach can only explain one thing. That is, Long Tianhun is extremely confident in these 3 rough stones, so he opened them all at once. The power of the 2 handprints flew across the air and poured into the other 2 rough stones. Immediately, 2 more precious rays of light burst out from the original stone. A strong aura of heaven and earth and a powerful breath of earth veins erupted at the same time. Such a strong divine crystal breath, this second time, it should be the divine crystal. The third piece turned out to be the veins of the earth spirit. Judging by the strength of the earth element's spiritual power, I'm afraid it's not a low grade. Elder Lei Fa and the others all changed their expressions at the same time. But Master Hu, who was standing aside, had a calm smile on his face, and nodded slightly in disbelief. Apparently, the spiritual treasures that emerged from these 3 rough stones had been expected by him, so even if the 3 rough stones burst out at the same time, it didn't surprise him at all. In less than a few breaths of time, the 3 original stones, all the spiritual treasures contained in them, appeared in front of them. A piece of fire-type spirit stone costs 800 divine crystals. 1 divine crystal origin stone can be divided directly into 700 divine crystals. The last piece of the spirit of the 8th grade earth veins, I priced it at 1,500 god crystals. Do you have any opinions? Seeing Long Tianhun withdrawing his hand and looking at Li Mingdao with a smug smile, Master Hu also smiled and announced. 8 rank earth veins, at the latest auction, the transaction price was 1,700 divine crystals. The price set by Master Hu is no problem. Elder Lei Fa, with a look of disappointment on his face, nodded and said. It seems that he has no chance, Li Mingdao's 9 sacred foxtails, he will never get it. However, he was originally here to help Long Tianhun set up a game. Even if he lost, he didn't lose much, and he also earned some divine crystals. In this way, the price difference between the 3 rough stones is 1,800 divine crystals in total. Hee. Master Hu announced loudly, and at the same time, followed the eyes of Long Tianhun and everyone present, and looked towards Li Mingdao. Now, among the 4 of them, 3 of them had finished opening treasures, and only Li Mingdao was left. For the price difference of 1,800 divine crystals, even the priest Chen Xian hired by the elder Lei Fa lost a whole 1,000 divine crystals. As expected of the master appreciating treasures of Tianwei Tower, with such strength, he might rank among the top 3 in the entire Yungue city. 1,800 divine crystals. Li Mingdao's voice trembled a little, and his whole face was completely dark. The price difference of 1,800 for the 3 rough stones is equal to the price difference of the 3 rough stones in front of him. For each piece, the price difference of more than 600 divine crystals is required to win. But now, the price of almost each of the 3 divine crystals in front of him has been forcibly raised by Long Tianhun to hundreds of divine crystals. In this way, for each rough stone, a spirit treasure with a price of more than 1,000 divine crystals must be obtained. This, nearly impossible. From the 10,000 rough stones, 3 pieces are selected, and the price difference of 1,000 divine crystals will be offered for the first piece. This kind of treasure appreciating strength, I am afraid that only the main and deputy landlords of the Tiankalu Yongwiching sub-building have such skills. Chu, brother Chu. Li Mingdao, who was about to cry, turned to look at Chu Yan, unable to speak. Friend Daoist, don't worry. Chu Yan smiled lightly, with a calm expression on his face. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2179 5 Soul Stones. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chu Yan's smile did not give Li Mingdao even a trace of confidence. Because, as Li Mingdao who hangs out in Yungue City all year round, he knows very well that Gambling Street has not offered a rough stone with a price difference of more than 1,000 crystals for almost 3 years. But in today's immortal game, Long Tianhun, for the sake of being enraged for a while, bet on the holy relic of the Fox clan, which was basically a bloody investment. Obviously, Long Tianhun is determined to win himself. Therefore, not only Master Hu from Tianwei Tower was invited, but also Old Man Lei Fa and Chen Qingqing were invited to set up a fairy game. All of this is for oneself. What Li Mingdao didn't expect the most was that Master Hu of Tianwei Building seemed to be consecrated today. The results of 3 rough stones almost broke the highest record in Gambling Street in the past 3 years. Therefore, Li Mingdao obviously underestimated Long Tianhun and today's fairy game. However, in the entire Yungue City, the only one who can stabilize Master Hu is the principal and deputy landlord of the Tianwei Building in Yungue City. And Tianwei Building and Yunlong's Sacred Emperor's family simply wore a pair of pants. After all, Yunlong's Sacred Emperor controlled the entire Yungue City, and Tianwei Building was divided into buildings, so it was natural to have a good relationship with them. Otherwise, Li Mingdao wouldn't know, so he ran to Tubao Street in a hurry to find helpers. Originally, when he met Chu Yan, Li Mingdao had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But now, he finally gradually understood that Long Tianhun, who kept smiling from the beginning to the end, was determined to win this fairy game. Brother Chu, drive it, I entrust you with full authority. Li Mingdao's complexion was extremely low, and his speech became weak. Hey, if you lose, I guess Dad will be grounded again. From his point of view, the defeat is already settled, and there is no hope at all. Now he is just thinking about how to escape his father's punishment, or make the punishment lighter. After all, he knows the meaning of the 9 Saints foxtail better than anyone else. Li Mingdao, it's your turn, hurry up, don't you think all of us have been waiting for you? On Long Tianhuan's face, there was a hint of urgency, and he urged directly. As soon as the words sounded, several people present looked at Li Mingdao and Chu Yan in unison, their faces full of jokes. Especially Master Hu and Priest Qin Xian, their eyes were full of arrogance and contempt. Especially Qin Xian, as a priest, even he lost to Master Hu of the Tianwei Tower. This kid found on the street has no chance at all. This time, facing Long Tianhuan's provocation, Li Mingdao did not respond at all. It was not at all like the previous few times when he jumped up and scolded as soon as he opened his mouth. Instead, he was like a frosted eggplant, completely wilted. I'll drive. Chu Yan glanced at Li Mingdao, and several other people, smiled lightly, walked to the 3 rough stones, and spoke. Hurry up. Waste our time. Long Tianhun glanced at Chu Yan from the corner of his eyes, and let out a contemptuous sound from his nostrils, urging impatiently. Ignoring Long Tianhun, Chu Yan walked directly in front of the 3 rough stones, put 2 fingers of his right hand together with the sword energy gushed out, and a sword finger slashed out with a wave of his hand. Clang! The bright silver sword energy, like a ray of light, slashed on the surface of the rough stone, splashing out sparks, and making the sound of a golden spear colliding. Immediately afterwards, there was a clicking sound, and on the surface of the rough stone the size of a human head, spider cracks appeared instantly, covering the entire rough stone. The strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged like a tide, causing everyone's expressions to change at the same time. It's brilliant. Long Tianhuan's face was full of surprise, and his eyes looked at the rough stone. I saw that bright silver sword light flashed across the rough stone, as if peeling off the shell, revealing the spiritual treasure in the rough stone. Yuanzhu. Elder Lei Fa took a look and immediately recognized the spirit treasure that was opened from the rough stone. 4th grade Yuanzhu, worth 800 divine crystals. Master Hu of Tianwei Tower glanced at Chu Yan, and there was some surprise on his face. The thing about the blind cat killing the mouse actually really existed. This Chu Yan was able to open a spirit treasure, which was beyond his expectation. 800 divine crystals. If it is on the gambling street, it is definitely a treasure of the big lottery, and it can even make ordinary warriors earn a lot of money. The price of the original stone is 600 divine crystals, and a 4th grade yuan bead is offered, worth 800, and the price difference is 200 divine crystals. Yuanzhu can be regarded as a relatively common gemstone among all kinds of spiritual treasures. Among the high-level rough stones, the probability of finding this kind of gemstone is very high, but it is usually below the 3rd grade, and those that can reach the 4th grade are considered top-grade gemstones. This kind of yuanzhu, some rich and powerful people like to refine it into jewelry and wear it on the body, which has a certain effect on improving cultivation. You don't need to practice, you can improve your cultivation level, so this kind of yuanzhu is very popular with you and sought after by rich people, so the price is naturally not low. However, this time the Immortal Bureau took out a total of 10,000 silver rank rough stones. With so many high-grade rough stones, the probability of getting yuanzhu is really not low, so it happened to be hit by Chu Yan. Shit luck. Priest Qin Xian snorted coldly, expressing everyone's aspirations. Yuanzhu. Li Mingdao, with a gloomy face, saw Chu Yan's first rough stone, and opened the lingbao, his eyes lit up. However, after Master Hu announced the price, his eyes that had just lit up dimmed instantly. What's the use of the price difference of 200 divine crystals? Damn long bald, this time, even if I lose, I will definitely tell my father how you tricked me, humph. Li Mingdao turned his head and looked at Long Tianhun, who had restored his smile, full of anger. If you want the sacred object of my fox family, let's see how my father will deal with you. Li Mingdao, whose teeth were grinding, glanced at Yuanzhu in front of Chu Yan after a while, shook his head, sighed lightly, and said nothing. Call out. The next moment, Chu Yan swung his sword again, and the light of the sword leaked out like mercury, drawing a dazzling light and covering the second rough stone. This second piece of rough stone was the same size as the previous one, priced at 700 divine crystals. Click. As the sword light passed, the original stone exploded, and a majestic aura rushed out like a wave. In an instant, the gazes of all the people present all looked over at the same time, and their expressions changed at the same time. What? Again, a treasure has been opened. Impossible, this kid can hit 2 in a row. Fuck, this luck is too good. Huh. This breath, what kind of spiritual treasure? The eyes of several people trembled, and they looked at the second rough stone in disbelief. Only Chu Yan's gaze suddenly lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face instantly. Sure enough, 5 soul stones. I saw that the second piece of rough stone was like a transparent crystal, Without any impurities, streams of air of different colors were flowing in this transparent crystal. Count these air currents of various colors, no more, no less, exactly 5. The spiritual treasure contained in this rough stone is exactly the 5-element aura that Chu Yan detected with the unicorn's pupil and his divine sense just now. Unexpectedly, with one sword strike, 5 soul stones were drawn out. Remember in a second. #C2180 Godhead. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The appearance of the 5 soul stones also made everyone present look shocked. It's not because of the appearance of the 5 souls, but because they didn't expect that Chu Yan's second rough stone also opened a spirit treasure. The price of the original stone is 700 divine crystals, the price of the 5 souls is 500 divine crystals, the price difference is minus 200 divine crystals. Master Hu of Tianwei Tower glanced at the 5 soul stone, pondered for a moment, and then announced. The sound of the announcement immediately attracted everyone in the audience to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard. Negative 200 divine crystals. Is this kid here to be funny? If he continues to drive like this, I'm afraid he will only have to pay for a pair of underwear. A kid from the street, what do you know about betting on stones? Humph, a joke. Li Mingdao must be crazy to find him. For a moment, whether it was Long Tianhun, the old man Lei Fa, or Master Hu and Chen Xian, all looked at Chu Yan with laughter. And the eyes they glanced at Li Mingdao were full of sarcasm. After a lot of difficulty, the price difference of 200 divine crystals was offered for the first rough stone, but when the second rough stone was opened, it returned to its original shape. Negative 200 divine crystals. Deducting the first rough stone to make money from the price difference means that Li Mingdao has never opened these 2 rough stones at all. And if he wanted to win, he would exceed Long Tianhuan's record of 1,800 divine crystals, and he would have to offer at least 3,000 divine crystals for the third rough stone. Because the third piece of divine crystal in front of Chu Yan was originally priced at 99 divine crystals, but was forcibly changed by Long Tianhun to 1,200 divine crystals, a full 12-fold increase. 3,000 divine crystals, this has never appeared in Yunhan City in the past 10 years. Therefore, it is simply impossible. In front of the jade table, everyone's eyes fell on Li Mingdao, and all eyes were full of sympathy. The third piece. Ignoring everyone's eyes at all, Chu Yanjian pointed out and slashed straight at the third rough stone. Boom! The sword energy collided with the rough stone, and there was a loud explosion. The golden light that bloomed was like thousands of magic swords, piercing the surrounding void with thousands of holes. A starlight cross crystal slowly rose up, and its mighty power, like a raging tide, swept across the entire hall in an instant. This aura was so powerful that it caused everyone's spirits to tremble at the same time, and their faces changed drastically. What's the situation? Why is the breath so strong? Long Tianhun, who was above the main seat, stood up abruptly, staring at the newly opened cross crystal in astonishment, his eyes full of shock. Based on this breath alone, the price will not be lower than 2,000 divine crystals. Priest Chen Xian's face, which had always been indifferent, turned into shock at this time, and he muttered. Snapped. 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 Just when everyone was astonished, there was a strange clap of applause, and everyone turned their heads to look, but it was Master Tianwei who was clapping his hands and speaking. Not bad. Accompanied by the sound of clapping, Master Hu moved, walked up to Chu Yan, looked at Chu Yan, and said with approval on his face. You are very good. You are very talented in appreciating treasures. You can even discover such spiritual treasures. Hearing Master Hu's words, Long Tianhun and the others were stunned, full of astonishment. Could it be that this true cross crystal is really worth at least 2,000 god crystals, as Chen Xian said? No way, it's worth more than 3,000. You know, Long Tianhuan's current score is 1,800 divine crystals. And Li Mingdao, the price of the first 2 rough stones is 0, and the price of the third rough stone is 1,200 Shinjing. If the price exceeds 3,000, it means winning Long Tianhun. Master Hu, this. Even Li Mingdao, who had a dull face, his pupils dilated instantly, looked nervously at Master Hu, and asked in a trembling voice. This cross crystal is called Tianquan Godhead. Master Hu glanced at the cross crystal floating in the air, then turned his head to look around the audience, then smiled and explained. Tianquan Godhead. Isn't it? You actually opened the Tianquan Godhead. Oh my god, I'm afraid that Yungue City has been around for 10 years, and there hasn't been a Tianquan Godhead. It's amazing. It is said that the price of the Tianquan Godhead 10 years ago reached 2,500 divine crystals. Hearing the words Tianquan Godhead, everyone's expressions changed instantly, and their eyes all brightened. The reason why the stone gambling industry in Yungue City is so famous is because there are a batch of top-notch rare treasures in these naturally raised rough stones. These top-notch treasures, even the peerless powerhouses in the 10-direction star field, who are powerful to the sky, will be moved. And the cross crystal that Chu Yan just opened is the one that can make any boss in the 10-direction star field excited. Tianquan Godhead. This thing may not be of much use to warriors below the Saint Emperor realm. However, for those who are above the demigod level, it is a treasure they dream of. The so-called Tianquan Godhead is actually the inner alchemy of the god-level powerhouse who was lost in the battle between gods and demons in ancient times. Of course, it also includes the 9 heavens outer heaven, those who were lost in the 10 directions starfield after the loss of the strong in the god realm. There are also some Tianquan Godheads whose origins have been unknown for how many years. After cultivating to the divine realm, a warrior will achieve an indestructible golden body. Once lost, the physical body may eventually become a spiritual source between heaven and earth with the passage of time. But only Qi Haiani Dan can be immortal and preserved in the end. This inner alchemy is called the Godhead. Theoretically speaking, the Godhead contains a strong person, all the essence of martial arts, and is the best inheritance treasure. However, from ancient times to the present, almost all the Godheads discovered are incomplete, and there is no complete one at all. Only those who have cultivated above the semi-divine realm can find a fragment of the will of the divine realm in it, helping them to realize their epiphanies, improve or break through the legendary shackles of the divine realm. This kind of incomplete Godhead is called the Heavenly Godhead. The Tianquan Godhead is extremely precious. Every city and sect collects the Tianquan Godhead, and every once in a while, it will be used as an offering resource and handed over to the powerhouses above the Saint Emperor realm. Therefore, all major sects will pay for this kind of Tianquan Godhead that ordinary warriors cannot use. But it's just an acquisition, and it won't fight for it at all. In this way, without a market, the prices of even the most precious treasures are stable within a relatively small range. The price of a Tianquan Godhead is between 2,000 and 2,500 divine crystals. 2,500 divine crystals. When Li Mingdao heard the price, the light of hope that had just lit up in his eyes was instantly extinguished. Subtracting the price of 1,200 divine crystals, the price difference is only 1,300 divine crystals, which is a full 500 difference compared to Long Tianhuan's 1,800 divine crystals. In other words, even if the heavenly remnant divine crystal, such a precious treasure of heaven and earth, is still lost. The other people finally came to their senses. Looking at Chu Yan, they were all joking, and they were about to taunt. However, Master Hu standing in front of Chu Yan had a look of doubt in his eyes. Because Chu Yan in front of him smiled lightly, his calmness was strange. Could it be that there's something special about this heavenly remnant god crystal, and I've missed it too? Originally, Master Hu had dismissed Chu Yan at all, was a little shaken when he saw Chu Yan's expression. Because, he knew in his heart that if he hadn't been ordered by Long Tianhun to forcibly increase the price of the 3 rough stones chosen by Chu Yan before the start of the fairy game, the 3 rough stones chosen by Chu Yan would have been long ago. He has one master who was already shocked by such an outlier, so when he saw Chu Yan's expression, he became more and more guilty. Sure enough, Chu Yan in front of him raised his mouth slightly and spoke directly. Who told you that this Tianquan godhead is only worth 2,500 divine crystals? When the words landed, everyone's expressions changed, and their bodies shook at the same time. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2181 Godhead Mutation. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Facing the astonished eyes of several people, Chu Yan turned around directly, facing the Tianquan godhead suspended in mid-air above the jade table. Without a trace of hesitation, a 5-color airflow appeared in Chu Yan's right palm. The left palm was stretched out at the same time, and a mass of colorful airflow emerged at the same time. Bursts of ancient primordial aura rushed out. Fusion for me. With a low shout, Chu Yan's hands suddenly closed together, and the 2 groups of airflow above the left palm and the right palm slammed into each other fiercely, and there was a huge explosion of air. Boom. At the same time as the explosion of qi sounded, the primordial qi and the 5 qi fused directly, turning into a cloud of gray air, which was thrown by Chu Yan and shot straight at the Tianquan godhead in midair. After Chu Yan broke through the Emperor realm, there was still some primordial qi left in his body. Even in the 10-direction starfield, the primordial aura is extremely precious, plus Chu Yan's pure 5-element aura. The fusion between the two and the changes produced, even Chu Yan himself cannot control it. However, there is one thing that Chu Yan can be sure of. That is, whether it is the primordial qi or the 5 elements qi, it is definitely the source of all power in this martial spirit world. And when Chu Yan started the fairy game among the tens of thousands of silver-level spiritual sources, he found that this original stone contained a trace of breath that could make him shudder. Since then, Chu Yan has been thinking about what the breath in the rough stone is. Why, there will be a familiar and extremely terrifying feeling, which makes him unable to understand and peep. Finally, Chu Yan made a bold guess. This guess is that the Tianquan godhead in the 3rd rough stone is not incomplete, but... Boom, boom. As soon as the fused gray air mass rushed into the floating Tianquan godhead, the originally stable golden Tianquan godhead suddenly underwent an earth-shattering change. A dazzling golden light. It became 10 times thicker in an instant, like a dazzling golden sun, releasing an incomparably powerful force. At the same time, a golden figure emerged from the Tianquan godhead. This golden figure, with fluttering robes and star-like eyes, glanced at him, as if the whole world was under his feet. A powerful breath, like a god descending, swept all directions. This golden figure is indeed the phantom of the gods. This master whose eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his mouth was opened wide, his face was full of shock, and he couldn't speak at all. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that such a phenomenon would appear in this Tianquan godhead. However, what made him even more unbelievable was that the aura and power of this Tianquan godhead were still increasing crazily. On that day, above the disabled godhead, the power that erupted became stronger and stronger. After the cloud of gray airflow thrown by Chu Yan was instantly swallowed up by it, the coercive aura like a mountain suddenly fell on everyone present. Above the entire Tianquan godhead, the aura of a strong man in the divine realm exploded wildly. Boom! 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 In midair, a golden phantom of the god of heaven, a pair of eyes of the god of thunder, opened instantly, and the golden thunder-like light projected down, looking down at everyone. With the fall of the god's eye that day, the coercive power of the entire void instantly increased several times. Roar! An earth-shattering roar exploded, and the roar towards the dark sky caused the entire hall to vibrate. Plop! Elder Lei Fa was the first to be caught by the gaze, and his whole body was shocked. He couldn't bear it at all, and directly knelt down on the ground, his face full of horror. Plop! 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 Not only the old man Lei Fa, but almost where the phantom of the gods looked, several people present knelt down on the ground one after another. Apart from the people kneeling on the ground, even the entire Tianwei Tower began to shake violently, and the thick pillars of the temple creaked, and large cracks exploded. Boom, boom. For a moment, the mighty power of the gods directly punched a big hole in the roof of the hall, and the majestic power of the gods rushed straight to Tianxiao. Mom, what's going on? Then, what kind of breath is that? It's scary. God, the power of the gods. This is the power of the gods. Oh my God, the god-level powerhouse here. That direction isn't the main hall of the young city lord, Long Tianhun, who just opened the Immortal Bureau. Is this the artifact vision that was opened from the rough stone? Artifact. A strange phenomenon appeared all over the sky, and the sky above the entire cloud ghost city was full of wind and clouds, and a golden thundercloud gathered in an instant, and a large piece of golden lightning thundered down like a thunderstorm. Immediately, the entire Yungue city, countless buildings and shops, were bombarded until the sky was filled with dust and fog, and they collapsed directly. At this time, in the hall where the Immortal Bureau is located, Long Tianhun and the others knelt down on the ground, trembling all over, lowering their heads deeply, not daring to look up at all. They were in the center, and the power they received from the gods almost made them lose their souls, and they didn't dare to relax at all. All of them were so frightened that their faces were pale, their scalps were numb, and their bodies were filled with lifeless energy, like falling into an ice cellar. The terrifying majesty of the gods lasted for nearly 100 breaths, before it gradually dissipated. The golden breath all over the sky, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, constantly returned to the heavenly Godhead. Call. When nearly 90% of the power of the gods dissipated, Long Tianhun and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Their whole bodies were limp and they almost couldn't get up. However, when they looked up, they saw that Chu Yan and Li Mingdao were fine. What did you do? The old man Lei Fa struggled and stood up from the ground, not caring that his body was still shaking, looked at Chu Yan in horror, and asked. Don't you understand yet? Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled lightly and asked back. Ming, understand what? The old man Lei Fa was stunned and couldn't understand what Chu Yan was saying. At this moment, Master Hu at the side, his legs trembling, managed to get up from the ground, looked up at the Tianken Godhead floating in midair, and said in a startled voice. That's not Tianken Godhead, it's the real Godhead. This word sounded like a thunderbolt, causing everyone in the audience to shake their bodies violently, and almost sat down on the ground again. What? Godhead. Long Tianhuan's mouth opened so wide that it could almost fit a cow, and he said in horror. How is it possible? In the past 1,000 years in my cloud ghost city, there has never been a Godhead. On the face of the old man Lei Fa, the same horror and disbelief were on his face, and he shouted directly. Don't talk about Yungue City, even in the 10 Directions Starfield, there hasn't been a Godhead in nearly 100 years. Master Hu stared straight at the Tianken Godhead with both eyes, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he said. But this one is really a Godhead. 1,300 years later, another one appeared in the 10 Direction Star Field, which can directly create the Godhead of a strong Saint Emperor. As the words fell, the entire hall fell into dead silence in an instant. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2182 100,000 crystals. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Li Mingdao's body bounced up instantly when the godhead exploded with a heaven-shattering divine power. A pair of eyes shot out a dazzling light, staring straight at the sky, the one that only appears in the legend, Godhead. In particular, when he heard Master Hu's explanation and confirmed that it was a real Godhead, his face was almost red and purple. Godhead, there is no incomplete, no damaged Godhead. Those who are strong in the Great Emperor realm can break through in a short period of time and directly reach the Saint Emperor realm. The chances of such a harmless Tianquan Godhead appearing are extremely low, it can even be said to be 1 in a million. Therefore, its preciousness and price are far beyond everyone's imagination. 100,000 divine crystals. A voice sounded in his mind, and Li Mingdao instantly remembered the price when the Godhead appeared last time in the Shifeng starfield. A total of 100,000 divine crystals. This price is not only known to him, but also to almost all bigwigs with powerful sect forces, as well as elite geniuses. Because, not the first strong man can break through the realm of the Holy Emperor. Therefore, finding a Godhead may be the only hope for many people to break through to the realm of the Holy Emperor in their lifetime. Although according to historical records, Godheads also have different attributes, only warriors of the same attribute can refine Godheads and have a 50% chance of breaking through. For warriors with different attributes, if they want to refine their Godheads, their success rate may be less than 50%. Even so, such a Godhead is already a sky-high price. And, more importantly, there is a price, but no market at all, but you can buy it without saying that you have 100,000 divine crystals. Such a fetish, even compared to the 9-sage foxtail that Li Mingdao bet on, is almost on par. That's right, this Godhead is worth at least 100,000 God crystals. Master Hu at the side, as soon as he thought of the terrifying coercion of the gods just now, his face turned pale. His body trembled slightly, his face full of shock. However, what happened to all of this was really incredible. It was originally just a gamble for the grandson of the Holy Emperor, but unexpectedly, such a terrifying fetish would be drawn out. I believe that it won't be long before the big bosses from all parties will rush to Yungue City frantically and fight for this Godhead. Since Master Hu also admits that this Godhead is worth 100,000 God crystals, then I want to ask, who won? Chu Yan turned around and looked at Long Tianhun, who was dazed and sluggish like a stone. The momentum on his body continued to rise, and his eyes, like sword lights, stared straight at Long Tianhun. This second ancestor, relying on his identity as the grandson of the Holy Emperor, collaborated with Tianwei Building to forcibly change the price of the original stone, and the plot was exhausted. So now, in the face of this Godhead that releases the power of the gods, it is time to continue to calculate and plot. This one is a gold-type Godhead, without any restrictions. Compared with the wind-type Godhead 1,300 years ago, there must be more emperors who are interested. Master Hu carefully sensed the power released by the Godhead, and explained again. Perhaps, the emperors who practice the golden system of heaven will also be interested in it. Therefore, its price is at least 150,000 God crystals. When these words landed, everyone in the audience looked at Master Hu and were all dumbfounded. 150,000 divine crystals. Almost bought half of the Cloud Ghost City. A piece of rough stone originally priced at 99 divine crystals was actually issued with a fetish item worth 150,000 divine crystals. Here and there is still gambling with stones, this is simply a gamble to become a god. Several pairs of shocking eyes looked at Chu Yan together, as if they were looking at a god. On the main seat, Long Tianhuan's complexion instantly turned dark. Lost. Unexpectedly, he really lost. Ha ha ha, long bald head, you are stupid. Let you fight with me, no. No, let you fight with me, and Chu Yan, you can't lose. Li Mingdao, who was like an eggplant, had fought with Shuang during the entire stone betting process of the fairy game. At this moment, he finally became excited, jumped 3 feet high, and rushed to the main seat of Long Tianhun, facing Long Tian's soul, opened his mouth and laughed wildly. And you, let you follow Long Tianhun and set up a trap for me, now you bet, don't even think about taking it back, ha ha ha. Li Mingdao's laughter was so earth-shattering that the pillars in the main hall were buzzing and trembling. 1. Li Mingdao, who was so aggrieved that he almost vomited blood just now, felt as if his entire soul was about to soar. Cool, so cool. Ha ha ha. Beside the ashen-faced Long Tianhun, Li Mingdao put his hands on his hips, and smiled happily as he looked at the faces of everyone. But in front of him, Long Tianhun, Old Man Lei Fa, and Chen Qingqing all looked like they were about to cry. Because they colluded with Long Tianhun and set up this game, which was originally aimed at Li Mingdao. Therefore, it was agreed that once they won, the bets of the two of them would be returned. But now, it's still a fart, and they all lost to Li Mingdao. Not far away, Chen Xian's face was flushed, he didn't even dare to look at Chu Yan, he wished he could find a crack in the ground and sneak in directly. What a shame! It's so embarrassing. As a full-time stone-betting priest, he actually lost to a boy he found on the street. How could he still hang out in Yingui City in the future? Unlike Chen Xian, Master Hu of the Tianwei Tower kept looking at Chu Yan, his eyes glistened, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Ha ha ha, I won. I won. Brother Chu Yan, you are too powerful. Li Mingdao was so excited that he rushed to Chu Yan again and shouted excitedly. Brother Chu Yan, tell me, what conditions do you have? I promise you all. Excited, Li Mingdao did not forget the original agreement with Chu Yan, so he asked directly. Humph. What else can he want? Of course it's the Godhead. On the main seat, Long Tianhun with a dark face heard Li Mingdao's words, but he snorted coldly and said. According to the rules of betting on stones, he can choose one. Chen Qingqing also had a purple-gray face, looked at Li Mingdao, and said with a sneer. Li Mingdao, even if this Godhead is released, it will fall into his hands. That's right, Li Mingdao, even if you become a Godhead, you won't earn anything. When several people heard Li Mingdao's words, they immediately began to sneer and ridicule again, but their eyes were all blood red, and they looked at the Godhead in midair, all of them were greedy and jealous. After all, in the face of a Godhead worth 150,000 God crystals, no matter who it is, they will be tempted and even have evil thoughts. Humph. As long as Brother Chu Yan speaks, a Godhead counts for nothing. Hearing everyone's ridicule, Li Mingdao didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he grinned and replied with a strange smile on his face. What? Send Godhead. When several people heard Li Mingdao's words, they were stunned for a moment, and they all felt that this Li Mingdao was happy and silly. Although the rules are dead, if Li Mingdao refuses to obey, I believe that this little-known Chu Yan will have nothing to do. You know, this is a Godhead. Li Mingdao, are you stupid? Long Tianhun laughed. No. You are the ones who are stupid. Master Hu of Tianwei Tower, like Li Mingdao, looked at Chu Yan with a strange smile from the beginning to the end, but suddenly spoke. When these words landed, the faces of Long Tianhun and the others all changed. What? Silly. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2183 Tianwei Building. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. After a full 10 breaths, Long Tianhuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he reacted instantly. Turning his head, he looked at Chu Yan with the same gaze as a wolf. Not only Long Tianhun, but old Lei Fa and Chen Qingqing also reacted suddenly, and finally understood the meaning of Master Hu's words. Stupid. What a fool. How can I be so stupid? As Li Mingdao said, the Godhead is nothing. Compared with the Chu Yan in front of him, let alone one Godhead, even 10 Godheads are not comparable at all. You can think of it with your heels. As long as there is this Chu Yan, a top treasure, similar to the Godhead, you can open as many as you want. As long as there are enough rough stones, is the treasure still a problem? And in Yingui City, the most indispensable thing is rough stones, not to mention silver rank rough stones, even gold rank rough stones, you can find a lot of them. As long as you invite Chu Yan to find as many high-level rough stones as possible, then. Hiss. 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 The picture that appeared in the sea of consciousness made Long Tianhun, Elder Lei Fa, and Chen Qingqing gasp at the same time. Therefore, when the three of them looked at Li Mingdao again, the jealousy in the three pairs of eyes could almost burn Li Mingdao to ashes. This kid is really lucky. On the street, you can also find such a terrifying treasure-appreciating genius. It's a pity that after this fairy game, Long Tianhun and the three of them have already had some gaps with Chu Yan, and it may be extremely difficult to mend their relationship. Just when a few people were gritting their teeth and thinking with distorted faces, Chu Yan smiled lightly and said, "Brother Li, you and I agreed at the beginning, if I help you win this game, you promise me one condition." "Certainly. As long as I can do it, just mention it." Hearing Chu Yan's words, Li Mingdao slapped his chest loudly all day long, with a swearing expression on his face. At this time in Li Mingdao's heart, just as Long Tianhun and the others expected, as long as Chu Yan speaks, this godhead will never hesitate. Because Li Mingdao has already made up his mind to make friends with Chu Yan in front of him. "Okay, I'm going to." Chu Yan nodded, then turned his head and looked in the direction of the jade table. In an instant, the gazes of Long Tianhun and the others, following Chu Yan's gaze, all looked in the direction of the jade table, and fell on the godhead surging with Tianwei. 150,000 divine crystals. This kid definitely created a miracle in Yingui City. "I want that 5-soul stone." Chu Yan raised his finger and said. When the words fell, everyone shook their bodies and almost fell to the ground. They stared at each other with bull-like eyes, opened their mouths wide, and looked at Chu Yan with shock on their faces. What? This kid actually wants that 5-soul stone. The 5 soul stones are only worth 500 divine crystals. This price is not even a fraction of the Godhead. You want this 5 soul stone? Even Li Mingdao didn't expect it at all, and his face was full of astonishment. Good. Chu Yan nodded, and answered directly. I came to Yingui City, just to find the 5 soul stone. Hearing this, Li Mingdao was startled for a moment, then the corners of his eyes twitched violently twice, and his gaze towards Chu Yan ignited again. Although he didn't know why Chu Yan was looking for the 5 soul stone, Li Mingdao at least understood one more thing. In the fairy game just now, among the 3 rough stones that Chu Yan chose, one was what he wanted, and one could help him win. In other words, 2 of the 3 rough stones that Chu Yan selected were extremely accurate. Then, that Yuanzhu, why did you choose that rough stone? Li Mingdao, whose face was full of shock, replied with a trembling voice, with a thunderous explosion in the sea of consciousness. Yuanzhu, it looks pretty. Chu Yan smiled lightly, shrugged, and replied casually. Boom. Boom. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, thousands of thunderbolts in Li Mingdao's sea of consciousness exploded crazily, shaking Li Mingdao's sea of consciousness upside down and making it into a mess. Looks great. Not only Li Mingdao, but even the ordinary master who also heard the meaning of the conversation between the two, and immediately glared at Chu Yan with black lines on his face. Of the 3 rough stones, 2 were accurate hits, and the last one was added to the head, all because it looks good. If it was before the fairy game started, Chu Yan would probably make everyone laugh out loud if he said such a thing. But now, it is impossible for anyone to suspect that what Chu Yan said is false. Otherwise, if Chu Yan put away the godhead worth 150,000 god crystals for the sake of the god crystals, but wanted the 5-soul stone that was only 500 god crystals. It can only be explained that this Chu Yan, who has never been seen in Yungue City, is really here to find the 5-soul stone. 5 soul stones are special spirit stones that combine the power of the 5 elements. What does it do? Master Hu looked at Chu Yan with shining eyes, looked up and down, and immediately understood why Chu Yan was looking for the 5-soul stone. Swish! Li Mingdao raised his hand, and the 5-soul stone on the jade table was shot by lightning and fell into his palm. Immediately, Li Mingdao offered it with both hands and handed it to Chu Yan. I didn't say anything, the 5 soul stones belong to you. Li Mingdao smiled all over his face, and the Chu Yan in front of him became more and more pleasing to the eye. Thank you. Chu Yan took the 5 soul stone, looked at it, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Now that the 5 soul stones are in hand, the next step is to verify and improve the method of cultivation. Farewell. Putting the 5 soul stones into the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan was ready to say goodbye as soon as he cupped his hands. Etc. As soon as Chu Yan walked out of the main hall, Master Hu from Tianwei Tower immediately chased him over. Huh? What's the matter? Chu Yan stopped and looked at Master Hu with a puzzled expression. The fairy game is over, this Master Hu, what else do you want to do? Fellow Taoist Chu, I have something to pass on to others. It's about. Seeing the vigilance on Chu Yan's face, Master Hu hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, but he didn't finish a sentence, and the last few words were the sound transmission of spiritual consciousness, which sounded directly in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. It's about going against God. Huh? You. Chu Yan was stunned, and when he looked at Master Hu, he froze instantly. Against God. This Master Hu, how could he know the things against God? It's not convenient to talk here, please come with me. Master Hu smiled lightly, turned around directly, and led Chu Yan towards the Tianwei main building in the distance. Chu Yan looked at Master Hu's figure, pondered for a while, and followed. Soon, the two of them went straight to the 7th floor of Tianwei main building, one behind the other, in a huge secret room. There are 7 layers of restrictions and spiritual formations outside the gate alone. Under such tight defenses, no one at the Saint Emperor level could peep into this secret room. What's the matter, tell me? Chu Yan said directly. Nantian Divine Emperor, brothers Chu Yan must know each other. Master Hu asked with a gentle smile on his face. Yes. I know it. Chu Yan nodded. Nantian Divine Emperor, a few days ago, I sent a message to the Tianwei Tower to classify you. As long as you meet Brother Chu Yan, you will be allowed to participate in the recruitment assessment against God. Recruitment assessment. Chu Yan was startled. That's right. An Aishan Dao will hold a recruitment assessment regularly, and the number of recruits will not exceed 10. The Nantian God Emperor said, Brothers Chu Yan, there must be no problem, let us classify them for convenience. Master Hu said. Huh. This Tianwei building and Nishendo. Seeing Master Hu's expression, Chu Yan was stunned, and said suspiciously. He, Tianwei Tower is an industry belonging to the God-defying Dao. Master Hu replied with a light smile. End of chapter. Remember in a second. Hashtag C2184 Method of Fusion. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Master Hu's words made Chu Yan startled, a little unexpected. Tianwei Building, it is said that in the 10 Directions star field, it is also one of the top 3 chambers of commerce. It is extremely powerful, and its classifications are spread throughout the entire 9 regions. Even in the outland continent, the Tianqi Building, which is in full swing, is not worth mentioning compared with the Tianwei Building. Therefore, this time, Chu Yan received news from Erhuan that the 5 soul stones appeared in Yungue City, but Erhuan had no way of knowing exactly where the 5 soul stones were. This shows that after arriving in the 10 Directions starfield, the ability of the Tianqi building has dropped significantly. Could it be that everyone in Tianwei Tower is a member of the God-defying way? Chu Yan looked at Master Hu in astonishment, and asked. Of course not. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Master Hu shook his head directly, and said with a light smile. Only after being promoted to the 7-star Long building, are you eligible to participate in the recruitment assessment against God. And this kind of assessment, before they pass and obtain qualifications, they don't even know the relationship between Tianwei building and Nishan Dao. As for me, as an 8-star elder, I happened to pass the assessment against God 10 years ago and became an outer sect deacon. When Master Hu said this, he seemed extremely proud, his eyes were full of light. Outer door deacon. Chu Yan was startled. That's right. Tianwei building is a chamber of commerce after all, and the situation between Ni Shindao and Xingtian Pavilion is the same as fire and water, one is in the light and the other is in the dark. Therefore, if Ni Shindao wants to fight Xingtian Pavilion, it depends on the strength of the warriors. Still not enough. The existence of the Tianwei Tower can collect all kinds of natural materials and earthly treasures for Ni Shindao, and it can also collect information at the same time. Chu Yan took Master Hu's words seriously and nodded slightly. Right. Unexpectedly, the strength of Ni Shindao is much stronger than I imagined. I began to believe that Ni Shindao really has the strength to fight against Xingtian Pavilion. Maybe joining Ni Shindao is a good choice. While Chu Yan was speaking, frowning slightly, he began to think about what would be the content of the Ni Shindao assessment that Ouyang Nantian asked him to participate in. How do you know me? Don't you just rely on a name? Chu Yan looked at Master Hu and asked. This? Hearing Chu Yan's question, Master Hu smiled lightly and said. If you hadn't released the primordial aura, maybe I wouldn't be able to be sure. It turned out to be the primordial aura. Chu Yan suddenly nodded. The fact that he obtained the primordial spiritual energy was originally instructed by Ouyang Nantian, and this primordial spiritual energy is very rare in the entire 10 Directions starfield. Using this to determine one's identity is quite sure. Okay. Let's talk about the content of the assessment. Chu Yan took a look at Master Hu and temporarily believed his identity, so he asked directly. Assessment content. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Master Hu was stunned, and his tone became hesitant. Huh. You don't know? Chu Yan said in a daze. You guessed it right. I really don't know about your assessment. My Nashendo assessment is completely different from other sects, because the recruitment of Nashendo members is extremely strict and the number of members is very small, so the content of the assessment for almost everyone will vary from person to person, and a group of elders is required. After discussing, set the task. When Master Hu spoke, his eyes were bright and he didn't look like he was lying. Moreover, the situation he said was very similar to Ouyang Nantian's introduction to Chu Yan against God. Against the Shinto, because of the reason for fighting against the Xingtian Pavilion, the recruitment of members is extremely strict. I will report your situation to the Council of Elders as soon as possible, and then they will set up a recruitment task. Therefore, I can only ask you to temporarily stay in Tianwei building for a few days. All right. Chu Yan nodded. Okay. I'll take you to the palace. Seeing that Chu Yan agreed, Master Hu relaxed and took Chu Yan directly to the residence hall on the other side. After briefly explaining the prohibition and defensive array of Jedian, Master Hu gave Chu Yan an access token, but left in a hurry. After Master Hu left, Chu Yan activated all the prohibitions and spiritual formations in the palace, and then directly took out the 5 soul stones he had just harvested. Compared with joining an I Shen Dao, what Chu Yan is more anxious about is the fusion of 5 soul stones. Crush me. With a soft drink, Chu Yan raised his hand and slashed, the sword light swayed, and when the sword fell, he was directly chopped into stone powder by the 5 soul stone with a bang. Following the shattering of the 5 soul stone, a 5-color airflow the size of a fingertip floated out. Receive. As soon as he drew his true energy and opened his mouth to inhale, the tiny 5-color airflow was directly swallowed by Chu Yan. The 5-color airflow was driven by the spiritual consciousness, and Chu Yan transformed into a spiritual body, followed by the 500-stone airflow, to the Sea of Consciousness world. In Chu Yan's view, the function of these 5 soul stones should be the same as the original soul stone. That is to say, relying on the unicorn martial soul, it should be able to refine the 5-color airflow and convert it into a high-level 5-element air. Kirin martial soul, refine it for me. Facing the Wuhun mountain in the distance, Chu Yan summoned the Qilin Wuhun, ready to start refining. However, when the unicorn martial soul stepped on the 5-color auspicious cloud and came, a pair of 5-color dragon eyes glanced at the 5-color air current, but shook his head directly. What? Unable to refine? Chu Yan was stunned. Could it be that the 5 soul stones are wrong? The reaction of the Qilin Wuhun made Chu Yan a little puzzled. The next thing is, Chu Yan mobilized his spiritual consciousness, spent a long time trying to communicate with the Qilin Wuhun, and finally figured out the reason. The 5 soul stones are exactly what the 5 gods and beasts martial souls need. And its function is also the upgraded version of the soul stone, but now the white tiger and vermilion bird martial souls have been upgraded to battle spirits. However, the Qilin martial soul has not been promoted to the battle spirit, so it does not have the ability to refine the 5 soul stones at all. After figuring out the situation, Chu Yan became even more confused. This is simply a pit. Now the 3 god-beast spirits all need the 5 soul stones to break through the battle spirit, but the unicorn spirit cannot refine the 5 soul stones. If you rely on the soul stone and slowly improve, you don't know, you will be promoted to the year of the monkey. Could it be that there is no other way? Since Suzaku and White Tiger are battle spirits, can they refine them? Chu Yan is still trying, discussing with Qilin Wuhun, looking for other ways. But the Qilin Wuhun shook his head directly, telling Chu Yan that both the White Tiger Wuhun and the Suzaku Wuhun belonged to the combat system and had no such ability at all. Among the 5 gods and beasts, only the unicorn spirit has the ability to refine the treasures of heaven, material and earth, and extract the energy of the 5 elements. Then what should I do? Chu Yan's face was full of disappointment. However, just when Chu Yan was at a loss, Qilin Wuhun blinked at Chu Yan, raised his front paw, stretched out a dragon finger, and pointed to the sky quietly. Without waiting for Chu Yan to react, the Qilin Wuhun directly turned into a streamer of 5 colors and flew back to Wuhun Mountain. Chu Yan, who was full of astonishment, looked up in the direction that the Qilin Wuhun had just pointed, and his face was stunned. I saw, in the sea of spirit clouds all over the sky, a blue sky lotus was floating gently. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2185 I have one sword. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Qilin Wuhun ran extremely fast, and disappeared into Wuhun Mountain in the blink of an eye, leaving only Chu Yan looking at the blue sky lotus above the sky. The blue-armored giant. Of course Chu Yan knew the hints that the Qilin Wuhun had given him, but this green-armored giant had never paid much attention to him. Except for some extreme cases, it rarely comes out by itself. Ask him for help. His eyes flickered slightly. Chu Yan's sea of consciousness was running like flying, and he kept thinking. Chu Yan has no doubts about the fusion method of the 5 soul stones. The green-armored giant knows how to fuse them. It can even be said that there seems to be nothing in this world of martial spirits that the green-armored giant doesn't know, but it depends on whether he is willing to talk about it. Swish. Chu Yan soared into the air, approaching the blue sky lotus in the sea of spiritual clouds, and the smile on his face kept appearing. Without waiting for Chu Yan to approach, a faint blue light flickered on the cyan sky lotus, and a flash of spiritual light rose into the sky, and the tall figure of a giant in blue armor appeared in front of Chu Yan instantly. 5 soul stones, gather the 5 spirits of heaven and earth, and integrate them for 10,000 years, then it will be completed. The majestic Tsanggu's voice resounded throughout the sea of consciousness and the sky, and the green-armored giant looked at Chu Yan and said directly. The 5 souls are 4, loyal, brave and loyal. If you want to surrender, you must suppress them with your own will, before they can merge. Without Chu Yan opening his mouth, the green-armored giant directly told Chu Yan how to fuse the 5 soul stones. However, this method also made Chu Yan change his view of the 5 soul stone. It turned out that the 5 souls of the 5 soul stones did not refer to the 5 elements of extreme energy. If you want to fuse them, you must suppress them. The powerful power produced by the fusion of the 5 elements for 10,000 years is indeed no small matter. Thank you. Hearing the words, Chu Yan pondered for a while, then understood. A look of joy appeared on his face, and he cupped his hands in thanks. Soon, the blue-armored giant in the sky. The mountain-like figure quickly fell silent, and returned to the blue sky lotus without any movement. As before, never say a word. Chu Yan has long been accustomed to the attitude of the green-armored giant, and without thinking too much, he turned around and looked at the 5-color airflow. 5 soul stones can only be suppressed with will, try it. Chu Yan's eyes flashed sharply, and the tide of emperor prestige surged out from all over his body, suppressing it towards the 5 soul stone. The power of will just came into contact with the 5 soul stones, and suddenly changed. A powerful force erupted from the 5 soul stones, shaking the surrounding void and trembling suddenly. It really works. Seeing the abnormal movement of the 5 soul stones, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, Chu Yan urged the will of martial arts to strengthen the suppression of the 5 soul stones. On the 5 soul stone suppressed by Chu Yan's martial arts will, a large area of 5-color mysterious light continuously overflowed, like a colorful star. Chu Yan will give him a chance, and the will of martial arts is like a tide, directly wrapping down, covering the 5 soul stones. Roar. At this moment, on the 5 soul stone, 5 dazzling mysterious lights merged instantly, turning into an incomparably terrifying 5-color light and shadow giant. Snort. With a heavy hum, the 5-color light and shadow giant raised his hand and punched Chu Yan straight. 5 soul transformation. Seeing the huge light and shadow appearing, Chu Yan was stunned. Unexpectedly, the 5 soul stones have bred their own will, and it is so powerful. Could it be that the unicorn martial soul cannot be refined, and the green-armored giant let him violently suppress it? Break it! With a soft drink, Chu Yan didn't even think about it. He raised his hand and punched, and blasted out. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that the fist shadow he blasted seemed to be useless at all, as if it hit a cloud of phantom, directly passed through the ball of 5-colored mysterious light, and flew to the sky. Chu Yan, who was full of astonishment, could only watch helplessly as the fist mark transformed by the 5-colored mysterious light hit him directly. Boom! The entire sea of consciousness and the sky trembled suddenly, and Chu Yan's consciousness instantly became blurred. In the next breath, Chu Yan could only feel that his consciousness instantly turned into dust, and flew towards the sky with the 5-color air current surging in the sky. Passing through layers of spiritual cloud seas, between the boundless heaven and earth, it is like a floating cloud, floating everywhere. This feeling is very strange, as if I have become a part of this world, slowly merging into all things in the world, or, I am one of them. The sky above Lingyun Sea is like a five-color opening, rippling with a mind-shattering divine light. That's the five-soul stone. Chu Yan raised his head slightly, looked up at the five-color sky, and murmured. Swish. 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 The moment Chu Yan uttered the words, the five-color opening suddenly shook and fell from the sky. Roar. The Qilin Wuhun appeared directly, blocking Chu Yan's body, with a pair of golden dragon eyes, staring directly at the falling five-color sky. Roar. 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 Almost immediately after him, the martial souls of Suzaku, White Tiger, Xuanhuan and Qinglong all appeared together, and the power of the martial souls of the five divine beasts surged into the sky like a raging tide. The entire sky broke the calm in an instant. The powerful martial spirit and the five-colored sky collided with each other, erupting with earth-shattering power. Chu Yan's heart jumped, and his whole body suddenly became cold. An unprecedented breath of death rose from his heart like a tide, making him fall into an ice cellar. However, Chu Yan, with shining eyes, can clearly sense that in this breath of death, there is a trace of life essence, which firmly guards Chu Yan's soul and sea of consciousness. The five souls seal the sky, and the mind turns the universe. Attracted by this breath of life, the true energy of Chu Yan's whole body continuously broke through the dead energy around him, erupting like fire. Chu Yan, whose eyes were as bright as stars, roared sharply, shaking the sky. The five divine beast spirits opened their mouths wide open, and their violent devouring power, like five whirlpools, began to continuously absorb the vast and boundless five-color sky. It's done. A look of surprise appeared on Chu Yan's face. Haotian sword, cut. Behind Chu Yan, the Haotian sword let out a shocking sound, broke out of its sheath, and the sword light was like water, swaying the entire sky. Call out. Call out. The two-color sword glow soared into the sky, and the shadow of the sword was like thunder, as if it wanted to split the world in half. Boom, boom. It seemed that Chu Yan's sword had inspired a ferocious aura, and the five-colored sky changed dramatically, sending out an earth-shattering roar, tumbling crazily, and suppressing it again. Break it. Not affected by the furious five-color sky, Chu Yan's eyes shot out a dazzling sword light, and the Haotian sword in his hand drew an almost perfect arc, and slashed out again. Call out. A sword that contained all of Chu Yan's will, slashed on the five-color curtain, and instantly opened a huge sword hole. From the entrance of the cave, a large amount of five-colored mysterious light poured down, like a waterfall in the sky. The Qilin martial soul and the others are still polite, and the five majestic auras of divine beasts burst out at the same time, swallowing all the five-colored mysterious light pouring down from the cave. At this moment, in the distant sky, a blue sky lotus hangs lightly in the sky. The tall giant in green armor quietly watches Chu Yan wielding his sword, with blue light shining in his eyes. I have a sword that can cut heaven and earth. The majestic whispering sound stirred up endless waves of swords and shook the heavens. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C21869 Dragon Order. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The sound of thunder was like a sword, shaking the sky and the earth, and it was transmitted to Chu Yan's ears, directly causing his pupils to dilate instantly. Sword, sword intent. Even before turning his head to look at the place where the sound came out, it was too late for Chu Yan to fall into an epiphany. Compared with the bottleneck of cultivation, Chu Yan's practice in kendo has already been in a watershed state. In the dark, Chu Yan always had a feeling that he could not control his swordsmanship, or in other words, he had a strange feeling about Haotian's sword. This is the first time Chu Yan has encountered such a situation since he practiced kendo. However, Chu Yan is very clear that this is an opportunity for his own kendo to break through. As long as he can seize this opportunity, perhaps his kendo will undergo earth-shaking changes. I have a sword that can cut heaven and earth. Chu Yan, whose eyes were hollow, murmured these words repeatedly, as if some magical power in them was constantly attracting him. Good. The blue-armored giant above the clouds in the distance, seeing his own words, made Chu Yan fall into the epiphany of swordsmanship, and nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, a large piece of blue light burst out, and the five-colored sky above the sky fell silent instantly. Only the Wuhun of the five gods and beasts remained, continuously devouring the sound of the five-colored mysterious light. This epiphany lasted for half an hour before Chu Yan slowly woke up from his absence. Thank you, Senior. As soon as he raised his head, he saw the blue-armored giant above the sky, who had not disappeared, but was protecting himself. Chu Yan felt warm and bowed quickly. Swish. Seeing Chu Yan wake up, the giant in blue armor flickered and returned to the blue sky lotus. Huh. Swallowed up. In the surrounding sky, the martial souls of the five gods and beasts surged from their bodies, and their powerful aura surged in all directions like a sea tide. And the five-color sky that originally covered the sky. But it has disappeared completely, and there is no trace of five-color mysterious light left. Kiran martial soul. With a soft drink, Chu Yan's consciousness turned into electricity, his body flickered, and he came to the Qilin Wuhun. After some exchange of spiritual knowledge, the Qilin Wuhun told Chu Yan that the five spirits of the gods and beasts all had some improvements, but with only 500 stone, they wanted to make Qilin, Xuanhuan, and Qinglong break through to the battle spirit. Totally impossible. Chu Yan nodded, and then his spiritual body dissipated and returned to his physical body. Chu Yan had already expected what the Qilin Wuhun said. Originally, Chu Yan just wanted to try this time, whether the 5 soul stones were really helpful for improving his martial soul. The result of the experiment made Chu Yan extremely satisfied. Huh. The physical body has improved so much. As soon as he lowered his head, Chu Yan suddenly discovered that after devouring the energy of the 5 elements in the 5 soul stones, his physical body also underwent a huge change. In the flesh, blood, and bones of the whole body, there is a trace of the spirit of the 5 elements, and the physical strength directly breaks through from the lower martial emperor Jiuxiao to the physical strength of the middle martial emperor. Moreover, in the dark, there seems to be a little more intimacy between him and everything in the world. The aura of the 5 divine beasts' martial souls was obviously stronger than that, much stronger. You know, Baihu and Suzaku's martial spirits have already been promoted to battle spirits, and their actual combat strength is comparable to that of a great emperor. In this way, Chu Yan's trump card became much stronger. Okay. Consolidate quickly. Chu Yan, who was pleasantly surprised, was in a good mood, and sat cross-legged directly, and began to practice. The entire temporary residence fell into silence again. This practice lasted for half a day, and when Chu Yan opened his eyes again, Master Hu had already been waiting outside for a long time. Huh. Come so soon. Chu Yan got up, walked outside the gate of the Jedian, took out his handprints, and lifted the restriction of the Jedian. Chu Yan, there is news, huh? Master Hu, who had just stepped into the gate of the palace, was in a hurry, and glanced at Chu Yan, and his face suddenly changed. You broke through. Why does it seem to be different there? Master Hu, who was full of astonishment, looked Chu Yan up and down. He clearly felt that Yang Yan's aura had changed from before, but judging by his cultivation, there was no change. However, based on his strength as a treasure appraiser, he can be sure that Chu Yan's strength has definitely improved. Hee. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and had no intention of telling Master Hu about the 5 soul stones, so he asked directly. Is it against the gods? I have an assessment task. Hearing this, Master Hu was stunned, then nodded, and replied. Not bad. This time, there are a total of 19 disciples participating in the assessment against God. Everyone's assessment tasks are different. Including you, there are exactly 20. Master Hu first introduced the situation to Chu Yan, then took out a jade talisman and handed it to Chu Yan. Your assessment task is in Yungue City. You are required to obtain the 9 Dragon Order within 1 month. This is the information about the task. 9 Dragons Order. Chu Yan was taken aback, took the jade talisman, penetrated it with his spiritual sense, and examined it carefully. Chu Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the recruitment assessment of Anai Shindao turned out to be this good. Master Hu saw Chu Yan's face full of doubts, smiled lightly, and began to explain directly. Yungue City is a well-known gambling city. It gathers the star fields of the 10 directions. All kinds of rare treasures of heaven and earth, even some treasures of family forces, will often appear. I've seen this before. Chu Yan nodded. Immediately, I thought of Li Mingdao, who even used the 9 sage foxtails as a bet. Presumably, like him, there are not a few people who are eager to gamble. You have participated in the Immortal Bureau, and you may know some inside stories about Yungue City, but... Master Hu nodded, and continued. The Immortal game in Yungue City is not considered the highest level game. The truly top-notch game is called the Immortal Club. Only those with extremely high strength and status are eligible to participate. And as far as I know, the 9 Dragon Order you need to find will appear at the Immortal meeting in a few days' time. And this time, the Immortals meeting will be presided over by the 7 Ghost Saint Emperor, one of the 2 saints of Yungue City. Your jade talisman can allow you to enter the Immortal Association, but whether you can get the 9 Dragon Order or not depends on you. Master Hu told Chu Yan everything he knew in one breath. Obviously, he was helping Chu Yan. How much God Crystal is this 9 Dragon Order worth? Chu Yan asked after thinking about it. 20,000 divine crystals. Master Hu replied directly. Xinjing is a trivial matter. Anai Shindao doesn't care about this little money at all. There are 100,000 Xinjing in the Jade Talisman, which can be used for your mission. Master Hu pointed to the Jade Talisman and told Chu Yan. Huh. So generous. Chu Yan was taken aback. Hee, for the real strong, money is just numbers. Master Hu laughed. Seeing the smile on Master Hu's face, Chu Yan couldn't laugh anymore. For the task assigned to him by Anai Shindao, he also provided Xinjing with 5 times the value of the 9 Dragon Token. Such a good thing can only show that the 9 Dragon Token is extremely difficult to obtain. This time the task, I am afraid it will be a little troublesome. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2187 Meet Lin Mu again. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chu Yan and Master Hu chatted for a long time. About the Kowloon Order, about the Immortal Association in Yungue City, about Nishan Dao, and Tianwei Tower, they talked about almost everything. Through Master Hu, Chu Yan has a better understanding of the Shifeng Starfield and the Xingtian Pavilion. In the entire Nishendo, almost 90% of the 10,000 core members and tens of millions of peripheral members have offended Xingtian Pavilion. In other words, he was bullied by Xingtian Pavilion and couldn't survive at all. Because, like Chu Yan, there are a lot of people in the 10 Directions Starfield who have been designated as sinners by the Xingtian Pavilion. As long as there is even the slightest threat to the status of Xingtian Pavilion, or even Zhongwei, he will be listed as a sinner of Tianzhou. Moreover, almost more than half of them are all the people of the whole clan, all of them are listed, not just 1 or 2 people. In the 10 Directions Starfield, a family sect with at least hundreds of millions of clan members and disciples, after being slaughtered by the Xingtian Pavilion, most of the survivors chose to join the God-defying Dao besides leaving the 10 Directions Starfield in order to survive. Faced with the tragic death of his master, his fellow apprentices, and even his relatives, he was completely helpless. That kind of despair and anger almost makes people crazy. The behavior of Xingtian Pavilion has almost reached the level of insanity, and countless people have been killed by them. Under the guise of the gods, these acts are not as good as the demons of the abyss, and they are wrapped in a glamorous appearance, so that the world is deceived by them. Master Hu's speech and behavior, with the incomparable hatred for Xingtian Pavilion, moved Chu Yan. Inadvertently, the two chatted for a whole night. During this night, Chu Yan not only learned a lot about Xingtian Pavilion and Nishan Dao, but also some secrets of the 10 Directions starfield. In the next few days, Chu Yan continued to practice in the living hall of Tianwei building, and Master Hu also helped Chu Yan to inquire about the Immortal Association and the 9 Dragons Order. 7 days passed in a flash, and the fairy meeting in Yungue City finally started. Chu Yan followed Master Hu, and the two left Tianwei Tower. He hurried all the way to the Xuanxing Mansion in the central area of the city. The Xuanxing Mansion, which looks like a palace, almost occupies the entire central area of the city. There are 2 tall golden palaces on the left and one on the right, with a golden dragon and 7 ghostly statues, respectively. Sage Emperor Yunlong, Saint Emperor 7 Ghosts, what a powerful aura. After Chu Yan followed Master Hu and entered the Xuanxing Mansion, he saw groups of Emperor Realm warriors, armed with spiritual weapons, patrolling back and forth on the 9-star spiritual array. All of them looked majestic. As for the gate of the Xuanxing Mansion, on the way leading to the 7 Ghost Palace, there was a huge crowd of people, and there were a lot of people. This fairy meeting, there are so many people participating. Chu Yan asked in surprise. The last time he participated in the Immortal Game, there were only a few people, and in this Immortal Association, there were hundreds of pedestrians on the road alone. Moreover, among these passers-by, all of them have a strong aura, at least they are all powerful in the Great Emperor realm, and there are even a few peerless powerhouses in the 7th and 8th heavens of the Great Emperor realm. And some young people, all of them are dressed in brocade clothes and jade robes, with jewels on their bodies, obviously of extraordinary status. It seems that those who can participate in this Immortal Association are either powerful or from prominent backgrounds. As Master Hu said, there is no ordinary person. After walking for half an hour, the two came to a golden building. After showing the jade talisman, a deacon of the Xuanxing Palace led Chu Yan and Master Hu into the building. The main hall on the first floor is as large as a field, with thousands of people gathered, all kinds of noisy sounds, a hustle and bustle. Huh! Brother Chu Yan! Master Hu! As soon as he stepped into the main hall on the first floor, an exclamation sounded in the distance, and a figure flew away and appeared in front of Chu Yan. Li Mingdao. Chu Yan was startled. He didn't expect to meet Li Mingdao here. When Li Mingdao saw Chu Yan, his face was full of smiles. Behind him, Long Tianhun, Old Man Lei Fa, and Chen Qingqing were following. Obviously, they all came to participate in the Immortal Meeting. See Master Hu. Tianwei Lu Master Hu, long time no see. Including Long Tianhun and others, some people around, when they saw Master Hu, they all saluted politely. However, when Long Tianhun and the others saw Chu Yan, the corners of their eyes twitched twice, and their expressions were very strange, even with a hint of doubt. How could this Chu Yan come to the Immortal Association? Master Hu and the people around him exchanged greetings one by one. And Chu Yan chatted with Li Mingdao, looking around. I saw that in the resplendent hall, large jade tables had been set up in advance, and each table could seat 7 or 8 people, and the people who came first had already sat down one after another, and they were chatting with the people around them. Chat casually. The surrounding walls of the main hall have been separated by jade screens and become separate rooms, which should be VIP rooms. Such a scene made Chu Yan somewhat skeptical that this fairy club might be something like an auction. "Brother Chu, Master Hu, I have a private room over there, let's go together." Li Mingdao seemed extremely happy to meet Chu Yan here, and greeted Chu Yan warmly, intending to invite them to his box. When Master Hu turned his head, he looked at Chu Yan with a questioning expression on his face. Obviously, the protagonist today is Chu Yan, and he is just providing some help, so everything is centered on Chu Yan. And Chu Yan, with a chuckle on his face, looked at Li Mingdao, his eyes flickered, thoughtful. This Li Mingdao, being able to own a box at this kind of fairy meeting where he is either strong or arrogant, shows that his status is really extraordinary. Also, Chu Yan nodded without thinking too much. After all, the outer hall is too noisy, and the private room should be much quieter. Seeing Chu Yan's agreement, Li Mingdao immediately became happy, and quickly led Chu Yan to the box. However, before a few people entered the private room, there was a sudden thunder in the hall. "Mr. Lin, here." This announcement, full of true energy, resounded through the entire hall, making everyone startled, and all turned their heads to look at the entrance of the hall. One must know that with so many people entering the hall, there was no notification there, and when this Mr. Fu arrived, there was even a special notification voice, which showed that this person was not easy. Chu Yan, like the Jita people, stopped on his feet and turned his head to look. However, with just a glance, Chu Yan's face changed instantly, and his originally indifferent eyes shrank fiercely in an instant. Lin Mu. Chu Yan never thought that at the fairy meeting in Yungue City, he would meet Lin Mu. At Lingyun Pavilion, Lin Mu, an elite disciple of Xingtian Pavilion who appeared as a clone, left a deep impression on Chu Yan. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see a handsome young man in a white robe with golden silk striding into the hall with a smile on his face. On the collar, there is a purple cloud gold collar, and on the chest, there is a large holy character, releasing a faint spiritual energy, which is obviously some kind of special restriction. With a hint of holy aura on his body, Lin Mu strode into the hall with a sharp aura without any concealment. Remember in a second. #C2188 star list. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Mu walked into the hall, surrounded by two young men who were also wearing holy robes, but their robe collars were silver, obviously lower than Lin Mu's status in the Holy Heaven Pavilion sum. There is a loss to welcome, and there is a loss to welcome. In the main hall, an old man saw Lin Mu appearing, hurried over, greeted him respectfully. This old man is the chief deacon of Xuanxing Mansion. Xian Gold Collar, Holy Heaven Seal, elite disciple of Xingtian Pavilion, star list genius. All the gazes around, as well as the sound of exclamation, caused Lin Mu's presence to be aroused in an instant. The genius of Xingtian Pavilion, ranked 760th in the star list. Oh my god, a genius on the star list. How is it possible that such a character will come to Yungue City? Could it be that this time the fairy meeting, is there something big going to happen? Whether it was the strong present or the young talents, all of them changed their expressions. You must know that Yungue City is just an ordinary city in Xuanhai district, and it doesn't belong to any big power. Except for some special games, it can't stand out in other aspects. In such a place, it is not uncommon to occasionally meet some peerless powerhouses, or family heirs. However, how could such an identity as an elite disciple of Xingtian Pavilion appear here? For Xingtian Pavilion, which dominates the entire 10-direction star field, it is probably impossible to even take a look at a mere cloud ghost city. In front of the box door, Chu Yan stared at Lin Mu, frowning slightly. Just now, Lin Mu's eyes looked around the audience, and swept across Chu Yan, but did not stop at all, and flashed by without any change in expression. Could it be that this Lin Mu doesn't know himself? Haha, brother Ji Kuan, come here, my Xuanxing mansion is full of splendor. Long Tianhuan's face was full of joy. He strode forward and greeted Lin Mu warmly. As the young city lord, he was also considered half the master. Of course, he did not dare to neglect the appearance of such an eminent person. Jiuxiao. When Chu Yan heard Long Tianhuan's name, he was stunned, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. Isn't it Lin Mu? No, this appearance and breath are definitely not wrong. Sweeping away his consciousness again, the doubtful look on Chu Yan's face became more and more intense. If it was someone else, maybe they might have misread it, but this Lin Mu, when he was fighting with him in Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan's consciousness had locked him, so it is impossible to admit his mistake. It's just that Chu Yan didn't understand. How could he call Jiuxiao? Just as Chu Yan was pondering, Long Tianhun had already started talking with Jiuxiao. Brother Long, you're being polite. I'm just passing by here. I heard that there is an immortal meeting. I want to try my luck. When Jiuxiao spoke, he was extremely polite, even for someone like Long Tianhun. He greeted him with a smile, giving people a feeling that he had no airs. Ha ha ha, brother Jiuxiao came to my Yungue city in person, luck is naturally very good. Turning his eyes, Long Tianhun glanced at Chu Yan not far away from the corner of his eyes, with a sinister smile on his face, and then said to Jiuxiao. Brother Jiuxiao, come, let me introduce you. This little brother is the luckiest person in the past 10 years in Cloud Ghost City. Oh. Hearing Long Tianhuan's introduction, Jiuxiao's eyes lit up slightly, and he smiled with interest. In the fairy game, Long Tianhun suffered a big loss from Chu Yan, and now Jiuxiao suddenly appeared. If Jiuxiao can face this Chu Yan, it must be very exciting. Maybe, Jiuxiao would avenge his own revenge. While speaking, Long Tianhun led Jiuxiao, walked up to Chu Yan in a few steps, stretched out his hand, and introduced. This is Brother Chu Yan. Just now, in the immortal game hosted by me, Yuanshi opened a godhead. Godhead? Even Jiuxiao's eyes lit up, and the gaze he looked at Chu Yan became exciting in an instant. Brother Chu Yan, this is an honored guest, a genius disciple of Xingtian Pavilion. Jiuxiao, a genius who ranks 760 on the star list, is known to everyone in the entire 10 Directions starfield. However, before Long Tianhun finished his introduction, the smile on Jiuxiao's face gradually disappeared. After glancing at Chu Yan, he said directly. I still have something to do next, see you later. With a shake of his hand, Jiuxiao turned around and left with the 2 young men behind him. The smile on Long Tianhuan's face froze, he stood there in a daze, instantly stunned. What's the situation? He was fine just now, but when it comes to the godhead, this Jiuxiao turns his face faster than turning a book. Compared with Long Tianhuan's blank face, Chu Yan stared at Jiuxiao's back, his eyes flickering coldly. Although he is not sure whether this Jiuxiao is Lin Mu, but seeing Jiuxiao's performance just now, Chu Yan can be sure that even if he is not, he and Lin Mu have a very close relationship. Moreover, his attitude is very similar. Humph. Isn't it Xingtian Pavilion? What's so great? Enraged by Jiuxiao's attitude, Li Mingdao snorted coldly. Shu, keep your voice down, even you Fox clan can't afford to offend this Xingtian Pavilion. When Master Hu heard Li Mingdao's words, he quickly spoke to dissuade him. However, just as Master Hu's words came out, beside Jiuxiao, who had already turned away, a disciple of Xingtian Pavilion froze and turned to look at Li Mingdao. There was a murderous look in that look. What are you looking at? Others are afraid of your Xingtian Pavilion, but this young master is not afraid, Facing the threat from Xingtian Pavilion, Li Mingdao didn't accept this at all, he just waved his fist and shouted again. A disciple from the outer sect of Xingtian Pavilion dares to be shy in front of this young master. What, you? Hearing that, the disciple of Xingtian Pavilion became angry immediately, and was about to turn around and come back, but Jiuxiao waved his hand, blocked the disciple of Xingtian Pavilion, and said, "Ignore him, let's go." "Yes, brother." The Xingtian Pavilion disciple, who was originally full of anger, heard Ji Kuan's words, quickly bowed, turned and left, without staying for a moment. "For you to go fast, Li Mingdao raised his fist with a proud face, with a smile on his face. Chu Yan stood aside, looking at Li Mingdao. A look of astonishment flashed across his face, and then the corners of his mouth raised slightly, his face full of thoughtfulness. This Li Mingdao not only has an unusual identity, but also has an extraordinary brain. Others may think that it is absolutely unwise for Li Mingdao to provoke Xingtian Pavilion, but Chu Yan doesn't think so. After all, there was already an intersection between Chu Yan and Li Mingdao. "Let's go, you go to the box first." Long Tianhun looked disappointed when he saw the three of Ji Kuan walking away, and then greeted everyone and entered the box. As for himself, he turned around and walked quickly towards the box Ji Kuan was going to. As the future lord of Yungue City, how could Long Tianhun miss this kind of flattering opportunity? As for Chu Yan and the others, after entering the box, the anger on Li Mingdao's face just now disappeared in an instant, and he looked at the location of Ji Kuan's box, his eyes flickering slightly. 760 on the star list, are you strong? Chu Yan turned his head, looked at Master Hu, and asked. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2189 Ghostwood. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chu Yan's question immediately attracted a few pairs of eyes in the box, to stare over in a daze. Looking at Chu Yan with these gazes, it was like looking at an alien. Ahem, Chu Yan, there are 760 stars on this star list, which is very strong. The ranking on the star list is the ranking of the entire 10 directions star field, and the ranking method is completely different from other continents. Master Hu coughed twice and explained. Huh. When Chu Yan heard this, he immediately became interested. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Master Hu glanced outside, seeing that the fairy fair hadn't started yet, he began to explain. The star list, also known as the 1,000 Heroes list, only includes 1,000 geniuses. Geniuses who can enter the rank of 1,000 are eligible to join Xingtian Pavilion. These 1,000 geniuses on the star list must have at least the Great Emperor realm. As for the entire 10 directions star field, there are no less than trillions of warriors who have cultivated the Great Emperor realm. This huge base number, what does it mean, can you understand? Master Hu looked at Chu Yan and said. So that's how it is. Chu Yan was stunned, and gradually understood. Great Emperor realm powerhouses are not many in other continents, but they are extremely common in the 10 directions star field. Therefore, if in other continents, if the total number is 10,000 Great Emperor powerhouses, if there are 100 Great Emperor realm powerhouses, it is only 1 in 100. But in the 10 directions star field, because there are too many strong people, it is naturally extremely difficult to rank within 1,000 from the billions of Great Emperor realm powerhouses. It's like finding a needle in a pond and finding a needle in an ocean. Although they are still the same needle, they are as difficult as reaching the sky. It can even be said that any one of the 1,000 geniuses in this star list, in other 2-star continents, may be the top existence of the pyramid, and the combat power is infinitely close to that of the emperor. Otherwise, there is no chance at all to enter the star list. What a list of stars! Chu Yan muttered to himself. His eyes flickered slightly, but a person suddenly appeared in his mind. Yu Linglong. When Chu Yan participated in the calendar, it was said that Yu Linglong was a genius on the star list, and her strength was indeed extremely terrifying. Come to try your luck. Hee, such a coincidence. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, glanced at the location of Ji Kuan's box, then looked at Master Hu, and his spiritual sense said. Is my 9 Dragon Order mission this time also related to this Ji Kuan? Well, I don't know. When Master Hu heard Chu Yan's words, he was taken aback for a moment, then laughed dryly, shook his head and said. Originally, Chu Yan felt that the mission of the Nine Dragon Order was a bit too ordinary, and it was not equal at all as a recruitment assessment against the Shinto. Now, the people from Xingtian Pavilion suddenly appeared. It seems that this person who was against the gods should have known that Ji Kuan would come. Moreover, according to Chu Yan's guess, this Ji Kuan might also come for the Kowloon Order. After all, Anai Shindao and Xingtian Pavilion are deadly rivals. Therefore, it would be really strange if no one from Xingtian Pavilion appeared in Chu Yan's entrance examination. No, Chu Yan doesn't care, anyway, when the time comes, just play by ear. There is still a period of time before the meeting of the immortals, and there are still people coming from the main hall outside. Chu Yan and the excitedly Mingdao chatted without saying a word, waiting patiently for the start of the conference. Li Mingdao's shrewdness became more and more obvious under Chu Yan's temptation. Chu Yan tentatively asked about some things about the Fox clan, but as long as it was related to the Fox clan, Li Mingdao would definitely change the topic and not reveal anything at all. However, Chu Yan also learned from it that this Fox family is still the lineage of the ancient demon gods, and it can be regarded as a powerful existence among the 8 demon tribes in the 10 Directions starfield. It seems that if there is a chance, I will take Little White Bear to visit the 8 great monster clans. After inquiring about the 8 great monster clans, Chu Yan naturally thought of Little White Bear, and secretly made up his mind. Next, after waiting for nearly half an hour, fewer and fewer people entered the hall, and the fairy meeting was finally about to start. Soon, a tall figure appeared on the rostrum in the center of the hall. Welcome everyone, come and participate in this Cloud Ghost City fairy meeting. There was a sound, and the originally noisy scene fell silent in an instant. Nearly 10,000 pairs of eyes in the hall all looked at the figure on the rostrum. Your Majesty, Longruatian is Yungue City, the 5th City Lord. This fairy meeting was entrusted by Yunlong, Sacred Emperor, and 7 Ghosts, Sacred Emperor, to preside over it. All distinguished guests, please give me your advice. He bowed his hands and looked around the audience. This Longruatian spoke and behaved in a generous and decent manner, with an extraordinary bearing. Let's stop talking nonsense. Now please bid for the first lot, the bone of the extreme moon. The base price is 3,000 divine crystals, and each price increase must not be less than 100 divine crystals. Without giving too much introduction at all, Longruatian waved a big hand, and a beautiful waitress under the stage directly held a wooden table, twisted her waist, and walked up to the rostrum. A piece of red cloth was picked up, exposing one of the purple bones, which was like a purple chalcedony bone, like a human arm bone. However, there is a faint purple brilliance in the whole hand bone, like a rising crescent moon, sprinkling a large piece of silver light, and at a glance, one can tell that it is not an ordinary thing. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes instantly became red hot. This is the first Lingbao, and there is such a high-level strange treasure. I give out 3,500 divine crystals. I offer 4,000. 4,500 divine crystals. Almost instantly, the price of the extreme moon bone doubled, and the price continued to increase. In the box, Chu Yan swept across the bone of the extreme moon with his consciousness, and a look of astonishment also appeared on his face. The bone of the extreme moon contains extremely pure moon essence. If you are a warrior who cultivates the Yin attribute, I am afraid that you can improve your cultivation by a lot. This extremely Yin attribute is not the same kind of Yin evil spirit that Chu Yan needs, but it also belongs to the extremely Yin attribute in the 9 systems. Next, there was a sound of price bidding, which continuously pushed up the atmosphere in the hall. In less than 100 breaths, the bone of the extreme moon was sold at a price of 6,800 divine crystals. And the opening campaign of the Immortals Association was so enthusiastic that everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. The next one, named Ghostly Wood, was refined by my 7-Ghost Emperor himself. It is the best material for refining pills and making spiritual weapons. While Long Ruotian was speaking, another beautiful servant walked up to the rostrum with a wooden case in his hand. The starting price is 6,000 divine crystals. The moment the red cloth was picked up, a gloomy ghostly aura surged out instantly, condensed in mid-air, and turned into a ghost, roaring again and again. And on a piece of dead wood above the wooden table, a layer of snow-white bone meal completely wrapped the whole ghost wood. Huh. This is not bad. Chu Yan glanced at it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This Gilamu is exactly a kind of refining material for the 9th grade golden elixir. 6,500 divine crystals. As soon as Chu Yan raised his hand, he made an offer directly. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2199 Dragon Sage. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chu Yan's quotation attracted a lot of attention, but there were very few who bid with him. After all, Gilamu is the material for refining elixirs, and there are very few golden alchemists present, and those who can refine 9th grade golden elixirs are even rarer. Even if someone is really interested, if it is used for it, one has to be cautious. The person who bids is most likely a 9th rank golden alchemist. Offending a 9th rank alchemist is more terrifying than offending a holy emperor. Because, for ordinary warriors, if their cultivation base wants to break through to the realm of the great emperor, it is almost possible only after many difficulties and dangers. And after warriors have reached the great emperor realm, what they value the most is not continuing to break through to the Saint Emperor realm, but own life. Cultivation is not easy, and it is even more difficult to survive in the martial soul world, especially in a place like the 10 Directions Starfield where there are so many strong people. Therefore, any 9th rank golden elixir is definitely the most important thing to save one's life. 8,000 divine crystals. For the second bid, Chu Yan directly increased the price by 1,000 divine crystals, and mentioned 8,000 divine crystals from the other party's offer of 7,000 divine crystals. In this way, everyone knows that the people in the box are determined to get this ghost. Therefore, after Chu Yan's second bid, no one competed with Chu Yan. After announcing the price, Chu Yan bought Ghost Limu at a price of 8,000 divine crystals. Afterwards, the beautiful waiter, holding the wooden table in his hand, sent Ghost Limu to the box, and after receiving the shinjing, he threw Chu Yan an extremely charming wink, twisted his waist and left. Brother Chu, what's the use of this ghost? Li Mingdao looked curious. In his opinion, at Chu Yan's age, his cultivation base is not weak, and he cannot be a golden alchemist. Therefore, it is useless to spend 8,000 divine crystals to take pictures of this alchemy material. In particular, this ghost wood is still the material for refining the 9th grade golden elixir, so it is not even more useless to Chu Yan. In this 10 Direction Star field, the number of 9th rank alchemists is extremely small. Almost every one of them is an old man in his 70s and 80s, sought after by various forces, and enshrined like a god. It's just for collection. Chu Yan replied casually with a smile. Li Mingdao frowned slightly when he heard the words, and glanced at Chu Yan. Naturally, he didn't believe what Chu Yan said. Just when he was about to ask again, Long Ruotian's voice sounded again from the direction of the rostrum. The next spirit treasure is named Feng Xiandi, and it is a spirit treasure at the peak of the imperial rank. The starting price is 5,000 divine crystals. Feng Tiandi, a wind-type spiritual treasure, also has the ability to attack the soul. It can be regarded as a top-grade spiritual weapon. On weekdays outside, it is extremely rare to encounter this kind of Ling Bao with mutated attributes and soul attacks. Therefore, as soon as he appeared on the stage, it caused a lot of looting. As long as this kind of spiritual weapon is snatched, it will definitely make a lot of money when it is auctioned in Tianwei Building. With the appearance of one spirit treasure after another, the atmosphere at the fairy meeting became more and more heated. Powerhouses from all sides continued to fight for each spirit treasure. Time is fast, 2 hours have passed. Chu Yan didn't need anything other than the ghost tree, or couldn't see it, so he didn't make any more moves. Finally, on the rostrum of the main hall, Long Ruotian showed a smile on his face. After looking around the audience, he announced loudly, "The last one, the final treasure, the Order of 9 Dragons." With these words shouted, the entire hall, where tens of thousands of people were present, instantly became silent. Kowloon Order. My God, according to the legend, the key to the secret realm of 9 dragons, the holder of the 9 dragons token, can enter it and look for the inheritance relics of the 9 dragon saints. Yes, this is it, this is a good thing. That's right, if you're lucky, it's a treasure of a whole 9 dragon saint. The discussion in the hall boiled instantly, and everyone looked at the rostrum, and all the golden tokens placed on the wooden table had fiery eyes. 9 Dragon Order, starting price, 10,000 divine crystals. Start now. Without too much introduction, Long Ruotian directly announced the start of shooting. On the rostrum, the golden token was wrapped in a rich spiritual energy, with 9 colors constantly changing, and the sound of dragon's breath came out from the spiritual mist that wrapped the token. Anyone who sees this token will know that this is by no means an ordinary product. Moreover, the 9 Dragon Order is related to the secret realm of the cave of a legendary strongman in the 10 Directions Star region, so there are naturally many people who want to get him. I give out 11,000 divine crystals. 11,500 divine crystals. I want it. 12,000 divine crystals, don't snatch them from me. The appearance of the 9 Dragon Order instantly ignited the crowd at the scene, and the price rose sharply. In the box, Chu Yan calmly waited patiently, only when the price rose to 15,000 divine crystals, he suddenly shouted. 20,000 divine crystals. The price was raised by 5,000 divine crystals in an instant, causing the originally hot bids to suddenly stagnate. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the box where Chu Yan was hiding. All of them had changed expressions, full of astonishment. 20,000 divine crystals. What a big deal. Everyone did not expect that someone would raise the price of 5,000 divine crystals at a time, which is not a small sum. Chu Yan chatted with Master Hu, and he knew very well that the market price of the Kowloon Order was exactly 20,000 shinjing, so he didn't bother to ask them for the price again and again, and just called out the reserve price. Sure enough, as soon as the price came out, many bidders shook their heads at the same time and gave up the competition. Although this 9 Dragon Order is precious, it is not the only one. Almost every once in a while, 9 Dragon Orders will appear in the 10 Directions Starfield, and there are quite a few of them, dozens of them. Although dozens of people entered the 9 Dragon Saints' secret realm at the same time, of course it was not as easy as one person entering, but the price of 20,000 divine crystals still made them the next best thing. However, just as the others were holding back, a cold voice sounded from another box. 21,000 divine crystals. I, Jiuxiao, want the 9 Dragon token. With a cold tone, he directly reported his name. It was Jiuxiao who had been silent all this time. Jiuxiao's sudden move made the warriors who were preparing to bid at the last round finally give up completely. Like Jiuxiao, directly reporting his name shows that he is determined to win. If he really robs him, he may annoy the other party, so it is not worthwhile. Well, the name of Jiuxiao has such great power. Chu Yan was in the box, looking around the audience, seeing that everyone was shrinking their necks, obviously not daring to compete with Jiuxiao, and suddenly the corner of his mouth raised lightly. In the next breath, Chu Yan quoted again, without hesitation. 40,000 divine crystals. When this sentence sounded, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes in the audience flashed a look of astonishment at the same time, and they all looked at the box where Chu Yan was. It's not because Chu Yan directly doubled the price again. It's because this person dared to snatch the spirit treasure from Ji Kuan. He must be too brave. Doesn't this person know that by doing so, he will offend Ji Kuan and even Xingtian Pavilion? End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2191 Ji Kuan Runaway. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Not only the tens of thousands of people outside, but even the people in the box all looked at Chu Yan with astonishment on their faces. Brother Chu Yan, you. Li Mingdao looked at Chu Yan, his eyes widened, his face full of astonishment and worry. Although he had challenged Ji Kuan openly before, it was just lip service and there was no conflict of interest at all. But now, Chu Yan is directly grabbing things from Ji Kuan, and after Ji Kuan has revealed his identity, the nature has completely changed. Chu Yan, you have to figure it out, that's Ji Kuan from Xingtian Pavilion. Elder Lei Fa glanced at Chu Yan, and a joking look flashed in his eyes, and he reminded him. I know. Chu Yan smiled lightly, not paying attention at all. In the box on the other side, Long Tianhun opened his mouth and stared in the direction of his box, with a look of disbelief all over his face. But soon, his face was full of surprise. At the beginning, he was still thinking about how to stir up the conflict between Chu Yan and Ji Kuan, and use Ji Kuan's hand to deal with Chu Yan and avenge himself. Unexpectedly, this Chu Yan found Ji Kuan by himself, which really made him overjoyed. What a guts! Compared with the joyful look on Long Tianhuan's face, Ji Kuan's brows were tightly wrinkled, and his eyes looked coldly at the box where Chu Yan was. And the two disciples of Xingtian Pavilion behind him, seeing the expression on Ji Kuan's face, immediately shouted and rushed out of the box. Boom! Boom! The two Xingtian Pavilion disciples rushed to the box where Chu Yan was in angrily, and the true energy on their bodies exploded directly, obviously ready to make a move. You too, this is Cloud Ghost City. On the rostrum, Long Ruotian's face darkened, and he directly reminded him. If it is normal, or on the street of Yungue City. Even as long as he is not in front of him, he will naturally not ask what Xingtian Pavilion is doing. But now, it is at the immortal meeting in Yungue City, tens of thousands of powerful people from all sides are watching. If Long Ruotian really didn't care, it would be embarrassing, but Sage Emperor Yunlong and 7 Ghost Sage Emperor, so of course he opened his mouth to stop it. Come back to me. In the private room, Ji Kuan, with a ferocious face, shouted directly. Yes, brother. The two Xingtian Pavilion disciples glanced at Long Ruotian on the rostrum, then responded and turned back to Ji Kuan's box. In the box, Ji Kuan's face was full of murderous intent. Brother, don't let him go. That is, if you let him go, the reputation of my Xingtian Pavilion. Although the two Xingtian Pavilion disciples came back, they still looked angry and said to Ji Kuan. Snort. When Ji Kuan heard what the two said, he snorted coldly, and the look on his face became more and more intense. He never thought that after he revealed his identity, that kid named Chu Yan would dare to rob him. Rolling his eyes, and after a moment of pondering, Ji Kuan stood up, walked to the door of the box, and shouted in the direction of the box where Chu Yan was. Boy, your name is Chu Yan, right? For the sake of the two holy emperors, today, as long as you honestly bring the 9 dragon order that you took in front of me, kneel down and kowtow 10 times, I will consider letting you go. Ji Kuan's voice was still air-conditioned, arrogant and domineering. In his opinion, this Chu Yan is probably young and ignorant, or as Long Tianhun said, he just came to the 10 Directions starfield and doesn't understand things. Therefore, after he lowered his face and directly reprimanded him, this Chu Yan would definitely be terrified. Seeing Ji Kuan speak directly, Long Tianhuan's face was full of jokes. Boy Chu Yan, aren't you very arrogant? Now watch how you die. Not only Long Tianhun, But all the other people in the hall heard Ji Kuan's words, and they all looked at the direction of Chu Yan's box with expressions of watching the show. Look, Master Ji Kuan is angry. Hey, there's a good show to watch now, young people, even if they are so impulsive, they don't even look at who that Ji Kuan is. That's right, the signboard of Xingtian Pavilion can't be covered with a little dust, it's just looking for death. That Chu Yan, what is the origin, is he crazy? All the people in the audience were joking, only a very small number of people shook their heads with regret. If this really annoys Xingtian Pavilion, then there will be more than one Chu Yan who is unlucky. I am afraid that the families and sects behind him will all be unlucky. Xingtian Pavilion's method seems to be cutting grass and roots, which is extremely ruthless. In the box, several people looked at Ji Kuan opposite, with different expressions. Master, who just looked at Chu Yan with a chuckle, kept silent, his face appeared calm and indifferent. At this time, Li Mingdao was already furious, roaring like thunder. What a Ji Kuan, arrogant ass, it's just Xingtian Pavilion, what a bull, do you think that the 10 directions starfield depends on their Xingtian Pavilion's face? Opposite Li Mingdao, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the light flickered. Because of the Mingzhu and Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan didn't have a good impression of Xingtian Pavilion. Although Chu Yan came to Shifeng Starfield, he also wanted to find traces of the Mingzhu through the relationship of Xingtian Pavilion, thinking about when to contact Xingtian Pavilion. But he never thought that an ordinary disciple of Xingtian Pavilion could be so arrogant. You know, this is Yungue City, the old nest of the 2 holy emperors, and in front of tens of thousands of powerful people from all sides, they didn't shy away from it at all, just threatening them directly. Ask him to buy the 9 dragon order with Xinjing and send it to Ji Kuan. It is possible to kowtow and beg for mercy. Considering to spare his life, it is like the emperor's amnesty. Simple, unreasonable. Ji Kuan, right. Chu Yan sneered, didn't get up, just sat there, and replied towards the outside of the box. I'll just take what you said just now as bullshit. If you want the Kowloon order, it depends on how many god crystals you have. If you don't have money, just get out. This shout echoed continuously in the silent hall. Hiss. When everyone heard this sentence, Chi-Chi's expression changed, and he gasped at the same time. Especially in the box, Li Mingdao, who was standing next to Chu Yan, stared at the boss's eyes and looked at Chu Yan, as if he was looking at a monster. This Chu Yan is too tough. He just yelled at Ji Kuan a few times, but he actually let Ji Kuan go. This is basically, in front of tens of thousands of warriors, slapped directly on Ji Kuan's face, and even on Xingtian Pavilion's face. This Chu Yan, is he crazy? Not only Li Mingdao and the whole hall, but also in the box on the other side, Long Tianhuan's pupils shrank instantly, his face turned green with shock. He never thought that this Chu Yan's courage was so big that it was boundless. Just look at Ji Kuan, who was standing in front of him, his whole face was completely frozen in an instant, his body was trembling uncontrollably, it was obvious that he was extremely angry. In less than a breath, Ji Kuan's anger exploded in an instant. Boom. With a shocking explosion, the entire private room separated by a jade screen exploded into the air. With red eyes, purple clouds, and golden robes fluttering in the wind, Ji Kuan with a ferocious face, with bulging veins all over his face, like a humanoid beast, appeared directly in the hall, glaring fiercely at the direction of the box where Chu Yan was. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2192 to kill. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. At this moment, violent murderous intent rushed through the audience like a tide. The entire hall of the Immortal Association instantly became horrified. Everyone looked at Ji Kuan, who looked like a beast in human form, with a look of horror on his face. Could it be that this Ji Kuan, if he was really here, would kill people with his hands? In the next breath, without waiting for Ji Kuan to make a move, Long Ruotian on the rostrum directly opened his mouth and shouted. Ji Kuan, what are you doing? This loud shout was like a thunderbolt, which shocked Ji Kuan, who was in a rage. His expression changed, and he turned his head slowly, looking at Long Ruotian with eyes full of anger. This is Yungue City. The two holy emperors are paying attention to the Immortal Association. If you want to make a move, you must think clearly. Facing Ji Kuan's glaring gaze, Long Ruotian was completely unmoved. Huh. Saint Emperor Yunlong, Saint Emperor Seven Ghosts. Ji Kuan's face changed slightly, his brows frowned slightly, and he gave Long Ruotian a hard look. The murderous aura on his body gradually subsided. Snort. With a heavy snort, Ji Kuan looked towards the box where Chu Yan was, his teeth grinding. Although at this time, he was already extremely angry, and he wished to take a direct shot and blast that Chu Yan into powder. However, this is the territory of the two holy emperors after all. Although he is an elite disciple of Xingtian Pavilion and a genius on the star list, it does not mean that he is qualified to challenge the majesty of the holy emperor. Chu Yan, I'll wait for you outside. If you don't have any kind, you will stay in the city lord's mansion for the rest of your life and don't come out. As long as you dare to come out, you will have to die. When the word dead landed, Ji Kuan waved his hand directly, leading two disciples of Xingtian Pavilion, strode out, and walked outside with murderous intent on his face. In a few steps, Ji Kuan left the hall and disappeared on the spot. Call. Ji Kuan's departure. In the hall that was originally full of depression, the atmosphere instantly relaxed, everyone let out a long breath, and looked in the direction of the door in astonishment. No one thought that a fairy meeting would turn into such a result. Judging from the meaning of Ji Kuan's words, it is obvious that he wants to block the door and kill that Chu Yan directly in front of the gate of the city lord's mansion. In the box, Old Man Lei Fa and Chen Qingqing all stared at Chu Yan with dull faces, unable to react at all. And Chu Yan, with a calm face, got up gently, walked to the door of the box, swept his eyes across the audience, and said, "Is there any bid for this 9-dragon order?" When the words fell, everyone in the audience turned their heads in unison, looked at Chu Yan, and at the same time, the corners of their eyes twitched. When did he, this Chu Yan, still care about that spirit treasure? Even if he got the spirit treasure, he couldn't get out of this gate at all. Even if he got out of this gate, the spirit treasure would be obtained by Ji Kuan, and he even lost his life. On the rostrum, Long Ruotian opened his mouth wide and stared at Chu Yan in astonishment. It took 10 breaths of time before he realized it. Also, is there any bidding price? 40,000 divine crystals once. Long Ruotian finally remembered his duty, and hurriedly opened his mouth to announce the price. In the entire hall, there were tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, half of which were staring at Long Ruotian on the rostrum, and half of them were staring at Chu Yan. Everyone's faces began to contort and twitch. How big are these two guys? Offended Xingtian Pavilion, blocked the door by others, and called a fart price. Okay. 9-dragon order, 40,000 divine crystals, belong to this Chu Yan. Under the sluggish eyes of everyone present, Meisher walked up to Chu Yan with the wooden case in hand. After handing over 40,000 divine crystals and taking the 9-dragon token, Chu Yan returned to the box and looked at the 9-dragon token in his hand. Seeing Chu Yan's calm expression, Li Mingdao was so anxious that he said, "Brother Chu Yan, what should I do? What should I do?" That Ji Kuan, number 760 on the star list, although his cultivation is only at the emperor level, his combat power is probably already invincible at the emperor level. This is troublesome, forget it, I still ask my father for help, let him send the elders of the clan. Li Mingdao, who was in a hurry, took out a jade talisman and was about to start the interrogation. However, without waiting for him to speak, Chu Yan slowly turned his head to look over, smiled lightly, and stopped him. No need. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Li Mingdao, who was holding the jade talisman, was stunned. But, seeing Chu Yan's expression, Li Mingdao hesitated. Since this very meeting is over, I'll go first, everyone, there will be a period later. Glancing at Master Hu, Chu Yan accepted the Kowloon order, raised his leg, walked out of the box, and walked outside. Appearing in the main hall, Chu Yan, who was walking towards the outside of the hall, instantly attracted countless astonished eyes. Chi looked at it. This guy, actually wants to go out. Damn, you're courting death. Didn't Ji Kuan from Xingtian Pavilion say he's waiting for him outside? Are you crazy? This is simply sending you to death. All stared at Chu Yan, and Master Hu walked out of the palace gate, walked across the square, and headed out of the city lord's mansion, all with expressions of astonishment. They originally thought that Chu Yan would use some methods such as whole cards, and then find a way to escape the city lord's mansion. He never expected that he would walk out in such a swaggering manner. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, Chu Yan went straight to the gate of the city lord's mansion without any hesitation. Chu Yan, you have thought about it. Master Hu followed Chu Yan, with a smile on his face, and said. What are you thinking? Isn't the task arranged by Anai Shindao just for me to face off against Xingtian Pavilion? Chu Yan glanced at Master Hu, speechless. Originally, Chu Yan knew that the task given to him by Anai Shindao was to buy something. Of course it's impossible. Therefore, when Ji Kuan appeared, Chu Yan probably knew the real purpose of the assessment of Anai Shindao. After all, the Nine-Dragon Order was just an introduction that caused the conflict between him and Ji Kuan. And what Anai Shindao really needs to test is to see how he faces Xingtian Pavilion, how he faces Ji Kuan. Don't you want me to kill that Ji Kuan for this kind of assessment? Chu Yan said. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, I have already said that the assessment of Anai Shindao is completely different from the assessment of other sect forces. When Master Hu heard Chu Yan's words, he laughed immediately, and then said. There are not many other 19 people who participated in the assessment with you. Like you, they directly clashed with the Xingtian Pavilion, hee. Huh. Chu Yan was taken aback, then turned to look at Master Hu. Didn't he kill people? You don't have to kill people. You can also escape, as long as you can escape, or steal, or cheat, it doesn't matter. As Master Hu said, the smile on his face became even brighter, which made Chu Yan feel like he had been fooled. Then why didn't you say that just now? Chu Yan rolled his eyes, and said. It's not too late now. I know that there is a secret passage leading to the Tianwei Tower in the city lord's mansion. Do you need it? Hee. Master Hu raised his eyebrows, and the obscene smile on his face was like that of a pimp. No need. Chu Yan shook his head and directly refused. Then you. Master Hu was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Chu Yan to reject him. Because, before that, Master Hu had always thought that he would take Chu Yan to the secret path when he came out of the Immortal Association, so he didn't stop Chu Yan. Turning his head slowly, Chu Yan looked at Master Hu and grinned. Go and kill. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he went directly out of the gate of the city lord's mansion and onto the central street. On the street, several figures stood there. Seeing Chu Yan appearing, they were startled at the same time. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2193 Holy Martial Arts. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. On the street, Ji Kuan was still discussing with his colleagues how to prevent Chu Yan from escaping, and whether to arrange some people to block the back door of the city lord's mansion. However, as soon as he looked up, he saw that Chu Yan just now was standing in front of him. And in the city lord's mansion, a large group of people are following, all of them looking at this side with bright eyes. These people, who had just attended the immortal meeting, saw Chu Yan walk out of the city lord's mansion directly, and followed to watch the excitement. You. Jiuxiao was a little dazed for a while, looking at Chu Yan and Master Hu. Only one consciousness flashed in the sea of consciousness. These two people can't be clones. However, this aura, this look, and this crowd of onlookers, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a clone, but it is very obvious that it is the deity. Not only Jiuxiao, but also the other two disciples of Xingtian Pavilion, and Long Tianhun, who has been following Jiuxiao and fanning the flames, were also stunned on the spot. Looking at Chu Yan, he was completely stunned on the spot except for blinking his eyes. How stupid this Chu Yan is. Or, what cards does he have, or his back? For a moment, Jiuxiao and Long Tianhuan's eyes were full of confusion. Humph. Courting death. After being stunned for a few breaths, Jiuxiao finally realized, looking at Chu Yan's eyes, the killing intent became stronger and stronger. No matter what cards he has, what his back is, he is from Xingtian Pavilion. In this 10-direction star field, who else is stronger than Xingtian Pavilion, so why worry about it? In any case, in front of tens of thousands of people, this Chu Yan disrespects himself and Xingtian Pavilion, all of which are capital offenses. Since you dare to come out, then, die. With a loud shout, a light flashed in Jiuxiao's hand, and the emperor knife appeared. When he waved his hand, a thread of true energy condensed and turned into a sharp knife, which slashed straight at Chu Yan. This knife was thunderous, killing like a tide, and the dazzling light of the knife illuminated the entire street. Almost at the moment when the saber appeared, the entire Yungue city, everywhere, one after another powerful spiritual consciousness erupted in an instant, and they all moved towards the gate of the city lord's mansion to investigate. Among them, the two most powerful divine senses belonged to the two opposing emperors of Yungue city, the sage emperor Yunlong and the sage emperor Seven Ghosts, and they swept over them overwhelmingly. Although Yungue city is remote, it also has rules. That is, in the city, fighting is not allowed anywhere, and anyone who violates the order will be shot to death. However, when the divine consciousness of the two great emperors swept across the gate of the city lord's mansion to detect the opponent, their spiritual consciousness froze, and they stopped moving for an instant. Not only the divine consciousness of the two great emperors, but also the other people around saw Jiuxiao's direct action, and all of them changed their expressions, and their faces were full of astonishment. That Jiuxiao actually made a move at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, let you be arrogant and spoil my good deeds, just wait to die. Seeing Jiuxiao's attack, Long Tianhuan's face suddenly showed a look of ecstasy. He followed Jiuxiao's body and said a lot of bad things about Chu Yan, just for this moment. That Chu Yan, the fairy game he had carefully arranged, completely collapsed, and the treasure of the Fox clan he got flew. How could he swallow this breath? The knife is like thunder, with a destructive breath, it cuts straight through. Almost the moment everyone saw Dao Gang, they had already struck 10 steps in front of Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan's face is still calm and clear, with a pair of 5-color unicorn eyes, staring at Long Tianhun and the knife gang, and his aura is constantly improving. Break it! With a soft drink, Chu Yan raised his hand and punched out. The golden dragon gang fist roared out. Roar. The shadow of the dragon flew across the sky, and the entire street trembled suddenly. His thick fist, like a galloping golden dragon, slammed straight into the sword that cut the sky and destroyed the earth. Boom, boom. The fist gang collided with the sword light, blasting a sky-rushing wave, and the gang wind formed instantly condensed into a tornado, sweeping towards the far end of the street. Wherever the tornado wind passed, the shops on both sides of the street were blown to pieces in an instant. Those pedestrians who had no time to escape were blown directly into the sky and disappeared instantly. After one move, the strong wind dissipated, and Chu Yan's black robe flew up. Looking at Ji Kuan opposite him, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. It is impossible for an ordinary strong man in the Great Emperor realm to resist this punch. This Ji Kuan's fighting power is really extraordinary. Not only was Chu Yan surprised, but Ji Kuan on the opposite side stared at Chu Yan with disbelief all over his face. My own knife gang was actually blocked. It's my turn. Chu Yan sneered, and a large golden light and red light flashed on his body at the same time. The Shantian fire body, the dragon pattern golden body, and the double body training erupted at the same time. On the raised right fist again, the explosive power was directly smashed into pieces by the void within 3 steps in front of him. After the 5 soul stones were fused, Chu Yan's physical strength increased a lot. At this time, he just used Ji Kuan to try his hand. The punch just now was just a test. Now, Chu Yan has already believed that the geniuses on the star list are indeed much better than the geniuses on the emperor list in Outer Land. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't hold back the slightest punch. Good boy, you really have a bit of confidence, but if you want to fight with me, you are looking for death. Seeing the aura on Chu Yan's body constantly rising, Ji Kuan's face finally showed a dignified look, the emperor's saber in his hand buzzed and trembled, and the strong aura of the blade kept soaring. Thunder Saber Sky Territory, Qijue Sword Soul, Holy Seal Blessing, Sword Sea Crazy Slash. With a long howl, Ji Kuan will wait for Chu Yan to make a move first, and take the first step. All kinds of mysterious light burst out from his body, and instantly melt into the light of the sword. The emperor's sword in his hand, under the blessing of several kinds of power, released the power of the sword like a sea of swords, and the majestic power of the sword was like a tide, sweeping in all directions. It was as if this wave of swords could submerge everything in this world and turn them into dust under the sword. The momentum of the sword, the power of the sea, all together. The crowd watching the battle from all directions saw Ji Kuan's knife, and they were all stunned with shock on their faces. This is a holy rank martial art. Oh my god, what a strong ancient breath, it's definitely an ancient combat technique. Too strong. I feel that my aura has been suppressed. It's over. It's over. Everyone, when they saw Ji Kuan's attack, they were all sluggish on the spot, unable to move at all, as if they had been completely swallowed by the coming tsunami of swords. Not good. Brother Chu Yan, go back. Not far away, Li Mingdao's face changed drastically, and he roared anxiously. On the other side, Master Hu, who was originally calm, showed a serious face, and looked at Chu Yan, who was motionless, with a trace of nervousness on his face. Although he already knew that Chu Yan's combat power was extraordinary, but, after all, he was only in the lower martial emperor realm, and it was somewhat dangerous to confront a strong man in the great emperor realm. Moreover, the other party is an elite disciple of Xingtian Pavilion. At this moment, Chu Yan, who was standing still, had 2 lightning bolts in his eyes, 1 gold and 1 silver, burst out at the same time, and he raised his hand and punched out. Give me, die. A huge white tiger beast soul with a punch behind him suddenly appeared, and a pair of golden tiger eyes cast 2 rays of martial soul light on Chu Yan. Fry more than double. Boom. In the shape of a dragon and the majesty of a tiger, golden fists blasted out, like 10,000 beasts galloping. The sound of dragons and tigers roaring along the way shook the heavens and the earth, and the entire void collapsed layer by layer. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2194 Holy Martial Arts. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Facing Chu Yan's full-strength punch, Ji Kuan's saber glow collapsed as soon as it came into contact with it, exploding into full force and rushing in all directions. This time the result of the confrontation was completely different from the previous ones. Ji Kuan's sword was completely vulnerable. If it was before, Chu Yan might still need to use the Haotian sword to cut through it with one sword, but now, After Chu Yan refined the 5-soul stone, not only the strength of the white tiger Wuhun has been greatly improved, but even his physical body strength, also by leaps and bounds. Dealing with Jiuxiao's knife is of course not a problem, it is almost punched to pieces, without a trace of surprise. What? This? Li Mingdao and Master Hu saw that Chu Yan's golden dragon fist completely smashed Jiuxiao's sword, and their expressions changed drastically. Such a powerful wave of swords was smashed to pieces with just one punch. Jiuxiao's face was also shocked, completely dumbfounded. He could never have imagined that a mere martial artist in the lower martial emperor realm could be so powerful in a small cloud ghost city. It turned out that he had been challenging himself all the time because of his own strength. Damn it! As his face changed, Jiuxiao twisted the emperor knife in his hand, and the killing intent appeared on his face again. With a big wave of his hand, he took off the sacred seal on his chest, and threw it at Chu Yan. At the same time as throwing out the holy seal, Jiuxiao raised the emperor's saber high up, and the saber intent all over his body condensed in an instant, and he was about to slash out with the saber. This move is his last trump card. With the power of the holy seal, he can definitely suppress Chu Yan, and he can kill him with a single slash. The power of the holy seal is the protective object bestowed by Xingtian Pavilion to every disciple, and it is extremely powerful. Therefore, Jiuxiao has full confidence in this joint move, and even in his eyes, he has already seen Chu Yan, who has turned into a corpse. However, just when Jiuxiao's face showed a smug look, a silver light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Call out. This silver light just flashed, then disappeared, replaced by. Only the holy seal that was broken in two was thrown left and right. And the power of the holy seal that rose up just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. What? It's impossible. The emperor knife in Jiuxiao's hand trembled, and the rushing figure swayed suddenly, almost falling to the ground. On the opposite side of him, Chu Yan, whose mouth was raised lightly, pointed at Jiuxiao with his right hand pointing at Jiuxiao. The holy seal was cut in half by Chu Yan's sword finger. Each of the holy seals bestowed by Xingtian Pavilion represents an elite disciple, and contains a powerful aura of the Holy Emperor, so it was so easy to be chopped to pieces by Chu Yan. Jiuxiao, who was full of astonishment, stared wide-eyed, and couldn't believe it, seeing this scene in front of his eyes. However, the sword finger of Chu Yan's right hand lit up again, and the sword light shot violently, and cut out again. This time, the target of the sword is Jiuxiao. Call out. A sword was slashed out, the sword intent was like a peak, and it slammed heavily on Jiuxiao, who was close in front of him. Boom. Jiuxiao's bodyguard burst out, although he blocked the sword finger, he was directly blasted by the powerful force so that his whole body flew upside down. He slammed into the wall of a shop heavily and rolled to the ground. Puff. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and Jiuxiao raised his head and looked at Chu Yan, his eyes full of horror. I actually lost. Not only Jiuxiao, but also the spectators from all directions, as well as Li Mingdao and Long Tianhun stared blankly at the scene in front of them, their faces full of shock. On the streets full of tens of thousands of people, you can hear the quiet needle drop, and there is a dead silence. There is no one who is not shocked by the scene in front of him, the sea of consciousness trembles, and the soul trembles. The elite disciple of Xingtian Pavilion, the genius of the 760th star list, was defeated by that Chu Yan in one move. How can this be? What the hell is that Chu Yan coming from? Now, do you still want me to send the Kowloon order? Do you want me to kowtow to apologize? Chu Yan looked at Jiuxiao, who was struggling on the ground, stepped out step by step, and walked straight over. You, don't come here, don't. Seeing Chu Yan with the corner of his mouth lightly raised, walking towards him, Jiuxiao's face was full of fear. At this time, Chu Yan, in Ji Kuan's eyes, is like a devil who is demanding his life. Not only Ji Kuan, but even Li Mingdao, who was standing aside, also had a look of horror on his face. Because, on Chu Yan's face, there is an obvious murderous look. Brother Chu Yan, no. No. Without any hesitation, Li Mingdao quickly spoke to dissuade Chu Yan, and shouted loudly. That Ji Kuan, although he deserves to die, he is a member of Xingtian Pavilion after all. If you kill him, you will be in crisis. Li Mingdao's words were very hasty. However, no matter what Li Mingdao said, Chu Yan looked at Ji Kuan with killing intent in his eyes, and he didn't even stop in his footsteps. Hearing Li Mingdao's roar, and seeing Chu Yan with a murderous expression, Ji Kuan suddenly felt death. Chu Yan, you dare to touch me, Xingtian Pavilion will not let you go, you will definitely die. Ji Kuan's face was full of panic, his pupils were trembling, and his whole body was trembling. He raised his head to block Chu Yan, and kept crawling backwards. Oh, is it so? There was still no change on Chu Yan's face. If there was something different, it would be that there was an evil smile on the corner of Chu Yan's mouth. I really want to try. With 2 fingers together, Chu Yan raised his right hand slightly, and slowly pointed at Ji Kuan. However, just when Chu Yan was about to make a move, suddenly, above the sky, a black thundercloud rushed from the mountains behind Yungue City, and fell down in front of the gate of the city lord's mansion in an instant. Stop! A voice with terrifying power sounded, and everyone was shocked by this figure, and all looked up. In the thunderclouds in the sky, a tall figure emerged, which was the avatar of Emperor Yunlong. In Yungue City, no fighting is allowed, let alone murder. Those who disobey the order will die. Yungue City does not belong to any party, but belongs to the three-way zone, and the people in charge of this city are the 2 great emperors. They absolutely don't want to get involved in the struggle of any party, they just want to rely on the gambling city and make a fortune silently. Therefore, the people of Xingtian Pavilion must not die here. Call. The appearance of Saint Emperor Yunlong's avatar instantly made Li Mingdao heave a long sigh of relief. However, before the tension on his face completely disappeared, he suddenly felt his eyes light up. Immediately afterwards, a sound of sword energy breaking through the air suddenly resounded. Call out. The sword light was like lightning, fleeting in a flash, and the flying blood mist was sprayed up to a height of 1 foot. Ji Kuan's head rolled to the ground, and his eyes were wide open, obviously dying. You are so courageous. The Saint Emperor clone in the sky looked at Chu Yan, who retracted his sword finger, and yelled violently. Are you bold? If that's the case, let's go with them. Call out. Call out. 2 more sword fingers slashed out, and the 2 dumbfounded Xingtian Pavilion disciples who stood not far from Ji Kuan, who were as petrified, threw their heads away at the same time. Double killing with 1 sword, 2 Xingtian Pavilion disciples were beheaded by Chu Yan on the spot. At this moment, including the avatar of the Holy Emperor in the sky, everyone in the audience looked at Chu Yan with shock. When the Holy Emperor came, that Chu Yan dared to do anything. This is too tough. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2195 Angry against the Holy Emperor. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Above the sky, on the top of the thundercloud, the avatar of Emperor Yunlong was so angry that it almost crushed the entire thundercloud. Boy, how dare you kill someone in front of me? The majestic and terrifying voice, like the roar of thunder, exploded in the sky, shaking all the seas of consciousness, buzzing and trembling. Holy Emperor's wrath, that's no joke. Boom, boom. The majestic power of the Holy Emperor, like a raging tide, descended on the audience in an instant, accompanied by that terrifying voice. All the people present felt that there was a heavy pressure on the top of their heads, and it fell down in an instant, like a mountain peak, directly suppressing it. Everyone's eyes were wide open, their Jinchi was completely frozen, and even panting became extremely difficult. This kind of power is just the prelude to the rage of Sage Emperor Yunlong. Huh. This is troublesome. Master Hu raised his head and looked at the sky, only to see that the thundercloud supporting the sacred Emperor Yunlong became more and more majestic, tumbling, like a thunderstorm punished by heaven, constantly shaking the void. However, on the ground, Chu Yan stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, his eyes flashed with 5 colors of mysterious light, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit. Sage Emperor Yunlong, I respect you as the Supreme Saint Emperor, the Lord of Yunlong City, your rules should naturally be followed. But, as you saw just now, it was this Ji Kuan who attacked me first. If I didn't resist, I would die in his hands. Aren't you there at that time? Why didn't you say, your rules? Facing the Holy Emperor directly, Chu Yan opened his mouth, neither humble nor overbearing, without a hint of submission, but directly questioned. So what about the Holy Emperor? Reasonable, then reason with him. If it is unreasonable, there is nothing to be afraid of if it is a big deal. After fusing the 5 soul stones, Chu Yan not only solved the problem of the way of cultivation, but also greatly increased his strength. Although dare not say. It is possible to fight head-on with the Holy Emperor, but if he wants to retreat completely, Chu Yan is not unsure. However, when Master Hu in the distance heard Chu Yan's words, his face changed drastically. This kid is really exactly the same as what Ouyang Nantian said. He is so unruly, even the sky refuses to accept it. If you give him some time, maybe in the future, it is really possible to smash the outer sky of the 9 heavens, and let the heavens go wild. Originally, Master Hu didn't believe that there were such crazy and evil people in this martial arts world, but now, seeing what Chu Yan did, he completely believed it. On the other side, Li Mingdao, Long Tianhun, and other powerful geniuses of various races heard Chu Yan's words, saw the black robe flying, and angered a holy emperor, which caused a blow to their will and sea of knowledge. Strong shock. People are really inferior to people. As young geniuses, this kind of momentum is simply not something they can possess. Not to mention them, I am afraid that in the 5,000 years of the 10-star fields, there has never been a single person who confronted the young Emperor Wu who angrily denounced the Holy Emperor. At this moment, Chu Yan's domineering and arrogance left them dumbfounded. Above the sky, Emperor Yunlong was also a little dazed, looking at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, and remained silent for a long time. Faced with Chu Yan's questioning, Emperor Yunlong was a little angry. After all, facing the tens of thousands of powerful people from all sides participating in the Immortal Association, as well as the city full of people, he couldn't be unfair. Okay. What happened today? Even if you hurt others in self-defense, I don't have to pursue it. However, if you kill people in the street, you are not welcome in Yungue City. Please leave the city immediately. You are not allowed to stay in the city. Emperor Yunlong glanced at Chu Yan, then at Master Hu beside him, constantly guessing Chu Yan's identity. As a holy emperor, he had already guessed how broad his vision was. I am afraid that Chu Yan's identity and the power behind him would not be weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for ordinary warriors to kill the people of Xingtian Pavilion so recklessly. Since the eviction order has been issued. Chu Yan raised his head and glanced at Sacred Emperor Yunlong, chuckled lightly, his face full of indifference. Anyway, coming to Cloud Ghost City this time, both purposes have already been achieved, and there is no point in staying any longer. Let's go. Chu Yan restrained his breath, glanced at Emperor Yunlong, turned around directly, and walked towards the city gate. Against the Holy Emperor, the other party took the initiative to give in. If Chu Yan doesn't follow the slope, it will be really unwise. Go. Let's leave. Seeing Chu Yan leave, Master Hu finally came to his senses, and quickly caught up with Chu Yan and left with him. The crowd of onlookers all over the street looked at the backs of the two leaving with dull expressions. This is the end. Just pat your ass and leave. On the street, there are 3 headless corpses, blood all over the ground. They are 3 disciples of Xingtian Pavilion. Among the crowd, Long Tianhuan's gaze was fixed on Chu Yan, and he became more and more ferocious. With a flip of his hand, he took out a jade talisman of communication, and his spiritual consciousness gushed out of it. In the blink of an eye, a ripple invisible to the naked eye rippled instantly and disappeared into the distant sky. Humph. Chu Yan, let me see how you die. As for Li Mingdao, who was standing aside, watching Chu Yan leave, his face was full of entanglement and hesitation. For Chu Yan, he 100% wants to make friends. But now, if he kills the people of Xingtian Pavilion, it won't be long before all the people in the 10 directions will be hunted down by Xingtian Pavilion. With the insidiousness of Xingtian Pavilion, any person or force related to Chu Yan will be blacklisted by Xingtian Pavilion, and will be massacred and suppressed. Li Mingdao had to think about the Fox clan, so although he himself wanted to follow Chu Yan, travel the world with his sword, and enjoy the rivers and lakes. However, all of this seems impossible at all. Well. Sighing deeply, Li Mingdao's shining gaze finally dimmed, and he shook his head, suppressing the urge to keep up with Chu Yan. Just when Chu Yan and Master Hu left Yungue City and flew towards the mountains behind Yungue City. Hundreds of millions of miles away, Xingtian Pavilion, Holy Mountain. The majestic Holy Mountain stands on the highest peak of the Xingtian mountain range, and the surrounding large mountains are all within the sphere of influence of the Xingtian Pavilion. With the Holy Peak as the center, the 4 directions in the southeast and northwest are Lingfang, Volcano, Sandy Cliff and Xiefang, and they are arranged strictly according to the 5 elements. The main peak of the Holy Mountain in the center is golden in color and looks like a golden mountain. This is the Holy Mountain. On the main peak of the Holy Mountain, in addition to the temple, there is also a 7-story building called the Holy Spirit Pavilion. In the Holy Spirit Pavilion, the life talismans of all the elders and disciples of the entire Xingtian Pavilion are stored, and 8 elders guard them full-time. However, this kind of guard is just going through the motions. After all, for a full 300 years, none of the hundreds of millions of life patterns in the Holy Spirit Pavilion had a problem. However, when the 8 elders were sitting cross-legged in a circle, practicing meditation, suddenly, a strange sound resounded, echoing the entire hall of the Holy Spirit Pavilion. Click! Swish! Swish 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 swish. 8 pairs of astonished eyes opened at the same time, looking at each other. All of them looked shocked. Yes, is there a broken spirit talisman? After 3 full breaths, an elder guarding the spirit spoke in a trembling voice. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2196 Surrounded. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The sudden abnormal sound exploded in the sea of consciousness of several elders, causing everyone's expressions to change. There are lifelines, broken. In other words, a disciple of Xingtian Pavilion was lost. The elders couldn't react for a while, and even wondered if they heard it wrong just now. However, next, there were 2 crisp cracking sounds, echoing in the empty hall of the Holy Spirit Pavilion. Click! Click! The 2 sounds of jade breaking sounded, and the 8 guarding elders shrank their pupils at the same time, and jumped up from the ground almost at the same time. Not good. Some disciples are really lost. The 8 figures turned into 8 startled rainbows, rushing towards the depths of the Holy Spirit Pavilion. Half an hour later, Xingtian Pavilion was boiling. Give me an order to find out immediately who killed my Xingtian Pavilion disciple. Shoot and kill. Inside the Holy Heaven Hall, an old man in gold robes roared sharply as he looked at the 8 elders of the Shouling Pavilion kneeling at their feet, and the 3 shattered jade talismans of life that they were holding in their hands. After hundreds of years, someone dared to attack the disciples of Xingtian Pavilion. This is courting death. Could it be that because Xingtian Pavilion has been too low-key in the past few decades, these mortals have already forgotten the supreme power of Xingtian Pavilion? That being the case, let's kill it. Swish. At this moment, a figure hurriedly walked into the hall. Report to Elder 9, I just received the news that the person who killed my 3 disciples in Xingtian Pavilion is named Chu Yan. He is fleeing to Tianhai territory, the mountain range behind Yingui City. Under the urgent report, the 9th elder, before the golden position, a pair of eagle eyes, instantly ignited. Chu Yan. God ordered a sinner. He came to the 10 direction starfield. Upon hearing this name, the face of the 9th elder instantly darkened, and several questions flashed across the sea of consciousness. Pass down the order, let all the people in the heavens punishment hall go out. For a long time, the transcendent status of Xingtian Pavilion in the 10 direction starfield has given every disciple of Xingtian Pavilion a kind of fanaticism. Act on behalf of the gods, rule the world on behalf of the heavens. This is the pride engraved in the bones of every disciple of Xingtian Pavilion. Only they are the masters of this world of martial spirits, the masters of all creatures, but now, some people dare to desecrate the majesty of Xingtian Pavilion. He is tantamount to blaspheming the majesty of God. It must not be left cold, it must be obliterated. Swish. 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 After 100 breaths, more than a dozen figures soared into the sky from the majestic holy mountain of Xingtian Pavilion, and flew towards the sky-sea area. At this moment, on the other side, in the mountains of Yongguoqing, Chu Yan and Master Hu, one in front of the other, continued to explore the depths of the mountains. Cross this mountain range, and then cross a sea of sand, you can't go far, and you will be in the secret realm of 9 dragons. Master Hu said to Chu Yan, through voice transmission with his spiritual sense. 9 Dragon Saint, what is the origin? Chu Yan asked. This 9 Dragon Saint is really a legend. In our Wuhun world, for millions of years, he is the only one like him now. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Master Hu's eyes glowed, and he explained. He has been the only one for millions of years. What is that? Hearing Master Hu's explanation, Chu Yan suddenly became interested and asked. It is said that this 9 Dragon Saint has 9 martial spirits. Master Hu said. What? 9 martial souls? Chu Yan was startled. That's right. During the battle between gods and demons in ancient times, the 9 Dragon Saints used 9 martial souls to kill not 100, but 80 strong gods. You know, all of them were above the level of the Holy Emperor. As Master Hu said, his face was full of sorrow, and his eyes were flickering, as if he was constantly recalling various rumors about the 10 direction starfield. In the world of martial arts, there are still 9 martial souls. Hearing Master Hu's words, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and his face was full of excitement. Originally, he thought that he had 5 martial spirits, and he was considered a different kind. Unexpectedly, there were people with more martial spirits than him. He is against the gods. Could it be that he is the abyssal demons? Chu Yan said suspiciously. No. Master Hu shook his head. Huh. Then why did he help the demons? Chu Yan stopped and looked back at Master Hu. At the same time, his consciousness spread out and he began to explore this mountain range. Not far ahead, you can already see a yellow line on the edge of the sky, obviously almost entering the Sand Sea area. This 9 Dragon Saint, after breaking through to the realm of the Saint Emperor, changed his mind drastically. He openly became an enemy of the God realm, and has nothing to do with the demon race. Master Hu also released his consciousness at the same time, and began to sweep in all directions. Besides, the enemy of the gods is the demon race. You must know that we are against the gods, and we are also against the gods. There are many secrets in this, and you will know when you become a full-fledged member of the Against the Gods. Isn't it counted now? Chu Yan shook out the 9-dragon order, looked at Master Hu, and asked with a chuckle. Hee, that's so easy. Master Hu smiled wryly and shook his head. Of course it's not easy, Chu Yan knew it very well. Although Chu Yan finally succeeded in this task and got the Kowloon order, he offended the 2 holy emperors and stabbed the hornet's nest at the same time. You can imagine with your heels that at this time, the chasing horse of Xingtian Pavilion may have quickly approached Yingui City. However, Chu Yan felt extremely interesting about this task. Acting against the divine way is completely different from other sect forces. It feels a little different. Could it be called against the divine way? Next, while chatting, the 2 of them were full of consciousness, and flew quickly towards the 9 dragons' secret realm. In less than a day, the 2 of them climbed over the mountains, crossed a 1,000,000-mile deserted sandy area, and appeared in front of a majestic mountain peak. This mountain is extremely dangerous, with a peak height of 100,000 feet, surrounded by dense forests, where various monsters howl and monster aura soars to the sky. 8 mountains of different sizes surround the main peak, and a waterfall falls from the main peak. The sound of splashing water resounds through the sky. Kowloon order, there is a response. In Chu Yan's hand, the 9-color airflow on the Kowloon token blazed towards one side at the same time, clearly indicating the direction. Okay, let's follow the 9-dragon order. He is the key to unlock the secret realm of 9 dragons. Chu Yan nodded, and then a majestic breath rushed away from his body, sweeping out in all directions. In an instant, all kinds of powerful monsters that originally gathered from all directions and hid in the dark, scattered and fled as if they had seen a ghost. In the blink of an eye, within 100 miles, everything fell silent. What a monster! Seeing this scene, a look of astonishment appeared on Master Hu's face. He glanced at Chu Yan, and said in a low voice. How many cards does this guy have? Someone is coming over there. Suddenly, Chu Yan's expression changed. He looked towards the forest on the right, and his steps froze. Who is it? Master Hu asked in a startled voice, when his expression changed upon hearing this. Logically speaking, Yingui City is 108,000 miles away from Xingtian Pavilion, and it is impossible for people from Xingtian Pavilion to come so quickly. We seem to be surrounded. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly. He looked back at Master Hu, shrugged his shoulders, and said. Without waiting for Chu Yan's words to fall to the ground, in the depths of the mountains in the distance, a flickering figure was rushing towards. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C219718 Ring Horse. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Whoosh. 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 Dozens of figures moved at an extremely fast speed, and the extremely shaped sound of breaking through the air brought a long scream. As they got closer, Chu Yan and Master Hu's spiritual consciousness could clearly detect the aura of their cultivation. Very strong. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, with a serious look on his face. Among the 30 people who rushed over, there were actually 10 people whose cultivation was at the Great Emperor realm, while the rest of them were almost all above the 5th heaven of the Upper Martial Emperor realm. Such a lineup is already extremely powerful. Let me just say, the fat fish that came here is really a green head. At the same time as a kind of maniacal laughter sounded, there was a strong wind. The leader was wearing a beast armor and holding a long spear. The scar on his face almost occupied half of his face, and his single eye was shining fiercely. It looked extremely hideous. Brother, this kid wants to die by himself. You can feel his aura even thousands of miles away. In this Tianzi mountain range, this is the first time we have encountered such an active fat fish. A thin man with a pair of triangular eyes followed behind Scarface, looking at Chu Yan and Master Hu with a smile on his face. That's right, it hasn't opened for several days. The brothers are almost suffocating. Another tall man with muscles like iron, holding a ghost-headed sword, looked at Chu Yan and grinned, showing his yellow teeth. Boy, for the sake of your knowledge, hand over all the stored jade talismans, spirit weapons, and treasures, and I will spare your life. You can get out. The strong martial artist, with a pointed sword, shouted directly. Huh. Robbery. Chu Yan was startled, looking at the group of people in front of him with astonishment. Unexpectedly, when I first came to the Shifeng Starfield, I just passed a city and encountered robbery. It seems that the 10 Directions Starfield is not advanced there, and there are the same 3 religions and 9 streams, and everything is there. That's right. It's robbery. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up. Hand over everything, or die. The leading man with the scar obviously had a bad temper, so he yelled directly. You know, in this Tianzi mountain range, they have 18 thieves, and they exist like the Emperor of the Earth. Any warrior who has followed this place, as long as the number is less than 10, it is impossible to escape their plunder. No matter what kind of force or sect the opponent is, except for those who are strong in the Saint Emperor realm, one by one will count, and money and life must be kept. As for what I said just now, to spare their lives, it was naturally just to let them pay the money, and said it casually. Pay, or not. The spear in the scarred man's hand had already begun to condense, and the true energy in his body was constantly surging. To be honest, things like robbery must be resolved quickly, and it will not do them any good if it is delayed for a long time. However, at this moment, the Jiulong token in Chu Yan's hand suddenly burst into 9-colored mysterious light, and with a buzz, a colored light shot out, like a sharp arrow, shooting straight at the direction behind everyone. Huh. There are strange treasures. The man with the scar and a group of thieves were stunned at the same time, and they all looked at the 9-dragon order in Chu Yan's hand. The token surrounded by the 9-color air currents is not ordinary at first glance. The man with the scar turned his eyes and guessed that these 2 people probably did not come to the Tianzi Mountains to practice, but to hunt for treasure. Master Hu, let's go. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yan didn't even bother to look at these thieves. Following the direction pointed by the Kowloon order, Chu Yan greeted Master Hu directly, and was about to leave. However, without waiting for Chu Yan and the 2 to leave, the face of the man with the scar changed drastically in an instant. Haha, you got hit by me, and you want to leave. Die. With a sound of landing and a wave of the spear in his hand, a large area of spear shadows, like a forest of spear shadows, stabbed towards Chu Yan and Master Hu overwhelmingly. There was no need for him to call at all, and more than 20 people behind him all shot together. All kinds of swords, lights, swords, and palm prints, like a flood, instantly covered the area within a few miles. Chu Yan, who had just jumped up in the air, turned around in the air, put his 2 fingers together and cut out with a sword. Call out. The bright silver sword glow was like a bolt of lightning piercing into the dark clouds. Wherever it passed, one attack after another was blasted to pieces. The joint attack of more than 20 people was instantly disintegrated. To be honest, although these low-level thieves have extremely high levels of cultivation, their combat power cannot be compared with genius warriors, and it is even more impossible to compare with Ji Kuan and others from Xingtian Pavilion. Even Chu Yan couldn't even arouse the interest in killing them. After breaking the opponent's attack with 1 finger, Chu Yan and Master Hu turned into 2 afterimages and disappeared into the distant forest in an instant. Good, so strong. The man with the scar stared blankly at the place where the figure disappeared, his pupils were trembling, and his face was full of horror. He never expected that the siege moves of 100 trials and bailings would completely fail today, and the other party just pointed at them casually, and completely broke the joint attack of the 30 of them. This kind of combat power is simply not something they can fight against. So dangerous. The thin man was so frightened that his legs trembled a little, and he let out a long breath of relief. He was extremely thankful that the other party didn't care about them at all, because of the birth of the strange treasure, and left directly. Otherwise, their 18 thieves might be removed from the Tianzi mountain range. Brother, that strange treasure. The group of people froze for more than a dozen breaths, before gradually recovering from their astonishment. The thin man looked at the depths of the forest, and the greedy look in his eyes appeared again. The strength of these two people is so strong, the strange treasure they are looking for is probably a heaven-defying existence. If this rare treasure is obtained by me, big brother, maybe we won't have to hide in the Tianzi mountains in the future and do this kind of desperate business. Maybe, it is very possible to occupy a city and live the life of an emperor. The thin man vividly painted a scene next to the scarred man's ear that made the scarred man's eyes glow. Just two people, how strong can they be? After pondering for a few breaths, the man with the scar reappeared, a fierce light in his eyes, and roared in a low voice. Follow me. As soon as the words fell to the ground, 30 people jumped at the same time, and chased all the way in the direction where Chu Yan and the two disappeared. It cannot be said that these people have been wandering in the Tianzi mountains all year round. Among the nameless bones all over the mountains and plains, I don't know how many died at their hands. Therefore, they are extremely familiar with the terrain of the Tianzi mountains. After chasing for a full hour, they saw a canyon in the distance appear in front of them, and the faces of the man with the scar and all the thieves gradually changed. There, within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, all robbers and thieves are forbidden. The Sea of Buddha's Light and Shadow. Although it is only a lake with an area of only 10,000 zhang, it is this lake, and I do not know how many strong people have lost it. It is said that there are tens of thousands of prohibitions and spiritual formations in the Sea of Buddha's Light and Shadow. Any warrior who dares to approach will die. However, according to the legend, behind the Sea of Buddha's Light and Shadow, that canyon leads to an ancient secret realm with astonishing treasures. Therefore, many warriors gathered here, trying every means to pass through this forbidden land. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2198 9 Dragon Crystal Pillar. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. When Chu Yan and Master Hu appeared in front of the Buddha Light and Shadow Sea, they were stunned when they saw the situation in front of them. I saw that around a 10,000-foot-sized lake, several warriors, some sitting cross-legged in the woods by the lake to cultivate, some standing in front of the lake, holding spiritual soldiers, attacking a mysterious light phantom in front of them. Seeing the appearance of Chu Yan and Master Hu, these warriors were all taken aback and turned their heads to look over. The two sides looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Master Hu, this 9 Dragons secret realm, can't it be made from mainland China? After a long time, Chu Yan was speechless, turned to look at Master Hu, and asked. Of course not. Master Hu was also a little confused, but when he heard Chu Yan's doubts, he shook his head directly. Then here is. Chu Yan rolled his eyes and pointed to the situation by the lake. They probably didn't know the existence of the 9 Dragons secret realm, but they just believed the rumors and wanted to pass through this forbidden place and explore here. Master Hu glanced back and forth between the warriors and the phantom of the lake in front of him and answered. Never mind, let's go in. Chu Yan shook his head, he didn't bother to pay attention to these things, held the Kowloon order, and flew directly towards the lake. Those martial artists, seeing Chu Yan and Master Hu, didn't even look at them, and went straight towards the Buddha's Light and Shadow Sea. They frowned and reminded. This Taoist friend, this Sea of Buddha's Light and Shadows, has countless restrictions. If you bump into it indiscriminately, you will be bombarded and killed. Why don't you two, together with us, slowly break these restrictions. It won't take a few years, huh? The person who spoke didn't finish his 2 sentences when he saw the figures of Chu Yan and Master Hu rushing straight into the lake. And those phantoms that had blocked them here for several years seemed to be completely indifferent to these 2 people, like air, without any blocking effect at all. What? How is it possible? Several warriors. Seeing this scene, he was stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. You know, they have been here for nearly a year, and during this period, there will occasionally be some warriors who come here, and some of them are impatient and want to rush through this sea of Buddha's light and shadow by brute force. Almost as soon as he stepped on the lake, he was directly blasted into slag by countless forbidden lights. If it is an ordinary restriction, depending on the level of strength, it may be able to resist a few times, but this sea of Buddha's light and shadows, all kinds of restrictions and spiritual formations, are probably tens of thousands. Under the attack at the same time, it is impossible for even the Holy Emperor to survive. And the cultivation base under the Holy Emperor is absolutely dead on the spot, and it is impossible to have any vitality at all. But now, the 2 newcomers didn't even try to test them. They rushed directly into the lake and quickly disappeared from their sight. What happened? Even a few warriors who were cultivating in the distance came rushing over, their faces full of shock. Could it be that these 2 people have seen through these restrictions and spiritual formations? Impossible. Both the restriction and the spirit array are unknown things. Even if you can see through it, it is okay to have a few layers. There are tens of thousands of layers here, and it is impossible to pass through. They may have the key. Suddenly, someone opened his mouth, a sentence landed, and all eyes stared at him. Not good. Come on, everyone join forces and attack. In an instant, everyone came to their senses, and frantically attacked the restriction and spirit array in front of them with anxious faces. You know, the 7 or 8 of them spent a full year here and spent a lot of effort to finally break some of the restrictions. But now, they are about to be preempted. How can they not be anxious? If there is really an ancient treasure behind this sea of Buddha light and shadows, as the rumors say, then they will be at a great loss. Not long after they attacked, 18 thieves led by the man with the scar also appeared by the lake. Where are people? Where are those 2 people just now? The man with the scar took a glance and saw that there were only 7 or 8 people in the other party, so he immediately opened his mouth and asked. The 2 people just now entered the lake, and they must be able to enter the canyon soon. A cultivator replied. Humph. That's a good idea. Attack me. The scarred man's face darkened, and with a wave of his hand, more than 20 people behind him attacked together. On the other side, Chu Yan and Master Hu, holding the 9-dragon token, their bodies were wrapped in 9-color mysterious light. They quickly crossed the lake, and soon appeared in front of the canyon. This canyon hardly sees sunlight. Although it cannot reach the level where you can't see your fingers, it looks gloomy. A faint white mist gushes out from the canyon and dissipates into the void. The strong monster breath, and the animal bones that can still be seen everywhere, fill the ground and can be seen everywhere. Walk. This is not the first time Chu Yan has practiced hard. Such a scene has no effect on him at all. He directly lifts his feet and walks towards the canyon. Master Hu glanced at Chu Yan, chuckled and followed quickly. Not long after entering the canyon, an emperor-level monster rushed out roaring, and was smashed into pieces of meat by Chu Yan's punch. He took the demon core and continued to go deeper. After less than 1,000 steps, another monster rushed out. Boom! Wan Lai's dragon strength was as fierce as thunder, and the iron-backed wolf died tragically in an instant with a single punch. Master Hu followed behind Chu Yan, just watching from the beginning to the end, and didn't make any moves or help at all. Because monsters kept rushing up from the darkness, Chu Yan killed hundreds of monsters in less than an hour. Strange. Something is wrong with these monsters, Chu Yan said with a slight frown as his spiritual consciousness shrouded the surroundings like a net. Oh. Something's wrong there, Master Hu said. These monsters should be controlled by some force, otherwise, it would be impossible to attack so desperately. Chu Yan looked around and found that there were some faint arrangements of spirit patterns on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. Such spirit patterns should be of the same type as those on the lake and at the entrance of the canyon. Obviously, the entire canyon is a huge spiritual formation. A large formation of this level is probably 10 times larger than the large formations guarding the mountain gate. Who the hell is setting up such a huge spiritual array? Could it be that 9-dragon saint? Master Hu, what exactly is in this 9-dragon secret realm? Chu Yan turned his head, looked at the smiling Master Hu, and asked. This, I don't know either. Master Hu was startled, then shook his head directly. I can see it, you are basically a supervisor, you are here to supervise my assessment task. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised, looked at Master Hu, and asked, directly. Hee, you still saw it. Master Hu simply nodded his head. That is to say, after completing the investigation of the 9-dragon secret realm, my assessment task will be considered as a pass. Chu Yan continued with a look that he knew a long time ago. That's right. Master Hu nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Okay. Then don't waste time. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he strode forward. At this time, 10,000 steps away in front of him, at the end of the canyon, a tall stone gate appeared in his sight. On the stone gate, there are 9 dragon patterns engraved on them, which are vivid, and the 9 pairs of dragon eyes are shining with a faint light of different colors. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2199 Beast Soul Blood Crystal. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Kowloon Mystery, here we come. Sure enough, under the guidance of the Kowloon Order, after passing through the Buddha Light and Shadow Sea and the Monster Beast Canyon, they successfully found the Kowloon secret realm. Standing in front of the tall stone gate, Chu Yan looked around, but found no opening device. Even the Kowloon Order has no further guidance. Wan Lai Long Jing. Without any hesitation at all, Chu Yan raised his hand and punched directly towards the huge stone gate. Boom. The violent sound was earth-shattering and echoed throughout the canyon. Under Chu Yan's punch, the entire tall stone gate was hummed and trembled, and large pieces of gravel kept falling off and hitting the ground. Chu Yan, can't you find a mechanism? Master Hu didn't expect that Chu Yan would act so simply, and immediately looked at Chu Yan in astonishment and said. What can be solved with one punch, why bother? Chu Yan looked at the dust and mist in front of him, and replied without turning his head. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. Master Hu couldn't stand Chu Yan's simple and rude behavior. After all, at his age, this kind of behavior is still too exciting. Click. Sure enough, before Master Hu could speak again, there was a cracking sound on the stone gate in front of him, and a huge crack appeared on the stone gate. In less than a moment, the crack became bigger and bigger, and finally, the entire Sherman completely collapsed. The scene behind the stone gate was completely exposed to Chu Yan and Master Hu. Stone Palace. Chu Yan's unicorn's pupils were running, and he looked inside the stone gate behind the dust and mist, but saw an underground stone palace appearing in front of him in the darkness. Roar! Roar! 2 tall monsters. Rushing out of the stone gate, stepping on the gravel all over the ground, he rushed directly to Chu Yan. Boom! Boom! Without raising his head, Chu Yan threw out both fists directly, and the Golden Dragon Gang fist hit the 2 Emperor-level monsters, sending them flying backwards and smashing straight into the depths of the stone palace. Damn, boy, did you already guess that there is an ambush behind this stone gate? Seeing this scene, the corners of Master Hu's eyes twitched twice, and he asked. Hee, that's right. Chu Yan nodded, then lifted his foot and walked towards the stone palace. However, there was a trace of doubt and solemnity on his face. Because, the two monsters just now did not die. Since entering the canyon, Chu Yan has killed no fewer than a few hundred monsters, almost all of them with one punch. But now, the two monsters guarding the entrance of the underground palace were only slightly injured by Wan Lielong's powerful bombardment. This level of combat power is much stronger than those monsters before. Chu Yan would not think that it was because these two monsters were elite monsters. Just now, using the pupil of the unicorn to look at the 9 dragon patterns on the stone gate, Chu Yan discovered that it was the core of a certain formation. This secret place of Kowloon is full of weirdness. Pass through the stone gate and enter the stone palace. There is a huge stone square in front of you. On the square, 9 huge crystal pillars stand. Each crystal pillar has a diameter of 10 feet, and dragon bodies made of special materials are wrapped around it. 9 dragon pillar. Chu Yan was startled, and suddenly remembered the 9 dragon spirit gathering formation he had seen before. Could it be that these 9 dragon pillars are also a large formation of gathering spirits? Turning his head to look around, in Chu Yan's sight, the 2 wounded monsters just now had long since disappeared. This crystal pillar. Unlike Chu Yan, Master Hu didn't worry about the 2 monsters at all. When he raised his eyes, he looked at the dragon pattern crystal pillar closest to him, with a look of astonishment on his face. As the master of appreciating treasures of Tianwei Tower, Master Hu's experience is amazing. Therefore, with just a glance, Master Hu is sure that these 9 crystal pillars are by no means simple. What's wrong with this crystal pillar? Chu Yan's unicorn pupils flickered, following Master Hu's gaze. He looked at the crystal pillar next to him, and also carefully sized it up. After this scan, Chu Yan's face gradually changed. It's such a strong monster blood essence. Chu Yan said in a daze. That's right. You can't be wrong. The material of this crystal pillar is beast soul blood crystal. Master Hu suddenly shouted loudly and exclaimed in shock. In the next breath, he raised his trembling hand and touched the transparent crystal pillar. Master Hu's entire face was twitching. Such a big beast soul blood crystal, there is such a big beast soul blood crystal. As if stimulated by something, Master Hu's lips trembled, repeating these words over and over again. Beast soul blood crystal. Chu Yan frowned slightly, looked at Master Hu, then at Jing Zhu, with a blank expression on his face. What is this beast soul blood crystal? Chu Yan has never seen it, let alone heard of it. Call. After a long time, Master Hu finally suppressed the excitement in his heart, exhaled a long breath, looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were shining like stars, and said. Chu Yan, this time, you have developed. As soon as the words landed, Master Hu walked up to Chu Yan, pointed to the slightly red transparent crystal pillar in front of him, and introduced. The blood crystal of the beast soul is a special treasure that existed in the monster clan in ancient times. The reason why he is said to be special is because this kind of treasure is not a treasure of heaven and earth, it is conceived by the spiritual energy of heaven, but refined by humans. Each piece of beast soul blood crystal the size of a fingernail needs a monster above the Emperor realm to extract the essence of its whole body's monster blood, plus its monster soul, and refine them into one to get a piece. Hearing Master Hu's words, Chu Yan's expression finally changed. What? This? Chu Yan turned his head and looked at the beast soul blood crystal pillar in front of him. This single crystal pillar alone has a diameter of 10 feet and a height of nearly 100 feet. With such a large volume, how many monsters would be needed to refine it? Moreover, what is needed is the Emperor Realm monster beast. No wonder, I have never heard of it in Outland Continent before. After all, the monsters of the Emperor Realm are in the Outland Continent, and they are the top existence among monsters. If they want to use the monsters of the Emperor Realm to refine beast soul blood crystals, they are looking for death. And now, in front of Chu Yan, a total of 9 crystal pillars stood up. While Chu Yan was studying the 9 crystal pillars with a face full of surprise, on the other side, outside the Canyon Stone Palace, nearly 40 strong men attacked the restrictions on the Buddha Light and Shadow Sea with all their strength, smashing all the powerful restrictions one after another. Every time a barrier is broken, they have a few steps forward. It took almost an hour, and finally passed 1/5 of the distance on the lake. However, just when everyone was full of confidence and continued to blast, suddenly, on the distant sky, a dozen figures, like a startled rainbow, crossed the sky, headed towards the lake, and fell straight down. Huh! Xingtian Pavilion. The Scar leader glanced over and saw a group of powerful warriors with sacred seals hanging on their chests, and his expression changed drastically. What happened? Why did the one from Xingtian Pavilion suddenly appear? Moreover, the leader is wearing a jade belt around his waist, which is the identity symbol of the elders of Xingtian Pavilion. Did the 9th elder worry too much, a mere low-ranking martial emperor realm ants, and still use our god's punishment hall to come to so many people? There was a hint of displeasure on the elder's face. He looked at the lake in front of him, and said in a cold voice. In his eyes, these 40 warriors were almost like air, and they couldn't make his gaze stop for even a moment. Elder Tai, there must be a reason for the 9th elder's arrangement. Moreover, it seems that there are strange treasures here. A disciple of the Divine Punishment Hall of Xingtian Pavilion said with a charming smile on his face. Well, according to the guidance of the Holy Seal, this sun is in this secret place. Elder Tai, who was wearing a jade belt, looked at the canyon in the distance, with murderous intent looming in his eyes. Elder Tai, then these people? Someone asked and raised his hand at the same time, asking those warriors who had just attacked the Buddha Light Shadow Sea restriction. It's just ants, don't worry about them. Let's go. Elder Tai waved his hand impatiently and said. Yes. Almost at the moment when they handed over their hands to accept orders, more than a dozen disciples of Xingtian Pavilion flew up together and flew towards the lake. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2200 developed. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Facing the Buddha's Light and Shadow Sea, a group of more than 10 people from Xingtian Pavilion, headed by Elder Tai, flew in front, his whole body surging with imperial power, holding a blue jade talisman. The Helling formation is completely in vain. Just like before, in less than a moment, this group of people disappeared into the depths of the lake, and all their figures disappeared. At this moment, Scar and the other cultivators who were still standing by the lake were shocked. What's the situation? Is there something big going to happen in the Tianzi Mountains today? The 2 people before entered the Sea of Shadows of the Sea and treated the countless prohibitions and spiritual formations as nothing. Now, another group of people from Xingtian Pavilion came, and they also got through unimpeded. The man with the scar and a group of cultivators were all trembling, and looked at each other with disbelief. You know, among them, some of them have lived in this Tianzi mountain range for many years, and are very familiar with this Buddha's Light and Shadow Sea, and have never seen it before. Who can be as clever as them? And those cultivators, even here, have broken less than 1/5 of the ban on attacking the Buddha's Light and Shadow Sea in almost a year. Therefore, you can think with your heels, whether it is the 2 people who entered in front, or the people from Xingtian Pavilion behind, they are all extremely powerful existences. And these people, coming to the Tianzi Mountains, I am afraid it is not easy. There must be a heaven-defying treasure about to be born. Scar leader's gaze, after being dull for a long time, finally brightened, and he roared sharply. Quick! Attack me! This shout suddenly awakened all the people who were staring blankly at the other side of the lake. They all turned their heads and looked at the scarred leader with astonishment. In the next breath, everyone's eyes were ignited by the fire of greed in the eyes of the scar leader. At the same time, he roared, mobilizing his whole body's strength, and began to frantically attack the restriction and spirit array in front of him. Heaven-defying treasure! Low-level warriors like them, I am afraid that they will have such an opportunity once in a lifetime. Although the two waves of people before and after, they are all extremely powerful, but what if? If they were lucky enough to get that heaven-defying treasure, they might really soar into the sky from now on and become the top people in the 10 Directions starfield. Martial artist training is to change one's life against the sky. How could I miss such an opportunity when I was hit by myself? Boom, boom. In front of the Buddha's light shadowed the sea, a monstrous explosion shook the entire sky. These thieves and cultivators who were so stimulated by the heaven-defying treasures that they almost went to heaven, almost used their strength to feed. But at this time, on the other side, in the secret realm of 9 dragons in the canyon, on the huge stone palace square, looking at the 9 dragon-shaped crystal pillars in front of him, and hearing Master Hu's explanation, Chu Yan's eyes trembled uncontrollably. Beast soul blood crystals, condensed 9 huge crystal pillars. You know, this is the beast soul blood crystal that can only be condensed from the blood essence and demon soul of a monster in the Imperial realm. What a terrifying fortune that is. And what happened next? Master Hu's words almost made the blood in Chu Yan's whole body start to boil. Chu Yan, you have developed, really, really. Master Hu's voice was still trembling, obviously because of excessive excitement. A pair of shining eyes looked at Chu Yan, and said, Beast soul blood crystals have 2 biggest uses. The first is to improve the cultivation base of any monster, and the second, that is, it can improve the cultivation of warriors with beast spirits. Make the power of the spirits more powerful and refined, and even mutate directly when the blood is similar. You should have heard of the Wuhun mutation, right? Master Hu knew that Chu Yan came from the outland continent, so he was not sure if he knew that in the 10 Directions starfield, it is not uncommon for the Wuhun to mutate. I know. Chu Yan nodded, looked at Master Hu, and said with a light smile. The martial soul can mutate 3 times in total, which is also called the 3 awakenings of the martial soul. My beast martial soul has only awakened once. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Master Hu's eyes lit up immediately. That's good. In this way, the effect of this beast soul blood crystal on you is extremely important. Having said that, Master Hu gave a wry smile again, shook his head and said, It's a pity that my martial soul is not a beast martial soul. Otherwise, even if I give up this old face, I will ask you for one of them. It's a pity, it's a pity. As if speaking to Chu Yan, and as if talking to himself, Master Hu's eyes on the 9 dragon-shaped crystal pillars gradually dimmed. Although heaven-defying odd treasure is good, it also depends on chance. If the attributes do not match, no matter how good the treasure is, it is useless. Hearing Master Hu's words, Chu Yan was stunned, his eyes flickered slightly, and said, Master Hu, you seem to belong to Tianwei Tower. Such a precious treasure, you are not moved. Tianwei Building is a well-known chamber of commerce organization in the 10 Directions starfield. And Master Hu is a well-known treasure appraiser in Tianwei Tower, and also a deacon elder. He didn't even have any idea about such a precious treasure. Boy, didn't I tell you. The Tianwei Tower is a member of the God-defying Dao. This blood crystal of the beast soul is the treasure of your mission to join the recruitment assessment of the God-defying Dao. How could I have his idea? Master Hu looked at Chu Yan, speechless. Besides, as a member of God Against God, I certainly hope that all the good things will be reserved for my own use. Furthermore, the group of elders who defied the divine way took this place as your assessment place, and it is obvious that they want to reward you with this beast soul and blood pillar. You boy, you have taken advantage of it. With a sigh of relief on his face, Master Hu kept explaining to Chu Yan. Against the divine way, being able to be in the dark of the 10 directions starfield, and fighting against the Xingtian pavilion for so many years, must have its advantages. Huh? So, Emperor Ning Tian and Senior Ouyang specially helped me choose this. Chu Yan was stunned and asked. It should be, this 9-dragon crystal pillar originally. Master Hu nodded, and just when he was about to continue to say something, suddenly, the place under his feet trembled suddenly, and a violent breath swept across the entire underground palace in an instant. Roar. A shocking roar exploded into the underground palace, like 100 thunderclaps at the same time, shaking Chu Yan and Master Hu so much that their eardrums ached. Damn alien, step into the forbidden area of my monster race, die. With the sound of this sound, 9 dragon-shaped crystal pillars burst into dazzling light at the same time in the square of the underground palace. These strange lights instantly condensed into a series of light and shadows in front of the 9 crystal pillars, and rushed towards Chu Yan and the two at the same time. At the same time, in the entire underground palace, whether it is the void, the ground, or the surrounding walls, a large number of beast powers poured in like a tide, continuously gathered, and merged into the 9 crystal pillars. For a moment, the beast power above the 9 crystal pillars became more and more majestic and terrifying. Not good. This is an ancient demon formation. Master Hu's face changed suddenly. He looked around, especially the 9 beast soul crystal pillars that seemed to be angry, and reminded urgently. These 9 crystal pillars are the eyes of the formation. After endless years, they have produced demon consciousness. Chu Yan's face sank suddenly, and he looked at the 9 crystal pillars. As the saying goes, blessings never come singly, and misfortunes never come singly. Just as Chu Yan and Master Hu were staring at the 9 dragon-shaped crystal pillars, the entrance of the stone palace behind them exploded with a burst of air, and one figure after another suddenly appeared. Boom! 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 Amidst the exploding air waves and dust mist, the figures of a dozen or so people from Xingtian Pavilion appeared in the underground palace at the same time. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C22011 Holy Day. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. A total of 17 people from Xingtian Pavilion rushed through the sea of Buddha's light and shadow, passed through the canyon, and appeared in the underground palace. 17 pairs of eyes looked at Chu Yan at the same time, and Chu Yan and Master Hu also stared at everyone in Xingtian Pavilion. There's even an elder here, he really thinks highly of me. Chu Yan sneered, and looked at the elder who was headed by the crowd in Xingtian Pavilion, and his consciousness swept over him. Standing behind Chu Yan, Master Hu's face changed slightly, his brows were slightly frowned, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Although, he had long expected that the people from Xingtian Pavilion would arrive soon. However, what Master Hu did not expect was that Xingtian Pavilion would send such a strong lineup. 1 elder, 16 disciples. This kind of strength is enough to destroy an ordinary small sect. Beast Soul Blood Crystal. Elder Tai glanced at Chu Yan, but landed on the 9 dragon crystal pillar not far away, and his expression changed drastically. With this sound, the expressions of all the disciples of Xingtian Pavilion changed, and at the same time, they followed Elder Tai's gaze to look at the 9 huge crystal pillars. Oh my God, it's really Beast Soul Blood Crystal. It's so big. This is too rare. I didn't expect that there are such precious treasures in the 9 Dragons' secret realm. Haha, post it now. Huh. 9 Beast Soul Blood Crystals, all of which have produced spiritual wisdom. All the disciples of Xingtian Pavilion saw the 9 Dragon Crystal Pillar, their eyes lit up and they exclaimed again and again. Only Elder Tai looked at Chu Yan with a cold gaze, with murderous intent appearing on his face. He spoke directly. Complete the mission first, then get the beast soul blood crystal. Hearing Elder Tai's order, the 16 Xingtian Pavilion disciples all looked at Chu Yan with blank faces at the same time. According to the oracle from the Holy Mountain, this Chu Yan must die. You are Chu Yan? Elder Tai said, his eyes were cold. Not bad. I'm just. Chu Yan nodded, without any intention of denying it. Okay. Just admit it. Elder Tai sneered, and then asked, Jiuxiao, did you kill him? That's right. I killed it. Chu Yan nodded again. When Elder Tai saw Chu Yan, he looked indifferent, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this Chu Yan would look like he was not afraid of death, which was completely different from the sinners he had judged before. Chu Yan, you killed my disciple of Xingtian Pavilion. According to the criminal decree issued by the Holy Mountain, on behalf of Xingtian Pavilion, I sentence you. Elder Tai looked at Chu Yan with a majestic face, put on a high-ranking posture, and pronounced the sentence loudly. However, before he could finish speaking, suddenly, within his line of sight, that figure of Chu Yan suddenly disappeared. Just as Elder Tai was stunned, and was about to search around, suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Master Hu, the 9-dragon crystal pillar, I leave it to you. I'll deal with these rubbish. Accompanied by this cold sound, an afterimage flashed across the air, and the bright silver sword light, like a meteor flying through the sky, slashed straight down towards the heads of the people in Xingtian Pavilion. What? This kid actually attacked them first. Including Elder Tai, all members of the Xingtian Pavilion, looking at the afterimage passing in midair, Chi-Chi's expression changed, and his killing intent soared. They never expected that this Chu Yan would dare to attack a dozen of them at the same time by himself. This is simply arrogance and lawlessness. Kill this kid. Do it. Destroy him. More than a dozen roars sounded, and 16 Xingtian Pavilion disciples stepped out at the same time, stood in front of Elder Tai, and attacked the figure in midair at the same time. These 16 disciples of Xingtian Pavilion ranged from Wudi realm to Great Emperor realm, but almost every one of them was a star-list genius with extremely amazing combat power. In the face of such a powerful attack, if it is another strong person, how dare they fight at the same time with one person's strength, and they will definitely avoid it for the time being. However, Chu Yan, who was in midair, saw the 16 attacks coming, but he did not retreat, and his whole body rushed down even more violently. In the eyes, the light of the unicorn flickered, peeping through the attack tracks all over the sky. Swish! 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 The afterimage suddenly turned around, flickering and moving in the air, drawing all kinds of weird routes, and dodging attacks one after another. What? Escaped. The 16 Xingtian Pavilion disciples all looked shocked, and even Elder Tai had a strange look in his eyes. Humph. Sure enough, he has some strength, no wonder he can kill Jiuxiao. In Elder Tai's eyes, the killing intent grew stronger, and he ordered sharply. Give me a full shot and kill as soon as possible. Yes. Elder. Follow orders, Elder. Hearing Elder Tai's order, the 16 Xingtian Pavilion disciples all roared in response. Boom. 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 Next, 16 powerful auras erupted at the same time, and all the disciples of Xingtian Pavilion released their martial souls at the same time. All kinds of weapon spirits, beast spirits, and alien spirits are all imposing like a rainbow, releasing the mighty power of the martial spirits. One by one is stronger than the other, and all kinds of strange light blessings are constantly sweeping out. The momentum of the 16 Xingtian Pavilion disciples rose to the peak in an instant, and they all suppressed Chu Yan like a raging sea. Huh! Is it a martial soul? As soon as he raised his head and looked at the powerful martial souls all over the sky, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and phantoms like mountains behind him slowly emerged. Roar! 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 With a roar, the void was shattered, and the three tall martial souls, like the beast gods of heaven and earth, appeared directly in front of everyone. The White Tiger martial soul, Suzaku martial soul, and Qilin martial soul stood majestically behind Chu Yan. What? Including Elder Tai, the 16 disciples of Xingtian Pavilion looked at the three martial souls behind Chu Yan. All of them were stunned and their expressions changed wildly. 3 lives, full star martial soul. Every martial soul released extreme power that made their hearts palpitate, instantly making their scalps tingle. Possessing 3 lines of extreme martial spirit at the same time, such a talent, even in the Xingtian Pavilion, is a top existence, and in the 10 Directions starfield, it is even rarer. But now, it actually appeared on this Chu Yan's body. Give it to me. Just when everyone in Xingtian Pavilion was astonished and inexplicable, Chu Yan raised his hand and snapped his fingers, pointed forward, and ordered directly. The sound fell, and the 3 spirits and martial arts erupted at the same time. Roar! With a sound of dragon's breath, the unicorn martial soul stepped on the golden body of 5-color auspicious clouds, and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. When it reappeared, it had already arrived. At the gate of the underground palace in the distance, 5 colors of spiritual light suddenly appeared on its body, like layers of water ripples, completely covering the entire gate of the stone palace. Time and space seal. Every time the Qilin Wuhuan's natal Wuhuan skill is used, it will almost use up all the power of the Wuhuan, and the area of the seal at the same time cannot exceed 10,000 steps. However, sealing the gate of the stone palace is enough. Roar! Roar! The White Tiger martial soul and Suzaku martial soul erupted with golden light and flames at the same time, stepping on the golden cloud waves and the sky filled with flames, and directly transformed into the bodies of fighting spirits. The 2 battle spirits, together with Chu Yan holding the Haoyan sword, looked at the 17 members of the Xingtian Pavilion in front of them at the same time, grinning at the same time, and rushed forward together. Remember in a second. #C2202 Destroy the corpse. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The fighting spirit of Baihu, Suzaku, and Chu Yan reached their peak in an instant, rushing towards the group of Xingtian Pavilion disciples who hadn't reacted. Roar! With a tiger palm from the White Tiger martial soul, from top to bottom, it directly smashed a disciple of the Xingtian Pavilion into a meatloaf, and even smashed the ground into a huge deep hole. Apart from a pile of broken flesh and blood in the pit, there were no complete corpses there. Chirp! The cry of Suzaku's fighting spirit pierced through the golden hull stone, carrying a strong spiritual impact, causing the disciples of Xingtian Pavilion to freeze suddenly. At the same time, Suzaku War Soul's hands condensed 2 flaming sabers at the same time, swung left and right in circles, and suddenly slashed out. The whirring blade light, wrapped in flames, does not need to be sharp at all, as long as it is touched by the blade flame. The bodies of the 2 Xingtian Pavilion disciples will burst into flames instantly. Ah! Ah! The pain of the burning flames caused the 2 disciples of Xingtian Pavilion to utter a tragic cry. Anyone who heard this sound and saw the 2 bodies that were continuously fused, turning into ashes while running, would feel that their entire scalp was shaking. Numb. A battle spirit at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, the 3 disciples of the Xingtian Pavilion died tragically on the spot. Elder Tai's face was full of horror. He never thought that Chu Yan's combat power would be so tyrannical. So people, retreat quickly, leave quickly, ah. Without the slightest hesitation, Elder Tai raised his arms and shouted, and directly gave the order to retreat, but he didn't wait for him to finish his shouting at all. Everyone watched helplessly as a ray of light flashed across the void in the direction of the back of his neck, passing between his necks. That ray of light was fleeting. Elder Tai's voice stopped instantly, and the expression on his face also froze at that moment. Hiss. Hiss. Following Elder Tai's head rolling from the standing corpse to the ground, it rolled to Chu Yan's feet. Everyone looked up at Chu Yan, who was holding a long sword, and at the same time their eyes trembled, and they gasped. Demon. Absolutely demonic. Run away. Amidst a terrified roar, the remaining dozen disciples of the Xingtian pavilion rushed towards the entrance of the stone palace, behind them like a frying pan. However, when they rushed to the gate of the stone palace, they only saw a beast spirit standing on 5 colored auspicious clouds, blocking the stone gate with a majestic face. And behind it, the gate of the stone palace, which was open just now, has now turned into a vague vortex of void. Such a gate, not to mention escaping, is afraid that as soon as it gets close, it will be sucked into it by the void vortex and torn to pieces. How to do this? More than a dozen disciples of Xingtian Pavilion, with livid faces, looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. The only way out was blocked. Damn it, fight him. The Xingtian Pavilion disciples holding all kinds of spiritual weapons were full of despair, and when the despair reached the extreme, blood-red madness appeared in their eyes. Kill. Turning around, the Spirit Queen held high, and the remaining dozen or so disciples of Xingtian Pavilion turned around and rushed towards Chu Yan. As official disciples of Xingtian Pavilion, these people have experienced countless battles. Although they are all one-sided massacre battles, they can be regarded as experienced in hundreds of battles. They are very clear that in this situation, as long as Chu Yan is killed, the 3 terrifying spirits will disappear. Therefore, fighting to the death and killing Chu Yan is their only hope of living. Want to die? That's easy. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at a group of Xingtian Pavilion disciples rushing forward. The killing intent in his eyes was bright. Die. With a long and cold howl, Chu Yan's black robe was like a flag, and he flew across his body, holding a long sword, and charged forward. Like a peerless divine weapon, when it enters the flock of sheep, sword Qi soars to the sky, constantly slashing out, with the pupils of a unicorn, the tyrannical power of dual body training, coupled with the invincible Haoyan divine sword. The 13 peerless the disciples of the Xingtian Pavilion who charge to the death have no enemy at all. Call out. Call out. Call out. Almost wherever Jian Guang passed, there was a disciple of Xingtian Pavilion with a different head. Even those who can barely escape the first sword with a powerful body protection magic weapon, they will not be able to escape at all, and the range of the sword storm that Chu Yan casts will be damaged. In less than 100 breaths, 17 corpses lay horizontally, and among the dirty blood all over the ground, Chu Yan gasped lightly, his eyes were red, and he stood holding a sword. Come back. Raising his hand and waving his true energy, the White Tiger Suzaku and Kirin Martial Soul, who had been guarding the side all the time, turned into 3 beams of light and returned to Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. This battle is extremely exciting. After Chu Yan fused the 5 soul stones, this was the first time that Chu Yan had used all his strength to burst into battle. Almost all of the combat power has been raised to the extreme state, and the 17 members of the Xingtian Pavilion are at the same time, and they win in one battle. That peak state, and the feeling of being invincible, made Chu Yan's whole body blood boil. Even the Haoyan sword in his hand was trembling slightly. This feeling has not appeared for a long time. I didn't expect that the improvement of the Wuhun stone to the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts is so terrifying. Chu Yan is very clear that the improvement of his combat power has a great relationship with the strength of Wuhun. Of the 17 corpses on the ground, except for the elder, who was beheaded by Chu Yan with Hao Xianjian's flying sword Yukong's special killing move, the other 16 people were all killed head-on. Chu Yan's heart trembled a little, and he was silent in the feeling of the battle just now, as if he had realized something. However, at this moment, the sacred seals on the chests of the 16 corpses on the ground were simultaneously exposed. Boom! 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 Without waiting for Chu Yan to look over, he saw the holy seals one by one, and they exploded directly, blowing up the corpses of the 16 Xingtian Pavilion disciples into powder. Huh! This holy seal still has this effect. Chu Yan was taken aback. He didn't expect that those holy seals could destroy the corpses of the disciples of Xingtian Pavilion. Obviously, Xingtian Pavilion already knew that 16 disciples were lost here. This holy seal is a means for Xingtian Pavilion to control the disciples of the sect. In the sea of consciousness, suddenly a strange sound resounded, but it was a giant in green armor who spoke in a heavy voice. Huh! Chu Yan frowned. If you don't obey or be loyal, you will be killed by the holy seal. The giant man in Xingjia uttered 8 big characters word by word, which made Chu Yan's heart skip a beat. Unexpectedly, this holy seal was like a life and death talisman, pinching the lives of all warriors who joined Xingtian Pavilion into Xingtian Pavilion's hands. Any disciple who disobeys orders and is not loyal to Xingtian Pavilion will be wiped out with the holy seal. Of course, in order to save face for the outsiders, Xingtian Pavilion can also use this seal to directly destroy the corpses of the lost disciples. Such methods, such insidiousness, are indeed the style of Xingtian Pavilion. Not good. Chu Yan, come and help. Just as Chu Yan was looking at the ashes on the ground with a look of regret, it was a pity that the jade charms stored in the corpses were also destroyed, and Master Hu's cry for help sounded from the direction behind him. Swish! With a flash of Chu Yan's figure, he rushed towards the 9 dragon pattern crystal pillars behind him. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2203 Treasure. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Just when Chu Yan was fighting against Xingtian Pavilion, Master Hu used his full strength to fight with the beast soul spirit transformed from the 9 dragon crystal pillar at the same time. However, the power of the beast soul is far beyond Master Hu's imagination. The entire underground palace seems to form a super large formation with the 9 dragon crystal pillar as the core. Therefore, in such a large formation, the power of the 9 dragon crystal pillar is almost endless and endless. Therefore, after Master Hu killed the beast soul spirits a few times, the true energy in his body was consumed a lot, but the beast soul spirit transformed by the 9 dragon crystal pillar became stronger and stronger. Therefore, after Chu Yan eliminated more than a dozen members of Xingtian Pavilion, the shocked Master Hu, who still cared about his face, hurriedly asked for help. This human martial soul is very powerful. It makes me feel uneasy. When Chu Yan appeared in front of the 9 dragon crystal pillars again, that illusory voice sounded again, and the 9 crystal pillars trembled together. Whether it was the battle spirits of Baihu and Suzaku summoned by Chu Yan just now, or the unicorn martial spirit, the divine beast aura on the 3 of them shocked the 9 dragon crystal pillar, which was the blood crystal of the beast soul. They instinctively felt that if the human in front of them wanted to deal with them, they might not be able to fight back at all. On the 9 dragon-shaped crystal pillars, 9 Sanggu wills swept out at the same time, instantly surging the entire underground palace. Want to escape? Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he had an instant insight into the thoughts of 9 dragon crystal pillar, and he grinned immediately. Although a little surprised, the wisdom of the 9 dragon crystal pillar actually knew how to run away, but they didn't even look at who was standing in front of them. Just kidding, the strange treasure that was targeted by Chu Yan has never been able to escape even if it has developed spiritual wisdom. In the battle just now, Chu Yan was very pleasantly surprised by the powerful combat power brought to him by the promotion of the 5 gods and beasts. And the biggest function of the 9 dragon-patterned crystal pillars in front of him is to enhance the strength of Wuhun and Battle Hun, so how could Chu Yan let them go? Moreover, after Little White Bear stepped into the Demon Emperor realm, the demon cultivator slowed down a lot, so he just took these few beast soul blood crystals to make up together. With great difficulty, I passed the assessment against the gods, got the reward, and wanted to run. As soon as a thought flashed, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised, and he was ready to take action to suppress the 9 dragon crystal pillar. However, at this moment, at the gate behind him, a wave of powerful warrior aura surged crazily. Not good. Those casual cultivators from overseas with Buddha's light and shadow rushed in. Master Hu turned his head and saw a large number of figures pouring in from the gate of the stone palace. His expression changed immediately. Just now with the Qilan Wuhun, the gate of the stone palace was closed, so of course they couldn't get in. But after Chu Yan took back the unicorn martial soul, the time and space seal at the gate of the stone palace naturally disappeared. More than 30 casual cultivators broke through the restriction of the Sea of Buddha's light and shadow, rushed through the canyon, and entered the underground palace at the speed of sprinting. As soon as I entered the underground palace, I saw Chu Yan, Master Hu, and the 9 huge crystal pillars. The two sides confronted each other, startled at the same time. Chu Yan looked at more than 30 casual cultivators, but his face suddenly sank. If it was normal, these 30 or so casual cultivators whose cultivation bases were far lower than those of the disciples of the Xingtian Pavilion naturally did not pose any threat to him. But now, seeing the spiritual wisdom of the 9 dragons crystal pillar, ready to take the 9 extremes crystal pillar and flee directly, Chu Yan suppressed them with the power of the beast. At such a critical moment, when someone suddenly appeared, no matter how strong Chu Yan was, he still felt troublesome. My God, the 9 dragons secret realm is like this. Really, it's really the 9 dragons secret realm. It's exactly the same as in the legend. Look, those 9 dragon pillars are definitely rare treasures. Such a strong monster breath, this crystal pillar, can definitely be replaced by the myriad god crystal. 10,000 god crystals. It should be about the same. A group of casual cultivators glanced at Chu Yan, all of them looked at the 9 dragon crystal pillar, their eyes glowed with greed. The 9 dragon crystal pillar, which is comparable to a divine tool, even the people in Xingtian Pavilion are crazy about it. In their eyes, it is estimated to be only 10,000 divine crystals. Even 9 dragon crystal pillar, who was resisting Chu Yan's suppression with all his strength, rolled his eyes with anger. Don't be afraid of comparing goods, but be afraid of not knowing the goods. Ha ha ha, aren't these the 2 fat fish that escaped from us just now? The Scar leader looked at Chu Yan, and in a good mood, he laughed wildly. Brothers, give it to me, kill these 2 guys first, and then we will share the treasure of the myriad god crystal equally. With one order, dozens of gazes fell on Chu Yan and Master Hu. Good. Get rid of these 2 guys first, and then grab the treasure. This trip is definitely a big deal, worth what they earned from robbery in the Tianzi Mountains for 10 years. For a while, more than 30 casual cultivators looked at Chu Yan, grinning grinningly, while the true energy in their bodies continued to rise. Cultivation is not easy. If you don't want to die, leave. Chu Yan was expressionless, his eyes swept over the 30 people in front of him, and he said in a cold voice. These people, unlike Xingtian Pavilion, are not necessary. Chu Yan doesn't want to kill people, but if they are looking for death, that's another matter. Therefore, Chu Yan warned. What? With just one word from you, let us leave. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the man with the scar and a group of casual cultivators were stunned at the same time, and then the killing intent on their faces became stronger and stronger. How could they just give up with the treasure in front of them? Moreover, there are only 2 people on the other side, but they have more than 30 people. Huh. Brother, there seems to be something wrong. Just as swords were on the verge of battle, suddenly, a casual cultivator scanned the ground around him, his expression changed, and he spoke urgently. "What's wrong?" The Scar leader heard the words and asked, casually. "Just now, we clearly saw that in the later wave. Why did the people of Xingtian Pavilion disappear? And, look there." The casual cultivator raised his hand and pointed at a dozen piles of black ashes on the ground. Those ashes were no more, no less, exactly 17 piles, exactly the same as the number of people in Xingtian Pavilion before. More importantly, their spiritual sense detected a breath of life on these black ashes, which should be transformed from flesh and blood corpses. Could it be? That casual cultivator, a thought flashed through his mind, and his expression changed drastically. As for the Scar leader and the other casual cultivators, they glanced at the 17 piles of black ashes, and their expressions all changed. There was no accident at all. The possibility that came to mind in the sea of consciousness was exactly the same as that casual cultivator. Could it be that the 17 strongmen of Xingtian Pavilion were killed? And here, before they came, only the 2 young men in black robes had been here. Based on this inference, the 17 people in Xingtian Pavilion can only be. Hiss. There were more than 30 people. Their eyes trembled, and they took a breath of air at the same time, and then looked up at Chu Yan. Their eyes changed completely. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2204 God's Punishment Squad. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xingtian Pavilion, Holy Mountain, Holy Spirit Hall. The 8 guardian elders sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall, exhaling and breathing, and were practicing. It's just that the auras of the 8 people are not stable enough. Obviously, they haven't fully immersed themselves in cultivation. Instead, they all left a trace of spiritual consciousness, and kept sweeping through the hall of shoaling, hundreds of millions of life talismans. A few days ago, a student's life jade talisman suddenly exploded, which caused a great mental shock to them. Although the 9th elder has been reported, the power of God's punishment hall has been dispatched to investigate and deal with it. But for some reason, the hearts of the 8 guarding elders couldn't calm down, and they always felt that something was going to happen. Call. A long breath sounded, and the leader of the guarding elder slowly restrained his true energy, woke up from his practice, and shook his head slightly. He has been in the semi-holy state for 90 years, and he can't break through. It took a full 10 years to retreat this time. I thought I could break through the semi-sacred realm and enter the realm of the Holy Emperor in one go. But he didn't expect that after the epiphany a few days ago was interrupted, a trace of the mystery of the heavenly way in the dark was completely far away from him, and he could no longer catch it. He knew very well in his heart that if he missed this opportunity, maybe his martial arts path would be completely frozen in the semi-holy realm, and there would be no possibility of a breakthrough. Oh, it's a pity. It seems that we must find a way to enter again. Click. Just as he was muttering to himself, suddenly, a strange noise exploded in the hall. What? The elder Sholing jumped up from the ground almost subconsciously. With a pair of terrified and trembling eyes, he looked straight at a holy platform not far away. On it, a cyan jade talisman exploded into 2 halves and fell onto the holy platform. Another disciple was lost. A disciple of God's punishment hall. Ting 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 ting. Immediately thereafter, the other 7 guardian spirit elders jumped up from the ground at the same time, and they all looked at the exploded life jade talisman. Not good. This is the 9th elder, the divine punishment team that was sent to Yungue City just now. As these words sounded, the other 7 elders all stared over. However, before anyone else could speak, 2 strange noises exploded. Click. Click. On the holy platform, the 2 life talismans exploded and turned into 4 halves. From the suspended state, they fell directly onto the holy platform, instantly losing the aura. What? And 2 more lost. The eyes of the 8 people stared instantly, their faces full of disbelief, and a trace of panic appeared in their eyes at the same time. This time, 3 people were lost. Could it be, at the other side of Yungue City, Chu Yan, the sinner of God's edict? In the sea of consciousness of several people, the same thought flashed at the same time, but as soon as this thought appeared, doubts arose in their hearts at the same time. Impossible. How could a mere young warrior at the martial emperor realm be able to deal with the God's punishment hall team of more than a dozen warriors? It seems to be to clearly tell how ridiculous their thoughts are. The next moment, another life talisman explodes, directly. Boom. This explosion was obviously much stronger than the 3 explosions just now, and the entire life jade talisman was almost blown into powder. At the same time, a ray of purple light rose directly into the sky from the holy platform, exploded like fireworks, and dyed the entire sky in the Holy Spirit Hall purple. What? That's the jade talisman of the Elder. The headed guardian elder had eyes that almost flew out of their sockets and opened his mouth so wide that he could almost stuff a cow. Not only him, but the other 7 spirit guard elders were almost exactly like him. Their faces were full of shock, they were stunned and completely dumbfounded, and they all stood on the spot like wooden stakes. Elder. One of the elders of Xingtian Pavilion was lost. This is definitely the first in the centuries-old history of Xingtian Pavilion. You must know that in the Xingtian Pavilion, there is a huge difference between the status of an elder and a disciple, and the difference in strength is even greater. The downfall of an elder is not only a weakening of the strength of Xingtian Pavilion, but more importantly, a loss of face. What kind of existence is Xingtian Pavilion? That is the apex power that claims to be the overlord of the 10 Directions Starfield, and it is also the endorsement sect of the God Realm, an existence that far surpasses these mortals. In a power with such a status, there was an elder who was killed by a mortal. There is no need to spread this out, the interior of Xingtian Pavilion alone is absolutely earth-shattering like a volcanic eruption. Unforgivable. Never ask for forgiveness. The leader of the guardian elders was already flushed with anger, his whole body was shaking, and the veins on his forehead were bulging, almost on the verge of going berserk. Once upon a time, it was such an honor to be the elder of the Xingtian Pavilion. In the 10 Directions Starfield, no matter where he went, he was like a god. But today, at this moment, this sacred halo was suddenly and ruthlessly broken by someone. This is absolutely unacceptable to everyone in Xingtian Pavilion, especially these elders. Hurry up and send an order to God's punishment hall, and immediately send out. The leader of the guardian elder turned his head viciously, looked at the others, and roared like a beast, just about to give an order. But before he could finish his sentence, in the hall behind him, the mutation regenerated. Click. 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 One after another, the explosion of the life talisman continued to resound, like an explosion, echoing throughout the Holy Spirit Hall. Among the countless altars, one of the altars represented the God's punishment hall. One after another, the jade talismans fell from midair onto the altar without breaking. The leader of the guardian elder trembled violently, his body and face stiffened, and he turned around slowly. When he saw the scene of the dozen or so pieces of jade talismans that exploded scattered on the altar, he was completely dumbfounded. A total of 17 yuan, including an elder jade talisman, was all broken. This happened to be sent out a few days ago to Judge Chu Yan's entire God's punishment squad, all of them. The 8 guarding elders, like 8 stone statues, stood on the spot blankly, except for the corners of each person's eyes, which were still twitching violently, and every face was shocked. The entire God's punishment team. The elder guarding the spirit in the lead spit out every single word, and when the last word came out, his face twitched fiercely, and he exhaled 2 heavy snorts, almost blowing the void in front of him to pieces. In less than a few days, together with the previous Jikuan and the current God's Punishment Squad, the Xingtian Pavilion lost 20 people. Without any doubt, they all died in the hands of that sinner, Chu Yan. In other words, this Chu Yan must have extremely powerful helpers. Ants. Damn ants, it's against the sky. A huge roar resounded throughout the Holy Spirit Hall. The 8 elders, not daring to be negligent, turned into 8 lightning bolts, shattered the gate of the Holy Spirit Hall, and rushed towards the main peak of the Holy Mountain in the distance. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2205 Willing to surrender. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tianzi Mountains, 9 Dragons Secret Realm, Stone Palace. The confrontation between Chu Yan and more than 30 casual cultivators made the atmosphere in the entire Stone Palace extremely depressing. As the leader of the temporarily formed alliance, the eyes of the Scar Warrior kept scanning back and forth on Chu Yan, the dragon-shaped crystal pillar, and the 17 ashes on the ground. He was able to bring a dozen or so desperados of ordinary cultivation to rob the Tianzi Mountains for 10 years and still survive. Scar Leader not only relies on various insidious methods, but also has a shrewd mind. Various situations and clues were constantly deduced in his knowledge. In the end, he was almost sure that there was a 90% chance that the 17 people in Xingtian Pavilion were killed by the black-robed youth and the old man in front of him. But now it seemed that the old man was fighting against the power of the beast soul blood crystal, and was already sweating profusely, so he had no time to care about other things. Now, only the young man in black robe stood alone in front of him. To grab or not to grab? This is a difficult question to decide. In the sea of consciousness of Chief Scar, heaven and man are at war, and the two opinions conflict with each other, making him unable to make up his mind for a while. After 10 breaths of stalemate, 2 rays of light finally shot out from the eyes of Chief Scar. Do it. The treasure is right in front of you. If you miss it, you may miss the only chance of your life. Greed and desire finally occupied the upper peak. After waving his hand and directly ordering, the Scar Leader stood there without moving, and 6 strong men rushed out behind him. Call out! Call out! Call out! The 6 passive soldiers rushed across the sky, as if they wanted to smash the sky of this underground palace, and slashed straight at Chu Yan. These 6 people are the highest among all casual cultivators, so they are also the most confident. The 6 of them teamed up at the same time, more than enough to deal with a lower martial emperor realm. If it hadn't been considered that this Chu Yan had a slight chance of defeating the strong man in Xingtian Pavilion, they wouldn't have considered it at all, and the 6 of them shot together. Swish! Almost at the same time as the 6 people shot, Chu Yan's figure flashed, pulling out a dazzling afterimage, like a ghost, flashing through the void, and when he reappeared, he was beside the casual cultivator on the far right among the 6 people. What? So fast? He never thought that the speed of Chu Yan's movement in front of him would be so fast. The casual cultivator froze suddenly, threw out the spirit weapon in his hand, gave up the attack just now, condensed a pair of iron fists, condensed a powerful fist, and slammed fiercely at Chu Yan, who suddenly appeared beside him. As a casual cultivator, he has experienced countless battles, and his actual combat experience is not weak. It's a pity that what he was facing was Chu Yan, and there was no chance at all. Boom! A roaring golden dragon fist blasted out violently, and with just one punch, the 2 black fists were directly smashed into scum, and then immediately smashed into the chest of the casual cultivator. This punch, like flowing clouds and flowing water, was extremely smooth, and extremely domineering. Nothing could resist what the punch passed. Flying upside down like a meteor, it hit the distant wall, directly, sinking into it, and lost its breath. Wan Lai Long Jin. The punch was effective. Chu Yan didn't stop at all, and then punched out again. This time, after the condensed true energy just now, the power of the fist has almost skyrocketed to the peak. The thick golden dragon fist roared into the void, like a real dragon, blasting towards the other 5 with endless power. Casual repair. No, not good. The other casual cultivators just turned their heads, and saw their companions being blasted into the stone wall, and at the same time, a terrifying golden fist blasted towards them, and they were shocked out of their wits. But at this time, with such a short distance, even if they wanted to resist, it was too late. The 5 rogue cultivators, with red eyes and bloodshot eyes, just roared angrily, frantically raising their energy to protect their bodies, trying to resist the punch. Boom! 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 As the golden dragon gang passed by, several muffled bangs exploded, and 5 figures flew into the sky in all directions, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The screams resounded through the underground palace, and the 5 casual cultivators fell to the ground. Their eyes were full of horror, and blood spurted wildly from their mouths. This. Standing not far away, the man with the scar and other casual cultivators who witnessed the whole process were all so stunned that their eyeballs almost flew out. In less than 3 breaths, with only 2 punches, they defeated the 6 strongest casual cultivators among them. This kind of combat power can't be described as horror at all. It can only be said that it is a monstrosity to the extreme, completely beyond their cognition. Although they are ordinary casual cultivators, they have also heard that among the Overlord sect forces in the 10 Directions starfield, there are some top-level geniuses who can fight at higher levels with amazing combat power. However, that was just heard, and with their identities and strengths, there was no chance to meet them. Therefore, they never imagined that today, they actually met them. This kind of spiritual shock caused all of them to stir up turbulent waves in the sea of consciousness. Almost at the same time, the gazes of all the casual cultivators, including Dao Scar, fell on the surrounding ground, the 17 piles of black ashes. The corners of their eyes twitched involuntarily. In their hearts, they began to believe that it was really possible that the people in Xingtian Pavilion died at the hands of this young man in black. Scar, who reacted the fastest, even fought a cold war, looking at Chu Yan's eyes, full of panic and regret. Why did I provoke such a devil? If he had known this earlier, and given him 100 guts, he would not have thought about grabbing the treasure with the other party. For the remaining 30 or so casual cultivators, the fighting spirit and aura all over their bodies dissipated in an instant, their legs trembled, and they looked at Chu Yan with fear. Get lost! Chu Yan yelled as he glanced at the crowd with cold eyes. Yes, get out, we'll get out right away. When the Scar leader heard Chu Yan's words, his eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly replied as if he had received an amnesty. At this time, even if he ordered to attack Chu Yan again, I am afraid that none of the more than 30 casual cultivators around him would dare to attack Chu Yan again. Here and there is grabbing a treasure, which is basically the same as sending to death. There is no difference. Swish. Swish swish swish. Almost in the blink of an eye, more than 30 casual cultivators burst out at such a speed that even Chu Yan was stunned. In an instant, the 30 or so figures who were standing in front of them just now disappeared completely. After solving the trouble here, Chu Yan's aura did not restrain himself, but it was still rising wildly. Turning around abruptly, stepping out, he walked directly to Master Hu, and looked at the phantom of the behemoth-like beast soul in the middle of the 9 dragon-shaped crystal pillars. Do you still want to resist? Chu Yan's voice carried a strong coercion. Roar. The phantom of the 9 dragon beast soul looked up to the sky and let out a terrifying beast roar. When it looked at Chu Yan again, the beast power on its body quickly dissipated. I will surrender. The huge phantom of the beast soul, like a mountain, collapsed, crawled in front of Chu Yan, and finally lowered its head. In the world of martial spirits, the strong are respected. Whether it was Chu Yan who started to fight against the strong men of Xingtian Pavilion, or later fought against those loose cultivators, and even summoned the 3 divine beast martial souls, they all shocked the phantom of the 9-dragon beast soul. In the world of monsters, the strong are more respected, and the last trace of monster power is finally subdued. Hum. Buzz buzz. As the beast soul consciousness in front of him slowly dissipated, the 9 blood crystals of the beast soul and a strong beast prestige also gradually dissipated, completely returning to its original state. Great! Finally got it. Huh. Master Hu's face showed ecstasy. After exhaling a long breath, he looked at Chu Yan's face and almost burst into a smile. Although the process was somewhat difficult, the extremely precious beast soul blood crystal was finally obtained. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2206 Tianhai branch. As the power of the 9-dragon crystal pillar became weaker and weaker, the aura in the entire underground palace also dissipated. A huge underground spiritual array finally began to disappear. Losing the defense of the large formation, the 9 beast soul blood crystals were completely exposed in front of Chu Yan. Give it to me. With a soft shout, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and the 9 beast soul crystal pillars turned into 9 beams of light, which were instantly absorbed into the Rakshasa space. Go in and have a look. After collecting the 9-dragon crystal pillar, Chu Yan and Master Hu began to explore the entire underground palace. After some investigation, they found a lot of treasures and resources. Chu Yan would be polite and take them all away, leaving nothing behind. Half an hour later, Chu Yan and Master Hu left the underground palace, walked out of the canyon and lake, soared into the sky, and disappeared directly above the sky of Tianzi mountain range. Although there are still some places in the 9 Dragons secret realm that have not been explored, neither Chu Yan nor Master Hu intends to continue. After all, after killing the 17 people from Xingtian Pavilion, there is no doubt that the people from Xingtian Pavilion will rush to Tianzi mountain range like a tide. Now, it is not the time to confront Xingtian Pavilion head-on. Moreover, if Xingtian Pavilion sends a strong Saint Emperor realm, Chu Yan will have some difficulties if he wants to leave safely. With Chu Yan's current cultivation base, it is not a problem to deal with below the Saint Emperor realm, but if he wants to fight against the real Saint Emperor realm powerhouse, the odds of winning are too low. This time the recruitment assessment of Xingtian Pavilion, coming to this secret place of Kowloon, all the goals have been achieved, and the harvest is quite fruitful. It's time to find a place to refine these 9 dragon crystal pillars and improve their cultivation. The Tianzi Mountains, with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, can hardly be seen at a glance. They are like a sea of mountains and mountains. Only in the far horizon, the shadow of a large forest can be seen. Master Hu is very familiar with this place, so he took Chu Yan to a secret place of retreat. This is a cave that was hidden in the mountainside and abandoned for an unknown number of years. After laying down the spirit array and defensive restrictions, Chu Yan and Master Hu began to count the harvest in the cave. Except for the 9 crystal pillars, the resources in the secret realm of 9 dragons that were evacuated by Chu Yan piled up into a hill. Master Hu, how about 5 of these 9 dragon crystal pillars for me and 4 for you? Chu Yan laughed. Ahem. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Master Hu trembled and almost couldn't stand still, so he quickly answered. Boy, you are generous. But, I can't take any of them. Huh. Chu Yan was taken aback. According to the rules of the martial soul world, if they hunt treasure together like this, the items they get should be divided equally. But the 9 dragon crystal pillar is of great use to Chu Yan, so Chu Yan plans to take 1 more 9 dragon crystal pillar, and let Master Hu choose other natural and earthly treasures first, which is also fair. I told you earlier that this 9 dragon secret realm is your reward for joining the Anishan Dao recruitment assessment. As your guide, of course I cannot take your reward. Master Hu explained. Besides, I'm a warrior with a martial soul, and this 9-dragon crystal pillar doesn't do anything to me. It's a waste if I take it. Hearing Master Hu's explanation, Chu Yan nodded immediately. It seems that an Aishan Dao is quite humane. However, Chu Yan will never treat his friends badly. Therefore, Master Hu didn't want the 9 dragons crystal pillar, but Chu Yan just gave half of the pile of natural materials and earthly treasures to Master Hu. Afterwards, both of them began to retreat separately. However, this retreat practice was the most difficult one since Chu Yan practiced. In less than a few days, the people of Xingtian Pavilion found the place where Chu Yan was again, and a big battle broke out directly. Chu Yan, who had just refined a 9-dragon crystal pillar, was at full strength, and wiped out all the more than 20 people who came this time, leaving no one alive. After that, he and Master Hu moved the place of practice, and wanted to continue refining the 9-dragon crystal pillar. However, the people from Xingtian Pavilion, like flies, chased after Chu Yan, and appeared one after another. Chu Yan had no choice but to retreat while fighting. In less than a month, he changed 3 places, but he could still be found by Xingtian Pavilion. Obviously, the people in Xingtian Pavilion have mastered some kind of tracking secret technique, which can track Chu Yan's whereabouts. No matter how Chu Yan strengthens the ranks of the breathing spirit formation, the people of Xingtian Pavilion will find out the exact retreat place. Chu Yan, we can't stay outside anymore. I'm afraid that when the elder of the Xingtian Pavilion died, there was a special breath in the holy seal that exploded, attached to us. Master Hu, like Chu Yan, was tossed a lot, and finally couldn't help it, and said to Chu Yan, "How about, let's go back to the branch of Aishan Dao in Tianhai territory." Aishan Dao, and the Tianhai region branch. Chu Yan was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Aishan Dao still had a branch. The last time Ouyang Nantian took him, he went directly to the headquarters. Chu Yan didn't ask about the scale of Aishan Dao. However, with the contact with Master Hu, Chu Yan found that this rebellion against the gods is getting more and more difficult. Of course there are branches. Aishan Dao can fight against Xingtian Pavilion, and its strength is definitely much stronger than you imagined. Not only in the Tianhai region, but in the entire 9-star region, there are branches of Aishan Dao in every region. Master Hu smiled lightly and explained. It's just that these branches are all mobile and have no fixed location. Moreover, ordinary members of the anti-Shinto know only 1 or 2 places. Only the elders can accurately know the exact location of the branch. So that's how it is. Chu Yan nodded, and immediately understood. However, when Chu Yan heard that the Nashendo branch was actually moving, this surprised him a bit. After all, the mountain gate forces that Chu Yan has seen are all fixed in a certain Lingfeng blessed land, and at most 1 or 2 layers of void boundary walls are added to hide the core part. I have never heard of whose mountain gate can be moved. Go. I'll take you there. Seeing that Chu Yan had no objection, Master Hu took Chu Yan directly to the north and flew away. This time it took nearly 10 days to fly. Chu Yan followed Master Hu, but flew to a volcano surrounded by magma everywhere. There are crimson magma rivers everywhere, thick smoke billowing all over the sky, in all directions. Within nearly 1,000 miles, there is no trace of life at all. Such a place, let alone ordinary people, even warriors with weaker cultivation bases, cannot enter. Here's what you said, Aishan Dao Tianhai branch. Chu Yan looked at the vicious place in front of him in astonishment, looked at Master Hu, and asked with a slight frown. You must know that when all the sect forces establish the place where the sect is located, they will choose a place with rich aura in the world. It is best to be a natural place with the effect of gathering spirits, and most of such places have beautiful mountains and pleasant scenery. Even if it's close, no matter what, you have to choose a good terrain location. But in the area in front of me, what kind of blessed land and spiritual source there is, it is a fierce land that is much worse than poor mountains and rivers. Hee, even if you think this place is not suitable, other people will never think of it. When Master Hu heard this, he said with a smug smile. Well. Hearing this, Chu Yan was taken aback, and suddenly his face was shaken. It's true that Anai Shindao and Xingtian Pavilion are really different from ordinary sect forces. After all, they are forces hidden in the dark, so the place where the mountain gate is located must be as hidden as possible. But Chu Yan glanced around, looking at the 18th floor of hell, just about to speak, when Master Hu beside him took out a sword-shaped jade talisman, made a handprint, raised his hand, and threw it into the sky. The power of the spirit pattern, like a net of heaven and earth, continuously rushed in all directions. #C22073 Giant Palace. This jade talisman spirit pattern is obviously some kind of key. Therefore, when the invisible power of the spirit pattern spread like water ripples in all directions, not long after, a volcano 100 miles away suddenly erupted. Boom. Boom. Like a fire dragon spitting out flames, the violent volcano spewed out a column of magma that was 100 feet high. After rushing into the sky, it splashed down towards the surrounding ground like a fountain. Call out. After less than 10 breaths of eruption, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the crater, like a meteor, straight into the sky. That's a spirit soldier. Chu Yan's eyes froze, his consciousness swept over him, and he saw clearly that the bright light that soared into the sky turned out to be a spiritual weapon. Moreover, it is still a sword-shaped spirit weapon. It's just that the shape of this spirit sword is really a bit big. Compared with ordinary spirit swords, it may be more than 3 times bigger. Moreover, from the spirit sword, there is an ancient and eternal breath, which is obviously the spirit sword from the ancient times. After rushing up to the 9th layer of Yunxiao, the ancient spirit sword suddenly turned back, fell from the sky, and shot straight at Chu Yan and Master Hu. As the distance got closer, Chu Yan's eyes swept over the spirit sword, and he could see more and more clearly. On the golden and white sword body, there are extremely complex spirit patterns engraved, and each spirit pattern exudes a faint breath of time and space. This is the real key. Chu Yan was stunned, and suddenly understood. Not bad. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Master Hu nodded and continued. Even if this jade talisman in my hand is obtained by someone else, no matter if it's by accident or on purpose, it's impossible to open the real space-time channel when you come here. While speaking, Master Hu directly put away the jade talisman in his hand, turned his hand and made a handprint, and shot straight at the oncoming spirit sword. The handprint rushed into the body of the sword, and the spirit sword shook suddenly. On the edge of the sword, the sharp edge instantly slashed out, cutting a long crack in the void in front of him. Like a sharp blade cutting through the cloth, a long opening was opened. Under the effect of the spirit pattern on the spirit sword body, the crack continued to expand, and soon formed a huge space-time crack. This is the entrance. Chu Yan was surprised. Yes, let's go. Let's go in. Master Hu nodded, jumped up, and flew straight towards the space-time crack in midair. Does this spirit sword still have a defensive effect? Chu Yan followed Master Hu and flew up, but his eyes kept looking at the ancient spirit sword floating above the sky, and he asked. As expected of a sword cultivator, you can tell it at a glance. Hu Daxiao smiled lightly, nodded and replied, this Moya sword was also one of the swords that I rebelled against the gods back then, and the Aoki sword god. Moya sword. It's the same as that Duantian sword. Chu Yan said in shock. That's right, my Taoist Lord Aoki sword god has 9 matching swords in total. 3 of them are the top 10 spiritual weapons on the list of divine weapons. Among these 3 handles, there is the heaven-breaking sword. After the loss of Daoist Qingmu, the 9 spiritual swords, except for the Duantian sword and the Moya sword, have disappeared. It's a pity, it's a pity. Shaking his head, Master Hu's face was full of regret, and he didn't show much. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared into the crack of time and space. Chu Yan took a last look, and the Moya sword in the sky swept across his body and rushed into the crack of time and space. Passing through the rift in time and space, without the expected turbulent flow of time and space, it is almost like passing through a gate and entering a whole new world in an instant. A world of different time and space without time and space turbulence, that is the most stable time and space, unless it is attacked by external forces, it will last forever. Such a space-time world cannot be created without supreme divine power. As soon as Chu Yan raised his head when his feet landed on the ground, he immediately felt a burst of extremely rich spiritual power from heaven and earth, filling his whole body in an instant. That kind of feeling is like being in a sea of spiritual clouds, which makes people's mind instantly clear, and the true energy in the body seems to be continuous. Such a rich aura made the entire world in front of me seem to be in a thick fog, and there was a hazy scene of heavy rain everywhere. Through the layers of spiritual mist, Chu Yan can clearly see that there is a tall spiritual peak in the distance. The peak is like a gun, piercing into the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky. It is majestic, and it is very majestic. Chu Yan, this is Nashendo, Tianheu branch. Master Hu's voice rang in Chu Yan's ear, following the direction of Master Hu's finger. It was the Lingfang that just entered his eyes. Above the Lingfang peak, the 7-color Lingyun Sea released a faint soft light, like a cloud of clouds, coiling around the top of the Lingfang peak. In the surrounding mountains and forests, there are spirit beasts and birds everywhere. The clear birdsong and wild beast roars can be heard endlessly, and there is a vibrant scene everywhere. Facing in front of Chu Yan, a wide sapphire road, from the ground in front of the feet, zigzags all the way to the distant Lingfang. Going forward along the Qingshe Road, when you are approaching the foot of Lingfang Mountain, a tall stone tablet of the mountain gate stands in front of you. Nye Shen. Tianhai Xuanji Palace. A few large golden characters floated on the stone tablet, dancing like flying dragons and phoenixes, with an imposing manner like a rainbow, exuding a domineering aura, extremely bright and powerful, giving people a feeling of blood boiling. After passing the stone tablet of the mountain gate, the sapphire stone road under the feet began to become different. Every 8 bluestone steps, there will be a step of jade steps, black, white, gray, red, blue, yellow, green, and other 9 colors appear at intervals, representing the colors of the 9 series. Representing against the divine way, unlike other sect forces, it does not focus on a certain attribute of cultivation, but embraces the practice of all the heavens in the 9 departments. From the halfway up the mountain, countless palace groups began to appear. Some are built in dense forests, some stand by the green lake, and some have only a stone gate, which is completely a cave. What surprised Chu Yan the most was that after reaching the top of the mountain, there were 3 huge palaces in front of him. Like 3 giant fortresses, surrounded by circles of small palace buildings, there are at least 1,000 of them, looking extremely majestic and soul-stirring. Moreover, there is an incomparably powerful aura emanating from almost every palace building. In these palaces, there are probably powerful cultivators living in them, and there are even some great emperors and semi-sacred realm powerhouses among them. And here, it's just against the gods, the Tianheu branch. Even if it is the same as the Nashendo headquarters that Chu Yan has seen, it is not bad at all. More importantly, the number of anti-Shinto members in this branch is obviously much more than that in the main branch, far more than 100 times. Chu Yan, these 3 giant palaces are the Tianxian Palace, the Earth Demon Palace, and the Human Emperor Palace. They are the 3 main palaces of the Tianhai region branch. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded slightly, his impression of an Aishan Dao completely changed. #C22081 Star Wars. Following Master Hu, Chu Yan walked towards the square in front of the three giant palaces. There are several tall crystal monuments standing there, and many people have surrounded one of them before. Judging by their clothes, they are completely different from other members who defy the divine way, and there are even a few of them whose cultivation aura is only at the martial emperor level. With such a cultivation base, one can also join the rebellious Dao. According to Chu Yan's thinking, since Anishan Dao exists to fight against Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu, coupled with the nature of his power, it is completely different from ordinary sect power. Therefore, under such circumstances, shouldn't all the members of Anishan Dao be stronger? Seemingly seeing what Chu Yan was thinking, Master Hu smiled lightly and explained. We go against the way of the gods. Since the establishment of Aoki Sword God, we have only recruited warriors who have enmity with Xingtian Pavilion and God's domain. No matter how strong or weak the cultivation base is, as long as we have the same purpose and like-mindedness, we will welcome those who go against the divine way. In this way, we can remain united and monolithic within the Tao of rebellion. Even if it is temporarily weaker than Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu, but as long as everyone is united, there will always be that day. When Master Hu said this, there was a strange light in his eyes, and his face was extremely excited. Obviously, the existence of Anishan Dao has risen to the spiritual level in Master Hu's mind. However, Chu Yan believed Master Hu's words. Because, not long ago in the Nine Dragon Secret Realm, when Chu Yan wanted to distribute 4 Nine Dragon Crystal Pillars to Master Hu directly refused, and clearly told Chu Yan that this was a reward for Chu Yan against the Divine Tao to enhance Chu Yan's strength. It is absolutely impossible for him to occupy the resources. Including the pile of resources later, what Master Hu selected were mostly wealth. There were resources for cultivation, but very few choices. What does this mean? It shows that Master Hu is really thinking about Chu Yan, or in other words, leaving as many cultivation resources as possible for Chu Yan, who is about to join the God against God. As the Deacon Elder of Tianwei Building, he is responsible for the task of collecting cultivation resources for the members who go against the Shinto. Every point of resources represents the strength against the gods, which may increase a little. This kind of spirit makes Chu Yan extremely respectful. It is this kind of spirit that gives Chu Yan a sense of déjà vu, and deeply believes that Anishan Dao will not be weak. Therefore, this time to participate in the recruitment assessment of Anishan Dao, during this period of time with Master Hu, Chu Yan finally recognized Anishan Dao. What are those people around this crystal pillar looking at? Chu Yan raised his head, looked at a group of cultivators in different clothes in front of the crystal pillar, and asked. These people, just like you, all participated in the Anishan Dao recruitment assessment this time, and they are looking at the results. Master Hu chuckled, looked at Chu Yan, and grinned. The results of the recruitment assessment. Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly remembered that his recruitment assessment had passed, or. Then my assessment. Is it over? Chu Yan asked. Of course. Master Hu nodded directly, and said again, I just don't know, among the 20 people in Tianhai territory, this time, what are the results of the others? As soon as the words fell to the ground, the two quickened their pace and rushed towards the crystal pillar. Several crystal monuments stood in the square, except for the last one, which was surrounded by many people. The others were basically empty. The first thing that caught Chu Yan's eyes was the first crystal monument. In front of the monument, there was a stone sword that looked very similar to the heaven-breaking sword. As for the content on the crystal tablet, Chu Yan just glanced at it, and his face immediately changed. 1.8 million years ago, Aoki Sword God left God's domain and created the way against God. 1.5 million years ago, Aoki Sword God alone killed God territory, Tuatian Martial God. 1.2 million years ago, Martial God Haiwa left Xingtian Pavilion and joined Nishan Dao. 1,100,000 years ago, 9 holy emperors, including Fengma Sage Emperor, Bachi Sage Emperor, and Red Demon Sage Emperor, joined the Tao against God. 1,000,000 years ago, gods and demons fought against each other, God's domain was destroyed, and alien races invaded. 900,000 years ago, all Anishan Tao mobilized to launch a sect war with Xingtian Pavilion, and won. 70,000 years later, the sword god Aoki and the warrior god Haiyue fought against the 4 guardians of the Xingtian Pavilion in the northern wilderness, beheaded the warrior god Youyu, severely injured the warrior god Fuji, and fled after being wounded. 500,000 years ago, Sage Emperor Furong, Sage Emperor Kanglin, Sage Emperor Blood Marshal, joined the way of rebellion. 200,000 years ago, the 9-star general who defied the divine way was honored on the star list, and he was named the Golden Crow Sage Emperor. 100,000 years ago. One after another, they are displayed horizontally in front of the crystal monument, and every word reveals an aura of momentum. It was as if Chu Yan had witnessed with his own eyes these shocking events that shocked the star fields of the 10 directions, and even the divine realm. In Chu Yan's eyes, strange light flickered, the flames of war ignited, and the blood in his heart was tumbling, unable to calm down for a long time. All the glorious history of Anishan Tao are clearly recorded on this stone tablet. Although there are not many words, it gives a spiritual impact, like an epic sung in Chu Yan's heart. Especially the founder of Anishan Tao, Aoki Sword God, was extremely powerful, and there were as many as 3 martial gods who died in his hands. Moreover, powerful fighters continue to join Anishan Tao. Just relying on the strength of these martial gods and saint emperors against the divine Tao, they directly surpassed most of the sect forces in the 10 directions starfield. You must know that in the 10 directions starfield, although there are many saint emperors, the demigod realm powerhouses are like phoenix feathers, and the real martial god realm powerhouses almost all come out of the god realm. What a greenwood sword god, he can be called a legend. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, and the sea of consciousness was full of Aoki sword god, and he couldn't help but praise the scene of him holding a sword against the powers of God of War. Let's go, Chu Yan, go and see your assessment ranking. With a gratified smile on his face, Master Hu reminded him. Okay. Chu Yan nodded, followed Master Hu, and walked towards the last crystal monument. Thousands of steps away, it will arrive soon. In front of the 9th crystal tablet, there are hundreds of martial artists gathered around, most of them are around the middle martial emperor realm. There are only a few people whose cultivation has surpassed that of the superior martial emperor. The eyes of these people are all looking at the golden crystal tablet in front of them, and the rows of words on it are shining. Approaching the crowd, the boiling noise suddenly sounded. Oh my god, the number 1 is actually Fan Tianhua. Nonsense, that Fan Tianhua is the son of Emperor Xuanhuan, and his strength is definitely the top among the star warriors. The top existence of a 1-star warrior. This is too powerful. Fan Tianhua, I'm afraid he will be promoted to a 2-star general soon. A group of warriors surrounded the crystal monument, and exclamations sounded from time to time, reaching Chu Yan's ears, and he was startled for a while. Emperor Xuanhuan is not the one who was always fighting against Ouyang Nantian at Nishendo headquarters last time. What is this star warrior? Chu Yan turned his head, looked at Master Hu, and asked. #C2209 Daoist position. Chu Yan's question came out, Master Hu just smiled lightly, and then began to explain. Anishan Tao is not a sect, so all members in Anishan Tao focus on tasks. Therefore, the ranks of members are also divided. What levels are there? Chu Yan asked. On this point, before Chu Yan, when he saw the last item on the first crystal tablet, the 9-star warlord, when he reached the top of the star list, he had already guessed that Anishan Tao is different from other sects. Strictly speaking, it is not a sect at all to go against the divine way. The members of Anishan Tao are divided into 3 ranks, warrior, warlord, and war emperor, and each rank is divided into 1 to 9 stars. Master Hu raised his hand, pointed to the golden crystal list on the opposite side, and continued to say. That Fan Tianhua is currently a Star Wars General rank, ranked in the top 3 in the entire Anishan Dao, and a Star Wars General in the Tianhai region ranks first. Look at the number on the back, it's his current warrior points. 15,000 points. Hearing Master Hu's words, Chu Yan glanced at the gold list and asked. What are these general points? Every member of Anishan Dao has points, whether it is post-war, warlord, or war emperor, including elders, they all have points of different ranks. The higher the points, the greater the contribution to Anishan Dao. Moreover, these points are the only bargaining chips in exchange for resources, exercises, spirit treasures, etc. in Anishan Dao. The Elephant God Crystal is basically useless inside the Anishan Dao, but it can be exchanged for resources outside the Anishan Dao, and then exchanged for points after taking it back to the Anishan Dao. Hearing Master Hu's explanation, Chu Yan gradually understood that this Nishan Dao is really different from other sects. If you have to say the same, I'm afraid it would be more imaginative, with a Chamber of Commerce force like Tianwei Tower. Then how can I get points? Chu Yan asked. There are 3 ways, one is to accept tasks, the other is to exchange resources, and the third is the fastest way to increase points, but it is a bit dangerous. Master Hu looked at Chu Yan, but he grinned, raised his eyebrows, and seemed to look at Chu Yan with a different meaning. However, I feel that the third one should be the most suitable for you. By beheading the members of Xingtian Pavilion, you can quickly get a lot of points. Well, not bad. This is a good idea. Chu Yan also smiled lightly and nodded. You have just passed the assessment against God, so your points will be announced together after all 20 assessment members have passed. As Master Hu spoke, the smile on his face became even more intense. This time, as Chu Yan's guide, he already guessed in his heart that Chu Yan's assessment results and points should be the highest among the 20 points. After all, beheading 19 disciples of Xingtian Pavilion, plus an elder, this kind of record, even among generals, can be exchanged for a lot of points. Even if he is lucky, maybe Chu Yan will have a chance to skip the warriors and be promoted to the level of a star warrior. In that way, with the results of the recruitment assessment, Chu Yan will be promoted to a star warrior as soon as he joins, and he will definitely be moved by the entire Nashendo. It seems that the 20 people in Tianhai territory should be here. Chu Yan glanced and saw that there were hundreds of people in front of the golden crystal list, and there should be no one who has not finished yet. Chu Yan, you have to know that the heaven-breaking sword can also be exchanged for points. Master Hu said suddenly with a smile on his face. Huh. The heaven-breaking sword can be exchanged for points. Chu Yan's complexion changed instantly when he heard the words, and he looked at Master Hu with a look of astonishment on his face. To be honest, Chu Yan is not very interested in the points that Master Hu just said. Compared with other people, if they want to obtain the top skills and spiritual treasures in Anishan Dao, they will earn points like crazy. But Chu Yan's wealth and resources are not comparable to ordinary warriors. Just like the resources of the 9 Dragons' secret realm just harvested, even if it is only half, it is enough for Chu Yan to use for a long time. However, in Anishan Dao, there are also treasures that make Chu Yan's heart beat. For example, the God-level spiritual source in the headquarters, and that. The heaven-breaking sword. As a sword cultivator, Chu Yan's obsession with kendo far surpasses other skills and spiritual treasures, and in the Duantian sword, it is said that there is the inheritance left by the Qingmu sword god back then. Anyone who can obtain the heaven-breaking sword will have the opportunity to peek at the swordsmanship legacy left by the sword god Aoki within. This is extremely attractive to Chu Yan. Although Duan Tianjian can also use his own ability to forcibly recognize the master, but the probability is too low. Otherwise, the Duantian sword has been preserved for such a long time in the powerful God-defying Tao, and no one can finally recognize the master successfully even if every member can study it at will. Even Chu Yan himself failed last time. Therefore, if one can directly obtain the heaven-breaking sword in this way, the result will be completely different. Duantianjian, do you need a lot of points? Chu Yan asked with his eyes shining, but he did not lose his composure. That's right. 100 million points. It's exactly the same as the point requirement for the position of Tao Master against God. Master whose face was full of smiles, and he nodded. If you can earn 100 million points, you can choose one of the Duantian sword and the Tao Master of the God-defying Tao. Taoist. Chu Yan was startled. This is equivalent to the position of suzerain, and can also be exchanged for points. Hearing Master Hu's words, Chu Yan was taken aback, and asked in astonishment. Right. Master Hu nodded without thinking. We go against God, and the position of Tao Master is not fixed. Any member can use 100 million points to become Tao Master. This is the rule set by Sword God Aoki back then. This? Chu Yan was a little surprised, his face was full of astonishment. Chu Yan, you have to understand that anyone can do it, or at any time. Do you understand the meaning of this? Master Hu's face was full of deep smiles, he stroked his long beard, and said. Frowning slightly, Chu Yan thought about it, and suddenly understood. This seemingly extremely motivating rule is actually subject to some kind of supervision and control. Judging by Master Hu's expression, one may know that there are probably quite a few people in the upper echelons of Enishan Dao who have accumulated 100 million points. If there is an unsuitable person who wants to exchange for the position of Taoist based on points, it is estimated that he will ascend the position on the first day, and a big boss will jump out on the second day and directly push him down. This superficial incentive is actually similar to the rules of the Elders group, and it is very similar to what Chu Yan felt when he was with Emperor Ning Tian and the others when he was in Enishan Dao headquarters. It doesn't matter, anyway, I'm only interested in the broken sky sword. After a long time, Chu Yan shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. He was just about to look up to see if there was any movement on the gold list. Suddenly, a figure in a white dress shot towards him in the distant sky. This figure, falling into Chu Yan's eyes, immediately changed his expression. Because, that figure was none other than Yu Linglong, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. #C2210 Goodbye Moon Linglong. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. With Yu Linglong's appearance, the name on the last row on the golden crystal list in front of her finally flashed. It was Yu Linglong from the 20th row. Little Chu Yan. Compared with Chu Yan's stunned face, Yu Linglong was not surprised when she saw Chu Yan, but smiled lightly. The playful little mouth, raised in an arc, reveals a hint of cunning, as if she already knew everything. A pair of frosty faces instantly burst into a smile, and the moment it landed, all the men present were all terrified. Beautiful. Not ordinary beauty. It seemed that the sea of 7-color spiritual clouds in the sky had lost its brilliance, and even the dazzling golden crystal tablet was dimmed. Among the ancient poems, it is known as closed moon shames flowers, sinks fish and falls geese. At this time it is completely suitable to describe Yu Linglong, who amazes the audience. It really is you, it really is against the way of God. After Yu Linglong landed, her white skirt was like snow, fluttering in the wind, and the servant in the skirt just smiled calmly, looking at Chu Yan not far away, like a girl next door who was having an affair. On the favorite man. The hundreds of cultivators in front of the golden crystal list were all startled, turned their heads suspiciously, followed Yu Linglong's eyes, and finally saw Chu Yan. Few of the cultivators present were unfamiliar with this Yu Linglong. Counting it, Yu Linglong was the first to report among the 20 recruiters from Tianhaiyu this year. Although Yu Linglong was the last to come back according to the time of completing the task, but no one doubted that this number one witch of the Dark Temple was definitely the most powerful existence among all of them. Why are you against God? Chu Yan was stunned, looked at Yu Linglong, and said. As the number one witch of the Dark Temple, she is not staying in the Dark Temple. How could you come here and join against God? I can do whatever I want, you don't care. Humph. When Yu Linglong heard Chu Yan's words, Yuan Shang's smile disappeared instantly, and her face turned into a frosty expression, and she snorted coldly. It's been so long since we haven't seen each other, yet you actually say this, humph. There was another cold snort. Yu Linglong was clearly dissatisfied and angry. Have you forgotten the favor you owe me? Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. The behavior of this witch is really unpredictable. As the number one witch of the Dark Temple, is it necessary to join the rebellious way? Moreover, it's been a long time since I saw that Yu Linglong's cultivation has reached the third level of the upper martial emperor. Compared with Chu Yan, the speed of this improvement is only weaker by a line. Swish. Just when Chu Yan looked at Yu Linglong with a dazed expression on his face, a tall young man strode towards him from the crowd in the distance. This brother, Fan Tianhua, the son of Emperor Xuanhuan, I don't know how to call him. I saw this tall young man with a face like precious jade, eyes like stars, a sunny smile all over his face, and an aura of talent and pride on his body. Although the words were extremely polite, there was clearly a sense of superiority in the tone of his voice. Fan Tianhua, the star-ranked warrior who ranks number one on the gold list at this time. The first person among the young warriors in Tianhai territory, his cultivation has reached the fifth level of the upper martial emperor realm, and his combat power is astonishing. In all directions, all warriors saw Fan Tianhua staring at Chu Yan. None of them were surprised, instead they all had happy smiles on their faces. Because everyone knew that Fan Tianhua was obviously interested in courting Yu Linglong in every possible way. However, just now when Yu Linglong returned from completing the task, she ignored the audience and just looked at Chu Yan with a stunning smile. This made everyone, who thought Yu Linglong was the beauty of frost, were all shocked. But at the same time, they all noticed that Yu Linglong had a high regard for Chu Yan. Under such circumstances, if Fan Tianhua doesn't show up again, then hell will happen. Obviously, everyone was expecting Fan Tianhua to directly suppress Chu Yan. Although against the gods, compared with other sect forces, they are more united, and they are more like brothers to each other, but when the door is closed, the internal competition is much more intense. This kind of fierce competition is also the basis for Anai Shindao to maintain its rivalry with Xingtian Pavilion for millions of years. The moment Fan Tianhua found Chu Yan, everyone's eyes fell on Chu Yan, and no one saw that a cold look flashed in Yu Linglong's spiritual eyes. This Fan Tianhua dared to trouble Chu Yan. My name is Chu Yan. Facing Fan Tianhua with a smile on his face, Chu Yan's expression was normal, his eyes flickered, and he answered. Chu Yan. Hearing this name, Fan Tianhua's expression changed slightly. Just when he was about to say something again, suddenly, a thunderclap sounded from the golden monument behind him. Boom, boom. Accompanied by a dazzling golden light, it soared into the sky, and the entire golden monument burst into dazzling light. The countless names on it flickered at the same time, and one of the most shining words made everyone's faces change instantly. 27,000 points, 2-star General, Chu Yan. A row of dazzling golden characters, from the ranking below, skyrocketed, and rushed to the top position in an instant, directly suppressing Fan Tianhua, who was originally ranked number 1. What? How can this be? The sudden change made everyone turn their heads at the same time, staring at the number 1 name on the gold list, their faces full of shock. 27,000 points. Oh my god, how many people from Xingtian Pavilion have been killed? Chu Yan. Could it be? When everyone's eyes turned from the golden monument and fell on Chu Yan at the same time, the shock in their eyes made even the pupils tremble. Everyone can be sure that before this, they have never seen, let alone heard of, there is a warrior named Chu Yan in Anishan Dao. In other words, this person is one of the 20 people participating in this recruitment assessment. In this way, it is equivalent to saying that this person directly skipped the rank of warrior with just one recruitment assessment, and was directly promoted to the rank of 2-star warrior with a score of more than 20,000 points. Although, 27,000 points are not too many in Anishan Dao, and even in the warrior class, it is still very little points. However, entry-level generals, although they have appeared in the history of Against the Gods, they can be counted with one slap. This Chu Yan is not simple. Even Fan Tianhua was stunned there with a gloomy expression on his face. Chu Yan. Good, very good. Unexpectedly, the appearance of this Chu Yan not only attracted Yu Linglong's attention, but also directly robbed her of the number 1 position on the gold list. Although this gold list is only a primary list, what Fan Tianhua does not want to see the most is that, as the son of Emperor Xuanhuan, he loses to this Chu Yan. In this way, those bigwigs who are against the gods may also turn their attention to this Chu Yan. Boom. At this moment, another muffled sound resounded above the crystal monument square, and an imposing figure like a rainbow fell from the sky, accompanied by the emperor's prestige sweeping the world, appearing in front of everyone. Palace Master Ziyun. The appearance of this figure made everyone present tremble at the same time, and they all looked up. This imposing figure is none other than Tianxian Palace, the head of the 3 great palaces, the lord of the 3 palaces, and the lord of Ziyun Palace. Remember in a second. #C2211 Ziyun Palace Lord. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The sudden appearance of Palace Master Ziyun made everyone present stunned at the same time. See Palace Master Ziyun. Fan Tianhua was the first to react and bowed in salute. See Palace Master Ziyun. See Palace Master Ziyun. The others also reacted quickly, followed Fan Tianhua, and saluted at the same time. As the 3rd Lord of Tianxian Palace, the presence of Emperor Ziyun naturally attracted everyone's attention. However, Palace Master Ziyun waved his hand and looked around the audience. Everyone, no courtesy. After finishing talking, his eyes fell on Chu Yan. You are Chu Yan. Emperor Ziyun looked at Chu Yan, with a smile on his face, and without waiting for Chu Yan to answer, the strong imperial prestige rushed out instantly like a gust of wind. Gangfeng flew through the sky, wrapped in a divine consciousness, and instantly enveloped Chu Yan. As soon as Chu Yan's face changed, he had no time to resist, and was directly rushed into the body by Emperor Ziyun's consciousness. Because Chu Yan felt that Emperor Ziyun's divine consciousness did not have any hostility or murderous intent, and Emperor Ziyun's divine consciousness was extremely powerful, as if he was a strong man who specialized in spirituality. Even if Chu Yan wanted to resist, if he didn't use some whole cards, it would be extremely difficult to resist at such a short distance and suddenly. However, Chu Yan's lack of resistance does not mean that Emperor Ziyun's investigation can proceed smoothly. Boom. Without waiting for Emperor Ziyun's divine consciousness to enter Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a strong blue flame ignited in Chu Yan's eyes. In the sea of consciousness, the cyan sky lotus burst out like a frenzy, directly blocking Emperor Ziyun's consciousness from the sea of consciousness. As if hitting a mountain peak, Emperor Ziyun's consciousness was instantly knocked out of Chu Yan's body. In front of the golden steel, Emperor Ziyun showed a look of astonishment on his face. He probably didn't expect that Chu Yan would be able to block his spiritual consciousness from probing so easily. What's more, it's so easy to defend with just your spiritual sense without even mobilizing your true energy. You must know that 70% of Emperor Ziyun's strength comes from his powerful spiritual power. He did not expect to be blocked by a small low-level martial emperor realm, a newcomer who has just entered the way of rebelling against the gods. Ha ha ha, not bad. Not bad. Emperor Ziyun, who failed in the investigation, did not show any displeasure. Instead, he was full of smiles, and his eyes were full of approval. Sure enough, it's the same as what those old guys said, this kid, it's not easy. What Emperor Ziyun said made everyone present look stunned. This Chu Yan, who had just surpassed Fan Tianhua and reached the top of the gold list, and now has the approval of Palace Master Ziyun, has a bright future. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan bowed his hands with a calm face. In fact, Chu Yan could feel that Emperor Ziyun's spiritual detection was so easily blocked. It's not all because of the Xian Tianlian's shot, because Emperor Ziyun seems to be afraid of hurting Chu Yan, so when he made the shot, I'm afraid he didn't even use 30% of his spiritual power. That's why Chu Yan handed over his hand to thank him, and he didn't have much resentment. Okay. Okay. Let's talk later and get down to business. Emperor Ziyun looked at Chu Yan, nodded with a chuckle, and after finishing speaking, he raised his head, glanced at the other people in front of him, and continued. Everyone, welcome to Nishendo, Tianheiyu branch. I am the Tianxian Palace of the three palaces in the Tianhai region, the third palace owner, Ziyun. Today, I will preside over the assessment for you all. Among you, there are those who have participated in the recruitment assessment, some who have been specially recruited, and some who have inherited recruitment. Although they have passed the first round of assessment through different methods, from now on, all subsequent entrance assessments for you will be conducted by me. Come host. When the words fell to the ground, everyone's eyes trembled in unison, and they became energetic in an instant. Obviously, everyone attaches great importance to the entrance examination, and there seems to be something special about it. Master Hu, what did Emperor Ziyun say just now, special recruitment and inheritance recruitment? What is the meaning of this entrance examination? Chu Yan looked at Master Hu beside him, and asked, through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Specially recruiting members or forces who have made great contributions to an Aishan Dao. You can recommend warriors to join an Aishan Dao, like that Yu Ling Long. Inherited recruitment means that there are close relatives who are against the way of the gods, and the descendants can directly participate in the recruitment assessment without a limit. Like that Fan Tianhua, that's it. Master Hu, as Chu Yan's guide, is responsible for all the assistance for Chu Yan's introduction, so he explained it in great detail. As for the entrance examination, strictly speaking, it is the strength and talent of the new members of the Tao, divided into levels, and it is similar to other sects. In the entrance examination, the better the score, the status and resources after entering the Nishan Dao will of course be much stronger than other people. Just like the three giant palaces, the Tianxian Palace, the Earth Demon Palace, and the Human Emperor Palace, the power and resources of each palace are vastly different. Hearing Master Hu's words, Chu Yan frowned slightly, as if he understood a little bit. From the looks of it, these three giant palaces should be equivalent to the elites of other sects, the ranks of the inner sect and the outer sect. While Chu Yan was talking with Master Hu's consciousness, Emperor Ziyun slowly turned around, pointed at the 9 crystal steels behind him, and announced loudly. Everyone, the entrance examination will be conducted by these 9 crystal steels. While speaking, Emperor Ziyun waved his hand, and 9 streams of light shot at the 9 crystal monuments, respectively. Hum. 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 The crystal monuments lit up one after another, and 9 colors of light appeared on each crystal monument. At the same time, at the base of each crystal monument, a spirit pattern began to light up, and the majestic power of the spirit pattern instantly wrapped each crystal monument. The power of these spirit patterns rushed along the crystal monument towards the top of the monument, raising clusters of light, clusters of different colors. Under the twisting and illusion, it finally turned into one after another, huge stars. These 9 crystal monuments are exactly the same as the crystal monuments in the other 8 branches of Anai Dao. Anai Dao, the 3 god emperors, made them myself back then. The 9 crystal monuments represent humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, soul, and unyielding. Whoever can light up more of the 9 stars means that they will have the greatest ability to fight against God's domain in the future. Including Chu Yan, the expressions of all warriors in the audience changed. I didn't expect that the entry assessment of Anai Dao turned out to be an assessment test. The test of the 9 stars is very simple. Use your true qi, martial soul power, consciousness, will, breath, no matter what it is, you can do it with all your strength. As long as you can get the approval of a crystal monument, there will be the crystal monuments and stars lit up accordingly. The choice of the 3 great palaces, 1 star can enter the human palace. 2 stars, you can enter the earth demon palace, and 3 stars, you can enter the Tianqian palace. However, if not a single star is lit, I'm sorry, I can only become. Emperor Ziyun, the smile on his face disappeared in an instant, and turned into a majestic and dignified expression. After looking around the audience, he announced loudly, "Warrior servant. Warlord servant." As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan's face suddenly showed a hint of suspicion. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2212 Flaming Mountain. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The words of Emperor Ziyun caused serious expressions on the faces of the warriors present. Obviously, it is not easy to pass such an assessment test. Because, among the 3 giant palaces, even the Tianqian palace only requires 3 stars to be lit, while the lowest-ranked human palace only requires 1 star to be lit. Coupled with the expressions of other warriors on the scene, it is easy to judge that not everyone can light up the stars. In other words, I am afraid that among the 100 people present, there will be a few people who will become servants of the general. Chu Yan. While Chu Yan was observing the expressions of other people, Master Hu was beside him whispered, "This star test, you must do your best, don't keep it." Master Hu's face was full of solemnity and nervousness. Obviously he also attached great importance to this assessment. Do your best. Chu Yan was taken aback. This assessment is extremely difficult. In the history of Anai Dao, only 50% of the members can light up more than 1 star. Master Hu replied. 50%. Only half. Chu Yan had a look of astonishment on his face. That's right. Many people, like me, become warrior servants in the end. After 3 years of retesting, if they still can't light up the stars, they will be sent to lower-level forces like Tianwei Tower, and they will only be unable to become warriors for the rest of their lives. Even if it's me, after years of hard work, I only became a deacon elder in Tianwei Tower in the end. However, if you want to become a warrior or warlord again, there is almost no hope. When Master Hu said this, he seemed to be caught in some memory. His face was full of disappointment, and he kept reminding Chu Yan Dao in a low voice. Although Master Hu has great confidence in Chu Yan, after all, because of his own personal experience, he attaches great importance to it. Okay. I see. Chu Yan nodded, and when he turned his head to look at Emperor Ziyun and the 9 crystal monuments, his face was more dignified. If there is really even 1 star. If you can't light it up, you will become a warrior servant. That is to say, being a servant to other nation generals, serving tea and pouring water, kneeling to do errands, etc., although they can also get resources in Nation Dao, their status and opportunities are much less. Not only Chu Yan, but other new members who were waiting for the assessment in all directions, all had nervous expressions on their faces. Some new members even couldn't hold back for a while, and directly stimulated their true energy, making the atmosphere of the scene tense instantly. Now, the test begins. Emperor Ziyun, after announcing the rules, smiled again on his face. With a wave of his hand, a huge talisman flew out and landed on the ground, forming a complex ground pattern. According to the order of registration, come up one by one, enter this rune, and use it as much as possible. After speaking, Emperor Ziyun turned around and walked to the side. At this moment, the expressions of all the new members around changed, and they began to discuss in low voices. It's about to start. 1 star, 1 is enough, I must become a full member. Humph. With my strength, at least 2. Earth Demon Palace, it is said that there is a demon soul abyss, which has the effect of doubling the cultivation speed of Earth-type extreme warriors. The human palace is also good, it is said that the Emperor art is very strong. Among the various voices of discussion, almost half of the people set their targets on the human Imperial Palace and the Earth Demon Palace, but the strongest Tianxian Palace was seldom mentioned. This can only show that it is extremely difficult to light up 3 stars. Soon, a warrior walked out of the crowd and strode into the talisman on the ground. When the true energy was fully activated, the spirit talisman on the ground immediately shone brightly, and 9 spirit lines visible to the naked eye shot out from the spirit map on the ground, along the ground, heading towards the 9 crystal monuments. However, the 9 spiritual lines stopped one after the other after rushing out not too far. Some only rushed 3 steps, some only rushed a dozen steps, and only one of them did not stop completely, and slowly moved towards the second crystal tablet, which represented integrity. Although it seemed a little slow, it never stopped and finally merged into the crystal monument. On the top of the number 2 crystal stele, the cyan star instantly brightened. 1 star can enter the palace. Seeing this scene, Emperor Ziyun next to him announced with a smile on his face. Okay. Great. Human palace. The martial artist who tested had a look of surprise on his face, as if he was extremely satisfied with the result. Moreover, when he walked out of the spirit map and returned to the crowd, almost half of the other warriors around him cast envious glances at him. The second martial artist strode forward and stepped into the spirit map. Inspired by true energy, 9 spiritual lines shot straight out, but this time, none of the 9 spiritual lines rushed to the 9 crystal monuments. The farthest one only reached half the distance, before stopping. Fail. Next. There was a calm smile on Emperor Ziyun's face, and there was no surprise at all, and he announced in a low voice. The warrior with a face full of disappointment walked out of the Lingtu with his head down, his face was gloomy, and he was about to cry. Next, there are only 2 choices for him, one is to become a warrior servant and retest 3 years later, the other is to directly choose to become an auxiliary member and go to a place like Tianwei Tower. No matter which one it is, these new members present are definitely not willing to choose. Next, one new member after another kept stepping forward to conduct the 9 Spirits Star test. As a result, it is naturally able to light up the stars, very rarely. Even if it can be lit, it is almost always a star, and only a very few people can light up 2 stars. Such new members are all in the top 10 on the gold list. When it was Fan Tianhua's turn, the whole scene suddenly became silent. Everyone, including Emperor Ziyun, looked at Fan Tianhua, who was confidently striding into the spirit map. Standing still in the spirit map, Fan Tianhua did not rush to mobilize his true energy, but turned around and glanced at Chu Yan, with an obvious provocation in his eyes. However, when he saw Yu Linglong standing beside Chu Yan, a gloomy look flashed deep in his eyes. After taking a long breath, Fan Tianhua's body exploded with flames of true energy. The 9 spiritual threads shot straight out like sharp arrows. In less than half a breath, the first crystal stele and star lit up instantly. Without waiting for everyone to be surprised, the second star lit up immediately, and the light was extremely dazzling. Even Emperor Xiyun nodded slightly, with a look of approval on his face. However, at this moment, behind Fan Tianhua, a huge mountain of two-color flames suddenly appeared. Fire-mutated martial soul. With an exclamation, the third star suddenly lit up. Hiss. The expressions of all warriors in the audience changed at the same time. Even Emperor Xiyun's eyes lit up, and his face was full of surprise. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2213 Moonsplash Star River. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. 3 stars. Fan Tianhua actually lit up 3 stars. Unexpectedly, among the 100 new members recruited this time, there was one who lit up 3 stars. What made Xiyun Daliang even more unexpected was that this Fan Tianhua had completely inherited his father's martial spirit. This kind of Huanshan martial spirit was extremely powerful. Even among fire-type martial spirits, they are top-notch existences. Huh. Just now, there was a trace of fire-type mutant aura. Why? A look of doubt appeared on Emperor Xiyun's face. Looking at the Huanshan martial soul behind Fan Tianhua, he spoke suspiciously. However, before he could say a word, Fan Tianhua's true energy exploded again, pouring into the martial soul behind him like a sea tide. Call. Call. 100-foot-tall flame soared into the sky, and the entire flame mountain martial soul suddenly turned into a tall flame body, sitting cross-legged on the top of the flame mountain. That's a fire giant. Xiyun's bright eyes suddenly lit up, and a dazed look appeared on his face. It turned out that Fan Tianhua's fire-type mutated martial soul was an extremely rare flaming mountain martial spirit, a volcano and a fire giant, combined into one. Its power instantly increased several times. Hum. The appearance of the volcano divine martial soul immediately caused 2 stars to light up again on the top of the 2 crystal monuments in the distance. 4 of the 9 spiritual threads on the ground finally stopped. On the crystal tablet in the distance, after the first, second and third stars, the 4th and 5th stars are completely brightened, and the light of the 5 colored stars released reflects the entire sky into a bright sky. Colorful. The 9 crystal monuments finally calmed down. Ha ha ha, 5 stars. Fan Tianhua and the spirit map on his body was full of ecstasy, and couldn't help but open his mouth and burst out laughing. To know. Participating in the assessment this time, his father, Emperor Xuanhuan, asked him to light up at least 4 stars and win the first place. He must not lose his father's prestige. But now, he overfulfilled the task and lit up 5 stars all at once. In the entire square, the crowd of warriors looked up at the 5 stars in the sky, and there was a sound of exclamation. Look, senior brother Fan lit up 5 stars. Awesome, 5 stars, worthy of being the son of the emperor. This talent is too strong. First, absolute first. Amidst all kinds of exclamations, Fan Tianhua's face showed a hint of arrogance. His chin was raised high, his face was full of pride. He walked out of the spirit map slowly and returned to the square. And in front of the gate of the 3 giant palaces in the distance, some old members who defied the divine way saw the 5 shining stars here from a distance, and they all showed surprise on their faces. Perhaps the newcomers are not clear, but they, the old members, are also very clear. In the 9-star test, of course there are more than 3 stars that can be lit, although the strongest Tianxian palace only requires 3 stars. However, in the 9-star test, some bigwigs who defied the divine way even appeared with 6 or 7 stars. And the most powerful one is said to be Aoki Sword God. When these 9-star crystal pillars were built, the result of his own test was that 9 stars were directly lit up. This event was recorded by Anai Shindao as the legend of 9 stars shining the sky, and no one has been able to achieve it so far. Of course, this is a powerhouse in the divine realm, an existence that even the Holy Emperor can only look up to. Among warriors, below the divine realm, it is said that there are only 3 or 4 who can light up 6 stars. Therefore, someone like Fan Tianhua who lights up 5 stars is definitely an extremely rare existence in the Tao against God. This Fan Tianhua, after joining Tianqian Palace, I'm afraid he will occupy an important position. Master Hu, who was standing beside Chu Yan, spoke. Huh. In an important position. Chu Yan was startled. In an Aishan Dao, there is competition starting from the top. The competition among the various branches, palaces, and warlords below is extremely fierce. This includes the competition for some positions. Who the master explained. Therefore, like Fan Tianhua, who showed a strong talent and achieved good results in the 9-star test, of course, he would have a very different status and treatment from other new members. Very good. Fan Tianhua, light up 5 stars. Emperor Ziyun in front of the 9 crystal steels nodded and announced. Thank you, Third Palace Master. Fan Tianhua cupped his hands. Hearing Fan Tianhua's address, Emperor Ziyun's eyes lit up, he nodded, his face was full of smiles. He. You must know that in the entire Nishan Dao, those who call Emperor Ziyun the 3 Palace Masters are all members of Tianqian Palace. This shows that Fan Tianhua has already confirmed that he will join Tianqian Palace. For Emperor Ziyun, the addition of a powerful newcomer is naturally good for Tianqian Palace. Next. After casting approving glances at Fan Tianhua, Emperor Ziyun spoke again. Chu Yan, should you? His eyes swept across the audience, and Emperor Ziyun's eyes fell on Chu Yan. He just opened his mouth, but before he could finish a sentence, he saw a white shadow flashing by Chu Yan's side. I'll come first. Little Chu Yan is behind me. Yu Linglan turned into a white shadow, and after a flash, she landed in the spiritual picture in front of the 9 crystal steels, and said in a delicate voice. Emperor Ziyun was startled, looked at Yu Linglang, then shook his head, gave a wry smile, and didn't say anything. According to the rules of the 9-star test, the first to report should be the first to test. This month Linglang was the last to report, but she rushed ahead of Chu Yan, which of course violated the rules. However, Emperor Ziyun didn't intend to stop it at all, and obviously looked at Yu Linglang differently. Moonsplash Galaxy. Yu Linglang landed in the spirit map, without any hesitation at all. She directly activated an imperial technique, waved the Linglang ruler in her hand, and a large expanse of stars and moonlight blasted out like a wave. Boom. The entire spiritual map was shocked, and the light of the spiritual map exploded in an instant, enveloping and devouring all the power of the imperial arts blasted by Yu Linglang. The next moment, around the spiritual map, 9 spiritual threads shot out like sharp arrows. Everyone in the audience was stunned, and they all looked at the spiritual picture, holding a Linglang ruler and flying white skirts, like a goddess Yu Linglang. The imperial technique of hers was so powerful that it made everyone tremble. Moreover, the forward speed of the 9 spiritual threads was obviously much faster than when Fan Tianhua used them just now. Hum. 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 9 spiritual lights flashed by, and the 9 crystal monuments not far away lit up one after another. Rays of spiritual light rushed straight from the crystal tablet to the top of the tablet, and poured into the cluster of stars on it. The dazzling light of the stars suddenly brightened. In less than a blink of an eye, all 7 stars lit up. My God, my God! The smile on the face of Emperor Ziyun, who was standing in 80, froze in an instant, and his eyes kept scanning the 7 bright stars. It seems to be counting the number of stars over and over again, for fear of making a little mistake. 7 stars. Emperor Ziyun's face was full of shock. Remember in a second. #C2214 in full view. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the direction of the 3 giant palaces in the distance, one after another, figures flew towards them. These disciples of the three palaces against the divine Tao fell behind Emperor Xie and looked up at the 9 steels, all of them with shocked expressions on their faces. 7 stars. Even before, with Fan Tianhua's 5 stars as the basis, Yu Linglong's test results still surprised everyone with disbelief. Others don't know, but Emperor Xie knows it very well. In the 8 branches of Anishan Dao, there may not have been a genius who could light up 7 stars in hundreds of years. Swish. Yu Linglong's figure fluttered around, a white dress streaked across the air, and landed, steadily, beside Chu Yan. Little Chu Yan, don't lose to me. He. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, Chu Yan smiled wryly and shook his head. This month Linglong, she is ahead of her, is it just to compete with her? How does this number 1 witch of the Dark Temple feel like a little girl? There is a hint of majesty of a powerful emperor. Sister, don't worry. Chu Yan smiled, then strode out and walked towards the 9 crystal monuments. Behind her, Yu Linglong was startled for a moment, then she gritted her teeth, stomping her feet and saying, "How dare you call me big?" Chu Yan stopped when he heard the voice, turned around to look at Yu Linglong, and said with a smile, "We agreed at the beginning, if you want to call me Xiao Chu Yan, I will call you big sister, right? Who made an appointment with you?" Yu Linglong looked at the playful look on Chu Yan's face, and became even more annoyed, blushing all over her face, and then said, "I'm only allowed to call you, you are not allowed to call me, otherwise. Momentarily angry. Yu Linglong didn't know how to threaten Chu Yan, and couldn't answer the next sentence for a long time. Watch it. Seeing Yu Linglong like this, Chu Yan put a smile on his face, looked at her, and said softly, "Clang." A loud and clear sound of sword sting resounded through the air, and a 3-foot-long sword appeared directly in Chu Yan's hand. The body of the sword is like water, with a slight breeze floating by. The body of the sword can't help trembling slightly, emitting a powerful sword intent. This spirit sword was exactly what Chu Yan got when he was on the ancient martial arts battlefield. Qingfeng sword. Yu Linglong, who was originally sullen, immediately froze when she saw the appearance of Qingfeng sword, and her spiritual eyes shone like stars. Bright breeze and bright moon. With a murmur, a blush suddenly appeared on Yu Linglong's face. Not far away, Fan Tianhua's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, his face was livid, and his teeth were chattering. Even a fool can see at this moment that the relationship between Yu Linglong and Chu Yan is by no means ordinary. There was a hint of strangeness in the words and phrases of the two of them. How could Fan Tianhua accept such a situation? A pair of bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Chu Yan, who was walking towards Lingtu. The fire in his heart almost made him explode. Damn Chu Yan, just wait. Not only Fan Tianhua, but also Master Hu and Emperor Xiyun, and other warriors in the audience were stunned when they saw the conversation between Chu Yan and Yu Linglong just now. They will not be like Fan Tianhua, because of Yu Linglong's attitude towards Chu Yan and their intimate relationship, they will not be jealous. What surprised them was that Chu Yan was so indifferent in the face of the 9-star test that was about to start. Could it be that there is no trace of tension? You must know that all the warriors who participated in the test in front were nervous and trembling all over, for fear that they would not be able to light up the stars and become servants of warriors. But shouldn't this Chu Yan be more nervous? After all, not long ago, he pushed Fan Tianhua out of the first place on the gold list and replaced him. In addition, Fan Tianhua lit up 5 stars, and Yu Linglong lit up 7 stars. Shouldn't such achievements cause tremendous pressure for Chu Yan, who is currently number 1 on the gold list? Step by step, it didn't take long before Chu Yan walked to the middle of Lingtu and stood still. At this moment, no matter whether it was the new members present or those who were constantly gathering, other old members of Anishan Dao, including Ziyun Dao, all looked straight at Chu Yan. What's more, in the direction of the Sunju Palace in the distance, one after another powerful spiritual consciousness rushed from the Sunju Palace and landed on Chu Yan. These days, the bigwigs in the sea area are all paying attention to what achievements Chu Yan, who is the #1 on the gold list, can achieve. Finally, it's Chu Yan's turn. As #1 on the gold list, how many stars can you light up? The previous gold list ranked first, at least 4 of them can be lit. Chu Yan should not be worse than them. Of course, it is said that this Chu Yan, who has not been in the outland continent, was listed as a sinner by the god's edict by Xingtian Pavilion, and he was hunted down. Maybe, Chu Yan can light up 5 stars. Seeing Chu Yan standing still in the spirit map, the crowd in all directions began to discuss in various whispers. However, while everyone was waiting, a thunderous sound suddenly exploded in the direction of the 3 giant palaces in the distance. Boom, boom. A dazzling red light suddenly rose into the sky from the direction of the 3 giant palaces. Accompanied by the incomparably powerful tide of imperial prestige, it swept across the entire sky in an instant, making everyone tremble. This is... Everyone's eyes turned around in unison, looking at the sky in the distance. Obviously, Chu Yan's 9-star test shocked even the bosses in the 3 giant palaces. In front of the 9 crystal monument, Emperor Ziyun glanced at the red light, and smiled slightly with the corners of his mouth raised. It seems that you still can't sit still. Under the muttering to himself, it seemed that Emperor Ziyun had already expected the appearance of this big boss. Little Chu Yan, come on. Like Emperor Ziyun, Yu Linglong didn't seem to appear because of the huge red light. Her eyes were just looking at Chu Yan in the spirit map, and she even waved her jade hand to encourage Chu Yan. On the other side, upon hearing Yu Linglong's voice, Fan Tianhua's face, which was originally livid, instantly turned into a liver color. Damn it! Fan Tianhua's heart was full of jealousy. As the emperor's son, he couldn't understand why everyone's attention to him was so different from that of Chu Yan. This Chu Yan is just a wild boy who just came from the outland continent. No matter in terms of background or strength, nothing can be compared with him, the emperor's son. Moreover, he just lit up 5 stars, and his grades are the best except for the #1 witch of the Dark Temple. Regarding Yu Linglong's identity, although an Aishan Dao kept it a secret, as the emperor's son, Fan Tianhua certainly knew something about it. Therefore, Yu Linglong's performance surpassed him, it was completely expected. It's best, not even a single star can be lit, and I'll just become a servant. The anger in his heart was burning. Fan Tianhua's red eyes stared fiercely at Chu Yan in the spirit map, and various curses in the sea of consciousness kept ringing. And Chu Yan, who completely ignored everything around him, just quietly stared at the 9 crystal monuments in front of him. After a few breaths, a faint sword intent slowly overflowed from his body. Remember in a second. #C22151 beating. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The spirit map on the feet instantly lit up. A mysterious feeling poured into the body from the feet, and poured into the whole body instantly. A large torrent shuttled through his meridians and flesh and blood. When Chu Yan just locked on it with his spiritual consciousness, it suddenly turned into 9 small streams, rushing towards all the 7 meridians and 8 meridians. No matter how hard Chu Yan tried, his spiritual consciousness could not lock these 9 mysterious forces. These 9 mysterious forces, like the consciousness of the 9 strong men, are constantly probing and peeping in Chu Yan's body. It's just that, in the 2 places of consciousness C and Qi C, none of the mysterious powers of the 9 paths has entered them, and it seems that they don't care much about Chu Yan's true original power. It turned out to be like this. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan understood. These 9 profound forces are different from the powerhouse's spiritual sense exploration, but borrow some kind of power from the laws of heaven to probe the origin of the warrior spirit. Therefore, the rules of heaven have a high dignity. If the martial artist doesn't take the initiative to show his strength, it won't take the initiative to investigate at all. Therefore, this 9-star test is completely different from some tests that Chu Yan has experienced before. In those talent and strength tests, using spirit treasures or spirit arrays, in most cases, as long as the warrior comes into contact with it, all the cards inside and outside the warrior will be clearly detected. But now, this 9-star test requires the warrior to take the initiative, otherwise the result will be. Chu Yan can also understand this point. After all, at the level above the Emperor realm, if you want to test the talent and origin of warriors, it is impossible for ordinary spirit treasures and spirit formations to have such powerful power. It can only be accomplished by borrowing a trace of the power of the rules of heaven, and it is precisely because of this that Emperor Xie asked everyone to stand in the spiritual diagram and use their full strength. If that's the case, then you don't have to be polite. Chu Yan chuckled and said secretly. The White Tiger Martial Soul let out a sky-shattering roar on the Sea of Consciousness Martial Soul Mountain, and the violent power of the White Tiger Martial Soul rushed out instantly. The majestic power of the White Tiger's fighting spirit. Accompanied by the roaring sound, it rushed out of the Sea of Consciousness, like a gust of wind, slamming into one of the 9 profound forces in Chu Yan's body. Boom, boom. The berserk force directly knocked that ray of profound energy, and instantly rolled back, like a tsunami hitting a huge embankment, and was instantly bounced back violently. This kind of confrontation was only in Chu Yan's body. The other warriors present, including Emperor Xie, didn't know what was going on in Chu Yan's body. Because no one's spiritual consciousness can enter the scope of the spiritual map at this time, otherwise, it will interfere and affect the test results. The rage of the White Tiger's martial soul instantly affected Chu Yan, causing the blood in his body to boil instantly, and his fighting spirit was like a tide. The war god of beasts and the might of a white tiger are comparable to ordinary martial spirits. Especially the White Tiger martial soul, after being promoted to the battle spirit, with the might of a tiger, he dominates the world, like a god of war in heaven and earth. For the external force that invaded Chu Yan's body, the White Tiger battle spirit, where would he be polite to it, and even made the White Tiger spirit angry. Therefore, after one blow, the White Tiger battle soul followed Chu Yan's order, without holding back at all, and blasted out again. Boom. The more domineering power of the White Tiger collided with the black force that was tumbling and flying upside down. The black power that was hit and almost collapsed was hit by the second wave of White Tiger power, and was almost blown out of Chu Yan's body. Buzz, buzz. Under the violent tremor, that mysterious force instantly wilted, and its volume became less than half of its original size. The mysterious power of the evolution of the laws of heaven is nothing more than this. Chu Yan sneered in his heart. He didn't know when, as long as the power related to the rules of heaven, Chu Yan was extremely disgusted. However, the matter was not over, and even exceeded Chu Yan's imagination. That continuously trembling mysterious power and the consciousness sent out instantly summoned all the other 8 mysterious powers. The mysterious power of the 8 paths gathered together and refused into a huge torrent, and its momentum soared more than 10 times. Obviously, the attack of the White Tiger war spirit just now offended the power of the law of heaven. Huh. Want revenge? Seeing the fusion of 9 mysterious powers, rushing towards the Sea of Consciousness, Chu Yan sneered. In that case, come on. Facing the powerful and tyrannical power of the laws of heaven, how could Chu Yan succumb? With a move of his consciousness, in the world of Sea of Consciousness, violent forces erupted one after another. Suzaku, Qinglong, Xuanwu, Qilin, and the main body of the holy Rakshasa all woke up from a deep sleep. Several strange eyes looked at the power of the law of heaven outside the world of the Sea of Consciousness, all the martial souls, and the holy Rakshasa, and their fighting spirit broke out at the same time. Boom. 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 In an instant, in the world of Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness, a great battle broke out in an instant. It has to be said that this force is not considered a powerful force of the rules of heaven, and it may have encountered the most tragic thing. Because, no matter it is the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, or the deity of the holy Rakshasa, none of them have the slightest liking for the power of the law of heaven, and it can even be said that they are disgusted. Therefore, in the face of this kind of active intrusion, or the act of taking the initiative to die, they will be polite. After a frantic bombardment, the power of the law of heaven, which was only derived from the runes of the spiritual map, was bombarded to pieces and completely collapsed in the blink of an eye. Even the last trace of breath was directly turned into nothingness by the silver fork in Saint Raksha's hand. But at this time, the dazzling light emitted from Chu Yan's bright spiritual map almost suppressed all the light from the 9 crystal monuments. Even Emperor Xie, who was standing at the side, shrank his pupils suddenly, and his face changed. How could this spiritual chart rune? As the host, Emperor Xie presided over this kind of 9-star test. I don't know how many times. I have seen crystal monuments flash brightly, and I have seen several crystal monuments flash brightly at the same time, but I have never seen it before. Such a bright light. Not only him, but even the other big bosses in the 3 giant palaces in the distance, whose spiritual consciousness shrouded the spiritual map, as well as the warriors in the audience, all had shocked expressions on their faces. Because, the burst of light from the spiritual chart rune is too dazzling. Even the entire figure of Chu Yan, who was standing on it, was completely swallowed by this aura, making it impossible to see clearly. However, just when Emperor Xie was tense and was about to intervene, suddenly, the light on the rune of the spirit map suddenly dimmed, and disappeared completely in an instant, as if the strong light just now had never happened at all. And the spirit chart runes on the ground also completely lost all their aura, turning into an ordinary pattern. What's happening here? Emperor Xie glanced at it, but found that the light from the spiritual diagram had all disappeared, and there were no spiritual lines at all, shooting out from the spiritual diagram and rushing towards the 9 crystal monuments on the opposite side. Could it be that not only could Chu Yan not be able to light up any stars, he couldn't even inspire the spirit lines? End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2216miss. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. What the hell? So what happened? Don't talk about Master Hu. Even Emperor Xie, who is the host, is full of doubts. It's impossible to believe that Chu Yan's 9-star test couldn't even light up a single star, and couldn't even activate the spirit thread. You know, in this 9-star test, even the new members of Wu Wangjing and Wuzhenjing have lit up a star before. Could it be said that Chu Yan's talent and strength are not as good as those of Wu Wangjing and Wuzhenjing? Besides, Emperor Xie is very sure that it is definitely the first time that a situation like Chu Yan's that cannot even activate the spiritual line has happened. Not only Emperor Xie was stunned, but even Chu Yan himself was dazed. Why is there no movement? The corner of Chu Yan's mouth twitched twice, a little unclear about the situation. The 9 mystical forces that were originally rushing around in the body disappeared without a trace, and the spiritual map on the ground also completely lost its spiritual light. Chu Yan looked at the unmoving 9 crystal monuments in front of him, and then at the stagnant spirit map at his feet, and suddenly smiled wryly. What the hell is this? Just now, after teaching the power of the law of heaven, it seems that the attack was a little heavier. Now, not only did not a single star light up, even the spiritual thread did not appear. Does it mean that my 9-star test has completely failed? Turning his head slowly, Chu Yan looked aside, and the same confused Emperor Xie also stared at Chu Yan in a daze. With their eyes facing each other, both of them were full of doubts. Of course, Chu Yan was waiting for Emperor Xie to announce the result, wanting to see if it counted as a result or not, or there was something wrong with the spirit map. But Emperor Xie was staring at Chu Yan at this time, as if he was staring at a monster. Other people's tests are all good, but when this Chu Yan comes up, why does the spirit map seem to be abolished? This scene. In the eyes of the other warriors in the audience, as well as the big bosses of the three great palaces in the distance, all of them twitched and couldn't believe it. Is this the test result? Or is it that the test hasn't started yet? Didn't you start a fart? Didn't you see that the spirit map was lit just now? The front is the same as others, but the result is completely different from others. Isn't it? Could it be said that Chu Yan, who ranks first on the gold list, can't even light up a single star? Isn't this ridiculous? I thought that Chu Yan would light up at least 4, or even 5 stars. It's really over. Among the crowd in all directions, various expressions and voices sounded instantly, with doubts, sneers, and even gloating. Most of the people present knew Chu Yan's identity and strength. After all, ranking first on the gold list, it is impossible for the sinners of the gods in Xingtian Pavilion to have no strength. However, now even a single star cannot be lit up, and even the 9 spiritual lines have not appeared. Such a test result is simply the worst among all the people, and it can even be said that the worst result in the entire history of Anishan Dao is not an exaggeration. This is impossible. Yu Linglong's face was full of doubts, her brows were slightly frowned, and she shook her head resolutely. In the battle of the ancient martial arts battlefield, Chu Yan's talent and strength, even the Nantian God Emperor, recognized it. How could such a result be tested? At this time, the most excited person in the audience was naturally Fan Tianhua. Ha ha ha, miss you, as the so-called knows people, knows face, but does not know heart, this Chu Yan is just a fake. In front of this 9-star test, the prototype is completely exposed, it is a piece of garbage. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the audience changed. This Fan Tianhua obviously meant something. The meaning of his words is obviously that Chu Yan has no strength at all, and completely relies on external force and means to deceive everyone. Therefore, in front of a 9-star test based on the power of the law of heaven, he was directly beaten back to the prototype. After all, no matter how strong a person is, and no matter how weird his methods are, it is impossible to fight against the Tao of heaven, nor can he be caught by the Tao of heaven. In less than a breath, everyone in the audience looked at Chu Yan in unison, and their gazes all changed. In everyone's eyes, there was a look of disdain and contempt at the same time. Snort. How about the sinners of the gods in the Xingtian Pavilion? On the gold list, ranked first, so what? It turned out that everything was fake, it was simply borrowing external force and means, not its own strength at all. If this is the case, even if he joins against God, what contribution can he make, besides grabbing resources from people like them? Emperor Ziyun glanced at Fan Tianhua, who was laughing wildly, and when he looked at Chu Yan again, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Could it be that this Chu Yan really has some special means? As the host of the 9-star test, he can be sure of one thing, that is, Chu Yan's 9-star test has really ended. As for the results, of course, like many people, not a single star is lit. Even if you don't believe it, or anything else, this result has become a fact. Among the crowd not far away, Master Hu's face was full of astonishment, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Others don't know, but he saw with his own eyes that Chu Yan killed 16 disciples of Xingtian Pavilion and an elder with his own strength in the secret realm of Kowloon. In that battle, Chu Yan only used his martial soul, as if he didn't use any special means at all. But Yu Linglong, who was standing beside Master Hu, frowned slightly, her spiritual eyes were full of anger. From the beginning to the end, Yu Linglong didn't even glance at Fan Tianhua, who was not far away, who was laughing wildly, because she never believed what he said. Just as the audience was dead silent, Emperor Ziyun shook his head, and when he was about to announce the result, Chu Yan, who had been standing still, finally spoke. Senior, just now. I missed it. Can you test it again? Although Chu Yan didn't care about the result of the 9-star test, Chu Yan was somewhat interested in the Earth Demon Palace. Therefore, for this 9-star test, at least 2 stars must be lit. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was stunned. What? Test it again. How dare you make such a request? However, Emperor Ziyun, who was originally disappointed, suddenly brightened his eyes when he heard Chu Yan's words. Could it be that there is something strange about this matter? Okay. As long as you want to be sure, it doesn't hurt to test it one more time. For Emperor Ziyun, he really didn't believe that Chu Yan's strength and talent would be so inferior to a warrior who swept the ground against God. Even if he was wrong, could it be that the group of bosses in the headquarters, Nan Tian God Emperor, Ning Tian Great Emperor, and the others, were all wrong? Therefore, as soon as Chu Yan made such a request, Emperor Ziyun was ready to agree without hesitation. At the same time, with both hands flying, a handprint condensed, ready to restart the spiritual map. However, at this moment, in the direction of the 3 giant palaces in the distance, the huge red phantom floating in the sky just now suddenly spoke. Humph. I don't think it's necessary to waste resources against God for this waste. With this sound, with incomparable power, the violent emperor's power surged, and a huge fiery red phantom flew towards the square of the 9 crystal monuments. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2217 one more time. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The majestic Emperor Wei, from far to near, became more and more violent, almost directly suppressing the entire square. Every martial artist looked up at the sky, and the tall fiery red figure was like a god descending, and his soul trembled. Not only the warriors present, but even Emperor Ziyun bowed their hands, saying, I have seen Palace Master Shantian. The words sounded, and the pupils of everyone in the audience shrank into needles at the same time, and the eyes looking at the sky were instantly full of panic. This person is the head of the 3 giant palaces, Tianxian Palace, the 2nd Palace Master, Huangfu Tian. And he is also Tian Haiyu, one of the 7 great Saint Emperors. Strictly speaking, his status is equal to Emperor Ziyun's, but the status of Tianxian Palace is higher than that of Earth Demon Palace, so Emperor Ziyun will follow the rules and bow his hands. Everyone in the audience, seeing Huangfu Tian's appearance, was all terrified, their scalps numb from fright. They never imagined that a small 9-star test for new members would attract such a giant. Standing in front of the Lingtu, Chu Yan looked up at Huangfu Tian in the sky, bowed his hands and said, Palace Master Huangfu, there was an accident during the test just now, I hope to retest. There was a hint of determination in Chu Yan's voice, and even in the face of Huangfu Tian, he didn't have the slightest intention of giving in. Snort. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Huangfu Tian didn't take it seriously at all. He looked down at Chu Yan from above, and said with a sneer. The 9-star crystal monument was refined by the 3 great god emperors back then to test the first strong man against the divine way, the 9 wills of nature. As for you, I think that not only the 9 wills are weak, but even there is no basic martial arts will. Since the test has explained everything, even if you don't accept it, you can't change it. Huangfu Tian's words were not only to reprimand Chu Yan, but also to Emperor Ziyun and other big bosses who were secretly watching. Because Huangfu Tian has a good relationship with Emperor Xuanhuan of the headquarters. And Emperor Ziyun. But it was Ouyang Nanshan's former friend, so he naturally valued Chu Yan. Originally, when Chu Yan pushed Fan Tianhua to the top of the gold list, Emperor Tian was full of dissatisfaction. Now that he finally found an opportunity, how could he let it go so easily? How could Emperor Ziyun not hear what Huangfu Tian said? The meaning couldn't be more obvious, you people, the Chu Yan that you value is just a rookie who is so weak even in martial arts will, let alone the 9 supreme spirits, it's even worse. Therefore, not even having the will to face such a result is really too bad. Palace Master Huangfu, the 9-star crystal steel refined by the 3 great god emperors is of course not a problem, but it was just a little accident, so the result of the test is somewhat wrong, so I asked to retest it. And, I promise, the result of this test will not be less than 2 stars. Chu Yan shook his head, with a helpless expression on his face, but in the final analysis, it was the result of his own carelessness, so he could only speak again patiently. However, Huangfu Yitian, who was in mid-air, didn't care much when he heard Chu Yan's words. As the second lord of Shantian Palace and Tianheu, one of the 7 great sacred emperors, this identity has been ordered and cannot be retested. If this Chu Yan is overthrown in a few words, what a shame it would be. Therefore, Huangfu Yitian didn't intend to let go at all, and directly said with a cold face. I see, there is no need for that. Immediately afterwards, Huangfu Yitian glanced across the audience, and finally landed on Fan Tianhua's face, smiled slightly, and continued. With your strength and talent, I don't think you need to think about joining the 3 giant palaces. You are not even qualified to be a servant of the War Emperor. You should be a servant of the warlord honestly. In my opinion, let's serve Fan Tianhua as a general servant for 3 years. As soon as this statement came out, the entire scene, everyone's face was shocked at the same time. What? Be a servant to Fan Tianhua. You know, that Chu Yan just knocked Fan Tianhua off the gold list, and he has a lot to do with Yu Linglong, whom Fan Tianhua likes. If Chu Yan becomes Fan Tianhua's servant, the result, you can imagine it with your heels. Follow the order of Palace Master Huangfu. I have no objection. As if it had been discussed, as soon as Huangfu Yitian's words fell to the ground, Fan Tianhua smiled smugly and agreed directly. Hee, that's how it is. Chu Yan was startled, glanced at Huangfu Yitian in the sky, then at Fan Tianhua, and immediately understood. Senior, since you think highly of me so much, why don't you let me test again? If it is lower than 3 stars this time, I will absolutely obey the order of Palace Master Huangfu and give that Fan Ertian, no, it's Fan Tianhua as the 3rd star. Young servant, what do you think? If this doesn't work, then I will decide to withdraw from the Tao against God. When this word landed, the expressions of everyone in the audience, including Emperor Ziyun and Huangfu Yitian, changed suddenly. Quit against God. You know, this Chu Yan was named by the Nantian God Emperor. If he is allowed to withdraw from the way of rebellion with a grudge, and join the Xingtian Pavilion in a fit of anger, the consequences. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Emperor Ziyun was startled for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face, and he looked up at Huangfu Yitian. Others don't know, but he is very clear, anyone can provoke this rebellious way of God, only Ouyang Nantian, no one dares to provoke easily, so Huangfu Yitian is afraid. Sure enough, in less than a breath, Huangfu Yitian in mid-air twitched violently twice, and quickly said. It's not impossible to have a second test. However, if it is lower than the 3 stars you mentioned, then you must be willing and honest to serve Fan Tianhua as a servant for 3 years. How about it? In the first test, even the spirit thread was not activated, so what if he was asked to test again? You must know that the 9-star crystal monument was refined by the 3 great god emperors, so there is absolutely no possibility of damage or accidents, and there will be no deviation in the test results. Even if this Chu Yan retested 100 times, the result would still be different. However, under Huangfu Yitian's tricks, he will honestly serve Fan Tianhua as a servant, and the benefits brought by this way are far beyond the immediate, this time a small concession. Huangfu Yitian, what do you want to do? Emperor Ziyun finally sensed something was wrong, his face darkened immediately, and he just wanted to stop it, but Chu Yan before Ling-Tu directly opened his mouth and said. Okay. That's it. Chu Yan said with a smile. However, wait a minute, if something unexpected happens, it has nothing to do with me. It's all up to Senior Huangfu. As soon as the words landed, everyone in the audience was stunned. Accident. It's all up to Huangfu Yitian to decide. What is this, and what is this, what is this Chu Yan talking about? Ha ha ha, with this saint here, what accidents can happen, just rest assured and test boldly. Seeing that Emperor Ziyun's words were stopped by Chu Yan, Huangfu Yitian was so happy that he nodded and agreed without thinking. Hee, Senior is so brave. Chu Yan was the same as Huangfu Yitian, with a smile on his face, the corners of his mouth were lightly raised, and his eyes were shining brightly. Remember in a second. #C2218 9 stars shine. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Now that the talk is over, Chu Yan will still be polite. With a smile on his face, he stepped into the spirit map. Chu Yan, you. Emperor Ziyun frowned tightly. He wanted to remind Chu Yan not to fall into Huangfu Yitian's trap, but before he could speak, Chu Yan sent a sound transmission from his spiritual consciousness, which sounded directly in his sea of consciousness. Okay. Since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. After finishing speaking, Emperor Ziyun flipped his hands, and with a handprint, carrying the emperor's prestige, he rushed into the spiritual map at Chu Yan's feet. Boom. Almost as soon as that handprint poured into the spiritual map, the entire spiritual map instantly lit up. The second test, start. In all directions, everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Yan, and the silence was terrifying. However, many people had various expressions on their faces, especially Fan Tianhua, who even sneered and looked contemptuous. Humph. I really don't cry without seeing the coffin. The 9-star crystal steel was personally refined by 3 god-level powerhouses, including God Emperor Qingmu. Don't say that he is a small Chu Yan, even if he is a powerhouse in the Holy Emperor's realm or a semi-divine realm, he can't shake it. Sent. In such a situation, you still don't give up, and you still think that there will be problems with the 9-star crystal monument. What a fool's dream. The warriors around all nodded when they heard Fan Tianhua's words, and looked at Chu Yan with even more smiles. Anyway, it's a joke, so there's no harm in waiting a little longer. For this kind of joke, let them watch it no matter how many times, they are very willing. Emperor Ziyun had a dignified look on his face. Although his heart was full of doubts, there was still a glimmer of expectation. Not far away, Yu Linglong's small face was extremely nervous. Gritting her silver teeth tightly, her little face was flushed with suffocation, her fists were clenched tightly, and her spiritual eyes were fixed on Chu Yan with determination. Without waiting for everyone to react. On the spiritual map, 9 spiritual threads shot out in an instant. The speed of the first spiritual thread was as fast as lightning, which was almost invisible to the naked eye. In less than a blink of an eye, the stars above the first crystal monument suddenly lit up. What? Really, lit up? When the first star lit up, the expressions of all the people present changed. Even Fan Tianhua, who had a disdainful smile on his face, was taken aback suddenly, his eyes full of deep shock. It actually lit up. It's just a star, it's not worth it at all. Fan Tianhua, who had regained his sneer, was about to say a few words, but before he could finish speaking, the second star on the 9-star crystal steel suddenly lit up. At this moment, even in mid-air, Huangfu Yitian, who had a calm face just now, changed his expression violently, and his eyes straightened instantly. Not only Huangfu Yitian, but including Fan Tianhua, the other warriors who had scorn and sneer on their faces just now all had frozen smiles and straight eyes. How come? Even Emperor Ziyun, who was on the side, looked shocked, looking at Chu Yan with disbelief. It's not because Chu Yan lit up 2 stars. Because of this, Emperor Ziyun predicted from the beginning that Chu Yan would definitely be able to light up more than 2 stars. Emperor Ziyun was astonished that after the test of the 9-star crystal monument, no matter if it was a single star or several stars, they would light up together at the same time. It will never be like Chu Yan is doing now, one after another, lighting up one by one. Could it be that Chu Yan can control the 9-star crystal monument? As the host, Emperor Ziyun, a flash of consciousness flashed in the sea of consciousness, which immediately surprised him, and he opened his mouth instantly, and then looked at Chu Yan, almost as if he was looking at a monster. You know, as the host of the 9-star test, I can't even control the 9-star crystal monument. How did this Chu Yan do it? Could it be that something abnormal or problem really happened in the 9-star crystal monument test? Emperor Ziyun's suspicion had no chance to be confirmed at all. Then, the 3rd star lit up, which directly made him sure that Chu Yan was really manipulating something. Senior Huangfu, this is the 3rd star. Chu Yan's voice sounded calmly. The 3 stars are the agreement he made with Huangfu Etian just now, so when Chu Yan said these words, it meant that Chu Yan had won. However, the matter was far from over, and Chu Yan had no intention of stopping at all. Another starlight lit up, the bright starlight, like sharp arrows, stabbed Huangfu Etian and Fan Tianhua almost blind. In other words, they really wish they could lose their eyesight now. Senior Huangfu, this is the 4th one. This sentence resounded, echoed in mid-air, and fell into Huangfu Etian's ears, like a slap in the face, slapped on his face with hatred. However, without waiting for Huangfu Etian's face to turn red, he slapped his face, and then slapped him hard. Snapped. Another star, shining brightly in the sky. Senior, this is the 5th one. Chu Yan's voice was still calm. All the warriors around were dumbfounded. It was only in the blink of an eye that he caught up with Fan Tianhua and directly lit up 5 stars. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes were straightened, and they were completely dumbfounded. The stars light up again, the 6th, 7th, all at the same time. Senior, there are 2 more, guess what will happen? At this moment, Chu Yan stopped suddenly, raised his head and glanced at the 7 lit crystal steels in front of him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looked at Huangfu Etian, grinned, and asked directly. You. The corner of Huangfu Etian's mouth twitched, his face flushed, and he was so angry that Chu Yan's words instantly turned into a pig's liver color. Originally, I didn't intend to, but I really waited for Huangfu Etian's answer. The aura on Chu Yan's body increased again. Although the 8th and 9th spiritual lines moved slowly, they never stopped from the beginning to the end. Not long after, the 8th star lit up. At this moment, countless thunderbolts exploded in the sea of consciousness for everyone in the audience, causing their spirits to almost collapse. Not. A terrifying thought resounded in everyone's consciousness at the same time, causing their eyes to widen instantly and their whole bodies to tremble. Sure enough, everyone was not disappointed. The 9th star finally shone brightly, throwing the last starlight into the endless sky. 9 stars, all lit up. 9 tall crystal monuments radiate 9 pillars of light that reach the sky, shooting straight at Jiuxiao. 9 stars shining in the sky. Really? Really? 9 stars Yao Tian. Emperor Ziyun's face was full of horror, looking at the 9 star-studded steels in front of him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and even his voice began to tremble. As for the other people, including Huangfu Etian, everyone's spirits were completely confused at this time, and they couldn't even utter a word. 9 stars Yao Tian only appeared once in the history of Against God. That was the only test conducted by Sword God Aoki when he first created the 9-star crystal monument. Since then, no one has the ability to light up 9 stellar steels at the same time. However, at this moment, Chu Yan raised his head, looked at Huangfu Etian in mid-air, and grinned again. Senior Huangfu, please be the master. When these words fell to the ground, Huangfu Yitian was stunned for a moment on his dull face. Call the shots. What a master. Wait, could it be? End of chapter. Remember in a second. Hashtag C2219 Getting Started. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Almost at the moment when Huangfu Yitian woke up suddenly and rushed down from the sky, the spiritual map under Chu Yan's feet also flashed brightly at the same time. Break it! Accompanied by Chu Yan's stern shout, a violent force surged out of his body. This time, unlike before lighting up the 9 stars, Chu Yan did not have any suppression, whether it was the sword intent or the power of the martial soul, plus the true energy and spiritual consciousness, all fused together, towards the spiritual map under his feet, and blasted straight out. All the power merged together, and the moment it touched the spirit map under its feet, the spirit map trembled fiercely, and the burst of light became brighter and brighter. Obviously, the spiritual power is mobilizing all the spiritual power, wanting to fight against the force that has penetrated into it. You must know that there is a trace of the power of the law of heaven in the spiritual map, how terrifying the power is. Swish! Chu Yan's body pulled out an afterimage and rushed towards the 9 crystal monuments in front of him. Boom, boom. An earth-shattering loud noise just exploded on the spirit map. The violent power and majestic power of the heavenly law stirred up a wave of air, forming a storm that swept across the entire square in an instant. The dust and mist all over the sky, as well as the erupting power like a volcano, happened to collide with Huangfu Yitian, who was rushing down in midair. Huangfu Yi, who had a large fiery red figure, was instantly swallowed by this force and the storm. What? The spiritual map exploded. No way. The spirit map is the core that controls the 9-star crystal monument, and there is also a powerful power of heaven in it. The spirit map that the 3 god emperors personally refined, actually, exploded. Even if Huangfu Yitian was completely involved in the center of the explosion and disappeared, everyone's eyes were focused on the spiritual map on the ground in front of the 9-star crystal monument. Through the dust and mist sweeping in all directions, everyone could clearly see that there were a few thick cracks in the middle of the huge piece of spiritual chart rune, and it was blown to pieces. There was still a little light of spiritual power there. The spiritual map is really broken. What does that mean? Could it be that this Chu Yan can really control the 9-star crystal monument? Moreover, he has just completed 9 stars Yao Tian, and he can control the core spiritual map, so it could be that his strength is close to that of Aoki Sword God. How did this Chu Yan do it? Good. Great. Not far away, Emperor Ziyun, with a face full of ecstasy, directly exclaimed. At the same time, he turned his head and looked at the shaky Huangfu Yitian in midair, and said with a smile. Palace Master Huangfu, the result of Chu Yan's 9-star test is still qualified. As the words landed, Huangfu Yitian's face suddenly twitched violently. A pair of eyes swept across the ground and exploded into several pieces of the spiritual map. In an instant, he felt a mouthful of reversed blood, almost spurting out a mouthful of old blood, come. Sure enough, this kid. Although this spiritual map is not a spiritual treasure, it will cost a huge price to restore it. After all, this was forged by the 3 great god emperors back then. Although there are records in the spirit chart runes, the materials for refining are all top-notch treasures in the 10 Directions star field. When, of course, qualified. Suppressing the retrograde blood energy in his chest, Huangfu Yitian gritted his teeth and replied word by word. Ling Tu, I will compensate you. The words fell to the ground, without waiting for others to see his appearance clearly, taking advantage of the dust and mist in the air before it completely dissipated. Huangfu Yitian rolled up and turned into a red light, heading towards the 3 giant palaces in the distance. Fly away. At this point in the matter, all calculations are meaningless. Staying here any longer will only make him, the 3rd palace master of Shantian Palace, Lu's face even more thoroughly. Fan Tianhua, did you just say that you don't shed tears when you see the coffin? Chu Yan looked at Fan Tianhua and asked directly. You. Fan Tianhua's face turned red, his orifices were smoking with anger, but he couldn't say a word. Because everyone present could hear that Chu Yan's words seemed to be referring to Fan Tianhua himself. In Fan Tianhua's eyes, the constant gazes from all around were like a slap in the face, slapping him hard on the face, making his face turn redder and his breathing more and more rough. Little Chu Yan, it's not bad. It didn't disappoint Miss Ben. Yu Linglong walked up to Chu Yan and said to Chu Yan with a smile. Hee hee. Chu Yan smiled lightly and didn't say much. At this time Emperor Ziyun, who was not far away, walked in front of everyone and announced loudly with excitement. I announce that the Tianhai Territory Entrance Examination is over. This time, the 9-star test, the number 1 is Chu Yan. According to the rules, 80,000 points will be rewarded. 80,000 points. Everyone's face changed when they heard this result. In fact, most people know the rewards of the 9-star test, so of course they won't be so surprised. It's because Chu Yan originally had more than 20,000 points. If you add these 80,000 points, it means that he has 100,000 points. With 100,000 points, in Nintendo, you can directly upgrade your members to the rank of War Emperor. If Chu Yan really takes all the points in exchange for the status of War Emperor, then this Chu Yan will be the first legend in the history of Anai Shindao to directly achieve triple jumps from entry to War Emperor. 100,000 points, a lot of members against the Shinto, even in their entire lives, would not be able to accumulate so many points. But now, this Chu Yan actually directly becomes the emperor. Chu Yan, according to the number of stars you light up, you can choose Shantian Palace, Earth Demon Palace, and Human Palace, any one of the 3 giant palaces to join. Emperor Ziyun looked at Chu Yan, his eyes trembled slightly, and there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. I choose Earth Demon Palace. Chu Yan didn't hesitate at all, and didn't need to think about it, just spoke directly. Good. Good. Great. As soon as he heard the result of Chu Yan's choice, a red light suddenly appeared on Emperor Ziyun's face, his eyes lit up instantly, and he said hello 3 times. As the 3rd Palace Lord of the Earth Demon Palace, I declare that Chu Yan joins the Earth Demon Palace and directly becomes the Emperor of War. When these words fell to the ground, all the martial artists in the audience turned pale with shock. Battle Emperor. What a joke. That is almost the status of the number 1 disciple of the Earth Demon Palace. Apart from the Battle Emperor of the Shantian Palace, in the entire Tianhai region, there are only palace masters who have a higher status than the Battle Emperor of the Earth Demon Palace. Even the elders of other palaces and halls are shorter than Chu Yan. Oh my God! The Earth Demon Palace fights against the Emperor. He just became the Emperor of War, and he was directly named the Emperor of War. This is simply reaching the sky in one step. The exclamations from all around instantly caused the entire square to boil. War Emperor. In front of the crowd, Chu Yan was stunned and frowned slightly. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2220 King of War. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chu Yan had some doubts about the identity of the Emperor of War. This rank against the Divine Way is really different from other sects. Master Hu, who was standing beside Chu Yan, smiled and explained to Chu Yan. The Emperor of War is the head of the Emperor of the First Palace. He has the same power as the Deputy Palace Master. Not only can he mobilize the clan army with less than 10,000 people, but he can also check all the information in the clan below 3 stars, including participating in calendar training and secret realms, Jedi, etc., all have priority. Huh. A light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. Leaving aside the mobilization of tens of thousands of sect troops and entering the secret realm, Chu Yan was quite moved just by looking up the information of all sects below Samsung. Chu Yan came to Shifeng Starfield, and there are still many things to do. First of all, to find the relics of the Blood Emperor of the Mingzhu, and kill all the Mingzhu. Secondly, we need to find more 5 soul stones to improve our cultivation. In addition, it is necessary to investigate the news of the Tiandao Ming mantra. For these things, if Chu Yan has this power, it will be much more convenient for Chu Yan to act. After all, under Nishan Dao, there is a big chamber of commerce like Tianwei building, so there is naturally no shortage of interest rate adjustment. However, as an ordinary person, the top secret information in the Tianwei Tower cannot be seen at all. Now, with his identity as the Emperor of War, it is much easier to check some top secret information. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan nodded, bowed his hands, and said, "Thank you, Third Palace Master." Chu Yan said softly, "Haha, very good." The smile on Emperor Ziyun's face almost bloomed like a flower. With Chu Yan joining the Earth Demon Palace, maybe in the near future, there will be a chance to compete with Shantian Palace for the seat of the First Palace. If he wins Shantian Palace, then when he meets Huangfu Yitian in the future, he will no longer salute, but the other party will salute him. Thinking of that scene, Emperor Ziyun's face. There was an inexplicable flash of excitement, and at the same time, the eyes looking at Chu Yan became even hotter. The second place, Yu Linglong, will reward you with 50,000 points, and you can choose any one of the 3 great palaces. Earth Demon Palace. Without waiting for Emperor Ziyun to finish speaking, Yu Linglong glanced at Chu Yan, beside her with her eyes, and said directly, "Ha ha ha ha, good. Good. Great." Not only did Emperor Ziyun not get angry because Yu Linglong interrupted him, but he laughed so hard that his mouth almost crooked. Unexpectedly, a Chu Yan came, and now even Yu Linglong, the number 1 witch of the Dark Temple, also chose to join the Earth Demon Palace. As a result, the strength of the Earth Demon Palace will definitely soar. The first and second place, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, these 2 people are definitely more difficult than the other. The third place, Fan Tianhua, will reward you with 30,000 points, and you can choose any one of the 3 great palaces to join. Fan Tianhua, what is your choice? Emperor Ziyun looked at Fan Tianhua and asked. At this moment, except for Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, everyone's eyes were on Fan Tianhua. They were all guessing that after Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, the third place Fan Tianhua would also choose to join the Earth Demon Palace. In this way, the top 3 of this year's Sky Sea territory will all enter the Earth Demon Palace. Fan Tianhua's face was full of struggle and hesitation, his eyes flickered, he looked at Emperor Ziyun for a while, Yu Linglong for a while, and glanced at Chu Yan with sinister eyes from time to time. To be honest, he really wanted to join the Earth Demon Palace, and have a good fight with that Chu Yan. However, according to the road paved for him by his father and the status of the 3 great palaces, he could only choose Shantian Palace. I choose Shantian Palace. After the words fell to the ground, Emperor Ziyun nodded and didn't say much. Next, the other disciples made choices one by one and joined the 3 giant palaces, respectively. Of course, nearly 50% of the disciples did not light up the stars, and they had to choose to be reduced to the status of servants, or they directly chose Tianwei Tower and retired to support. After the 9-star test, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong chose new members of the Earth Demon Palace, followed Emperor Ziyun, and went directly to the Earth Demon Palace. After receiving the ancestral robe, identity jade talisman, and assigning residence halls and other trivial matters, Chu Yan has officially become the War Emperor of the Heavenly Sea Territory and the Earth Demon Palace. Just when the news about this 9-star test spread like a gust of wind across the entire Nashendo, Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, and Master Hu followed Emperor Ziyun to the Earth Demon Palace. The Earth Demon Palace is located on the left side of the three giant palaces, the Shantian Palace is in the middle, and the Human Emperor's Palace is on the right. The three giant palaces are majestic. Emperor Xiyun was very enthusiastic, and as the lord of the third palace, he personally introduced everything about the Earth Demon Palace to Chu Yan. Walking down in a large circle, some members of the Earth Demon Palace were all surprised when they saw the lord of the third palace personally receiving the two new members. Not long after, Chu Yan and the others returned to the main hall of the Earth Demon Palace and took their seats. Chu Yan, all the introductions about the three giant palaces and the Earth Demon Palace are detailed in the Identity Jade Talisman. You have to check carefully to make sure there are no mistakes. I am against God, which is different from other sections. Members are allowed to retain their original status and join against God. Therefore, many members, in addition to being members of God against God, are also disciples or elders of other forces. Huh. Can it still be like this? Chu Yan was startled. Of course, the relationship between these forces and us against God's Tao is pretty good. While speaking, Emperor Xiyun glanced at Yu Linglong and smiled lightly. Also, in 3 days' time, the Golden Orchid Society will start, and you should have already prepared. Jinlanhui. Chu Yan was startled. Oh, you just came here, you may not have heard of it. This Jinlan Club is a kind of celebration party that will be held after many 9-star tests. Emperor Xiyun was extremely patient with Chu Yan. With a smile on his face, he explained softly. Actually, it is to let everyone get to know the new members. At the same time, the new members have to take out some spirit treasures and so on to exchange for points. Of course, some old members will also take this opportunity to trade some spirit treasures and make connections. Some of the details, Master Hu, will introduce you in detail later. At the Jinlan meeting, Chu Yan, you have to be careful of the people in Shantian Palace. Emperor Xiyun opened his mouth to remind Chu Yan that after all, the battle for the first palace between Dimo Palace and Shantian Palace is not a day or two. Moreover, Chu Yan almost killed Huang Fuitian in the 9-star test, so it is of course necessary to be careful. Well, I see. Chu Yan nodded. Chu Yan naturally understood Emperor Xiyun's kind reminder, but Emperor Xiyun and Master Hu looked at each other, and Chu Yan also took a fancy to it. Obviously, this Jinlan society is probably not that simple. Remember in a second. #C2221 Jinlan Festival. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the Earth Demon Palace, after not staying for long, Chu Yan bid farewell and left. Master Hu followed Chu Yan to his residence hall, and after opening the spirit formation, he also told Chu Yan a lot of things. However, it is nothing more than some insider affairs that are divided into several camps in the anti-Shin way. This point was discovered by Chu Yan when he followed Ouyang Nantian to the Nishendo headquarters. At that time, Chu Yan still didn't quite understand. However, after arriving at the Tianheyu branch of Nishendo, Chu Yan understood the scoring rules of Nishendo completely. Even the Taoist position can be exchanged for points. Under such rules, it would be a ghost if they were not divided into several camps. As for the setting of the three giant palaces, not only in the Tianhai territory, but also in the other 8 branches of Anai Shindao, the settings are the same. Only the headquarters does not have the 3 major palaces, but in general, Nishindao is basically divided into 3 camps according to the 3 major palaces. And Master Hu also clearly told Chu Yan that Emperor Xiyun and Ouyang Nantian are life and death friends. There is no need for Master Hu to go into detail. Chu Yan can understand the nodes, and took the opportunity to ask Master Hu carefully about the inside information about Anai Shindao. Just as Chu Yan and Master Hu were talking in the palace, on the other side, hundreds of millions of miles away. Against God, the headquarters, the Forbidden Palace. The Forbidden Palace is a top-secret place that is hidden deep underground, and few people even know about it. The two figures were looking at a huge crystal screen in front of them, talking in low voices. And what appeared in the crystal screen was the scene of the 9-star test in the Heavenly Sea territory of Nishindao. Hehe, 9 stars, Yao Tian. Ouyang Nantian smiled, even with a hint of complacency, looked at the middle-aged man in the green robe beside him, said with a frown. Not bad. You guessed it right. The middle-aged man in the green robe has a majestic face, and he doesn't smile. To Ouyang Nanchan's smiling face, there was no reaction at all, but his brows were slightly wrinkled, with a trace of seriousness on his face. It's a pity that this kid's cultivation base is too weak. At least he has to break through to the realm of the Great Emperor, and he can also give him a hand against the Divine Way. Hearing what the green-robed man said, Ouyang Nantian also smiled, then nodded and said, The envoy of the God's domain is already on his way to the 10-direction starfield. Within 5 years, we must destroy the Xingtian pavilion. Otherwise, when the God's domain is in the 10-direction starfield, there will be a bastard like the Xingtian pavilion, which will pose too great a threat to us. The green-robed man looked at the black-robed figure in the crystal screen, and then glanced at the 9 stars shining in the sky. In his eyes, the sword energy was like electricity, overflowing. Boss, in 5 years, how do you know that this kid can't break through the realm of the Emperor? Ouyang Nantian also frowned when he heard the words. He naturally understood what the middle-aged man in green robe said, and the matter was of great importance. 5 years, difficult. The middle-aged man in green robe shook his head and said. If he didn't have those heaven-defying existences in his body, he might still have a chance, but right now, not to mention other things, it's more than 100 times more difficult to break through than a martial artist of the same level. This. Ouyang Nantian was at a loss for words. As a former demigod powerhouse, he naturally knew the meaning of these words. The stronger the talent, the faster the cultivation speed, but on the contrary, the more difficult it is to break through. There are advantages and disadvantages in everything, and there are advantages and disadvantages. In particular, the further you go on the road of martial arts, the more difficult it is to practice and break through. However, if this son breaks through the realm of the Great Emperor, the rest of his cultivation will be as smooth as a river. In a short period of time, it will not be difficult to directly point to the realm of demigods. So, the key lies in the Great Emperor realm, a bottleneck that requires a special opportunity. In 5 years, as long as this son can break through the Great Emperor realm, I will definitely help him. At that time, those alien races in God's domain will be pleasantly surprised, hehe. The corner of the green-robed man's mouth slightly raised, his eyes lit up suddenly, and a smile appeared on his face. In that case, it depends on how long it took this kid to break through the Great Emperor realm. Ouyang Nantian turned his head slowly, looked at the black-robed figure in the crystal screen, his brows were slightly frowned, and his eyes were thoughtful. In the Forbidden Palace, there was an instant of silence. On the other side, Nishindao Tianhai Territory, Earth Demon Palace, resides in the palace. After returning to Jedian, Chu Yan did not practice directly, but took out the Identity Jade Talisman he had just received, and began to concentrate on reading. In this Identity Jade Talisman, all the circumstances of rebelling against the Divine Way are recorded in detail. Moreover, Chu Yan's current identity is one of the 3 giant palaces, the War Emperor of the Earth Demon Palace, so in his Identity Jade Talisman, even some secret information about an Nishindao is recorded. After some inspection, Chu Yan has a general understanding of the basic situation of an Nishindao. In addition to the legendary 3 great god emperors, there are 39 Saint Emperor-level powerhouses below, and more than 1,200 great Emperor-level powerhouses. There are more than 10,000 people in the Upper Martial Emperor realm, and nearly 1,000 people in the Middle Martial Emperor realm and the Lower Martial Emperor realm. But in Anishan Dao, unlike other sects, the most important thing to determine identity and status is not the realm of cultivation at all, but the amount of points. Therefore, even if they are both strong in the Great Emperor realm, some can directly become palace lords, while others are ordinary warriors. There is a huge difference between the two. Points, on the other hand, have an incomparably huge role in the Tao against God. Regardless of any spiritual treasures, exercises, elixirs, or even inheritance of secret realms, cultivation of Jedi requires points to be exchanged. Even the Nishan Lingbao enchants, which break through the Emperor's realm, can be exchanged for points. As for Duan Tianjian and the position of Dao Master, both points can be exchanged for Anishan Dao, which can no longer surprise Chu Yan. To put it a little bit exaggeratedly, almost all of the rebellious Dao can be directly exchanged for points. What surprised Chu Yan the most was that the exchange ratio of the extremely precious divine crystals outside was 10-1, and only 10 divine crystals could be exchanged for a little point. On the contrary, exchanging points for Shenjing immediately reduced it to 5-1. Well, with 5,000 points, you can still let a strong person in the Saint Emperor realm make a move. Chu Yan looked at it, and even saw the powerhouse of the Holy Emperor. In the way of rebelling against the gods, they were all marked with a price. I have 100,000 points now. Can't I ask the powerhouse of the Holy Emperor to help me 20 times? In Anishan Dao, it is extremely difficult to earn points. Most people use the method of exchanging Lingbao and tying Katibo to accumulate points. However, these priceless treasures outside will depreciate greatly when they enter Nishan Dao. There are only two quickest ways to earn points. One is to kill the disciples of Xingtian Pavilion, and the other is to complete the tasks regularly assigned by Anishan Dao. After some research, Chu Yan put away the jade talisman and began to concentrate on cultivation. 3 days passed in a flash, and the time for the Golden Orchid meeting has arrived. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2222 Trading Peak. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The identity jade talisman in the Rakshasa space buzzed and trembled, sending out a consciousness, which was transmitted to Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. It was the elders of the Dimo Palace who went against the gods to inform Chu Yan that the Golden Orchid meeting had officially started, as well as the venue and route. After tidying up briefly, Chu Yan left the palace and headed towards number 5 Lingfang. This time, the Golden Orchid Fair was relatively large in recent years, fully occupying the entire Lingfang mountain. However, after Chu Yan flew for half an hour and arrived at the number 5 Lingfang, he was immediately taken aback by the situation in front of him. I saw that this number 5 spiritual peak, starting from the middle of the mountain, has a large area of buildings, forming a series of streets and shops, all the way to the top of the mountain. From a distance, it looks like a mountain city. What a big deal, this should be the peak of trading against God. Chu Yan glanced at the map in the jade talisman, and finally confirmed that the number 5 Lingfang is actually the usual trading peak. In Nishan Dao Tianhai territory, almost all transactions are carried out at this spiritual peak. However, on weekdays, there will only be some members who have nothing to do and set up a stall here. It will not be like today, like a large gathering, where most of the members gather. And the location of the Golden Orchid meeting is here. After confirming, Chu Yan didn't hesitate, and he went straight to the main street. There are shops on both sides of Nua Da Street, and in the middle of the street, there are stalls that can't be seen at a glance, almost occupying half of the street. Fortunately, the street is wide enough, and the two sides can still pass normally. Without a large carriage, it is not too crowded. Huh. So many people. Chu Yan glanced at it. There are probably hundreds of people doing business on this main trading street, and it is as lively as a real market. Even Chu Yan thought that he had returned to the gambling street in Yungue City. Walking into the main trading street, before walking too far, all eyes from all directions came over. Look! The newly promoted Earth Demon Palace War Emperor. Really, the Great War Emperor is here. Scary, I heard that he lit up 9 stars in the entry test. It's too powerful. It is worthy of being directly promoted to the position of Emperor of War. This momentum, this Emperor's prestige, this. Obviously, Chu Yan's identity is known to almost everyone in the entire trading street. Chu Yan didn't care about the gazes and discussions around him, and walked directly to those trading stalls, running the unicorn pupils, and looked over one by one. On the few stalls closest to Chu Yan just glanced at the things for sale, and his face changed. A golden pill of the 4th to 7th rank. As an alchemist, even without the unicorn pupil, Chu Yan can recognize at a glance that the dozens of bottles of elixir on the elixir stand are all genuine golden elixir, and the grade is not low. If it is placed outside, even in the Tianwei building, every golden elixir is a considerable fortune. However, Jindan has no meaning to Chu Yan. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't stop, and went directly to the second booth. At this booth, the spirit soldiers and spirit armor above the middle grade of the Emperor rank were sold. It's so strong, it's all top-grade Imperial soldiers. At this stall, the spirit armors for sale are not only high-grade, but even one of them has spiritual wisdom. It is considered the best spirit armor, and it is not worse than the inner armor worn by Chu Yan. However, the price is not low, requiring 8,000 points to exchange. It was the first time for Chu Yan to come to the trading street, and he didn't know much about the prices here. However, if you need 5,000 points to ask the Holy Emperor to make a move, then the 8,000 points should be considered not low. Next, Chu Yan continued to walk forward, and on the shops and stalls he passed along the way, all kinds of natural treasures, rare treasures and spiritual treasures opened Chu Yan's eyes. One thing, Chu Yan can be sure, even if it is the treasure pavilion in Tianwei building, it is probably not much different from the things on this trading street. An Dao is indeed a force that can compete with Xingtian Pavilion. Just look at this trading street, it is extremely extraordinary. Chu Yan began to feel that choosing to join an Dao was definitely the right choice. Walking down the shops and stalls, Chu Yan also saw a few treasures that moved his heart. However, according to the guidance of the Jade Talisman, Chu Yan's destination is not the trading street, but the main trading hall at the end of the street. As a new member, it is the first time to participate in the Jinlong Club, and you must first report to the trading hall. So, Chu Yan just wandered around like this, and walked towards the main trading hall in a leisurely manner. After less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan came to the main trading hall. In the huge trading hall, many people have already arrived, and many of them are familiar faces. As soon as Chu Yan entered the hall, the originally noisy atmosphere in the hall suddenly became quiet, and hundreds of eyes all looked over. See the Emperor of War! See the Emperor of War! Most people were startled when they saw Chu Yan, and then they all saw the Tao. After all, Chu Yan's status is definitely much higher than that of most people in the palace now. Moreover, this is a Golden Orchid meeting specially held for new members who have just joined against the Shinto, and naturally most of them are new members. Yeah. Chu Yan nodded, returning politely. Looking up, above the main seat in the hall, there is a row of golden dragon seats, and several palace lords of the 3 giant palaces have also come. Except for a clone of Emperor Ziyun, Chu Yan didn't know the other palace lords, and the palace lord Huangfu who Chu Yan missed the most was not present either. However, when Chu Yan glanced at him, he saw that among the crowd, not far away, 3 warriors looked at him with a hint of anger. Among these 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman are all in the Great Emperor realm, but their aura is obviously stronger than the Great Emperor realm of the same level. Moreover, Fan Tianhua also stood with the 3 of them, looking at Chu Yan with an extremely unfriendly expression, and even a hint of embarrassment. This made Chu Yan's heart move, and it was easy to feel that before he entered the trading hall, these four guys were talking about him. Chu Yan, be careful with these three people, they are the direct disciples of Huangfu Etian. Master Hu appeared, walked to Chu Yan's side, and reminded him via sound transmission from his spiritual consciousness. Chu Yan, come here. On the main seat, Emperor Xian's avatar looked at Chu Yan and greeted him directly. Good. Hearing Emperor Xian's voice, Chu Yan moved and walked towards Emperor Xian. Okay. Everyone, since everyone is almost here, let's start the Jinlan Club. Suddenly, a tall figure came out from the back of the trading hall, appeared in front of everyone, and announced with a smile on his face. Everyone turned their heads in unison, and what they saw was the second mistress of Xiantian Palace, Saint Emperor Huanlei. Okay. New members, I have already brought the treasures of the Jinlan Club this time, so get ready. As soon as the words landed, Saint Emperor Huanlei waved his hand, and a group of deacons behind him, holding various spiritual treasures and treasures of heaven and earth, entered the trading hall one after another. Chu Yan glanced at it, and on the tables in front of him, there were no less than 100 high-level spiritual treasures and heavenly and earthly treasures, each of which was not low in rank. The appearance of these things immediately attracted all the people around them. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C22230 Treasures. There are hundreds of spirit treasures, as well as heaven, material and earth treasures, which are of extremely high grade and have various uses. Everyone, this Golden Orchid Club has been held many times to celebrate new members joining me against God. The rules are still the same as before. You are welcome, especially the new members. The Huanlei Sage Emperor was extremely kind, with a smile on his face, looked at nearly 100 new members, and nodded with a smile. All the palace masters, hall masters, and hall masters present, if you have any good things, you can also take them out. Then Sacred Emperor Huanlei looked at the group of bosses above the main seat, and said with a smile. Because of the appearance of various spirit treasures and the words of the Huanlei Sage Emperor, all the new members present were excited. Many new members, looking at these Lingbao and Tiankatibo in front of them, their eyes were full of red, and their saliva was about to flow down. Like Chu Yan, they had rarely seen these spirit treasures before, especially when they passed through the main street of the transaction just now. They were all shocked by the powerful strength of Anai Shindao. It is an exaggeration to say that many of these former disciples of various forces, sects, and aristocratic families have never even seen such a high-level spirit and treasure. After all, Anai Shindao is generous, and he is extremely generous to new members. Chu Yan, these spirit treasures and heaven, material and earth treasures all need points to be exchanged. Although it is to celebrate the joining of new members, only 50% of the price is required, but the real highlight is the treasures prepared by the palace masters and palace masters behind. Master Hu's spiritual consciousness sound transmission sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. He blinked, and Master Hu was obviously reminding Chu Yan. Don't be impatient. Hearing Master Hu's voice transmission, Chu Yan smiled lightly and nodded. Before Chu Yan came, he had already understood the rules of the Jinlan Club through the Identity Jade Talisman. However, Chu Yan had never heard of what Master Hu reminded him of, so he nodded to express his understanding. Later, what will the Palace Master and Palace Master bring out? Chu Yan thought for a while and asked with interest. In Nishindao, the three giant palaces have been fighting for countless years. How can these palace masters and hall masters let go of this opportunity to show off the strength of the three palaces without hurting the peace, and to overwhelm each other? You just watch. Master Hu chuckled all over his face, looked at Chu Yan, and explained in a low voice. At this moment, while Master Hu was chatting with Chu Yan, not far away, Fan Tianhua and three personal disciples of Huangfu Etian also gathered together, exchanging spiritual consciousness with each other. senior brother and sister, today, we must suppress this Chu Yan. Fan Tianhua's eyes stared at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of coldness, and he said. Junior brother Fan, don't worry. Before I came today, I just went to Master's place and got some good things. I can treat this Chu Yan well. Among the 2 men and 1 woman, the leading blonde man, with dark blue eyes, spoke softly. Oh. Brother Guhong, what good thing did the master give you? When Fan Tianhua heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he asked urgently. A few days ago, in the 9-star test, this Chu Yan. If you commit the above crimes, you will not know whether you will live or die. This time, what the master gave him was absolutely unexpected, including that Emperor Ziyun, who couldn't find anything to say. Guhong sneered, his face full of teasing. No matter what. Today, with me, Fu Lan, here, I will definitely not go around him lightly. The woman among the 3 stared at Chu Yan in the crowd with cold eyes, and said coldly. Hearing these words, Guhong, Fu Lan, Lu Heng, and Fan Tianhua all had a flash of sternness in their eyes at the same time. At this time, in the main hall, with the official start of the Golden Orchid meeting, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Haha, I want this 5th-grade blood-piercing golden elixir. The spiritual knife refined by the flames of the Earth Fiend, the best of the Emperor rank, 8,000 points is not expensive, it belongs to me. Songhuanghua, 1 piece can increase the Sea of Qi, 1 point for 3,000 points, I want 2 pieces. Damn, this Dinghai talisman actually costs 7,000 points, I'm not enough, who will lend me points? It's over. They are all good things, the points are too few, not enough at all. Hey! There are all these things. Hundreds of new members, surrounded by hundreds of treasures, were all very excited and shot one after another. These good things, which are hard to see on weekdays, all appear in front of them with a 50% discount, so why don't they get excited? However, the points required for each treasure after the discount is extremely expensive. The new members, who have just joined Anishan Dao, have not even completed a single mission, so they have few points in their hands. Therefore, almost every new member, with a few thousand points, can barely exchange 1 or at most 2 treasures, so they can only stare blankly. Hundreds of new members, hundreds of spirit treasures, thousands of points after discount, this is obviously designed. After 100 breaths, the treasures in front of him were almost emptied, and there were less than 5 spiritual treasures left. If the price was not too high, or there were too many out of the way, they were finally not exchanged. And Chu Yan, standing there, never made a move from the beginning to the end. At this time, Chu Yan has 100,000 points on him. In the whole hall, except for those palace masters, I am afraid that even many palace masters do not have as many points as him. The only reason why he didn't make a move was because Chu Yan and Master Hu had been communicating. For these treasures in front of him, Master Hu told Chu Yan that even though they are few, they can be bought in chambers of commerce such as Tianwei building outside. The new members of Anishan Dao are inexperienced. They don't know that the treasures in Anishan Dao can be bought in the chamber of commerce outside with Shenjing, and they must never use points. They who have just joined against God, although they have heard of it, they still can't really understand the importance of points. Therefore, for them to buy these ordinary treasures with points, although it looks like a discount on the surface, it is actually a blood loss. This can also be regarded as an introductory lesson for new members. And what follows is the real highlight of the Jinlan Club, which will begin soon. The Golden Orchid meeting is set to be held for new members. In fact, the protagonists are definitely not these new members, but the palace masters, hall masters, and elders who kept smiling from the beginning to the end. Seeing more than 100 new members, almost all of their points have been emptied, the host Huanlei sage glanced at Chu Yan and said, "The exchange is over, next, please bring out the treasures in the palaces." When the words landed, everyone's eyes lit up. In the final analysis, the Golden Orchid Club is the Sangong's open competition, and it is also an opportunity for new members to demonstrate the strength of the Sanjigong. Therefore, according to the past, the things brought by the three giant palaces are definitely good things. The real good show is about to begin. A palace master of the human palace, with a gloomy face and a heavy axe on his back, strode up to the people, looked around the audience, and said directly, "Okay. I come first from the palace." The words fell to the ground, and with a wave of his big hand, a dazzling aura shone across the audience. #C2224 Emperor's Decree. A golden token floated out, and above the token, 3 purple streams of air, like tiny dragons, were constantly cruising on the surface of the token. Order of the Emperor. One of the most important treasures of the human palace requires 3 Saint Emperors to act at the same time to refine the power of the 3 Saint Emperors and integrate them into tokens to make an order. The biggest function of this order is that it can resist the 3 attacks of the powerful Saint Emperor realm, and it can be regarded as a defensive spiritual treasure. The appearance of this token immediately made everyone's eyes tremble in the entire hall. Human Emperor Order, 10,000 points. The Lord of the Human Palace waved his hand, and the token flew out slowly, and landed in the mid-air of the palace, floating quietly. The strong power of the Holy Emperor overflowing from the token, even the host of the Saint Emperor Huanlei, his eyes are slightly bright. Such treasures, not to mention these new members, even those who are strong in the Saint Emperor realm, should prepare more. You know, what is the most precious thing in the 10-direction starfield? Of course, one's own life is the most precious. If it is lost, no matter how many treasures, no matter how powerful the skills, no matter how good the body and talent are, all of these will come to naught. Only by saving one's life first, on this basis, can one talk about the future of martial arts, improvement of cultivation base, and other things. Therefore, in the world of warriors, among the various types of treasures, the most valuable ones are always the spiritual treasures for body protection. And the Human Emperor token in front of him is the best among the spiritual treasures for body protection. Faced with such a treasure, in the trading hall, there was a sudden commotion, and the eyes of all the new interviewers turned red instantly. Oh my God! Order of the Emperor. Good thing. It can block the 3 attacks of the Saint Emperor realm. With this spiritual treasure, isn't it in the 10-direction starfield, lying sideways? That's right, in a desperate situation, if you enter casually, it's equivalent to 3 more lives. Terrible, 10,000 points. This is too expensive. Expensive? Do you know what a fart? The holy shield sold by the Chamber of Commerce outside requires 500,000 divine crystals for just 1 Saint Emperor defense. Hiss. The entire hall was filled with the voices of discussion from the new members, and one after another of red-hot gazes were cast on the Emperor's token, all with expressions of regret. Because, among them, nearly 90% of them have no points. When such a treasure appeared, there was nothing he could do except to be jealous and look at it. I want it. Just as everyone shook their heads in regret, a voice sounded. Everyone heard the voice and turned their heads to look, but Chu Yan, who had been silent all along, spoke. Swish. With a wave of the jade talisman in his hand, it fell into the hands of the palace master of the Human Emperor. It was Chu Yan's identity jade talisman, which had 100,000 points. Good. The Lord of the Emperor's palace nodded, without saying much, swept his consciousness, deducted 10,000 points from the jade talisman, and threw the jade talisman in his hand and the order of the Emperor in midair to Chu Yan at the same time. The Emperor's order started, and the strong power of the Holy Emperor made Chu Yan startled, and his eyes flickered. According to Master Hu's introduction, this token is not only used for protecting the body on the surface, but its real purpose is far stronger than the superficial defense of the 3 Holy Emperors. This point, if Master Hu was not here, even Chu Yan himself would have no way of knowing. According to what Master Hu said, in this order of the emperor, the true qi of the three saint emperors is not ordinary true qi, but the original true qi. The so-called original qi is the last 30% of the qi in the sea of qi that can never be used. This kind of zhenqi is extracted and made into the emperor's token. If other people get it, they can extract the 3 pieces of zhenqi from the human emperor's token and refine them, which is equivalent to obtaining part of the martial arts experience of the 3 holy emperors. In real terms, it is definitely more cost-effective than using it as a body-protecting spirit treasure. Therefore, even if it was 10,000 points, Chu Yan shot directly without hesitation. After handing in the emperor's order and collecting points, the lord of the emperor's palace glanced at Chu Yan, smiled slightly, turned around, and stepped aside. Originally, if it was the previous Jinlan club, he would have left after the human emperor's order was issued. However, this time is different. He knows that the good show between Xiantian Palace and Earth Demon Palace is about to be staged. It would be unwise to miss such a good show. The next one is our Earth Demon Palace. Behind the main hall, the owner of the Earth Demon Palace was a clone of Emperor Ziyun, holding a wooden case in his hand, and came out from the back hall. After nodding to Sage Emperor Huanlei, Ziyun's avatar walked directly in front of the crowd. On the wooden table in his hand, the red cloth was picked up, and a fragment of a scroll appeared in front of everyone. Qingmu Sword God, 1/3 of the handwriting on sword intent left behind back then, 30,000 points. Emperor Ziyun's words were like thunder, causing all the new members in the hall to tremble at the same time. Their eyes widened, and they stared straight at the torn scroll in Emperor Ziyun's hand, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Aoki Sword God, sword intent handwriting. What a joke! That's the Sword God, the real master of swordsmanship. The handwriting he left behind on kendo training, even if it is a fragment, is also a priceless treasure. Such a thing, I am afraid that except inside an Ai Shindao, it is impossible to encounter it outside in a lifetime. I have never heard of the treasure left by the strong man in the divine realm. It has appeared in that chamber of commerce, and I have never even heard of it. Earth Demon Palace, what a big deal. Huh. What is going on in the Earth Demon Palace? All the treasures of the palace have been taken out. Not to mention the new members of Mandian, even the palace master of the human palace, and Emperor Huanlei, all looked shocked, looking at Emperor Ziyun, frowning. Of course they knew about the remnant books of the Aoki Sword God collected by the Earth Demon Palace. On weekdays, even if the palace masters went to borrow it, they would never agree to it. But today, the Earth Demon Palace actually took out this object as a treasure of the Jinlan society. This is too strange. However, in the next breath, an excited voice sounded, and everyone followed the sound, and with just one glance, they instantly understood the intention of the Earth Demon Palace. 30,000 points, I want it. Chu Yan was the one who spoke. Among the new members this time, apart from Yu Linglong, only Fan Tianhua had so many points that could be exchanged. However, Fan Tianhua had just exchanged for a spirit treasure, and the points in his hand were only over 30,000. And he doesn't practice kendo himself, so it's certainly not worthwhile for him to use 30,000 points to exchange for a cheat book on sword cultivation. And Yu Linglong, from the beginning to the end, never appeared at all. Therefore, in the entire hall, the only one who could redeem this fragment is Chu Yan. The purpose of the Earth Demon Palace is of course Chu Yan. It is equivalent to giving Chu Yan a huge meeting gift in disguise, while others can only watch and swallow. Swish. Swish. Almost at the same time that Chu Yan threw the identity jade talisman, the fragmented scroll in Emperor Ziyun's hand also flew towards Chu Yan at the same time. Soon, the exchange was completed, and Chu Yan's hands trembled a little, and he carefully put the remaining scrolls into the Rakshasa space. Unexpectedly, this Jinlan meeting will yield such a big harvest. Sage Emperor Huanlei, is it your turn to go to the Xiantian Palace? Emperor Ziyun chuckled, turned his head to look at Sage Emperor Huanlei, with a hint of provocation in his voice. #C2225 Shantian Spirit Liquid. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The words of Emperor Ziyun made everyone in the hall look at the Saint Emperor Huanlei, who was the host. The Huanlei Sage Emperor is not only the host of the Golden Orchid meeting this time, but also represented Shantian Palace to participate. And this time, the final highlight of the Jinlan Club naturally fell on Saint Emperor Huanlei. And before that, the Earth Demon Palace made an attack, which was extremely terrifying. It is directly the Aoki Sword God's remnant hand scroll, such a treasure. If Saint Emperor Huanlei can't come up with something good, I'm afraid he won't be able to overwhelm the Demon Palace. However, under the current situation, the calculations of the Earth Demon Palace are extremely subtle. Not only did he gain the upper hand, but at the same time, the treasure he sold was also given to the newly promoted Emperor of the War, absolutely killing two birds with one stone. As for Shantian Palace, if you take out the heavy treasure, Chu Yan still has 60,000 points, while Fan Tianhua only has 30,000 points. Taking out the treasure of the town palace, although Shantian Palace can earn a lot of face, it may also lose the treasure. How to choose? For a while, everyone is full of anticipation. Shantian Palace, have already prepared this time, Gohong. To everyone's surprise, Saint Emperor Huanlei did not make a move in person, but turned his head to look at Huang Fuitian's personal disciple, Hall Master Gohong. As one of the 9 Hall Masters under Shantian Palace, Gohong's identity and strength are very high in Shantian Palace. At the order of Master, this time I brought Shantian Spiritual Liquid. While speaking, Gohong waved his big hand, and 10 beams of light flew out, appearing in front of everyone. 10 bottles of golden jade bottles, each of which is made of high-quality purple gold chalcedony, so that any natural and earthly treasures in the bottles will not lose their spiritual power for thousands of years. But even so, as soon as the 10 bottles of Shantian Spiritual Liquid came out, the entire hall immediately overflowed with an extremely rich fragrance of spiritual liquid. Even if you just smell it, you will feel refreshed. Shantian Spiritual Liquid. This is the treasure of Shantian Palace. Just one bottle costs 8,000 points. My God, Shantian Palace actually took out the Shantian Spiritual Liquid. This is really a big deal. It seems that Shantian Palace and Earth Demon Palace are really on the same page. Amidst the exclamations all around, all the members of the palace, as well as the palace master and palace master, all stared at him with shocked expressions on their faces. Chu Yan, Shantian Palace has no congratulations for being promoted to the Emperor of the Earth Demon Palace. I specially took out the treasure of the palace, the Shantian Spiritual Liquid, to celebrate. I also hope that Chu Yan will fight the Emperor. Don't let us down. Gohong was dressed in a gold robe, with 2 big characters of Shantian on his chest. He looked very majestic, and said with a smile on his face as he walked with 8-character steps. Not far away, Sage Emperor Huanlei also had a smile on his face, not saying a word, just staring at Chu Yan's reaction. Looking at the 10 bottles of mysterious heavenly spirit liquid in front of him, Chu Yan's face froze, his brows were slightly frowned, and his consciousness was like lightning, and he swept across the 10 jade bottles in an instant. As a golden alchemist, he naturally knew that these 10 jade bottles were made of precious materials, and it was hard to say whether the contents in the bottles were Shantian Spiritual Liquid or the real Shantian Spiritual Liquid. Chu Yan, this Shantian Spiritual Liquid is the treasure of the Shantian Palace. The spiritual liquid conceived in the Jiuji Shantian pool, according to the legend, can only conceive 1 drop in a year, and it takes 10 years for a bottle, but here are 10 bottles, it will take 100 years. Master Hu also had a vigilant look on his face, and he hurriedly transmitted his spiritual consciousness to Chu Yan. What is the use of this Shantian spiritual liquid? Chu Yan asked. Shantian spiritual liquid is the trump card for Shantian Palace, to be the top of the three palaces. A drop of Shantian spiritual liquid can increase 10 wisps of martial soul essence, which is of great benefit to the improvement and mutation of martial souls. It is said that among the members of Shantian Palace, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of turning their martial soul into a battle spirit. It seems that it is all because of the existence of this Shantian spiritual liquid. The proportion of members in his palace who have a battle spirit is the most among the three palaces. Master, whose words made Chu Yan's eyes light up suddenly. Originally, Chu Yan had been looking for the 5 soul stones, just to upgrade the 3 martial souls of Qilin, Qinglong, and Xuanhuan into battle spirits. But 5 soul stones are extremely rare and hard to find. Unexpectedly, whatever they want, this person from Shantian Palace will actually take out the Shantian spiritual liquid. Chu Yan, be careful, I'm afraid there may be fraud. Seeing Chu Yan's eyes glowing, Master Hu quickly reminded him. I know. Chu Yan nodded. Although Shantian spiritual liquid is good, it will not make Chu Yan lose his mind. He can even imagine it with his heels. How could Huang Fuitian be so kind? Team Master Gu, right. Since it was bestowed by Palace Master Huang Fu, as a later gene, how dare I take kindness, naturally accept it. It's just. Chu Yan smiled lightly, looked at Go Hong, then glanced at Saint Emperor Huanlei not far away. His expression changed slightly, and he continued. It's just that Shantian Palace, the head of the 3 palaces, only took out 10 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid. Isn't it a little trick? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was stunned at the same time. Small device. 10 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid are still few. Doesn't this Chu Yan know that it takes 10 years for ordinary warriors to refine just a bottle of Shantian spiritual liquid? If you take more than 3 bottles at the same time, the power of the powerful Shantian spiritual liquid can even threaten your own martial soul. Maybe it is possible for the martial soul to go berserk and go berserk directly. After all, the spiritual power of the martial soul conceived in this Shantian spiritual liquid is too strong, and it is definitely not something that ordinary warriors can bear. Of course, for the martial artists who can join the Anai Shandao, everyone's martial soul is a top-notch martial soul, and even many people's martial soul is the best martial soul of destiny. But even so, there are only 2 or 3 bottles at most, which is the limit. After all, the martial soul is the foundation of a warrior, and no one dares to make fun of it. Ha ha ha, Chu Dajian Emperor, well said. When Guhong heard Chu Yan's words, his face burst into a smile, and he laughed directly. My master said, Jiuxiao, the entry into the emperor, this time the new members who joined the Nishendo are the best of the best, and it is a great joy for me to go against the Shendao. Therefore, Shantian Palace congratulates me this time. Shantian spiritual liquid, unlimited supply. Unlimited supply. When these words fell to the ground, the entire hall exploded like a thunderbolt. This is Shantian spiritual liquid. The incomparably precious Shantian spiritual liquid is an unlimited supply. Of course, for the first 3 bottles, 5,000 points for the first bottle, after the 3rd bottle, no points are required. However, it must be taken on the spot and must not be taken out of the trading hall. Guhong looked at Chu Yan, and directly stated the conditions one by one. To be honest, there is indeed a problem with the Shantian spiritual liquid brought this time, but it is not a tampering, but a waste of money to increase the concentration of the Shantian spiritual liquid. In other words, this time, the spiritual power of each bottle of Shantian spiritual liquid has increased by more than 50%. This kind of spiritual liquid is even more precious, and if it is taken at the same time, the impact on the martial soul will also be even more terrifying. This is a trap carefully designed by Huang Fuitian for Chu Yan. Even if something happened, the Earth Demon Palace and the headquarters would have nothing to say when they investigated. Equals remember in a second. Hashtag C2226 would not dare provide you with wonderful novels to read. A bottle of 5,000 points, after 3 bottles, no points, an unlimited supply. This is basically the rhythm of jumping off a building for a big sale. Could it be that the Grand Palace Master of Shantian Palace is not at home? Not only the warriors in the audience, but even the palace masters of the human palace were all bewildered and unbelievable. You know, a bottle of Shantian spiritual liquid, not to mention outside, even if it is inside Nishan Dao, people from other 2 palaces, if they want to buy a few bottles from Shantian Palace, they have to buy it with real money limited quantity. But today, how could this Shantian Palace become so generous all of a sudden? The next moment, the entire trading hall exploded in an instant. Then who, borrow 2,000 points, and return you 2,005 next time. It's over, the points are not enough, whoever joins me, half a bottle each. Is it too late to go out and exchange points now? No, you have to exchange blood for a bottle. Among the hundreds of new members, there are still more than 5,000 points in their hands, less than 3. Therefore, most people can only look around for familiar people, want to make up or exchange some points temporarily, and try to exchange for a bottle. The trading hall was in chaos in an instant. However, Guhong and the others who belonged to Shantian Palace, who caused the chaos, were full of jokes, and all looked at Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan didn't have to worry about not having enough points, so he took out 5,000 points and exchanged them for a bottle. After pulling out the bottle cap and sweeping away his consciousness, Chu Yan, with shining eyes, opened his mouth and poured the Shantian spiritual liquid into his mouth. There are a total of 10 drops in this bottle of Shantian spiritual liquid. Once it enters the mouth, it will turn into 10 small streams of air, rushing straight to the sea of consciousness. Roar! 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 The moment Shantian spiritual liquid entered the sea of consciousness, in the direction of Wuhun Mountain, 5 soaring beast powers erupted instantly, and the violent roar of the beast was earth-shattering, making Chu Yan's entire world of consciousness see rumble and tremble. At the same time, the 5 spirits of the divine beasts, like 5 bolts of thunder, rushed towards the 10 strands of Shantian spiritual liquid that had just entered the world of the sea of consciousness. That way, like a group of hungry wolves, drooling, rushing towards a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. However, just as the 5 divine beast spirits left Wuhun Mountain, 2 violent noises exploded in the direction of the pagoda hall in the distance. Boom! Boom! Saint Raksha's deity and Jiao turned into 2 black waves of clouds, and rushed towards the 10 strands of Shantian spiritual liquid from another direction. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Spirit pattern above the sky was also a masterpiece of golden light, directly casting a pillar-like thick golden spirit pattern light, like a golden spear falling from the sky, piercing straight towards a piece of Shantian spiritual liquid. Boom! 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 In Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness world, except for the blue sky lotus, several big bosses almost all shot at the same time, and began to crazily grab the 10 Shantian spiritual liquids. A group of bigwigs fought fiercely and scrambled into a ball. 10 Dao Shantian spiritual liquids were not enough points at all. Moreover, the Qilin martial soul directly used the space martial skill soul, snatched 3 pieces of Shantian spiritual liquid in one breath, and then teleported through time and space, and disappeared in the sea of consciousness and sky in an instant. The other bigwigs only grabbed one, so they didn't miss it. Chu Yan's spiritual body was suspended in the sea of consciousness and the sky, and the corners of his eyes twitched when he saw those big bosses who had snatched the Shantian spiritual liquid and dispersed in a hurry. What's the situation? This Shantian spiritual liquid, is it so good? It was the first time for Chu Yan to see his 5 gods and beasts, as well as Xing Luocha and Jiao vying for the same treasure of heaven and earth at the same time. Even if it was the 5 soul stones, it seemed that the 5 gods and beasts had never been so excited at that time. It seems that this Shantian spiritual liquid is really a good thing. Only when all the bigwigs returned to Wuhun Mountain, Huishan, and Pagoda Hall, and only Chu Yan was left in the sea of knowledge and sky, Chu Yan gradually reacted, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he smiled. Swish. The next moment, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness returned to his physical body, and when he raised his head, he saw Saint Emperor Huanlei, Gohong, Fan Tianhua and other members of Shantian Palace staring at him. Chu Yan fights the emperor. At a young age, he was crowned as the emperor of the Earth Demon Palace. With such a cultivation level, 1 bottle is enough. How about a few more bottles? Gohong looked at Chu Yan with a smile on his face, giving people an extremely polite feeling. Why, I need a few more bottles. Hearing Gohong's words, including Master Hu, Emperor Ziyun and other big bosses, their complexions changed instantly, as if they understood something. Emperor Ziyun quickly turned his head and looked at Master Hu. The two looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes at the same time. Those people in Shantian Palace are really calculating. Chu Yan, these Shantian Palace people want to. Master Hu hurriedly turned his head and looked at Chu Yan. He was about to remind him through sound transmission from his spiritual consciousness. However, before he finished speaking, Chu Yan directly raised his hand to stop Master Hu, shaking his head slightly, his eyes gleamed with dazzling light. Chu Yan, don't you dare. Gohong naturally saw it too. Master Hu wanted to stop Chu Yan, so he immediately spoke aggressively. Don't dare. Chu Yan turned his head to look at Gohong, glanced at the remaining 4 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid in front of him, and smiled lightly. Just now, Chu Yan exchanged for a bottle, and several new members collected points and exchanged for 5 bottles. 10 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid, and 4 bottles left. I feel that the 4 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid are a little less. Chu Yan said softly with a calm face. When the words fell, the entire trading hall fell silent for an instant. Everyone turned their heads in unison and looked at Chu Yan with a look of astonishment on their faces. What? Chu Yan even said that 4 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid are still less. One must know that for this Shantian spiritual liquid, ordinary warriors, even top martial souls, can use at most 3 bottles. The most astonished person in the audience was Gohong, of course, but the frozen smile on his face turned into a maniacal laugh in just a split second. Ha ha ha, less. Okay. Very good. Chu Yan, this Shantian spiritual liquid is worth 4,000 points a bottle. As long as you drink as much as you can drink today, Shantian Palace, will take as much as you want. How about it? Gohong's face was full of teasing, what he really wanted. Just now I was thinking about how to trap Chu Yan, who would have thought that this Chu Yan would jump into the pit by himself. If this is the case, don't blame yourself, throw a few stones by the way, to make things worse, how could such a good opportunity be missed? If this Chu Yan can be abolished, it will not only avenge the master, but also severely damage the face of the Earth Demon Palace, which will definitely kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing Gohong's words, Chu Yan shook his head, turned his eyes, and looked at the Huanlei sage, not far away. The expression on his face was obviously waiting for Huanlei sage to speak. After all, Gohong's identity is nothing more than a hall master. Today, Gohong represents Palace Master Huangfu, and what he says is the decision of my Shantian Palace. Sage Emperor Huanlei pondered for a while, glanced at Gohong, then at Chu Yan, and said directly. Okay. Shantian Palace, it really is a great weapon. Hearing the words of the Huanlei Sage Emperor, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth slightly raised, and he praised directly. Remember in a second. #C2227 Robbery. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. When Chu Yan's words fell into the ears of Guhong, Shan Tiangong, and others, they were all overjoyed. In their view, this Chu Yan has obviously been fooled. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the jade talisman in his hand flew towards the Huanlei Saint Emperor. After deducting 10,000 points, the identity jade talisman returned to Chu Yan's hand, along with 2 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid. Opening the 2 bottle caps at the same time, Chu Yan raised his head and swallowed all 20 drops of the 2 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid. Chu Yan's actions fell in the eyes of other people in the trading hall, and everyone was shocked. I have never seen anyone drink 2 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid at once. This is too violent. Moreover, except for Chu Yan, the other 5 people who had exchanged the Shantian spiritual liquid just now, after swallowing them, were sitting cross-legged in a corner of the hall at this time. All of them were distorted. Obviously the refining process was extremely painful. They didn't know that Shantian Palace had tampered with this batch of Shantian spiritual liquid, and this bottle was equivalent to 1.5 bottles in normal times. Therefore, the impact on their martial souls was extremely severe. After they drank a bottle of Shantian spiritual liquid, they practiced for a long time at the corner of the temple, and even 1 drop out of 10 has not been refined yet. But now, this Chu Yan swallowed 2 bottles in one breath. Chu Yan, don't mess around. Seeing Chu Yan's behavior, Master Hu was so frightened that he quickly reminded him. That's right. This Shantian spiritual liquid is rich in spiritual power, and its advantages and disadvantages to the martial spirit are both equal, so don't act too hastily. Even Emperor Ziyun, who was standing aside, couldn't help it, and began to persuade him. After all, Chu Yan's current identity is the Battle Emperor of the Earth Demon Palace. If something happens, it will have a great impact on the Earth Demon Palace. Don't worry. I'm fine. Hearing the words of Master Hu and Emperor Ziyun, Chu Yan casually put 2 purple gold jade bottles into the Rakshasa space, turned his head and smiled. Emperor Ziyun frowned slightly, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something more, but finally shook his head, sighed, and didn't speak again. See this scene? Not far away, Guhong and Fan Tianhua sneered in their hearts. In less than 100 breaths, this Chu Yan swallowed 3 bottles in a row, almost reaching the limit that ordinary warriors can bear. In the following time, Guhong, Fan Tianhua, and other people from Shantian Palace stared closely at Chu Yan, as if they were expecting something to happen. However, as time passed, that Chu Yan seemed to be doing nothing except standing there with his eyes closed. Huh. It's strange, why hasn't it happened yet? Guhong looked at Chu Yan, the sneer on his face gradually froze, and the doubt in his eyes became more and more intense. Not far away, Saint Emperor Huanlei, like Guhong, was also full of doubts, and directly condensed a divine consciousness, covering Chu Yan. The Huanlei Saint Emperor, among the several great Saint Emperors in Shantian Palace, is the one who is best at divine sense and the way of the soul. Therefore, when he saw that Chu Yan had no reaction, he couldn't help it, and prepared to investigate with his spiritual sense. However, when his consciousness just came into contact with Chu Yan's body, a sudden change occurred. Boom! 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 In an instant, one after another of different lights exploded directly from Chu Yan's body, and the violent power was like a wave, picking up a huge wave of wind and sweeping across the entire hall. Boom, boom. As the powerful air wave passed by, the surrounding tables and chairs were thrown directly into the air, hitting the pillars and walls in the hall, and being blown to pieces. Roar! 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 Shocking roars of beasts exploded in Chu Yan's body, like roars of beast gods, shaking the entire trading hall, buzzing and trembling. Haha, here we come. Seeing this scene, Guhong and Sage Emperor Huanlei's eyes lit up, and they looked at Chu Yan with a smile on their faces. This vision, obviously, is that the martial soul in Chu Yan's body can't bear it anymore, and it will be directly suppressed by the power of Shantian spiritual liquid. In this way, it won't take long when the power of the martial soul is exhausted, and Chu Yan's martial soul will be severely injured. However, before Guhong and Huanlei Sage Emperor could smile on their faces for a long time, another wave of even more powerful power exploded from Chu Yan in front of him. Boom! The evil spirit this time was no weaker than the wave of beast power just now, and the evil spirit swept across the entire hall in an instant. Everyone stared at Chu Yan with horror on their faces. What's the situation? Why is the aura on Chu Yan getting stronger and stronger? Moreover, there is obviously a trace of violent fighting intent in this breath, and it looks like it is about to be suppressed. What's going on? Not only Guhong, but even Sage Emperor Huanlei was in a daze. He couldn't understand the situation after Chu Yan swallowed 3 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid. You know, there are many people in Shantian Palace taking Shantian spiritual liquid, and I have never seen anyone who swallowed Shantian spiritual liquid, whose aura became more and more violent. At this point, look at the corner of the hall, those few swallowed a bottle of Shantian spiritual liquid, including Wuhun. All the true energy in their bodies was suppressed, and in a short period of time, they could not refine this powerful Shantian spirit at all. Liquid. But in front of him, how is this Chu Yan different from others? To be honest, it's not just these people in Shantian Palace who are depressed, even Chu Yan himself is depressed at this time. After swallowing 2 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid, Chu Yan turned into a body of consciousness and appeared in his sea of consciousness world. He wanted to see if these 2 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid would affect the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts who were reading books, causing some impact. After all, the Shantian spiritual liquid is famous, so it still has a great influence on Wuhun. Chu Yan didn't want to play Dafa all of a sudden, which would really bring harm to Qilin Wuhun and them. However, what Chu Yan never expected was that as soon as the 20 Shantian spiritual liquids appeared in the sea of consciousness and the sky, a big battle broke out immediately. The Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, the pattern of the Holy Spirit, the deity of the Holy Rakshasa, and Jiuming, in order to snatch these Shantian spiritual liquids, fought directly and turned into their bodies one by one. The violent beast power and the power of Rakshasa exploded countless frenzy, almost directly collapsed Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world. This is the first time Chu Yan saw that the 5 gods, beasts, and spirits fought against each other in order to grab some kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure. Although he didn't attack with all his strength, the power was still extremely terrifying. The unicorn martial soul, with the ability of time and space, has taken advantage of it. With a move of time and space sealing, it directly freezes other martial souls and holy rakshas in midair. With a wave of the unicorn's arm wrapped in 5-color auspicious clouds, 7 or 8 strands of Shantian spiritual liquid were rolled up, and it ran away in a time-space teleportation. In less than half a breath, the space-time barrier disappeared, and the white tiger martial soul and other martial souls rushed even more frantically. Chu Yan stood on the top of Wuhun Mountain, away from the battlefield, looking at the scene of a world war in front of him. His face was covered with black lines, and the corners of his eyes twitched. This Shantian spiritual liquid is so sought after. Unexpectedly, the divine beast martial souls of different attributes, Saint Rakshasa and Jiuming, can all be improved with the help of Shantian spiritual liquid. Such a good thing, no wonder they fought so fiercely. From this point of view, even the 5 soul stones are not as precious as this Shantian spiritual liquid. Swish! After 10 breaths, Chu Yan opened his closed eyes, let out a long breath, a smile appeared on his face, turned his head slowly, looked at Guhong at the side, and said with a light smile, "Master Gu, 5 more bottles." As soon as the words landed, the expressions of everyone in the entire trading hall changed. Remember in a second. #C2228 cannot stop at all. provide you with wonderful novels to read. And 5 more bottles. Everyone stared at Chu Yan together, and for a while, the audience was silent. Ha ha ha, good. No problem. Guhong was startled for a moment, then laughed loudly, raised his hand and waved. 5 purple lights passed by, and it was 5 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid, flying towards Chu Yan. Different from others, before Guhong came, according to his master Huang Fuitian's prediction, this Chu Yan should have endured more Shantian spiritual liquid than ordinary warriors. After all, it is the genius that Emperor Ningtian of the headquarters has taken a fancy to. At the same time, in the 9-star test, he inspired the vision of 9 stars shining in the sky, and directly entered the genius of the emperor. Huang Fuitian would not underestimate Chu Yan, knowing that Chu Yan's talent and strength definitely surpassed those of geniuses of the same level. So, this time, Guhong prepared 20 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid, which was definitely enough to bring down Chu Yan. Thank you. Chu Yan's face didn't change at all. Facing hundreds of trembling eyes in the hall, with a wave of his hand, 5 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid were opened, and he poured them straight down. Chu Yan, you. Master Hu was standing aside, began to tremble a little with his clenched fists. As Chu Yan's guide, Chu Yan's great success in the entrance examination and his direct promotion to the Earth Demon Palace War Emperor brought him enormous benefits. If something goes wrong with Chu Yan now, the consequences are unbelievable. Therefore, Master Hu spoke for the 3rd time, wanting to dissuade Chu Yan. As the master of appreciating treasures of Tianwei building, he knows better than anyone else that this Shantian spiritual liquid is dangerous. However, before he finished speaking, Chu Yan shook his head and stopped Master Hu. 5 bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid went down, not to mention dangerous, facing Qilin and Xingluo Cha, it was not enough to put between the teeth. Now Chu Yan's consciousness is about to collapse. Of course, it wasn't because of the pressure that Shantian spiritual liquid brought to Chu Yan, but because of Qilin Wuhun and the others, a group of big bosses almost quarreling in the world of his sea of consciousness. Roaring one by one. Continuing to send out consciousness, let Chu Yan come more at once. Facing this group of screaming guys, Chu Yan had a black line on his face. He was worried that this Shantian spiritual liquid was really dangerous and would have a bad influence on them. But now, looking at them, they are all alive and well, and when they fight for each other, they even fight fiercely. No matter how you look at it, you can't see that this Shantian spiritual liquid has any effect on the 5 gods, beasts, martial souls, and holy rakshas. Even Jiao Ming, the ancient demon emperor, after continuously merging 7 Shantian spiritual liquids, his body was full of monster aura, becoming more intense and majestic as if he had been dosed with a stimulant. However, Chu Yan still waited carefully for a while, and after a full 100 breaths of time, after all the 50 mysterious heavenly liquids had been fused, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes. Is there any more? 10 more bottles. Chu Yan said with a slight smile. What? Another, 10 more bottles. Guhong's mouth opened directly into an O shape, blood streaks burst out of his eyes staring at Chu Yan. Not only Guhong, but also Fan Tianhua and other people in Shantian Palace, including Sage Emperor Huanlei, all looked at Chu Yan with horror. Chu Yan, how much did you say? 10 bottles. Guhong's throat was rolling with difficulty, and his voice was trembling. Yes. Chu Yan nodded. Give it to him. Sage Emperor Huanlei glanced at Guhong, who was a little sluggish, and the sound transmission of his spiritual consciousness sounded in his sea of consciousness. Okay. 10 bottles for you. Awakened by the voice of the Huanlei Sage Emperor, Guhong trembled, quickly waved his hand, and threw out 10 new bottles of Shantian spiritual liquid. One bottle after another was opened by Chu Yan and poured directly into his mouth. Hundreds of people in the audience, all staring at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes, were all dumbfounded. What is he doing? Did he think it was drinking? This is Shantian spiritual liquid, the Shantian spiritual liquid that can directly abolish a person's martial soul, and he just poured it directly like this. I also poured 10 bottles in one breath. Until the 10th bottle, Chu Yan poured it into his mouth, and after he casually put the purple gold jade bottle into his arms, hundreds of pairs of bloodshot eyes all fell on him in all directions. All of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Expression. This Chu Yan is so delicious. Emperor Xian's face was full of tension, and he stared at Chu Yan for almost 10 breaths, but found that he was still standing there with a calm face, without the slightest reaction, and suddenly heaved a long sigh of relief. On the other side, the expressions of Saint Emperor Huanlei, Guhong, and Fan Tianhua gradually changed. How can it be? Shantian spiritual liquid, why hasn't it exploded yet? Logically speaking, even if this Chu Yan, according to Huang Fu Tian's estimate, had a maximum endurance of 10 bottles, after drinking another 10 bottles, he should directly injure his martial spirit. But now, looking at Chu Yan's appearance, it seems that nothing is wrong. Moreover, before Chu Yan closed his eyes, it seemed that he was urging his true qi to refine, but now with these 10 bottles, Chu Yan didn't even need to urge his true qi. Could it be that this Shantian spiritual liquid? Guhong was stunned for a moment, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a bottle of Shantian spiritual liquid, put it in his hand, looked left and right, looked for a long time, but couldn't see anything. Could it be that master asked someone to re-refine the Shantian spiritual liquid with increased concentration? Something went wrong. Guhong's eyes were full of doubts. After pondering for a while, he finally gritted his teeth, pulled off the bottle cap, opened his mouth, and poured it into his mouth. Boom! Almost at the moment when the Shantian spiritual liquid entered his mouth, 10 strands of extremely rich spiritual power exploded in Guhong's body like a raging tide. Ah! Guhong, who was not prepared at all, stared wide open in an instant with a pair of eyes. 10 strands of Shantian spiritual power rushed into his sea of consciousness, like 10 torrents, crashing into the world of his sea of consciousness, almost exploding directly. With a swish, without daring to hesitate, Guhong rushed to a corner of the hall and sat cross-legged. The veins on his head burst out, his face was covered with beads of sweat, and his face was full of panic. His true energy and martial soul power burst out at the same time, and he began to crazily resist the 10 strands of Shantian spiritual liquid. This scene fell into the eyes of others, and when they looked at Chu Yan again, the corners of the eyes of everyone in the hall twitched at the same time. There is no problem with Shantian spiritual liquid, and it is even more terrifying than before. You must know that Guhong Tuan's bottle is exactly the one that Chu Yan took, with added ingredients. 1 bottle, basically weight for a bottle and a half. With Guhong's strength, if he is well prepared and swallows drop by drop, it should not be a big problem. And Guhong didn't know that his tendon was cramping, and he even suspected that the Shantian spiritual liquid that Chu Yan swallowed was ineffective. This time, he was playing big, and if he was unlucky, his martial spirit might be injured. In the middle of the hall, Chu Yan glanced at Guhong at the corner of the hall, turned his head, looked at the Huanlei sage emperor, smiled lightly, and said, "Palace Master Huanlei, thank you very much today, but this Shantian spiritual liquid is really a good thing. So, this junior want a few more bottles, I wonder if there are any more." As the words landed, Saint Emperor Huanlei's body shook suddenly, and he almost fell to the ground because he couldn't stand firmly. Gritting his teeth almost, the Phantom Thunder Sage Emperor spit out every single word with cold eyes. Today, he didn't think about it anymore. How much Shantian spiritual liquid can this Chu Yan withstand? Could it be that his martial soul is a god? End of chapter. Remember in a second.